Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Will Kunkel, along with Dell this morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance is no longer with us today. He is, well, he's not dead. He's just
R.I.P. Lance.
Yeah, no, he's just no longer with us on this show today. But he'll be here tomorrow. I won't be here tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So we are switching off, and Will Kunkel joining us this morning. Good to work with you, man.
Likewise, brother. Thanks for having me. How you doing?
I'm doing great, and it really is good. I'm a fan of your work. For those of you that have not seen Will Kunkel at Will Kunkel V. Now, are you the fifth Will Kunkel, or is this another version? Like Dell is Dell V2. It's the second version, which isn't any better than the first version of Dell.
You never met the first version, so you don't know.
Yeah, I know. No, I know. I know the first
know.
version. And this one's not much better. Is this version 1 of Will Kunkel, or are you Will Kunkel the fifth?
Yeah, I'm the fifth, baby.
The fifth Will Kunkel.
Yep, and I got a kid on the way.
Impressive.
Due in about a month. So if it's a dude, we don't know what it is yet. If it's a dude, it's going to be me. If it's not, we got a couple girls picked out.
Okay. Wilhelmina or
yeah, exactly.
That could be
Wilma.
Yeah, Wilma. That's not a name anybody uses anymore. Neither is Wilhelmina, but okay. That's good. Good on you. Well, good luck getting that boy. Although being a girl dad is great too. Hey, give him a follow on Twitter. If you haven't seen Will's work, he really does good stuff. A lot of great interviews, insight to everything at Will Kunkel, Kunkelv, at Will Kunkel V, on Twitter, and you're going to see all the stuff that Will does. He's out at all the practices and doing. He's still very, very active in the sports community here in Houston. So you get a lot of great insight. Before we get started with that stuff, today is the day that we are giving away our final 2 spots in our fantasy draft, which is going to be August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So it is open right now and through the entire show. Go to the app, and when you go to the app, you'll log on. If you haven't logged on, if you haven't signed up yet, you got to sign up. When you sign up, you'll get the front page. Right at the top, it says, it'll say something to the effect of just push this button to enter into the possibility of you being at our fantasy draft. And we will pull one of those names today, and you get to bring, it's you and another person that you get to bring with you that you have to share a room with. So it better be somebody that doesn't smell or that doesn't snore or whatever the case may be. I think I don't know. Dell, we hear, are guys bringing wives? Are they bringing buddies? Do we know?
Joe's the one contacting them. I talked to Joe yesterday. I had not heard of a husband-wife, boyfriend-girlfriend combo as of yet.
Isn't a fantasy draft the idea to not do that?
Because you want your fantasy, right?
Yeah.
You don't want a
just,
significant
some time away.
Right. It just ruins
My
it.
league. Your league.
Now, I do know guys, and listen, guys and wives they're in fantasy leagues, and they really enjoy it, and the competition is great. I'm glad my wife doesn't, just in case she's any good at it, and then I would have to listen to that. You know what I'm saying? Listen to her, brag about beating me in fantasy football. That would be like the worst thing, either my kids or my wife beating me in fantasy football. I really enjoy like destroying Lance when we play against each other. But that is something that you can, I don't want to share with family members.
Does Lance try to draft like interior linemen?
He's always looking at guys' hips. He's a big hip guy. He's a big hip guy. So hey, speaking of which, big signing yesterday, but neither here nor there. But James Cook is in the fold, and James Cook is a top running back in fantasy football. So you can get that out of the way. But we're got to get the Astros out of the way first and foremost, because another win. And listen, this series will, to me, it may be a turning point in the season. First of all, you were able to beat the Red Sox, who kicked your ass when you were in Boston. Now you beat them here, 2 out of 3. And, man, Eric Getty looked good. Christian Javier looked good. Hunter Brown looked good. That's kind of a big deal with this team.
Oh, it's huge. If you can start getting these guys back and starting to build your 5-man rotation just for the rest of the season, I've been saying for a long time that I'm concerned about the Astros getting into the playoffs. I'm not concerned if they get into the playoffs. I love their 1-2 punch. I love the way they play the game. They play good defense. They run the bases well. They do the little things well that gives you success when it comes to October baseball. But getting there, you need to have a 3-4-5 guy, and you can't implode consistently, because when you do that, obviously that's bad from the starting rotation standpoint, but it also wears out your bullpen, and God forbid it happens back-to-back nights, and you're relying on Fromber and Hunter to be awesome Cy Young candidates every single night. Obviously, they've showed some chinks in the armor here and there. Just the fact that they weren't as elite as they were in the first half. It's just not fair to ask them to do that. So if they can get some of these arms back and just start to eat innings and have some good ball, I thought Arrighetti going 5 innings and 2 runs given up, that's awesome right now. Build on that, go from there, and then just start to stack some wins and win some series, get in the playoffs, and let's roll.
Well, you got to get Fromber right now, right? Mm-hmm. And I didn't think Hunter with 6 hits and 3 walks. That's not very Hunter-like. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. That's not the dominating Hunter Brown. But he's kind of coming back a little bit too. He had a lull with a couple of bad starts in a row, but his last couple of starts have been better. So that is encouraging that he was able to get out. He got a couple of double plays, which got him out of a couple of jams. But there was too much traffic on the base paths yesterday. There was just too much traffic. Boston couldn't come through because he's got a lot of really good out pitches. He does a really, really nice job of getting guys and getting out of situations, which is really good. But that's not the Hunter Brown we need. It's not the Arrighetti. Javier wasn't dominant like he has been in the past. There's a lot of fine tuning to go, but you couldn't expect Javier or Arrighetti to be at the top of their game with all the time that they missed so far. Fromber is the one that's a little bit worrisome right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Hunter Brown's, and, when he started the season, he had 4 wins in the month of April. He had 3 wins in the month of May, and then just 1 in June, 1 in July, and he has 1 so far in August. So, just them combined, you're asking them to be awesome every single day is just so dang hard. And Fromber always is a worry to me. I don't know how you feel, but Fromber's always that guy that it's a long season. It takes a lot of mental focus to stay locked in. He hasn't had a win since July 22nd. So he's only had 2 starts this month, and both have been against pretty good teams in the Red Sox and the Yankees. So hasn't had a win there. But you got to get him obviously locked in when it matters most. That's what I care about most with those 2 guys at least.
Yep. And it's going to be really, really interesting. Well, Brian Abreu is going to be an interesting deal here. I don't know that he's a closer every day. He's got a lot of bases. He's got a lot of traffic on the bases as well. He gave up a couple of singles. He's got such a good out pitch though that it just is. It is but he's worrisome in that spot.
It can't be any worse than Ryan Presley was for the fan base.
No, good Lord, don't put Brian Presley on him.
I'm saying if you could survive Ryan, his whip is 105, so he allows 1 Walker hit per 9 innings pitched. So I can live with that, but there is going to be a guy on at least each inning.
Right. He's got a lot of clean innings, but then he's also either it's 3 up, 3 down, and they have no chance, or there's a lot of disruption on the base paths with Abreu. I'm not sure that they're going to go exclusively with Abreu. I don't know how Joe, maybe Joe will say, well, you know what? I need Abreu. And I like this a lot better. If there's 3 studs coming up in the 8th inning, the 2, 3, and 4 guys, and they're all right-handed hitters, I would rather see Brian Abreu out there than a Sousa or a King or an Okert or whatever the case may be. That, to me, is the most important part of the game, and put Brian Abreu in that higher leverage situation and let another guy go out there for the 9th and get the save.
And I don't know what you think about this. I love the idea of just making him the closer right now, getting him – he's pitched plenty of high leverage innings. Like being the setup man is plenty high leverage. However, it's different. It's certainly different than closing the game. let's have them close as many games as possible. God forbid Josh Hader isn't able to come back for whatever reason. And then you have a guy that's been there, done that at least for a little bit of period of time, and Brian can be your closer come playoff time. Get him those reps now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hearing behind the scenes that the Hader thing is probably it's not looking good. It's not looking great.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not. It's of all of the guys, of all of the people, and all that Joe has been through this year. I don't know. Listen, and I want to talk to you about today is our situation right now as far as coaches go. I don't know that it could be better, and I think Joe has done an unbelievable job. I think, and I'm not alone. I see MLB. They've got Joe, and the Brewers manager as the two guys that are vying for manager of the year. Nobody's been through more than what Joe has been through, though. The Brewers are unbelievable. They won again, and they just continue to dominate. And I love it. I love it because the Dodgers. I'm in LA. I don't know if you know that or not.
Oh yeah.
But I'm here, and I hate the Dodgers, and they just continue to implode. They've lost all 6 games against the Angels this season, and it is just so great. And now they're in second place. The Padres overtook them, so that's great. So to see what the Brewers are doing is awesome. But nobody's done a better job than Joe Espada, and now he's got to deal with this. I mean, when he said it's a punch to the gut, I can certainly see, and he's taken a lot of shots this year.
Yeah, here's the thing with Joe is, I think, the AL manager of the year. I said that months ago simply because of what he was able to do with all the injuries and process all of that, the way he was able to stay even keel and handle that and earn the trust of the guys from last year through that bad start. And remember, the bad start last year was so much because of the injured guys, but also because the back end of the bullpen that was supposed to be the best with Brian Abreu, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader, it was like wired wrong. He would hit the right button every time, but he would go out there, and Josh Hader was bad. He had a bad start to his Astros career. Brian Abreu would go out there and blow up. Ryan Presley would go out there and blow up. So he was doing his job. Those guys weren't coming through. So this year, it seems like every time you threw Josh Hader out there, for the most part, like 99% of the time, you knew what you were getting. He was your solid guy. And every time Hader's out there, it's a tight situation. It's a closing situation. If you don't have Hader now, it's like, oh my gosh, that's not a job that everybody can do. You can fill in, mix and match some guys in the outfield, play the game through 9 innings and figure it out and be in a position to where, all right, now we can throw Hader out there. Let's close this thing up. Let's go home. Let's pack it up and let's get a win. But now, it makes it that much more tough, and it just takes away a serious weapon.
Yeah. Well, here the good news is that Garcia, McCullers, France, they all seem to be on a path, and you can and I think now you're going to have to make some tough decisions. Listen, nothing is tougher than baseball decisions. I mean, Joe Espada, after celebrating Neris's 10-year anniversary in the big leagues, the next day, hey, we have to DFA you. I mean,
we walked in the clubhouse and there were these big balloons around his locker, a 1 and a 0 surrounding it for 10, and next day, bye.
That's a really big deal as far as pension goes and everything else. That's a nice milestone. Carlos Correa celebrated one earlier in the year, and my buddy, works with him, and he said, "Oh my gosh, that guys really celebrate that because it is a big deal getting to 10 years." So him getting that. And then giving up all those runs, and then the next day DFA'd. But at least he got that 10 years in, and we'll see if somebody probably picks him up. There's talk that they're going to pick up Presley. Don't do that. Just hold off. The cavalry is coming. Blue Ball looks great. Maybe you bring him up for a little bit to weather whatever storm you've got in the bullpen. But if Garcia comes back, listen, McCullers might have to go to the bullpen. McCullers for JP France might have to go to the bullpen. But I'm okay. I would feel great about that. I feel great if those guys are in the bullpen because I don't know how much more. Are we sure that Luis Garcia is ready to start again? Are we sure JP France? Are we sure Lance McCullers is ready to start again and during a pennant run? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure that Lance is ready to start again. I don't know what you can get from Lance and what you can rely on. I would feel less safe with him in the bullpen, just from the standpoint of like there's inconsistencies there. What day are you going to pitch? Are you going to get up? You're going to warm up, sit down, get back up, throw again, throw this day, be ready to throw the next day. Like his arm, that would terrify me. And I know in spring training when I talked to him, he was very much against that. And so many people think that like, oh, if you can't start, like just throw him in the bullpen. Like Lance ain't that guy. And if he wants to be that guy or is willing to be that guy, then great. But I would fear for his arm and the inconsistencies and the unknown of being in the bullpen, because those guys they're built differently. It's not just not being a starter. It's something that guys become really, really good at and have the ability to do. And I don't know if his arm can handle that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of more tough decisions for Joe as we go along here. We're just getting started. Will Kunkel is with us here this morning along with Dell and you. It's 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Will has been out at most all the practices for the Texans. We will get into Texans today. We've got all kinds of great stuff here for you this morning. And you need to sign up right now. Go to our app, the ESPN Houston app, and sign up to be in our fantasy draft August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. If you can't go, then if you can't be there next Thursday and Friday, just don't sign up. Is it next Thursday and Friday? Yeah, I think it's next Thursday and Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, don't waste that time.
2 weeks from today.
It's 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today, 28th and 29th, we will be at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. If you can go, all you got to do is just click that button. If you haven't signed up for the app, though, you got to do that first, and that's really easy. It takes you 2 minutes. You know what seems like an eternity when you don't have air conditioning, and the Air Team is here for you. Dawn and Darren, the Curtises, have been doing this. I mean, this is another company, a family-owned company in the city of Houston, and you don't last. There have been so many companies that are come and go. They just come and go, and they don't get it right. They don't know how to do it right. How about they've got 60-plus full-time employees, and a lot of them that have been with the company for 20, 30, even 40 years. I mean, that is incredible. They've been doing this since 1989. You think there's anything that these people haven't seen? They have seen everything. They've got all of the different air conditioners. If you have a preference for one, that's fine. But their service, the quality of their product, their resources, you can finance it. They've got every option for you. There's a reason that the Curtises have been doing this for a while now, and that is because they're so good at it. So you need an air conditioner. This is not fly-by-night. They stand behind all their work. I've used them already 3 times. 3 times I used Air Team, and I love what they do. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, or you can go to airteamltd.com. Make sure you tell them you heard it here. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number, if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So because of the times of the practices and my location too, but Lance has been able to get out to a couple of practices, but you've been there for the most part with the Texans. Will Kunkel is in studio with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. At Will Kunkel V on Twitter. Give him a follow and check out his work. Kicking it with Keuchel. Got a lot of great interviews and insight into what did I say?
I think that works.
Oh,
we'll go with
Keuchel?
That.
Well, maybe,
whatever works for you.
He's got Dallas Keuchel money, I'm sure, but
I wouldn't be here with you today if I did.
Kicking it with Keuchel. Why? Dallas Keuchel wants to be in studio, I'm sure. I'm sure of it right now. But I didn't ask him. So there, Dallas Keuchel.
Yeah, Dallas.
Yeah, you're not here. Kicking it with Kunkel on Twitter at Will Kunkel V. Give him a follow and watch what he does. You've been out there for the most part. Tell me about the running back situation and what you see and what you think is going to happen this year.
I mean, obviously it's Nick's job if he's able to perform. Like, they brought him in for the purpose of knowing that Joe Mixon is likely going to miss some time. It sounds like he's going to miss some time. Some people I talk to say that they think Mixon's going to be ready for the regular season. I don't know about all that. I mean, he doesn't need any preseason under his belt, that's for sure. People I've talked to love Woody Marks. I think there's a lot to be desired out there. And I've also said I can't judge Nick Chubb until I see full contact, full speed, game style football, because that's the way Nick Chubb plays. Nick is not a guy that's going to go through, running back drills and thud practice and look good. He's not overly quick, fast, jittery, and like a water bug. He's not going to be fun and explosive. That's not the way he plays. He plays a downhill style physical football. And so until we see him on the field, he's going to be really tough to judge. Some guys think he looks slow and just not ready to play NFL football, though.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Is he lost a step? I mean, he's had so many injuries, and you can certainly understand it, that he would have lost a step. Whether or not he's going to be able to hit those holes quick enough, the gap scheme is going to be better for Dameon Pierce, probably for Nick Chubb. We'll see, as opposed to the outside zone, which is they were running last year, which was terrible for Dameon Pierce, and he wasn't able to contribute under Bobby Slowick, but maybe he will be able to. Joe Mixon has been wonderful. Not sure it's great to switch things up for Joe because he's been awesome, but the offensive line it seems to be more cohesive. Both D'Amico, we've got a couple of sound bites, and it's interesting. They both talked about this, and were you in Minnesota for the game?
No, I did not make that trip. But I agree that their offensive line looking like much better.
Oh my gosh! But it's the physicality
Yes.
that we're talking about, which they weren't last year. They weren't pushing people off the ball. They weren't. I mean, Joe had himself a really nice year, and I don't know that you can. I don't know how they did it because they really sucked as an offensive line.
They were soft, too. Like, that was my biggest concern. Like, it's one thing to suck and it's one thing to not be good, but it's another thing to be soft and, like, not show the willingness to want to be good and do the things that you have to do in order to be a good offensive line in the NFL.
Yeah. So we got D'Amico and Nick Caley both talking about the physicality. Del, which one do you want to play? D'Amico. Here's D'Amico on the physicality of the offensive line and the offense in a whole against the Vikings.
One thing I liked is just the physicality, starting up front. Like, I turned on the first snap of our offensive line, the way we were coming off the ball, resetting the line of scrimmage, Yacht coming through, playing physical at that fullback position. I just like the physicality that was shown. Of course, there's always room for improvement when it comes to technique and finishing some blocks and things at the second level. Defense being on the same page, like finishing plays. But overall, I'm pleased with how the guys showed up. And it was just, that's the first one. Now I tell guys that the first one really doesn't matter. It's how you show up on the next one and what type of improvements are you showing. So I'm really excited about this week. Like, let's crank the intensity up. We get to go against another team, and let's see who have taken the lessons learned and can they apply them this week.
Yeah. I like that. Nick Caley said the same thing, talking about the physicality of it. And I don't know that they're just blowing smoke or having a, trying to brand this offensive line or whatever they're trying to do. But I listen, there was certainly an improvement. I think that maybe the main thing for me is to be a smarter offensive line, right? I mean, all the simple stunts that they couldn't handle last year, it was mortifying. It was I felt so bad for CJ that they couldn't a simple tackle and stunt that they were getting beat on all the time.
Yeah, and I would actually send video. I know a handful of guys around the league that still play in the league that are offensive linemen. And I would take clips, and I'm like, listen, I don't know how this is assigned or what the assignments are and how to go about blocking this, but it seems pretty simple to me. What do you guys think? And they would always reply with something to the effect of, this is pretty basic. I don't know what they're being coached, so I don't know what their assignments are, but this should be pretty basic. I don't know what's being lost in translation there. So it sounds like just simpling things up. And it's not because the offensive line is so bad they can't figure it out or that they're so stupid they can't figure it out. I think it's just because it was overly complicated and unnecessarily complicated last year. Like, the offensive line doesn't need to be some major thing that you got to figure out every single time. Just see guy in front of you, when in doubt, fire out, move that body.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I don't want to put stupid on them. I want to put, listen, Stosser was not, it just wasn't good.
And I agreed with D'Amico. I said this on my channel, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube, is the best thing I saw was buy-in from this offensive line. I agree with D'Amico, too. Like, there's a lot more to be desired. They got to do a lot more. You got to open up the playbook more. I want to see it more. I want to see more consistency for a longer period of time. But that opening drive, I thought, was really, really good from a lot of people. Nick Caley, the offensive line, creating holes for Daria Ngumbawale, 0 pressures allowed on Davis Mills. Like, so far, so good. Step 1, success. But there's a lot more steps to go until we get to regular season form.
Yeah. Absolutely. No. Listen, but it was at least – listen.
I don't know that we got to this point last year.
Right. Listen, I always look at these preseason games as, it's preseason game. You're playing against the twos or whatever. But at least you look good. Because if you look like crap against the second team, Davis Mills looked really nice. He looked really, really good. You had some guys on defense that looked nice. Now, you weren't playing against the best guys, but you didn't suck. That's the main thing when you're playing in these preseason games. If you look good, now you can take another step and maybe be good against the ones.
You just do what you're supposed to do against who you're supposed to do it against. Like, look good against people that are worse than you. Look good against teams that are worse than you. Then go from there. Right. Just do what you're supposed to do, who you're supposed to do it against.
Absolutely. And you're not game planning and all of those things. But you you got the job done the other day, which was nice. All right, let's break. We got Will Kunkel, and you got to sign up to be in our fantasy. All you have to do is go to the app and sign in. Sign in, and then hit the button where you want to enroll in the possibility of being at our fantasy draft August 28th and 29th, 2 weeks from today. We are going to be drafting. So we got that. And a whole lot more. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. I want to talk about Texas Card House. I mean, they have got – it is awesome what they're doing over Texas Card House. Listen, if you're a tournament player, all right, they got a Saturday $10,000 guarantee, a $40 buy-in, and a $10,000 guarantee. That is incredible. $40 buy-in and $10,000 guarantee. That is at the Cypress, the Spring Cypress location, Spring Cypress and 45, Texas Card House. Okay, and if you think bigger, $100,000 no limit hold'em, and a $40,000 PLO tournament every month. I mean, these are huge. There's a big payoff. Okay. And if you climb the monthly leaderboards, you get 20% of your hours played. Crush the table at Texas Card House. Cash games running 24/7 every day. If you're ready to go all in on poker, Texas Card House is the place to play. When you got guarantees like this, and they've got huge bonuses. It's just so much fun. You're a poker player in the city of Houston. There's one place you have to be. Texas. Well, there's two places: Texas Card House at Green Ridge and Westheimer, or on Spring Cypress, right there at 45. Texas Card House is the premier poker room in Texas. TexasCardHouse.com. All right, so in Houston, we got the biggest and the best, right? I mean, in Texas, everything's bigger. Well, there's not a bigger gun store than Collector's Firearms. There's just not. There's not a better one. It's the best damn gun shop in the world. And, well, here's the deal. If you're the best in America, okay, you're the best in the world because nobody has guns like we got, okay? Gun stores. There's one in Atlanta that I'm not sure. They were not sure so much. No, it's not as good. It's just not as good. Westheimer at Voss. If you haven't been there, I don't care where you are in this city or in the listening area. If you're in Beaumont or you're in Galveston and you're looking for a gun or you're a gun enthusiast, then you're a history buff. You got to go and you got to see this place. It is incredible, incredible. If you're a first-time buyer, this is where you go. The knowledge and the selection, second to none. If you want a gun for protection or you want to hunt, if you're a hunter, this is where you go. This is where you got your shotgun, where you get your rifle, okay? This is where you get it. This is where you get your knives. This is where you get everything that you need to protect yourself or to go on that hunt. There's one place in the city of Houston. Nobody has a wider selection of new and pre-owned guns. They'll buy your gun if you want to sell your gun. 7626 Westheimer at Voss, all right? They also got locations in Dallas and Austin. It's collectorsfirearms.com. Go see for yourself and tell me if it's not worth it. The best gun shop in the world, Westheimer at Voss, it is Collectors Firearms.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. Tropic Thunder is 17 years old today.
Dang.
I'm not sure you can make Tropic Thunder today.
Boy, if you could, it'd be even a bigger hit.
If you try to be
funny.
Yeah. I don't know if you can do Robert Downey Jr.'s role. I'm not sure. Not sure about that, but you just can't be funny anymore. We can't be funny as a society anymore. We just can't.
I mean, you saw what ESPN did with Shane Gillis. He was damn funny, and I thought it went really well. Did you think he was good?
Yeah, so I thought he was great, and my wife was there. She was at the ESPYs.
Oh, wow.
And she thought, what? She said there? Because I said, man, Shane Gillis was awesome. And she was like, what? He was terrible.
Oh, no.
She said they did not receive him well live. They did not receive him well. And you heard him going, oh, come on, guys, it's a joke, because it fell flat. But it was because they were all so sensitive there. I mean,
they're
it's
so
in LA.
afraid. Like,
Yeah.
I talked to someone that was also there. They said that a lot of people thought it was funny, but they were scared to laugh.
Yes.
Which is
yes.
pathetic. Like, so pathetic.
Absolutely.
What
and
betas.
you can't laugh at yourself. I mean, honestly. Ricky Gervais is at the Golden Globes.
Boy, that was different.
That was that was the best ever emceeing job ever. And then and Shane was great, but I don't think he'll do it again. Because everybody there was like, oh, this is terrible. Everybody at home was like, this is the best. This is awesome.
The numbers it did, I looked at it on YouTube, and Pat McAfee hosted 2 years ago, Serena Williams a year ago. In the first 6 hours it was posted on YouTube, he more than doubled up Serena Williams' total viewership and already beat Pat McAfee. So, I mean, at some point ESPN's going to be like, damn, we kind of like the ratings thing. We should do more of that.
Right. Maybe we should. Maybe we could laugh at ourselves, but no, we can't. We can't make fun of the WNBA. I mean, his buddy's girlfriend or wife was.
Dude, the crowd. That was the best part. Was the crowd told on themselves?
Right.
They told that they didn't know anybody from the WNBA, and they just clapped because it was a black woman. They're like, "Oh, must be."
Oh, that's so racist of them. Oh. So racist. All right, I got a question for you because I've been thinking about this. I've seen you with Kelvin Sampson. And you're doing the interview, and what a great interview he is. We've had him on more than a few times, and that dude, he just comes up. He comes up with gold every time. I mean, there's a quote about accountability, or there's a quote about culture and everything else. We are right now at the height, I think, of coaches that I've been there. I've been in Houston for 30, going on 40 years now. There's never been a better time coaching-wise. I just watched a clip with Dan Wetzel and Reese Davis, and they were talking about Willie Fritz. And Willie hasn't proven it here yet, but Willie's a proven winner everywhere he goes. And he's already – I mean, they were ranked 31st in the country. And I just saw a list of, who's the best teams in the country, 1 through 116. And the Cougs, they had 31st, which is high for the Cougs, and they've got talent. And they're looking good. But we got Kelvin Sampson, we got Ime, we got Joe Espada, we got D'Amico, and they're all culture. Every single one of those guys is a culture guy. I don't know, and you know what? You can say what you want about all of them. And Joe's going to be manager of the year, and D'Amico is unbelievable, and Ime has turned that thing around. Kelvin Sampson's the best of them.
Kelvin's the best of them. He's done it for the longest. He's done it at the highest level of his sport. And they're all culture guys, but you know what? They're all defense guys. They're all guys you have to buy in and be willing to play defense. It's not an individual game. Kelvin Sampson has built his program around defense and culture. Ime Udoka, that he does it a way that guys do not do it in the NBA. You have to be willing to play defense, and you have to be accountable, and he will hold that standard high, and he'll put you on the bench next to him if you don't do that. Same thing with the Astros. Joe Espada, that accountability and that standard is still high. You play defense well at the very least. You run the bases well. And then D'Amico Ryans, all defense, all culture, all standard. And then Willie Fritz. We'll find out what they are this year in the Big 12 because you got to do it at the next level. Doing it at Tulane is one thing. Doing it at Houston in the Big 12 is another thing. I love the way he's building his program around culture as well because when Holgerson left, I had Willie Fritz in studio and I had some other people that I was talking to. And I asked some other people, what's the biggest difference with Willie now in the building versus Dana when he was the head coach? And he said that the the other coaches on the team didn't even know his name. And this is a guy that had been around the program for years and was integral part of the program. No one even knew his name. They never stopped to say hi or anything like that. With Willie Fritz, it's different. Everyone knows his name. You say hi, you say hello, you have a conversation. The culture has changed. So all those guys, like you said, culture-driven and defense-led. So it's an awesome time to be a head coach in Houston.
No. And it's all because of, and like you said, it's a selfless thing. Because when you play defense, you are being
team first.
You're being selfless. You're a team. Yeah, it's all about the team. And man, I love it. I put a soundbite in about Kevin Durant. Oh, I don't know if I put it in, Dell. I'm not sure if I put it in. But McMahon. This is interesting. McMahon talking about now. Kevin Durant comes here. Kevin Durant is eligible for a 2-year, $118 million extension, and I'm torn on this one because we don't want to lose Jalen for just a 1-year Kevin Durant, right? But Kevin Durant says he wants this to be the place. After a year of Ime, I don't know. We'll see whether or not Kevin Durant is still going to love it because Ime is a taskmaster and he's a driver and he's going to. Unless they've been together before and they love each other. So, I'm not saying that could be a possibility, but it sure would be nice to have the Kevin Durant extension done. But apparently, that's not the priority right now.
There's not a sense of urgency to get it done right now. The Rockets have other business that they need to handle this summer, primarily the extension for Tari Eason. Look, it was a big splash. It was potentially the final piece that they needed to be a real deal contender, that go-to guy that they were sorely missing last season. Big splash, but they didn't push all their chips in. They were very patient as far as the pursuit of a trade for Kevin Durant. Matter of fact, I wouldn't say they pursued it. They waited till the price was at a value that they felt was comfortable for them. Kevin Durant's their best player. He's not necessarily their priority, and that's not an insult to him. Their priority is making sure that they have as long of a runway as possible while trying to cash in on this window that they've created by getting Kevin Durant. And certainly, I think both sides want that to be more than a 1-year window, but it's not going to be a max extension. If that was the priority for Kevin Durant, it would have been done in conjunction with the trade, and he probably wouldn't have ended up in Houston. So I think you're going to see both sides take a patient approach. They will work together. But again, I don't think this is an urgent situation. And even if they get to camp, even if they get to the start of the season, if it's not done, I don't think you're going to see panic from either side. They want to work together. They want to position themselves to win a championship. And the Rockets want to be positioned to contend for championships long after KD has hung up his shoes.
Yeah. I agree with all of that, and I'm glad. This immediately we've got to throw all the money that we possibly can at the guy. And nobody, listen, the contracts for Jalen and for Alpi and Jabari, and we'll see what happens with Tari here, but they've all been team-friendly. These other organizations that just go max guy, max guy, max guy, the Rockets don't do it that way. And it seems like, I don't know why, but Rockets players are okay with it. I'm not getting the max. That's okay. I'll take what you guys are offering.
I think the Rockets have the ability to do that as well because they had so many guys behind whatever guy you want to talk about. The depth and the youngness that they had was incredible, and that's why they were able to go out and get Kevin Durant, fleece the Suns. They waited in the lurch for that situation because it was such a disaster over there. You can get better right now and preserve the future as well. I was talking to Steve Clifford, though, a couple years ago. He was the head coach for the Hornets and the head coach for the Magic, but he was an assistant coach with the Nets when Kevin Durant was there. And he was telling me that there is no guy that loves basketball more and works harder in practice and shooting drills and you name it than Kevin Durant. All Kevin Durant wants to do is win. I know there's a perception about him possibly in the public because he bounced from OKC out to Golden State and then over to Brooklyn and just kind of tries to chase that ring. I think part of that's probably true, and it doesn't look great, and you combine that with the fact that it is the NBA and it's the era of super teams with what LeBron did and Dwayne and Chris Bosh. But I think it's going to work out beautifully in Houston. I think this is a great spot for him to be. He can be a mentor, he can be the top dog, and then he can also load manage because they have the bodies behind him to be able to preserve him for come playoff time. So I love the matchup with him and Ime.
Yeah, we were talking about that. You think they load manage as far as the second game of a back-to-back?
I think as much as they deem necessary. He played a handful of back-to-backs last year. So he's willing to do whatever it takes to win. He's not a guy that is a big load management guy. However, with his age and the fact that you have youth and you are chasing a championship here, you do whatever it takes to make sure that he is healthy come playoff time. The goal isn't to be the second seed in the West. The goal isn't to make the playoffs. Those were the previous goals for the Rockets. Yeah. The goals now are to print the shirts and plan the parade. That's the idea at this point. And you have to have Kevin Durant, obviously, as healthy as possible come the playoffs.
All right. Will Kunkel with us here at Will Kunkel V on Twitter. Give him a follow and see his work on X, rather. And check out what he does. He does a great job. He's with us in studio. Lance is off today. He's no longer with us. He's not with us today. He's just not with us today. But today is the day that you get to our app and you sign up for possibility of being in our fantasy draft 2 weeks from today at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. All you have to do is go to the app. If you're not signed up yet on the app, if you are signed up, you just hit the button that enters you puts you in the hopper. Or if you're not signed up yet, sign up, and then you hit the button to put you in the hopper so that you got a possibility of being in our fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. HRP is what we're talking about today. I am a big fan personally. My son is over there now. I talked to him yesterday. He's been there for this is going on his second week now with HRP, and he loves it. The main thing is the people. Okay, and it's so funny. The technology is so good. Everything that the way that they go about it is so good. I mean, it's perfect. They're always, our paycheck is great. They always giving us the best HR advice, our taxes, all of this stuff. The 401k plans, perfect for our company and everything else, which they help us along with. They don't sell those, but they help us along. But it's the people, because they have a vested interest. And all of those people are fantastic. And you ask, why do all these people come in and give a personal recommendation to HRP? It's because of the personal relationship that they have with HRP. The HRP has a vested interest in your business, and they want you to succeed, so they're going to do all that they can in helping you get there. If your business is struggling with some of these issues, if your business is spending too much with your admin company, look at ours. Absolutely free. They'll come over and they'll tell you the plan. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. It's all about the people at HRP.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Del, it seems like we are close to being on time on breaks. I don't know what's different today.
Well, when you ask Will or propose something to Will, sports related, he can stay on topic and it doesn't devolve into a brain fog induced rant about whatever Lance has going on in his life. So I can explain it to you if that's not clear enough.
She's not a good person, Will. Del is just not a good person.
You asked the question knowing you would get a response.
Ugly things he says about people.
You asked me a question knowing what response you're looking for, and you got it. Now I'm the problem.
I got to call Chris Fisher at HRP.
Why are you calling Chris Fisher for HRP, Lance's alleged issue?
Because we're a team here.
We are a team, and a team knows you're only as strong as your weakest link.
You must be the guy on the YouTube chat channel as well right now, Del. People saying we're staying on topic today. I wonder why.
I am not that guy.
They love him on Twitch. They love him.
Twitch does not love me, but
Twitch loves Del.
Well, I operate in this way. There's no I in team, but there is one in win. And all I want to do is win. And winning for me on this show is having reasonable breaks, reasonable segments, and we're having that today.
You're a reasonable man, Del.
That's all I'm looking for. I don't want to have to combine breaks.
He's the voice of reason.
I don't want to have to combine breaks 3 times a show. That's all. Okay. That's all.
We do that all the time. We actually do that all the time. All right, I got a question for you. Jalen Mills is signed. What's the deal? I mean, we talked a little bit. You feel like there's a good possibility Joe Mixon is going to be back for the first game. What's the deal with Jimmy Ward? What is behind the scenes? What's being said? What's going on? Are we going to see Jimmy Ward this year?
That's such a good question. I don't know. I genuinely, this is one thing I just don't know because the legal system is involved. The NFL will certainly get involved with their own investigation. And then we just see if he's in football shape by the time it comes around because I'm sure he's staying in shape. But as we all know, there's a difference between being in shape and football shape. And who knows where he's going to be because he hasn't been out in the practice field and training camp not even once. So this is one of those things we're just going to have to let it play out in the real world and then get to football when we get there. But this team certainly needs another body at safety with C.D. Johnson going down and now Jimmy Ward as well.
Well, but C.D.'s coming back, right?
Yeah, eventually. Nice report, and whoever that was tore his ACL. That appeared to be false. Could you imagine being that kind of wrong?
Well, that was...
John, I don't know if you kept track of what went on that particular night. But Will's, what you just heard, was the consensus from people who do this for a living, who are reporting, who cover practices. They took glee. And, it's subtle, but you could tell from someone who knows the game a little bit, you could tell there is a bit of enjoyment from the people acknowledging that the initial report was wrong. I saw some capitalizing of not torn ACL. I saw that. Trust. It was a night of things like Will just did.
Yeah. Listen, when you try to break, when you try to break stories, I've done it before. I've been wrong before. It's the worst. It's the gut-wrenching. I know and listen, that never goes away either because you tweeted it out. Those words never get off that page. They're screen capped. People have it's one of the worst feelings in the world to be wrong like that.
If you have a soul.
Wow.
I'm just saying, how many times can we play this game? How many times can you steal something from somebody else, use it, and act like it's your own, and then all of a sudden act like you care about being come on.
Dale, I'm not sure. I didn't know that there was this kind of vitriol.
Neither did I.
I had no idea, by the way.
Neither did I.
So you got to, in our rundown, Dal, you got a little interview with Cal and Hannah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure we should play now.
I'm not sure.
I know who did that. All right, we've talked about coaches. We're pretty good with owners now too. Ever since Hannah took over, because when Cal was running it, it was not good. And now it's better, but they're still, if there's a totem pole, they're still on the bottom rung because there's nobody Nobody better than Jim Crane. And Tillman is like turning into what his moves that he has made, and big ups, to Patrick and Rafael Stone, because they are doing an unbelievable job making Tillman look good. But Tillman's got to okay all the money and everything else, and the moves that the Rockets are making. I mean, it took a while, the Cully year, the Lovey year, and now getting it right with D'Amico. That's great. But Easterby, that whole. I mean, that just put a fog over this organization for a few years. Bill O'Brien, I mean, it was just terrible, terrible, terrible. So now it's better because Hannah's taken over. But I don't know about you, but there's no better owner, maybe in the game, maybe top 5 in all of sports than Jim Crane.
Yeah, and the best thing that owners do is stay out of the way and allow people that they hire, presumably good hires, to do what they do. And that's what those owners do. It's funny the way we talk about it, though. It's like these guys have made great decisions. What they actually haven't done is make decisions at all. They just say, hey, go out, do what you do. I hired you for a reason.
Well, Jim Crane had a hiccup.
Yep, yeah, exactly. And that's what's so funny, right? Like it's a very clear blip on the radar. Oh, what happened like right there? Oh, Jim. There he is.
Yeah, you had nobody. You were getting advice from former players as opposed to people who are, are in the business. And for whatever reason that he got rid of his general manager after winning a World Series, I mean, maybe it was just a personal class. Whatever the case may be, he didn't like whatever the case may be. That's all fine. But the decisions they made before they brought Dana on with the Jose Abreu, with the Montero deal. I mean, it was just awful. But that's the only blip in his ownership. And you know what? You get hey, everybody makes mistakes, right? But he has been fantastic. And you know what? We're pretty lucky with the owners that we've got right now. And, I mean, Tillman's not on top, not only going to be a Rockets owner, but it looks like we're getting the WNBA here. And
he owns the Cougs as well.
He owns the Cougs. That's right. He's got that ownership in that program. So, and he's done a hell of a job with that. He's done a hell of a job with that as well, owning that university. But what do you think? I mean, can we trade for Caitlin Clark here? Do you think that we got a chance?
What?
Yeah, I think we should trade for Caitlin Clark. That's just my opinion.
You think the Fever are going to pull a Nico Harrison?
Well, listen, they might be forced to. I mean, being in Indiana, I know she's a Midwestern girl and all of that, but I mean, honestly, the league will be much better off if she's in Houston.
Now you know what? You know the WNBA takes a leap when one of their star players asks to go to a big city.
Can you demand a trade in the WNBA?
I don't know. I've never.
I want to
think
take
it's
my
happened.
$30,000 elsewhere.
See,
That's right. That's right. I
think it's been done, but we just don't care. So if Caitlin Clark or an Asia Wilson or Paige Beckers, then we know they've reached new heights. When one of their star players goes, I can't win here, send me someplace else, and we're actually covering it, then they take a leap. Not none of the stuff that's gone on the last couple weeks. Sure, that interests you, John. But as far as a real league that we're going to cover, I need a trade demand from one of the stars. To Houston, preferably.
Yeah, no. Listen, it's a much more affordable city for these poor.
Than Indianapolis?
Well, no. Like if you're in New York or L.A.
Okay.
Do they have teams in New York and L.A.?
They do. The Sparks and the Liberty.
Do?
Yes.
Well,
you should know this, considering we're going to be one of the cities with the team.
Will, how are your sources in the WNBA? Good? You're going to be good?
Elite. Van Chancellor, my man.
He's going to be your source?
He's been out for 25 years.
Van?
And he's the closest source any of us have. But, hey, listen, if we that wouldn't be bad if we got a WNBA team. That'd be fun.
They need a star. They need to put a
once a year, Caitlin Clark will show up here. It'll be great.
You want to talk about buying high. Whew. If you get an WNBA team now, you're buying at the peak. I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, this is the peak. It absolutely is. And you get it for $250 million. That's a bargain today.
What a deal.
Yeah, you could, and you could lose money every year.
Hey,
for just $250 million, they'll let you lose money every single year,
and then have your employees demand you pay them more.
Right, because you owe them.
They we know the new TV deal is going to be more profitable than it's ever been. They just want more of the share than
Okay,
the, what,
what
9%.
They just signed an 11-year deal. What are you
What's
talking about?
15% of zero?
9%.
What is 15% of 0%?
Allegedly,
$0?
I'm not into the finances, but the people who look into that stuff say, shockingly, an ownership group is telling people that they're not making any money. Apparently, people don't say they're cooking the books in that regard.
I'll bet. I'll make that bet though. I will bet that the owners are making money. Like there's just no way they're just taking a haircut every day.
And the Valkyries.
Oh, I don't know. Well, this new deal though, but they just signed a deal before. They're so dumb. They signed a deal before the biggest star ever to come into their league. Right before she does, they signed a 11-year TV deal or whatever it was.
Well, they weren't in a pool. Oh yeah, the WNBA owners, yeah, they did that. But so one of the reasons that they believe that the owners aren't necessarily telling the truth is the evaluation of the Valkyries as far as that new franchise who they sold. The buy-in was bigger than it's ever been for a WNBA team. So the franchises are worth more now than they've ever been. So they're thinking, well, you're the same group of people who run the NBA, and we're telling the players you weren't making money. We don't really believe what you're saying because you're never honest about anything.
Tillman would never lie in a business situation ever. So.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That's how businessmen work.
Right. I believe the governors on this. I'm going with the governors on this one. Okay.
Okay.
Time to talk about. I'm going with the Golden Nugget. I'm going to the Golden Nugget. We're all going to the Golden Nugget. Dell can't wait. Favorite days ever.
I like being at the Golden Nugget.
I know it is fun.
It is fun, and I don't have to deal with you two.
The hell?
We go.
Not you, Will. It's
every time we
Lance
go
and
to the Golden Nugget. Me, Dell, and Lance. We all meet up. We hang out. It's so much fun. We watch games together. It is. It's an experience that you're going to have with your buddies, like me and like Lance and Dell, my buddies. We have a big time at the Golden Nugget Lake Shows. And listen, the football season is here. But you got to make your reservations if you want to go to the DraftKings Sportsbook and watch games on the weekend because it's packed. If you want to reserve a table, you got to reserve the table. Otherwise, you're not getting into the DraftKings. Now, they got seats at the bar, but good luck. Good luck with that, too, because nobody gets up the entire day. They sit there all day because the games are fantastic. DraftKings Sportsbook is one of the best places. So make plans and reserve your table, especially opening weekend of the NFL season. Holy crap, is that going to be huge? So you still got time to make your do your fantasy draft there. Go to goldennuggetlc.com and see the package they have available for that. But to me, it's a no-brainer going to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles as opposed to Las Vegas. So much faster to get there, so much cheaper to get there, and you got the same quality casino, restaurants, nightclubs, everything. It's same Vegas quality. So you're looking for a place to go get your gamble on while you're watching football. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Will Kunkel with us here in studio on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Anything that we've talked about, you're more than welcome to get in and hang out with us. 713-780-3776. A reminder for those of you just joining us, just go to our app and sign up to be in our fantasy draft 2 weeks from today. All you have to do is sign up. Today, every hour, everybody is invited. If you've never signed up on our app before, it's really easy to sign up, but you got to do that first, and then hit the button to be invited into the hopper for a chance to be in our fantasy draft. Houston Restaurant Weeks is happening right now. So if you're looking for a great place, I mean, there's a lot of places you can't afford to go to. Okay, I'm not saying which ones you can't afford. I don't know what your budget is. But even if you go to really nice restaurants, this is an unbelievable deal. $55 for dinner at some of these restaurants is a steal. And they'll donate. If you buy a $55 dinner, they'll donate 15 meals to the Houston Food Bank. If you buy a $39 deal or 9 meals, $25 lunch or brunch, 3 meals. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com and see all the restaurants, which are awesome, awesome, awesome. Thanks for participating. All right, 713-780-3776. We haven't talked about the Astros in a while. They win the series, and they beat the Red Sox, which is nice. Boston is just a really good team. Listen, it's wide open right now in the American League. The Astros, for as bad as it's been, and the lull that they've had, and all the injuries that they've had, and the inconsistencies offensively, and, well, they've been pretty consistent for the most part with pitching for most of the year. But they're only 2 games out of the best record in the American League. And they're 1 game ahead of the Mariners. Now, Baltimore walked off last night in Baltimore, which was nice. Baltimore walked them off. Matt Holliday's son, with the game-winning base hit. That was nice. So you got a game lead now you got Hunter Brown. Not looking like the Hunter Brown we're used to, but still much better than he was in a couple of starts, about 3 starts ago. You saw some good things out of Christian Javier, out of Spencer Arrighetti. Now Framber tonight. We need to get Framber back tonight, Will. We got to see the Framber, the ground ball Framber, who doesn't have a lot of traffic on the bases. We got to see that Framber tonight.
Yeah, tonight you cannot give up 4 runs like he did in 5 2/3 against the Yanks, or 5 runs like he did against the Boston Red Sox in 6 innings. He's had a very bad August, and this was going to happen with even the best pitchers in the game. You're going to have blips. The tough part for the Astros is the fact that you don't have a 3-starter, 4-starter, or 5-starter, and if you try to go to a 6-man rotation, I don't even know who that would be, but you're just trying to save arms to get down to October. Is that you got to have your top guys be their best at all times, and you can't survive some of these blips. So right now you got to get Framber back to where he was when he was so dang good in July and June and the rest of the season. He hasn't had a win since July 22nd. So tonight's a good get-right game for him against Baltimore, not a very good baseball team.
So, and then tomorrow you got Jason Alexander. And I'm torn on this one. Because Jason Alexander, his last 2 starts, he's gone 12 innings with no earned runs. Last 2 starts, 6 and 6. 4 of his last 6 starts, he's gone 6 innings. Now, 1, he blew up against the Athletics, but otherwise, he's looked damn good. He's got 20 in those starts. I mean, he had 4 2/3 where he gave up 2 runs. He had 3 innings where he gave up no runs as well. But in those starts, he has 7 earned runs in 24 innings. And that's with a blow-up of 5 runs against the Athletics.
Yeah, so, he's been good.
He's been really good. And now it's going to be risky business. Like, if Brandon Walter didn't get hurt, I don't know how you could have gotten him out of the rotation. And right now, I mean, he went to New York. He went to Yankee Stadium and shut them down on 1 hit for 6 innings. I mean, goodness gracious, this guy's pitching well. And I said when Arrighetti came back and when Javier came back, we talked about it on the show. We got to have a little bit of patience because they don't, they haven't been here for a while now with the injuries, especially Javier, 447 days or whatever since he had last pitched in the big leagues. you're going to have some patience. Well, I don't know that we have time for patience with Luis Garcia or J.P. France or Lance McCullers, especially when we got a guy that's throwing like Alexander is.
Yeah, I don't know that you have time for patience with those guys, but you're able to, when you get other guys back, you can afford to give those guys opportunities to try to get right. And to be fair with Alexander, it's a small sample size. And I think they probably know he's not exactly a top line starter. This is not exactly what he's going to do if he were to pitch 150 innings in a season. This isn't exactly who he is. But you ride him as long as you can. You try to catch lightning in a bottle as long as you can and piece it together until the other guys get back. And if he's that's what's been so awesome about the Astros this year, whether it's Trammell or Hummel or Short or Alexander or Colton Gordon, whoever it is, they've come up and they've played like and they performed like a top-line starter for the period of time that they've been asked. We know that if we extrapolate that throughout an entire season, they're not going to do that the entire year. That's why they're in the minors. That's who they are over a long period of time. But in a short sample size, if you can pull them up, catch lightning in a bottle, get healthy, get right, like that's what an organization is built on. And that's what's been so cool is that everyone they've called up has performed for the short period of time needed. And now it's like, all right, cool, thanks, we're good. Thanks for your service, back down to Sugarland.
Yeah. Well, and now maybe, what's it, Jude Law or Keith Law or Rudy Law or Vance, whatever his name is, that constantly has the Astros minor league system 30th, 29th, or 30th. Guess what? I mean, guy after guy after guy out of that minor league system has had to come up and win at the big league level. So you can shut up, whatever your name is.
I really wish Jude Law was making trips to Sugarland to take a look at the Astros minor league system in between movie roles. He just goes, man, this Jason Alexander doesn't have it.
But come see my new movie.
Yeah, I wish he would double up.
Whatever his name is.
Keith, I believe. Keith Law.
Keith Law. Yeah. You can shut up about the Astros now, okay? Because you're wrong. Look at the guys that are coming up and contributing.
But to be fair, those guys aren't being called up in a year or two and they're going to be stars for the Astros. Like, they're great serviceable guys for short periods, don't you think?
No.
So Zach Short's the future at short?
Well, I mean, what I saw to Brandon Walter, holy crap.
Yeah, they got I didn't, first of all, did you know that AJ Blueball's got 98 coming out of the paw?
I know. Woo! And he looked good up here, and he's just killing it down there. Of course, what did Luis Garcia just do? He was down. How many strikeouts did he have, Del?
I believe 6.
6 strikeouts Luis Garcia had. I mean, he can't rock the baby anymore. But what we saw of him after he couldn't rock the baby wasn't good. But he's the cavalry is coming. Okay, and then there's Jordan. And apparently he is making progress, still, according to...
If you're always halfway there, you never actually get to your destination.
Yeah, if you're always halfway there, right. That is, Will, why... See, we don't get that philosophical on this show, Will. You can't bring that
Too
to
early
this show.
for that crap.
We say stupid stuff like Jude Law. Okay? That's what we say. We don't do philosophy like that, right, Del?
It's true.
You got to know your audience.
I mean,
Will.
honestly.
Maybe kicking it with Kunkel people know what that, okay.
John and Lance have cultivated an audience who doesn't understand what you just said, don't know where it came from, and we'll be looking it up here shortly. But, yes, right. Jordan, if he's always in the midst of coming back, he'll never get here. Yes, correct.
If he's always halfway there.
Yeah.
You're always halfway there and never there.
That's true.
I get it now. Now I get it.
Yeah, I'm glad after repeating it to yourself a couple times, you now get it.
Yeah. All right, 713-780. Catching up on breaks here. Now, even Will, is he sitting in that seat? Is he in Lance's seat?
No, that's not on Will because the segment before you kept talking and now. But we're not too far if we go to break now.
Right. See, we don't have a producer like you had on TV.
I just told you to go to break now, and all you're doing is ripping me to extend the segment.
Well, we don't have a producer like in your ear saying, you got a minute and a half, and that's it. Will, so hurry up and get out so that we can see the pandas at the zoo for the last segment. You don't have that here.
Yeah, I was notorious for taking my 2 minutes into about 6 minutes on TV.
Right. All right, let's break it here. We'll talk about GimmeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf is notorious for being a money giver away. This dude just gives money away. Don't understand it. He hates money apparently, because that's all he does is give it away. He's got a 20. How about this? GimmeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GimmeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every single month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website GimmeTheVin.com. But it's so easy. You log on to GimmeTheVin.com. You enter your license plate or your VIN number, and you get an offer in minutes, literally minutes, that is going to be well above any dealer quote. And you go out. They'll bring, if you want them to pick up your car, you want them to bring you the check, they'll do all of it. They'll do everything. I mean, it cannot be easier. And then when you sell them your car, you get 1,000 chances in the hopper to win $25,000 in cash. How about that? And people do that. They sell their car, they make more money than they would selling it anywhere else, and then on top of it, they win $25,000. That's happening every month at GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
A lot of backlash today about NFL cheerleader reveals.
Gross.
It's there's a lot more guys, let's say, in the cheerleading world than there have been in the past.
There have always been, well, not always, but male college cheerleaders.
Yes.
This is a little different, Dell. Have you seen the video?
I've seen it. I mean, I'm not bothered by it
How
because
many times did you watch it?
I don't want to incriminate myself. I'm not bothered by it, but I know people are. You know how many times I'm actually going to see the Minnesota Vikings cheerleaders? Never.
Right.
Not, at least not when they actually perform on the field. I'm seeing it on social media because people are talking about it. But yeah, it's not what traditionally you would see. I don't think the Cowboys would do this.
Is there a group like clamoring for this though? Like, is there a want and a desire for this somewhere that I'm missing?
If you don't know, the Minnesota Vikings have a couple. One, I think they have two, but one prominently is being talked about because of the hair, maybe there's some lip gloss going on, but they do have two male cheerleaders, I believe. And no, I don't know that people are asking for it, but I guess Minnesota's saying we are not going to discriminate, and if the person can dance and entertain, they got a shot to win a spot.
This is another situation where you got to know your audience, though. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure this is right for NFL audiences, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, you can be politically correct and all of that stuff, but I mean, I just find it like,
I guess if it's not written down, they can't expressly go no men.
You can do whatever you want.
I guess you don't have to hire or have them win the job, but let them try out. I just don't know what the legality of all of this is.
You can do whatever you want, like whatever. I'm just asking, is there a demand for this? Usually as a business, you supply a demand. Like, is there a demand for these men wearing skirts and prancing around? I don't know.
I don't know that these two will be wearing skirts. Maybe.
I thought they were.
Maybe a pantsuit. I don't know.
They look.
No,
but this isn't like these dudes that like hold the girls up and flip them. This is them playing the role of the female. This is the female role that they're playing.
I don't know. I don't know that anyone's looking for it outside of these men who.
That's what I'm asking. Like, so why are we doing
do
something if there's no demand for it? I understand doing something in the form of demand, but whatever.
Right. There is no demand for this, and I just shot it. It's know your audience. Like Will talking about philosophy, you got to know your audience. I'm watching the Astros game the other day, and there's a women's shampoo commercial on there, and I thought to myself, I said, you just wasting some money here.
Women don't watch the Astros?
I don't know. It's a smaller percent. It's a small percentage.
It's a smaller percentage than the men.
You can spend your money in a better way, I think. Right? I mean, if you're advertising, you want to hit a market.
Well, I don't know.
I need those Pecker Pills commercials.
Right. I mean, that's a much better. You got an older guy sitting there going, "Man, I'd like to get some of that."
Well, you have
so shady.
John, you have lived a life where Wendy's schedule would mean she's generally not at home when you're watching Astros games. I don't know how it works. I'm not married. Do men sit down at home and watch the games with their wives?
I will say my wife watches the Astros when I have them on, for sure. She gets engaged. She'll yell at the umpire and say that's a baloney call.
So I don't know that a guy will sit down and his wife will be off doing something else in the same house. Sometimes I guess they sit down and watch the game. So maybe that's what they think. Wives and husbands sit down and watch the game, and some women just watch Astros baseball because they love it.
Yeah.
You tell me. I'm not the married man.
I had to set up a room with multiple TVs so that I could watch the game while we watch something else. Now, she does. She's a sports fan, but baseball, day in, day out, watching the Astros every day is not something that she's not about that life. So, but she loves sports too in doses. So, yeah. So it is. I don't know. Know your audience, and I don't think this trend going to male cheerleaders is I think they're tone deaf. I understand that they're trying to do something here, DEI wise or whatever, or politically correct wise or whatever, but it's not being received well. It's just not, and I don't know. I've been on the side of Texas A&M. Get some female cheerleaders.
Well, they don't call them cheerleaders; they're yell leaders.
Yeah, I've been away at LSU. I got to tell you, it is not well received there. It is.
What do the yell leaders do on a game-to-game basis? Aren't they just doing chants and doing all that odd Aggie stuff that they do?
Why do you describe it as odd Aggie stuff?
Because it is odd in comparison to what happens at other stadiums with their entertainment. Because first, obviously, it's men and women, and they do the little rocking and swaying and whatever,
shooting the guns. And
look,
kicking back and
college campuses and traditions. Everyone has their thing, but when we're judging oddness as far as going across the country, the Aggies rank pretty high
if
in
you
comparison.
mean by odd is different,
odd, different.
Right,
it's out of the ordinary in comparison to what other people do.
Is queer the same as that?
I don't like when you use it because it goes in directions I don't want to go in.
What is the definition of queer?
Yeah, you play this game all the time, but considering who it's coming from, I don't want to get into it because
means it's odd.
I understood, but you say it specifically because that word generally isn't used. If I thought you just wanted to say a different way of odd, I'd agree. Okay, go ahead. But you like saying it for the reaction.
Like right now, Will is gay. Look how happy he is.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Yes, in one definition, yes, you are correct. But also for Will, he would probably prefer you just say, "Look how happy he is."
So have you?
Because
have you seen Jim Jeffries stand up?
You know how I know you shouldn't do this, because if Kelvin Sampson, if you were talking to Kelvin Sampson and you said, "Kelvin, you made the Final Four. Look how gay, I saw how gay you were out there." You wouldn't do it that way. You go, "Look how happy. I saw how happy you were."
I might do that.
No chance.
You're wrong. I might do that.
Not to him.
Yeah.
Okay? Try it next time, next time he's on, because we haven't talked to him since they lost in the title game. Man, Kelvin,
how gay were you?
The highs and lows. When you cut down those nets and won the regional, how gay did you feel? You're not gonna do that.
So have you seen Jim Jeffries stand up?
I've seen some of it.
Okay, so he says, okay, let's look at the statistics. Lesbian marriage has the fewest divorces, followed by heterosexual. Lesbian marriage has the most divorces, followed by heterosexual, followed by gay marriages. They're the least divorced, the lowest divorce rate, gay marriage. And he said there's a reason. In lesbian, there's 2 women involved, okay? In heterosexual, there's 1. In gay marriage, there's none. You know what gay means, right? It means happy, okay? So this is, I don't know. I don't know how we got there.
You just wanted to somehow mention gay again and also take a shot at how women ruin marriages. I don't know what you're doing. Coming from a married man.
I mean, I think that we have. Married. I mean, I think we've insulted the Aggies enough so far, and women so far in this segment.
I mean, don't say we.
Well, you're the one.
I got after the Aggies, and now you're going after women.
No. I love women. I love my wife.
Yes,
I love my wife.
You're a girl dad. You love that too.
Yes.
You have a granddaughter that you love.
Yes.
So
I'm a girl granddad.
So what you're saying is, do as I do, not as I say.
Right. I always do that. I always say that. I always say that because I don't want anybody doing as I say. Nobody in the world. I want them doing what I say. Except one thing.
Well, you've played this well. Not a word. You've played this well, Will. Not a word from you.
Smiles and smirks, man.
Well done, Will.
Yeah.
Well, Will stayed away from.
He's Teflon in some ways. I've been here long enough that I can go back and forth with him and be Teflon. I'm not sure about you yet, so this is good for you. Not a word. Just let him go, and we can go to break now.
Yeah, you've done shows with Lance before. right?
Yeah, tomorrow on a Friday is going to be interesting.
Oh, yeah, but it's going to be different than doing it with me.
Very different.
I don't think he's going to bring up these subjects.
You won't have to be silent to protect yourself as much tomorrow as you have been in this last segment.
You don't have to take the fifth. You don't have to plead the fifth on that show.
Fifth?
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll during breaks. You do some. You'll interact with your audience on camera. Save all your best stuff for there because John's just going to ruin anything you say on this show.
Noted.
It's my job. So I don't want you to do what I say except a couple of things, like Coors Lights. That I want you to do. That I feel like it's important in your life. I think it's very important in your life that you have as many Coors Lights and you drink Coors Light as opposed to the other brands. And there's other brands out there, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. But I think there's other beers out there, and you have a choice. Well, in my life, there's only one brand, and that's Coors Light. And I want you to try it, please. And you may, I don't know, Les Filling, whatever, Dylan Mulroney, whatever. I mean, you could drink whatever you want. But if you haven't tried a Coors Light, please try one. Let's go. Jump on this train because this train is full steam ahead with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm a big fan. I hope that you will be too. If you got guys coming, I'm telling you, if you have Coors Light and some other brand in your refrigerator, guys are going to choose the Coors Light. Hey, give me one of those Coors Lights. That's what they're going to choose. So make sure that you got it on hand, 6, 12 case of beer. Make sure the mountains are blue. So when your boys come over, they got cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. There's only one beer for me, and that's cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Summer Circuit continues. ESPN Houston every week. This week, the boys are at Brick House Tavern and Tap in Humble tomorrow from noon until 6. Brick House Tavern and Tap in Humble. Stop on by and sign up to win a brand new pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. That's a great gift we've given away. And so the Summer Circuit continues. And the listener party is September 5th at St. Arnold's Brewery. We're giving away tickets. You got to listen all day long to get those tickets. And go to our app right now and sign up. If you haven't signed up on our app before, it's easy. It takes a couple minutes. And then press the enter to be in our fantasy draft button. And you possibly could be 2 weeks from today at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're going to have a big time. I think 7 o'clock, Dell, is when we're going to draft. We'll have dinner and draft. We'll have food, all kinds of great food at the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Yeah, Joe is making sure to figure out when the guys can get down there because maybe they got work that day. So they got to we're going to plan that out, make sure everybody can be there on time because, we're going to be there starting Wednesday night because we got a show Thursday morning. Right. I think the listeners, their 2-day night stay is two-night stay, it's Thursday night and Friday night. So we're just going to make sure you guys are all good and set up to go, and then we'll certainly get our draft started.
Well, I think you should just take off of work or quit your job.
I mean, that seems harsh or rash, considering we're not giving them any money, but they don't win like $60K to win the league, so giving up a job for
Tillman's giving away money in the casino every day.
I don't know if giving away is how you should put that.
Well, he gives it away when you win it, okay?
But how are you going to give it back?
You're not giving it back.
John, how much money did you give back last time you were there?
There's a really good chance you give it back, but not if you're smart. Right? That depends on your intelligence.
Would you gauge yourself as smart during your trips at the Golden Nugget?
No one ever said that.
All right.
So that's 2 weeks from today. Del, explain this Christian Pulisic and Tim Weah thing.
Timothy Weah and Christian Pulisic, however you want to pronounce that, and his dad have taken issue with former players on the U.S. national team's comments about them because those two individuals did not play in this most recent Gold Cup. I went to the final right here in town at NRG and watched Mexico beat them 2-1. They weren't involved in the Gold Cup. They got criticized for not playing for their country. Those two leaned into, hey, we've had a long season. We're tired. This is about getting ourselves ready for the season to come, and we want to be at our best. They have taken the hits, and they've responded. Pulisic has a documentary, which means he can react to these things in a cultivated way. So this is him, Weah, and at the very end, you're going to hear Pulisic's dad fire back at ex-national team members who have criticized them.
I'd say the most annoying thing, and for me the biggest cop-out of all time, is when, especially, all pundits want to say, they didn't want it. They didn't have the heart. Back in our day, we would fight and we would die on that field.
When we were on the field, there were guys on the field all
That's
over
Landon
the field
Donovan.
who, if they didn't perform well, their club team probably lost. But there's not a lot of guys who fall into that.
I think those guys are chasing checks, and for me, I just feel like they're really equal, honestly, because they've been players and they know what it's like when you're getting bashed, and those are the same guys that'll turn around and shake your hand and try to be friendly with you at the end of the day.
That's where
these guys want clicks. It's social media, it's subscribe to my channels, listen to my podcasts, or whatever.
Don't get me wrong, I respect all of them. I mean, they were players that I looked up to, but quite frankly, the guys before us didn't win anything either.
I think they should look in the mirror and look at their last performances for the national team before they start talking shit.
That was Pulisic's dad at the very end.
And listen, Landon Donovan took off too when he was exhausted.
That was Pulisic's dad's comment back a couple months ago when he said, you took a hiatus from the national team, pointing to exhaustion and being tired because of all the games you've played and some mental health stuff. So you have that on your track, on your ledger. What are you talking about my kid for in that way?
Right. And he's right. I mean, it's pretty hypocritical, isn't it?
I don't remember the context of why Landon did. I just know overall that was how it was. It was that was the narrative around it. Look, the problem for this team, this generation, they were expected to do big things, and they have now. Not all the guys were around. Pulisic is kind of the guy who is used as the center of all the problems of the national team because he was part of that team as a young player who didn't make the World Cup back in 2018. He has now played in one where they got knocked out in the second round, which has been the way this has gone for them since 2002, I believe. And then they've had disappointments, whether it be bad friendlies that they've lost. And, of course, he didn't play in the Gold Cup, which is something some people consider important, others don't. So it's more about golden generation talk and not winning on the national level, while a lot of these players are playing in the best clubs in the world. So there's this push and pull. Why can you thrive here for your club, but when it comes to national team performances, it's been disappointing. I think it's a lot of the whole how ex-NBA players talk about the league today. A lot of this is, hey, we kind of lay the groundwork for you guys. You're supposed to be at a level where you're supposed to take it further, and yet you've been given something that we earned, and you're doing nothing with it. So it's this push and pull of old versus new. It's a tale as old as time, John.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, tale as old as time. It's okay. It's Beauty and the Beast we're talking about here. Beauty and the Beast. And I don't know who's the Beast and who's the Beauty. Listen, the U.S. has never done anything. These guys criticizing these guys is pretty. To me, it rings hollow. They did nothing.
I was going to say, all these generations, all they did was lose, right?
Yeah.
U.S. men's soccer sucked forever.
Landon Donovan was on the team that accomplished the most ever in a World Cup. They made a quarterfinal when they beat Mexico 2-0 in South Korea.
It's like hanging a summer league band.
So he does have that as a standard. Look, there are countries who are very proud in their soccer, but have never won anything just because they're smaller countries and the investment isn't there. The U.S. believes it should be different because of all the money they put into it, but there are foundational issues with how they develop talent that are always going to cause problems. But it doesn't matter. The players are going to say, hey, we fought, we clawed to get you to a point where now you guys are playing in the best clubs in the world while we were part of the generation that built MLS. You guys should be thriving. Why aren't you playing better? And it's probably the ex-players are sick and tired of hearing about how much better these players were than they are, or they were, and they're not seeing the results. But to both your points, this is a country who finds success in winning the CONCACAF stuff, a Gold Cup here, a Nations League there. There hasn't been much international success. It's all been blips. But this current group was supposed to be the one to take us further. And since they have not done that, they've been open to criticism from the ex-players. But isn't that what says things are being taken seriously when the ex-players criticize the current ones? Because that's how the NBA does it. That's how the NFL does. I don't know so much about baseball.
Those guys, a lot of those guys, they've won titles. Right?
And the ex-players will say, we've won more than you have. Even we've gone far further in a World Cup than you have. Landon Donovan can stake the claim that, hey, yeah, I took my club, my team, my national team further than you've ever done.
Yeah,
all you did was suck less.
I mean, you make a quarterfinal of a World Cup. That's a pretty big deal. I get it. I get it for this. I get it for this country.
It doesn't make you untouchable.
No, but I get it for this country. We talk. It's win or fail. You got to win a title or it's failure. But making a quarterfinal in the World Cup certainly was a big deal back then. The problem is we haven't progressed. In fact, we've gone backwards.
So we got to the group of 16.
Group of 8.
And we won at the group of 16.
Yes,
that's it.
And you gave Germany, and in some ways, they probably had a chance to beat Germany. That game, a call goes a different way. Maybe they're playing in a semifinal. But yes, but the problem is that was, 23 years ago? And this generation was supposed to go further, and they have not. They've maintained or gone backwards, and now they're catching it from the guys who they were supposed to outshine.
Listen, I'm looking at that story right now. We got a break. I'm looking at that story on ESPN. And the next story is this. Tottenham disgusted by racial abuse aimed at Mathis Tell. I don't know who Mathis Tell is. Is he white? Because Whitey's been taking some hits lately, though.
I'm looking up the gentleman's name. I don't know who aimed the racial abuse at him. I'm looking at him. He plays for the French side, the under-21 French side, and apparently he suffered some racial abuse in the UEFA Cup. So Tottenham was playing the biggest club in France, PSG, who had just come off winning a Champions League title. I don't know what Mathis-Tel looked like, so I'm not sure if you're right and Whitey caught the L. In fact, he's not white, so it was not Whitey taking an L. It was
been taking a lot of
French
L's lately.
black man, I guess, getting abused by French fans.
That rarely happens in soccer, except everywhere.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I just don't know why they were going after a guy just because he played for the other team. Because you're the French club and you're a French fan, so you're going after a French player.
Why are your people more racist than anyone?
What do you mean my people?
Your soccer people.
Oh, I thought you meant Nigerians. I don't know why they're yelling. Because they're your people, though. The Italians have been doing that to Balotelli for years.
They're your people. They're soccer people.
No, the Italians are your people.
Yeah.
I was going to say, there seems like there's more racial issues in soccer than any sport.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Racist.
I don't know why.
That's why I don't get involved in soccer.
I don't know. You went to a Real Madrid match. I don't know why a Frenchman would be yelling at another Frenchman simply because he's playing for an English side. I don't know why. He plays for your national team, or at least the under-21 team. At some point, he may play for the senior side, and then if he scores a goal, you're going to be rooting him on. But it's time to throw racial abuse at him because he happens to be playing for a club that you're rooting against for the night.
That's why I don't watch soccer. Too racist.
I don't know. You watch baseball, and
there's no racism.
And there's a historic.
Oh, really? Ever seen Taylor Trammell? Okay.
Trammell, see?
Whatever.
You can't even pronounce his name right.
His mama called him Trammell.
His mother called him Trammell. That's actually the issue.
Okay.
Everyone else is calling him Trammell.
Oh, yeah. Nobody called him Tony Dorsett.
Ever heard of Ty Cobb, John?
Okay. Ever hear? Okay. Ever hear Taylor Trammell?
What does that mean?
Not racist. That's what.
Tell Adam Jones that when he went to Boston.
Well, I mean, that was a long time ago.
Not that long ago.
If it was 2 days ago, it was a long time ago. It's changed now.
So you've got the brain of
baseball's very accepting.
So you got
soccer, not so much.
You got the brain of a goldfish, apparently. If it happened,
weren't
people yelling? Baseball's has awful fans, weren't they? What Red Sox were they yelling at after was it mom or his dad died, and the fans were yelling at him? Was it Duran? Who was it?
Oh no,
no, that was actually there was kind of a misunderstanding on that one. Was that the recent one with the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, he was crying.
Yeah. No, they had that. That happened as well. But there was a Red Sox who suffered some abuse, and you're right. It was the
Boston. Everybody's racist in Boston.
No, he wasn't in Boston.
Can Red Sox suffer abuse?
I mean, if you're talking about family. Oh no, he was talking about the guy had he had dealt with thoughts of suicide, right? The player?
Yeah. That's in that documentary.
Yeah, and then the fans decided, I think might have said, why don't you kill yourself or something?
That's a bit much.
So, yes, baseball has
People are
issues
nice
too.
like that,
Yeah.
though.
Well, do you remember way back in the day, Arizona State fans chanting at Steve Kerr?
Steve Kerr, yeah.
His father was killed in a terrorist attack.
It was racist.
So don't just blame soccer fans. I think the point is humanity kind of sucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But soccer fans more than anyone.
Sure.
I mean, there's degrees, Del, and soccer is up there.
I don't know if you're open about your mental health issues and talked about thoughts of suicide, and then a fan yells, "You should have killed yourself." You think that what degree is that?
I mean,
go ahead.
They just want to see if you're over it or not.
Oh no, let's go to break. You're terrible.
We gotta talk about the summer sales event. It's ending September 2nd at Chastang Ford. But the summer sales event is awesome. Now, are you in the market for a new truck? Because they got select 2024 and 2025 models, 0% for 48 months, 0 down, no payments for up to 90 days. This is an incredible deal. 0 down, 0% for 48 months, no payments for up to 90 days. I mean, you're using their money for 4 years. Are you kidding me? Plus, you get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. And the 2024 has got to come off the lot. Do you know how much they're marked down from when they came out new last year? It's incredible. The deal that you're getting today, and it's still a brand new truck. Yet the deal that you're getting today is something you will not find. It is incredible. Go and look at these 2024s and it's the best deal that you'll find in the car in the whole market. No dealer add-on fees at Chastang Ford, no markups. They're not going to try to upsell you. They just don't do that. You got the truck, you want it your way, and you got all of these deals. The summer sales event's still going on and will continue to go on, but hurry at ChastangFord.com or on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Chill going to be joining us here shortly on the show. A reminder that you can go see John Chill. We will see John Chill in 2 weeks at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles in the DraftKings Sportsbook when we have our fantasy draft. Our fantasy draft is coming up, and you can be a part of it. All you have to do is go to our app right now, ESPN Houston, and sign up. Sign up for a possibility to be in our draft. That's all. It's very simple. Just if you haven't logged onto our app yet, it's to sign up is simple. And then when you do, all you do is hit the button and say, I want to be in the fantasy draft, and there's a possibility you'll be there. Okay? Everybody is in. It's all you have to do is hit the button. Well, everybody is got a chance to be in.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
But you should go to the Golden Nugget no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to the Golden Nugget right now with John Chill. John Chill joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What's up, John Chill?
How you doing, John? What's going on?
Good. So we got football, bro. I mean, are people still going there, and are they actually going there to watch preseason games and bet on them?
You know, we've actually picked up more. It's funny. I think people are watching preseason more due to fantasy and thinking they can get an edge, you know, with future bets and all that. So we still have people going in there to watch preseason football, but definitely it'll ramp up here in about 2 weeks. I mean, everybody's ready for college and the NFL, and we're getting to be about 2 weeks away. So, but yeah, people are still invested in the preseason. It's picking up, and so. You know, I'm starting to look at it a little bit now. I was getting ready to put some of my future bets in next week and kind of evaluating, you know, what's going on. And it's interesting. You're starting to see, like, Sanders. You're starting to see a little bit of, you know, future plays on him for Rookie of the Year, and then all of a sudden he gets injured. So, it's interesting what preseason's doing right now. But, it definitely gets the hype up getting ready for regular season here.
I would imagine Ashton Genty fell a little bit after 3 carry -1 yards. And so maybe now's a good time to grab him as opposed to before where he was a heavy favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, his odds went down a little bit. I mean, he's still the favorite, but definitely his odds went up, and we'll see. You know, and it could change in a week. You know, if he comes out smoking this week, it's back on where, you know, he's a big favorite to be Rookie of the Year. So. It's interesting. Yeah, but it's definitely fluctuating week by week.
And I would imagine Travion Henderson, with his performance running the kickoff back, he probably moved up. I mean, it's so silly to me, but okay, you know, this is how it works. Preseason means nothing. Sanders probably won't be on the field until Cleveland is out of it in Week 6 when they can no longer win the division. And so he'll be sitting there watching Joe Flacco until then. I figure by Week 6 the Browns will be out of contention. So
I'm with you. Yep, being a Steeler fan, they're usually out by
you
Week
love
6,
that.
So hopefully.
You love that.
we love Cleveland in our division. We love Cleveland in our division. So
that'll
probably happen.
How much college football action are you getting right now?
You know, we haven't seen as much. The lines have been out there for a good month or so, you know, for Week 1, but we're seeing a lot of futures. And what's interesting this year is the win totals. People are starting to play those, as you know, a lot of those as well. And it's been all over the board. I mean, from, you know, the MAC conference all the way up to the major, you know, the Power 5. And it's interesting to see that win totals has been picking up this year as far as bets, more than the futures for the games. I think that's another one. Everybody's waiting to see, you know, injuries, what's going on in camp, and all that. But definitely future bets and win totals have definitely picked up this year more than betting Week 1 and the different lines that are out there for individual games. But you can definitely feel it here in LSU country that people are getting ready for the big games, and definitely it's starting to pick up here this week. I think we're, 2 weeks away? I think, if you look at the calendar.
We're going to be there that weekend, August 28th and 29th.
Yep.
This is the Thursday and the Friday, and then off we go with the college football. Actually, what do we have? Week 0, Dell, first? Is there anything in Week 0?
Yeah, what's that next week? There's a couple not big matchups, but there's definitely some games out there. It opens up with a Thursday night.
Yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on for college football before that big weekend.
Yeah, you got Iowa State, Kansas State, a ranked matchup in Ireland to start.
That's not bad.
On Saturday, next Saturday.
That's next Saturday.
Yeah,
next Saturday. Wow. That's great.
Yeah.
And you know what? Just throw that game in Ireland because nobody here would go. That's
just a prep. That's just a warm up for the bettors there. That's
all.
The week.
Well, that's actually not a bad game. I mean, to start to kick it off in week 0. Usually week 0, and there's other games right there that's not.
There are 4 other games. I mean, but as far as games that might get people excited, that's 11 a.m. here. So that'll be the one. UNLV Idols, Host State, the things you expect on week 0.
Yep, on week 0.
What are you guys seeing on the Heisman race? I sprinkled a nice little bit on Lenora Sellers out of South Carolina.
Yeah, we're. I'm gonna pull that up right now. Sorry, my.
Obviously, Archman is getting all the headlines, and everyone thinks he's already getting a gold jacket. I understand. I just, I don't know how that's gonna play itself out, but I love the value on Lenora Sellers.
Let me see where he's at. Which was shocking. Yeah, Nessmeyer's number 2 at plus 850. Let me look. See here. Sellers is 18-1.
18-1's nice money.
Love that. Exactly. I love that. And there's going to be a lot on his shoulders. You're going to be chasing some points, I think, late in the season. It should be a fun one.
Yep. I mean, there's a couple of what's Klubnik right now?
He's up there.
He is plus 950.
Yeah.
He's third.
He's third.
Yeah,
so it's who's Arch is 1?
Yeah, but plus 650.
Who's 2?
Nessmeyer plus
Nessmeyer.
Wow. Yeah, that's shocking. Yeah.
That is to me too. I don't know. We'll see. He's got players, but he's going to have to. I don't know. He's going to have to be a lot more consistent.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like Sellers at 18-1 now. I think you're right. They're going to hopefully they stay in, and then be some late season action with him. So.
Well, you have to look at too. Sellers. The problem with Sellers is that he lost a lot. I don't know how much they're going to win, and if you don't win big, you're probably going to be knocked out. So, but he's so talented. I think the better bet would be, I don't know if you can bet it now, who's going to be the number 1 overall pick. And that probably, I would put money on Sellers on that. I don't know if you can get that at DraftKings Sportsbook, but already.
You have to look.
Yeah. So we got fights coming up this weekend, huh?
Yeah, we got live fights in the main ballroom. We got the American Combat Alliance. It's a mix of kickboxing and MMA. So if you want to come and see some live fights, I think there's 10 fights on the card, 3 title matches. That starts at 7:00, and then we got UFC rolling in. The main card starts, I believe, at 9:00. It's in Chicago. So come out, see the live fights, and then go in and watch the main card of UFC. We got, in UFC, we got Hamzat versus DDP. That'll be a good matchup. I'm torn between both. The only issue I have with Hamzat is, his cardio's been in question here the last, couple fights, and, this is a 5-round fight, and so DDP, he's good with cardio, so I think that'll be where this fight goes. If it goes past a couple rounds, I think you got to give the edge to DDP. He's at plus 195. My bet here is over 2.5 rounds of plus money. So I think they'll fill each other out first round. Hopefully get through the second, and we'll see. But I kind of like DDP here if it goes over to 2 rounds. But Hamzat's a good fighter. DDP's won 9 in a row. But as far as plus money and value, you got to take DDP at plus 195. But we got that. My overall pick for the UFC, I like Edson Barboza, minus 170. He's going against Drakkar Klose. Klose had a neck injury a couple years ago. He's fought some easy fighters, and that Edson Barboza just coming on strong. So he's at minus 170 there, and then Chase Hooper at minus 300. I think he's just a beast, but that's a hefty price, minus 300. But if you parlay the over, Hooper, and Barboza, you get about 4-1 odds. So that's not a not a bad parlay there. But yeah, definitely it's going to be a good night if you like MMA, kickboxing. Like I said, I've been to one of those events up in Shreveport, the AKA, and it's pretty good. They're pretty good matchups. So come watch them live, and come party at DraftKings after, and watch some UFC after the fight. What else we got? We got preseason going on. I'm going with my Steelers. I'm going with Tomlin. His record, I think Rudolph's going to play probably at least a quarter to a half. They're getting 3 points again. So, if you want to play those preseason, I like the Steelers and I like the Chargers this weekend. I just think that Harbaugh's just, I think he's setting the tone for the Chargers the win this season. And I think, he's -4.5, and I kind of like them this week as well. So
the Chargers are -4.5.
Yeah.
What I've found, and I don't know, is this you tell me, that take the points because you have no idea who's going to win the game, and just give me points when it's basically a coin flip because you don't know which coach wants it. We do know that Baltimore wants it all the time, right? They win all the time in the preseason.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Baltimore.
I think it's a coin flip. So I don't know. Do the underdogs pay more?
Yeah, I mean, if you take them, underdogs were 12-4 against the spread, and I believe they were 10-6 straight up last week. And then the over, we've talked about the unders hitting for a couple years. The overs were 14-2 last week, and you could start seeing the book starting to creep up. You've seen totals in 30, 32. You're now seeing a handful above 40 now in preseason. But definitely looks like the trend has changed. The overs are hitting last week and the underdogs. But I'm with you, John. If you're going to take some underdogs if you're going to play some preseason because they're definitely coming through. And that's been a trend. The underdogs have been a trend for the last couple of years with the points. But the overs definitely changing. A lot of unders were coming through the last couple of years. And now it's only week one, but definitely a lot of overs last week. So
just to buck that trend, I love hammering the under on the Texans. I did it week one preseason because that defense is going to play. They're going to swarm. They're going to do their thing. So I think they're maybe an outlier, especially against the Panthers team as well.
I don't even know who the Panthers' backup quarterback is.
Andy Dalton.
Oh, but did you see Andy fall down the other day?
He go boom.
He dropped back and he kind of faked himself out and he kind of faked the throw and he fell down. It was awful.
Wow.
Obviously, you got to really wait to see who's playing in these games, and that we will hopefully find out today. Although D'Amico played it real tight to the vest last week, so I'm sure he might do that again today.
I would think this is like week 3 when there were 4 games. I would think this is the game where you see more starters. I would think this because you're not going to play them in the last one, right? So you're going to probably see more starters playing this week, I would think. We'll see.
I mean, I think maybe like a series, and then they'll probably play a quarter or a half in game 3. That's what usually.
You think?
They got to get some of them.
I don't know. I don't know if they're playing. We'll see. I don't know. So preseason is so crazy. Can't wait for the regular season to get here. Can't wait. So we're going to be there in 2 weeks. We will see John Chill live. Why don't you try to get in by going to our app and signing up and having a chance to be in our fantasy draft in 2 weeks at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, as always, man, we appreciate it. The live fights, 7 o'clock Saturday night?
Yep, 7 o'clock.
Live fighting. So that's great. And you can bet on the fighters there, right?
No, since it's in our building. Yeah.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
But
You can watch anyway.
You can watch. Yep. You could cheer and watch and
bet your buddies right there. Yeah. Bet your buddies.
That's right. That's it. You can bet. Yeah.
Bet against your buddy. Yeah, I'll bet you 10 this guy wins. All right, let's go. All right, that's John Chill right here every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks, John. As always, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right.
Yeah, there is that's my man John Chill, and the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is where he's at. And the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the best damn. It's the best bargain for your money because a 4-hour flight that's a round trip is $500, maybe $600 now to go to Las Vegas. What's a car ride 2.5 hours in gas? What is that? And if you have an electric truck like I do, it's nothing. It's electricity. But if you have a gas vehicle, it's basically nothing. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes as opposed to being at the airport 2 hours before your flight. I mean, people are still sitting in the airport while you're sitting in the casino. How crazy is that? And you're sitting in a beautiful casino, beautiful hotel, beautiful pool, golf course, restaurants, nightclub, a big main event center where you're going to see fights on Saturday night. Come on. Concerts all the time. I mean, it's great. I love the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. If you're looking to get your gamble on, you can do it a one-day trip. Go there, come back. You don't even need to get a hotel room. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make sure that you tell them, hey, I heard it on ESPN.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Will Kunkel with us here in studio this morning. He'll be here tomorrow as well with Lance. I'll be off. So Lance off today. I am off tomorrow. Will Kunkel taking over the show philosophically. So that is nice. We appreciate him being here with us on the show and keeping that train running. At Will Kunkel V on Twitter. Follow him and watch all of his stuff. Who is your favorite interview?
Man, there's some good ones that I've had on there. Calvin Sampson, obviously, is one of those guys, whenever he talks, you just sit there and listen and you learn because he's so good. I had Jabba Chamberlain on. He was great. Some great insights and fun stories of him when he was with the Yankees. Had Clint Hurdle on, a former manager of the Pirates and Rockies. And for that dude to be able to take those two franchises to the postseason is an unbelievable accomplishment because they were terrible before and they've been terrible since. There's a lot of Ime Udoka was a good one. There's just a lot of guys that just have seen a lot, done a lot, and you just let them go and let them talk and learn.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, Jabba Chamberlain. Wow, that's funny. I just watched a video of him the other day making an unbelievable playoff. One of the best. He jumped off the mound and fired to second base. Turned flying through the air. It was just a great play. I'll never forget. He was on the mound in the Mosquito game, right? Remember
midges.
that?
Yeah, the midges in Cleveland.
Yeah. It was it looked like he had. He was a jam boy. He had all of the mosquitoes all over him, like he had rubbed jam all over his body. And it was it mosquitoes or what were they?
They're called midges. I don't know what the difference is.
We don't use that word term. We call them little people now.
little ones.
Little ones. That's what we call them now. That's an ugly term you just used. Okay, so yeah, that game as well. Is he from here?
He's from Nebraska. His kid pitches out in Kansas at Hutch Community College, and we've always followed each other for a while now on X. So I kind of just reached out and asked him if he wanted to pop on. He said sure, and we chopped it up. And it was funny just him talking about the Yankees and their obsession with analytics and how it almost derailed his career. Phil Hughes, Ian Kennedy, that generation, how they've derailed like Sonny Gray more recently, Clint Frazier, and the things they're doing today. It hasn't changed, and we're just kind of talked about the differences between the Astros and Yankees and how they approach things is very, very different. And you can see why the Astros are. I did an episode of this on Kicking It with Kunkel that I think the Astros, between the Warriors, Astros, and Chiefs, the most successful sports franchises in the last 10 years, and it's really not even close in baseball. 7 straight ALCSs, 2 World Series in 10 years. No one comes close to that.
Yeah, the Dodgers have won a couple now, but one of them didn't count because they were in the bubble, right? And they've been a pretty good franchise. But I love that. For those of you who didn't hear, Padres in first place now. Dodgers lose again. They got swept in the season series by the Angels with Shohei returning.
First time ever.
Yeah, first time ever
that they've lost 7 in a row to the Angels.
Wow, that is awesome. That is awesome. And Shohei on the mound yesterday, and they knocked him out. And I don't know if they knocked him out, but he didn't pitch all that long. But the Astros won again. They got the Orioles here now. We've got listen. As much as I'm interested to see Arrietty's progress and Javier's progress, I'm interested to see Framber's progress tonight. We got to get listen. Framber's in a contract year. Framber is probably going to be no longer with us after this season, if that's just the way we do things. We'll get him back in about 3.5 years at the price we wanted him for, because that's what we do. But Framber's pitching for a lot of money. That's down the stretch here. He's got to prove. I don't know. Listen, Framber can be an ace on a team. I don't think he gets the respect that the big aces get. Sorry, I've seen different ones. Who was it? Buster Olney put out his list of best pitchers, and Framber wasn't even on the top 12. I'm like, hey, Buster, where's Framber? He's one of the best pitchers in the league. But Framber's got to prove it year in and year out. If Framber wants that $30 million deal, I mean, maybe the pressure on that in this contract year is getting to him a little bit. I don't know. But that's got to be weighing heavily on you after you have a bad start. Oh, crap, I wonder how much money I just gave away tonight.
It's certainly something in your mind at points, but I'm looking at the schedule for the Astros. You got Framber tonight. You got Alexander tomorrow, then Christian Javier, Spencer Arrietty, Hunter Brown, and then Valdez Alexander, Javier Arrietty. we're starting to see the names come back, but you want to get Fromber back on track because you can't rely on Alexander night in and night out to have success. You don't really know what you're going to get, although he's pitched well. It's a small sample size like we talked earlier on the show. Then Christian Javier kind of in that same boat. Spencer Arrighetti in that same boat. So there's names of familiarity are returning, but we haven't gotten to the point where we say, oh, damn, like Javier of old, Arrighetti of last season, Hunter Brown of old, Framber Valdez. We can't really steamroll and stack these against each other. That's why it's so important, to your point, John, to get Fromber back and better than as he was in previous months, because he hasn't had a win in almost a month now.
So they've gone a six-man rotation before. It'll be interesting to see. Luis Garcia looked good in his last outing, had 6 strikeouts. It'll be interesting to see. They really value swing and miss on the Astros. They really, really value that. That's one of the offensively, they like contact. Pitching wise, they like swing and miss. That's what they value, and they've gone to 6-man rotation before. I wonder if they do. You don't feel like McCullers can go to the bullpen?
It's so funny. I'm asking someone that as we speak, and I don't know. It's up to him. Like, if he wants to do it, he can do it. But you have to really buy into being willing to go to the bullpen. And he's had arm issues. He's had several, years, as we all know, years of injuries. And the idea of just going to the bullpen as if that's a lot easier than being a starter isn't really the case, because as a starter, you're pitching every 5 days. You have a routine, you have a schedule, you know exactly what you're doing on your off days and when you're going to pitch again. In the bullpen, you might pitch Tuesday, you might warm up on Tuesday, you might warm up twice on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday you pitch. Thursday you don't pitch, but you're ready to pitch. Friday, who knows? Are you available? There's a slew of things that you have to be able to be malleable for and healthy for to be able to be a guy in the bullpen. It's just not that easy of, I'm just not a starter, therefore I'll go to the bullpen. It's not the lesser thing to do. It's a completely, entirely different job. And I don't know that Lance wants to do it or that his arm is able to do it at this point.
Well, to me, and especially if you use him, if you don't, what did they dry hump him? If you don't hump him.
Who did what?
So that was, who was it coined that phrase, Del? Some manager coined that phrase. Oh, no, Peter Gammons, I think, said, if you bring up a guy in the bullpen to warm up and you don't put him in the game, that's what they called it. So if you don't do that to him and you use him sparingly or when you need him every 3 days or something, because there are guys in the bullpen, there's a pecking order. Ort pitched 5 of the 9 games on the road. He likes Ort. He likes Ort in the game. He likes Okert in the game. Lance McCullers can be used more sparingly. And to me, if you're only throwing an inning, that's a hell of a lot easier on your arm than trying to go 6.
Well, I agree with that, but it's the up and downs and the unknown of preparing for that inning.
Right.
And then I think that if Lance buys in and his arm is able to handle the kind of the unknowns, he could certainly be an unbelievable weapon out of the bullpen, whether it be as long relief. Maybe long relief might be more up his alley because he's seen, these big moments in the playoffs. He's been there. He's built for that. It's just a matter of having the stuff and the arm being able to handle the ups and downs of getting up, getting warm, getting cold, getting warm again, and pitching.
Exactly. However, I think we're missing, too, that it's not just you pitch every 5 days. You have bullpens in between.
Yep.
So you're throwing on those days, too. And then you're trying to go 6 innings at 85, 90 pitches. If you keep him to a 30-pitch count when he comes in, to me, that's a lot easier on the arm than it is asking to go 85 and the wear and tear that a start gives you. So I don't know. And, he's got to be amenable to it. But guess what? He's collected a lot of money while he's been sitting, while he's been selling coffee. He's collected a lot of money. And I don't, if I'm management with Lance McCullers, I don't want to hear I play turd. I don't want to hear that. I start. I don't want to hear that because you know what? Let's do whatever it takes for the team. And you're right. I don't know about Jason Alexander. All I know is that he's looked pretty damn good so far. And Lance McCullers hasn't. We haven't seen him. And when we did see him, he wasn't all that great either. So, I mean, and you could, there was a time a couple of years ago where everybody thought Lance McCullers could be the closer for this team.
I don't hate that. I don't hate it. Again, it's just him wanting to do it. And I do agree with what you just said is at the beginning of the year, like in spring training, when Lance said, I'm a starter, I'm not a reliever. He's earned that. That's fine. You can say that. There is a point where you need to rubber meets the road. And while you're not performing as a starter, do you still want to be part of this or not? If so, would you be willing to do X, Y, or Z?
Right. And for the good of the team, I mean, it's got to be difficult for, you're a World Series hero. You've been what they thought was going to be. Listen, he hasn't been what they thought he was going to be. You don't give a guy $85 million and get how many starts has he made since he got that $85 million? I mean, it's been very disappointing, quite frankly. Been very disappointing for the organization. It's been a big money. It's been a big money pit, quite frankly. So, if you can contribute in any way, shape, or form, you just do it. You just do it. And I don't know. They might put him right back into the rotation, but maybe a 6-man rotation. I don't know. If you go to a 6-man rotation with days off now down the stretch, there's a chance Hunter's only pitching once a week. Framber's only pitching once a week. Javier's only pitching once a week, which isn't ideal. I want Hunter Brown out there as much as possible. But, with the returns of Garcia, and we'll see what J.P. France does. I think J.P. France, if he comes back, he just, you throw him in the bullpen. That's it.
Long reliever, at least.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Or he comes in firing, in a seventh inning situation. I don't mind that either.
It also kind of depends what you're getting from the other starters because, Jason Alexander may have run out of bullets by that point, or Spencer hasn't figured it out, or Luis Garcia ain't there. Christian Javier is not exactly what you thought, and you know what? Let's try to find more lightning in the bottle with JP France. Let's try it again with LMJ. You never know the way they've kind of piecemealed this together throughout the entire season.
Yeah, Spencer doesn't just deserve a spot automatically,
right?
But he was the first one back, right? So he gets that. He's got that spot for now, but.
And he also pitched this year. Like, he's not coming off of an 18-month Tommy John type of deal.
No. He had the thumb, right?
Which is crazy. I don't think we've talked enough about how insane that injury is. He was standing in the outfield and a ball from batting practice hit him in the thumb on his throwing hand. Just out of the blue.
Can't be worse.
It's wild.
I mean, almost makes it feel like they're hiding something, Will.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
What?
Do you think so?
He broke his thumb getting hit by a ball.
Is
We're
insane.
supposed to believe that.
Have we ever seen video?
No.
Questions need to be asked.
Where's Ballpark Cam, MLB Network?
Is this a Jeff Kent situation?
Man.
Well, it's no wonder we can't get any Astros on this show. It's no wonder.
Well, yeah, you're always ripping the guys.
Oh, that's my club.
I know it's your club.
It's my club. I ain't ripping anybody. I just want listen, it's a pretty good – and when Jordan comes back, I mean, I don't want to see Urias out of the lineup, quite frankly. Dude can play. I really love that pickup.
When Jordan comes back, you naive fool.
Jordan is coming back.
Jordan comes back.
Jordan is coming back.
What date?
Stop.
What's the drop dead day? Do you think he's back by September? When is he back?
Wow, we're coming up on September.
It's August 14th today. Yeah.
Yeah, we're halfway through.
Yeah. When is he coming back?
Never seen. What about Jake? He just runs out to center field and falls down.
I'd rather have Jake back than Jordan.
What?
We
know who was playing better at the time. They left.
Thank God you're not running the Astros.
Man,
saying something like that.
Jake impacts the game in so many different ways. You're not scoring a whole lot of runs. Give me an elite center fielder that's going to save runs, who can run the bags, and was having a career year with the bat. Jordan creates more of a logjam at DH, can't play the outfield, and who knows what we're going to get defensively. I mean, or offensively. Jake at least impacts the game several different ways, and that's what this team needs.
That's.
Are you going to say? Go ahead and say it. I was waiting for it. Go ahead.
What? That's probably the silliest thing I've ever heard you say.
No way.
That's a nice thing because normally when you don't agree with something,
I said the same thing about I'd rather have Jeremy Pena and I'd rather have Jake Myers than Yordan Alvarez at this point.
Wow. I wonder what Aaron Wilson thinks of that.
By the way, if you missed a special moment on the show, the second segment of the show, right? First hour, second segment.
Yeah.
We talk about the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson news, and Will Kunkel let some real feelings out, we'll just say.
I let everyone's feelings out. That's not just
it's a
mine.
Consensus,
that's
is what he's saying.
That's the city's consensus.
Wow.
And it sure as hell. Yeah.
Well, judging by the reaction of anyone local who responded to the erroneous report, I can't disagree.
Not erroneous.
No, you can't argue it.
Well,
you can't.
Wrong.
I can't disagree with Will because everyone took glee in telling anyone following that the first report was wrong.
Yeah, you guys did. You certainly did.
There's a reason when I got to town years ago, I was told, "Don't be caught near him. Don't be seen."
Oh wow!
Don't be seen.
Don't be seen.
Not by anybody.
Wow.
No respect.
That's wow. That is fun. This is good, clean fun. Well, not for everybody.
We don't have like Lance has rivals that they don't know that they're rivals like nationally. I didn't know. We don't really have any local beefs anymore on this show. Who do we beef with on this?
We do now.
Yeah.
I love it, Will. Love it. All right. Time to talk about Air Team. My peeps over at Air Team, the Curtises, been running this thing since 1979. You're in business since 1979, servicing the Houston area, far and wide, the whole area they can get to. Air Team, to me, is just awesome. I've used them. I mean, I really have. Like, I've had to put in a few air conditioners now. It sucks. It sucks to put in air conditioners, but they made it as easy as possible. You'll sit down. You might meet Dawn or Darren or any of the great team over at and I mean I dealt with Forrest a lot, just great. I mean there are guys that have been there. Marcelo, I don't know how long Marcelo's been there, but Grant and Garrett are there. Curtis's, it's a family owned and operated business. You are going to feel like, you're getting the family treatment because you do. You get the family treatment. You get the expertise. When you've been doing it since 1979, you know what you're doing. And you got great deals going on right now, 24/7, 365 days a year. They've got great deals to help you with the payments. If you can't afford an air conditioner, pay it all up front right now. Don't worry. They've got great payment deals for you with great financing deals as well. You're looking for the best way to get that air conditioner, or if you want them to come and check it out for a low, low price, they'll come and make sure that your system is working great and everything is in order. And it fixes any little thing that might cause big problems. So you're looking for the best way. AirTeamLTD.com, AirTeamLTD.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. The number if you want to get in here with us on the show. JP wants to get in on the show and talk about Lance McCullers. What do you say, JP?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Look, we don't have to talk about Lance's accomplishments and resume. I mean, we all know how important he's been, but I think he would be an abject disaster in the bullpen for one reason, and it's he does not throw strikes. The McCullers of old who would pound the strike zone and had plus stuff to go after guys does not exist anymore. And if there's one thing that kills a bullpen pitcher, it's an inability to throw strikes in high leverage situations. So I just don't see him doing that. Putting him there in the middle of the season and asking him to transition to that, I just don't think would be a good idea. Maybe next spring training, the organization can talk to him about it, but like him in a high leverage situation, needing to throw strikes, I just don't see this version of Lance McCullers being able to do it.
To your point, he's got 50 strikeouts and 29 walks this year. Not a great ratio. 29 walks in 44 and a third innings. 267 on base average, which is he's got a 6.90 ERA. That's right.
His whiff percentage is 44th percentile in Major League Baseball. Obviously, not very good. And, I mean, that's it. And with that, if he's not able to throw strikes, you can't bring him in high leverage situations with guys on late in games. I mean, it's another good point to bring up as well.
Well, I think you start him in innings. I don't think you bring him in.
Yeah.
I don't think you bring him in with anybody on until he's a lot more comfortable in the bullpen or he starts to throw more strikes. He relies on that curveball, so much, and that's not easy. Listen, how do you start? I mean, you're in a pennant race now. You got a 1-game lead. And down the stretch, you got 6 weeks to go. A guy who hasn't pitched for so long because of the blister and everything else that he's gone through. How do you just throw him right back in the rotation, though? I can't do that right now.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where we're getting late in the season to where you can't experiment as much as you can during the regular season. 162 games, you have injuries early on. You can pick, you can choose, you can give time guys runways to get ready to roll. Like Spencer Arrighetti got back in time to where we can let him ramp up. Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, they have a body of work to where we can say, let's see what they have. Let's give them some time. We're running out of space for that, and the Mariners just get closer and closer. It's one game, and we saw what happened last year in the wild card. We have no desire to play in a wild card situation again. You want to win your division, and Joe's going to do that. Joe's going to put the guys out there that are able to perform their best right now, and probably going to limit the amount of experimenting that you do at this point because we're starting to get closer and closer to September.
Yeah, not only win your division, but you got to be one of the top two.
Mm-hmm.
So. And you're right there. You're right there in the fight for that too. I mean, we're talking about winning the division. Yeah, you got to hold off the Mariners, but I want to catch the Tigers or the Blue Jays, which is very doable. All very doable. It's even as bad as it's been in this second half at times. You're still right there with all your goals in mind, and one of them is to not be a wild card participant.
Yeah, and I've been saying, it's wild what they've accomplished this season. They have no business being in first place with the roster that they've had for a majority of this season. It goes to the credit of Jim Crane and the organization, what they've built, the fact that they're able to not only keep their head above water during the time, but swim successfully and have success. And now if they are able to get healthy down the stretch and into the playoffs, and you start making this lineup a lot longer, now all bets are off. They could win the whole damn thing again. And I said this going into the year, and I know it sounds crazy, but it's what could possibly happen. Chas McCormick, if he's able to start hitting like he showed this weekend again, or this week against the Red Sox, it just makes your lineup that much longer, and it makes you that much more of a threat because this lineup coming into the year, we all know, was not nearly as long as the lineups of past of how the Astros have won. They've relied on playing kind of small ball and pitching this year. The offense has not been very good all year, but if they can get healthy, like all bets are off, man. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. No, and listen, I don't know that. Well, I don't know that Chaz is going to be on the field. I don't listen.
I don't either, but it just gives them that option of like, damn, like there is another bat at the seventh. I'm not saying he's batting third or fourth, but to have Chaz bat eighth and be decently productive, that's huge.
No, that is huge, and quite frankly, Chaz better wake up because Jake is coming back, and I don't know. Listen, you're a lot higher on Jake than I am. I don't believe the outlier in Jake's career has been the start of this season. That's the outlier because Jake has not been that kind of hitter his entire career, and coming off 2 months off, I'm not sure that Jake is going to be back to that guy. So you're right. I think Chaz is an important deal here because he can play that center field and plays a decent center field. Of course, Dubon can play center as well, and he plays a good center field. But I'm not convinced that Jake Myers just walks back into this thing and he's the guy that was hitting 300 and almost player of the month, in June or July, whatever that was. So
I'm not convinced that he's going to do that either, but I am convinced that he's going to be the best center fielder in the game, and I'm convinced that if he can get on base, he can at least steal a bag here and there, and those attributes are huge in the postseason.
Yeah. Well, we got a World Series hero though that climbed up the wall in Philadelphia and grabbed that ball, and it wasn't Jake. That was Chaz. That was Puddin'. And I'm with you.
Fat ass, double wide, butterball.
I'm with you. I mean, I think Chaz coming through would be huge for this team. He would be right now. If Yordan is back, let's just say Yordan's your DH. Right now, your best lineup is. Oh, wow. I mean, where do you put Cam? So where do you put Sanchez if Cam is there? Where do you put how do you put Jake out there? How do you put or Chaz out there? Where do you put Altuve? Because he's got to play left field now, or second base. He can play second base. I would imagine it's Cam and right, Chaz or Jake in center. Dubon's out, Caratini's out. It's Sanchez in left. It's Walker, Altuve, Pena, Correa, and Yainer.
Yeah, there's a bit of a logjam.
That's not bad.
But
it's not bad, though.
I mean, looking at that game on Monday night, Astros Red Sox, laid off Jeremy Pena, Correa second, Altuve third, Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz, Urias, Dubon, Chas McCormick batting eighth, Cam Smith 9. That lineup is significantly longer than what we've seen all year.
Yeah.
And Chaz went yard, had 2 RBIs in that game. Ramon Urias had 2 RBIs that game as well. Like, if your bottom half of the lineup can be that, they're not going to be that kind of productive in the playoffs night in, night out. But if you have just the threat, the pitcher cannot take a deep breath on your 7, 8, 9 guys, or even earlier in the year, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys. That's a much longer lineup they've had all year.
Yeah, I don't know if you're better off with Urias at second and Altuve on left.
I think
or Urias on the bench and Cam Smith in right and Sanchez in left. I don't know.
I think you flex as much defensively as you can while trying to squeeze as much offensively as you can.
Well, that's Urias. That's a Urias then at second.
That's because I love Dubon as a utility guy that comes up in any situation in the playoffs and gets the job done. I love Urias as a great glove and maybe a better bat than Dubon, but they're almost interchangeable.
Yep. Well, I really like Urias. I really do.
So do I.
I do. All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird. You've never done News of the Weird.
Let's get
You've
weird.
never done News of the Weird. So
we can also make an announcement. We have our final winner.
Oh, Joey Sanchez. Joey. Is he Italian?
Joey.
Sanchez?
Joey.
Sanchez? You think that's
it's not
Italian
Sanchezino.
Sanchezo. You don't know.
Joey Sanchezo?
Well, you don't know if they changed their name to become more American.
And went with Sanchez?
Right, went with Sanchez.
Okay.
To become more of the family might have been. They could have been Sanchezito. You don't know. Sanchezino. You don't know.
You're right, I don't know, but I'm leaning. It didn't go from Sanchezo to Sanchezito to Sanchez to be more American.
To be more American. Yep.
Hey, on the other side of the break too, I ran to the bathroom. Crazy story for what just happened.
Oh.
All right.
Crazy.
Well, we have a lot of crazy stories in that bathroom.
What are y'all doing in this building?
All right, we got Game Day Men's Health to talk about. I don't know if it was healthy in that bathroom. I don't know. I do know that you want to be as healthy as possible. It's called Game Day Men's Health. So, be as good as you can be. Are you a little bit heavier than you want to be? Are you not as good sexually as you want to be? Are you not getting the results at the gym anymore like you used to? Are you not as focused as you used to be? All of these things there's a possibility you don't have the testosterone right, okay? And if you don't have the testosterone right, there's testosterone and there's peptides to help you in each of those categories and more. I don't know what your goals are or what you want, unless you're just perfect. I know I'm not. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. I mean years and years, okay? I knew early on, hey, my testosterone levels aren't where they need to be. Do you know where your testosterone levels are? And if you are taking testosterone now, I'm telling you this, Game Day Men's Health is different. I love what they do. It's not just cookie cutter, get in, get your shot, get out, hurry up, we got another one customer waiting. Nope. It's actually caring about where you are, if you're achieving your goals and getting better. Game Day Men's Health has 11 locations around the city. If you're looking for that, if you're looking for a lot more focus on you and your goals, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it here. All right, this is our final segment, Will. You've never done News of the Weird. Maybe you can start it. What was weird when you went to the bathroom?
Bro, I had to go to the bathroom, ran out the hall on the same floor to go to the bathroom, opened the stall. There is a dude on a ladder in the ceiling next door to it just hanging out fixing something.
Yeah, that happens. Like, that's actually the mechanical room, too. Is the bathroom is the mechanical, the door to the mechanical room.
You walk in there, you hear all the machinery going because the door is open.
Yeah.
You're wondering, is anyone in there? And generally, there's no one in there,
No,
but the
he's
door is
in
open.
the ceiling, just right above the stall.
Well, we don't get a lot of traffic in there. There's rarely.
But when you do, it's important.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
I had to then go down to floor 3, found out there's no bathroom there, back on the elevator down to 2. Dell texted me, we're coming back on there. All right, here we go, back up to 4.
That's all. I mean, welcome to our bathroom. Welcome.
Well,
to
he's
our
lucky
bathroom.
he didn't experience something even worse. There was a time where I guess it might have been cultural differences. There used to be used toilet paper that didn't wind up in the toilet and wound up in the garbage.
In the garbage, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, John, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Used toilet paper used
People
for
have
a
different
specific purpose, and
Yeah.
it doesn't go in the toilet. It goes in the garbage can.
Well, people have different cultures do things differently.
Yeah, and some of that culture we got a sniff of.
Yep. A Colorado man who is a self-described wolf furry tried to join a Wyoming wolf pack in the wild. How do you think that turned out?
Bad.
Well, he was mauled by the wolves. Yeah.
Idiot.
Yep. A furry said, I think I'll join a wolf pack. There is a couple that went on a romantic cruise, and it didn't turn out well for them because they felt like the fellow passengers wouldn't stop trying to sleep with them. Is this, Will, you're married. Would you and your wife like to go on this cruise?
Hell no. This is a key party?
This is, yeah, pineapple's upside down. Everybody's got their pineapple upside down on this cruise. You don't want to be, you're out.
Golly. That's like, what's that movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. and Horatio Sands where they go on the gay cruise by accident? Happy Cruise.
The Happy Cruise.
We learned that
what it was
earlier
called, the
today,
Happy
yes.
Cruise?
Yes.
Happy Cruise.
What have you learned on the show? That's what I learned today.
That's what you learned. You learned that gay means happy.
I always knew that, but
Okay.
I didn't know how liberally you were going to use it today.
Well, that's queer that you didn't know that.
Well, there it is again.
That is odd. That is odd that you didn't know that. A Boston woman armed with a knife allegedly stole 8 boxes of ice cream from a CVS store. Do you think she brought a gun to a knife fight?
No, she brought a knife to you could just leave. We're not going to stop you fight.
Right. I mean,
although I will
honestly,
say,
aren't you over-equipped for this?
At the CVS near the station now, they do have a security guy.
So they used to just let you walk out with whatever you wanted.
Or the employees who have to get involved, and I do believe they recommend the employees not. So now they do have a security person standing right at the entrance. Well, he's kind of leaning on something. I don't know if he wants to stand the entire time. But I walked in this morning. He was like, good morning. I was like, hey, good morning. I wasn't going to steal the Celsius anyway, but now I know I better not try.
Can't pull that BS off in D.C. anymore.
Was he watching you?
He wasn't watching me.
Racism.
No, he's
racist.
No, he was.
Typical.
I would consider him a brother.
He must be a soccer fan.
I look at him and consider him a brother,
or
a soft A. Actually, a soft A. I'd say he was a brother.
Was he watching a Tottenham game while?
No, people will have to listen to the show to know that reference.
Christian Pulisic?
Probably a lot of America does, but
racist.
All he did was say, "Hey, good morning." I was like, "So," and then I got my Celsius, paid for it, and he said,
brother?
"Have a good day," and I said, "Have a good day."
So do.
He didn't. He wasn't eyeing me the entire time.
How about the CVS on Westheimer and Wesleyan? My ex-brother-in-law was there, and some guy's walking out, and he tackled him and beat him and got the food away from him. Got the stolen goods away.
That's a dream come true. That's like if you're a security guard and there's just not a naked streaker. Like, I'm good on that. But a guy running around, full body tack, just bow.
Boom. Yeah, you get that. Yeah, like Mike Curtis knocking people out, running
Terry
on the field.
Tate, office linebacker.
Terry Tate, office linebacker. Absolutely. Will, great job. It was great working with you.
Thanks,
Appreciate you. You're going to be back tomorrow in my role. Lance will be back, and you will take over. You have to say tomorrow. You have to say outrageous things.
I don't know if Will wants to be in your role tomorrow.
Yes. No, Will. Tomorrow, since you're taking over for me, you have to say outrageous things. Even more outrageous than you'd rather have Jake Myers than Jordan Alvarez.
He did say that earlier.
I'll die on that hill for this year.
Taos Hill?
Taos Hill? You want to die?
You'll die on Taos Hill for that?
Man,
that's terrible.
And he did.
Once again, I'm not like the late, great Fred Fowler who says, listen to podcasts, D-Weed, but listen to the podcast, first hour, second segment, and hear Will at his very best.
That's Will.
My phone blew up after that.
I bet.
People laughing their
I
ass
bet.
off. Someone goes, I tuned in at just the right time.
Oh, yeah. We'll put somebody on blast. You can hear it. Second segment, first hour. Will, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Have fun tomorrow with Lance.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, boys.
I am going to talk right now about Collector's Firearms. Collector's Firearms is the best. Collector's Firearms is the biggest, and sometimes when you're the biggest, you're the best as well. And that's the case here. Collector's Firearms is for people who love guns or people that don't know anything about guns. Because you can go in, if you're a first-time buyer, you can simply stop by the store, and a staff member is going to be happy to answer all your questions. You can go to the website, schedule an appointment, click on first-time buyer. Lots of tips and questions to consider right there. But if you do know about guns, if you have a gun that you like to sell, they'll buy it. Okay, maybe they'll buy it. I don't know. I can't guarantee that they'll buy it. But if you're an avid gun collector, this is the place you're going to find the rarest of guns. It's like a museum, and yet it's got the widest selection of new and pre-owned guns as well. So it's guns, guns, guns. You love guns, you love tanks, you love swords, you love knives, you got it all. All right, you got it all at one store. 7626 Westheimer at Voss. Also locations in Dallas and Austin. Online, collectorsfirearms.com. It's the best damn gun shop in the world. Westheimer at Voss, Collectors Firearms.
much better night for the Astros and myself. I was able to locate a Space City Home Network feed, watch the Astros win, watch Hunter Brown get out of some trouble early. But when it mattered, he buckled down, got a nice double play in the second. And Yainer Diaz came through. We had some hijinks from Alex Cora. We had a balk. We had a non-balk. We had a lot. But at the end of the night, we got an Astros win. And coupled with that Orioles walk-off against the Mariners, you retake sole possession of first place. So good night overall. You win the series. So that's now 3 series in a row. So despite all the trouble that's been well documented, that's 3 series wins, including 2 against AL East, the traditional AL East powers, and then a Marlins team that at least at the time was hot. That has certainly kind of waned because they're the Marlins, but a nice way to go into a day off. The Astros will have those Orioles to play, so while the Mariners have another game with them, an early one today, the Orioles will come into town, so you got a chance to start off another series against, at least this time, a lesser opponent, and see how you handle it at home. The last time you were at home against a lesser opponent, you were able to take 2 or 3 from the Guardians, but before that, you had the loss to the A's. So we know they have it in them. Let's just hope they don't revert back to that form, because the form they have right now is winning 2 out of 3 at a minimum. So we'll take that all season, certainly the rest of the season.
The red hot Orioles, thanks to the Mariners.
Well, we'll see what they do today.
I know, yeah, probably not right.
Yeah, we'll see. It was a crazy game last night. The Mariners went down late, 3-1, then fought back and tied. It was okay. This team apparently is never going to lose again.
At that point, I just saw the tweet. I wasn't watching that game. I literally, these MFers,
yeah,
these guys, are you serious right now?
They're never going to lose again. But the Orioles were able to walk it off, so we'll take that. You guys want to win today too? We'll take that too, and then you can stop winning.
Yeah, I'll allow the red hot Orioles to come to town if it means a 2-game win streak.
That's whatever we classify as red hot. Let's get that done, Orioles. We want you feeling pretty good, and then the Astros can take all your joy away. So that one is on MLB Network, 12:05 start. You want to see if the Astros can gain another half game. But if we go back to last night, credit to Hunter Brown. The sinker he kind of pushed aside. We know that sinker has turned feels like his career around once he implemented it last year. Sinker wasn't something he leaned on last night, but he found a way. He wasn't vintage, but he probably did more covering with first base than he's done in a very long time. A number of times Christian Walker was feeding him balls on the run, and he made every play. So credit to him for that. I mentioned he had a couple double plays. It started off in the second when he had a bit of trouble. He walks a couple guys, but he was able to, much like we've seen from recent Astro starters on this homestand, get through the early trouble and struggle. And then when we look at the outing at the end of the day, oh, that was pretty good. Javier Arrighetti. Now Hunter Brown went a little bit longer. He went 6 2/3. Which is what we expect from him in comparison to those guys as they work their way back from long absences. But it's kind of been what the series against the Red Sox was. Now, the entrance of Dubin turned what could have been a competitive ball game into a rout a couple nights ago. But hey, you take a beating in that one. But overall, you take the series. So Pena, nice way to start. What Blum and Callis were in the Crawford boxes. I believe they were joined by Jeff Bagwell. And when Pena hit that home run, he pretty much said, I think he said exactly this, that Pena's turned himself into a star, a superstar. So that is the Jeremy Pena we've seen all year long, and he got them going early, which had to have been nice for Hunter Brown the last time he faced the Red Sox. He pitched really well, but didn't get a lot of run support. He only got the 1 run of support, and he got the 1 run early on the first from the first batter, and that kind of got things going. And as I mentioned, it was 2-1, and then Yainer hit that home run off for Walker Buehler that gave the Astros some breathing room. So the big thing on the Red Sox side was their issue with a balk that would have got a run home Cora wouldn't let it go. It was in the 6th inning where they thought a balk should have led to a run. And then I think in the next half inning, Yiner did hit that home run to make it 4-1. And then in the 7th, Cora had seen enough or had heard enough or had gotten all he could out without getting thrown out. He wanted another piece. This is one of those times where Cora said, I'm going to leave here with something. And since I thought this game should have been tied, and now it isn't, now we're down by 3 runs, I'm going to keep barking at this umpire. And he got thrown out. I don't have the feelings about Alex Cora that others do. Like, people have, and I get it, his contributions to the Astros helped lead to a scandal. And of course, you can throw Beltran in there as well. But it doesn't help that he has that Red Sox jersey on. And for the most part, yes, he did have to miss a year, but he doesn't get hit with the stuff that all the Astros do. Mostly because he no longer wears a uniform. So I gotta believe it's just, it incenses people to know that this guy, probably along with Beltran, the ringleader to all this, just gets to walk free and clear. So I saw a lot of people last night go, get that bum off the field. He sucks. Now they didn't make reference to the cheating, but you could sense that this is okay. Get Cora out of here, considering how clean he left what was something that painted the Astros in a very negative light.
There's also a story from the Evan Drellich book. I think it was the Drellich book, where Cora would get in the face of TV guys on opposing teams, or at least I think it was Jeff Blum. He got in a fight on the team bus with Jeff Blum, a yelling fight with Jeff Blum. So I think there's a lot of man, we know what this dude's all about. This guy's kind of a MFer. He's kind of a...
He was our MFer for a time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you said that his actions got him embroiled in scandal. What Alex Cora was saying is, my actions also got you a World Series
That's
ring.
the other side of the coin.
That's what he would say.
Yes, and there's that pennant still remains
right
up
there.
there. You can
Actually,
see
right
it
above Jeff Blum's head, right there in left field.
Yes, right above the 22 championship, the one that's untainted for some. But yes, he played a part in a couple things, the scandal and the title. But we forget about that. We know. We focus on the negative. You're a Red Sox.
Yeah.
Your reputation is pretty pristine while we're still dealing with the aftermath.
It's an overcorrection of the, I guess, national opinion of Alex Cora, where it's not low enough, and so the Astros fans, it's lower. We'll drag that reputation down a little bit.
Come play in the mud with us, Alex.
Yeah, there's also that the situation. It must have been from 2022 or 2021, where Justin Verlander yelled at Alex Cora on the field. He just shut the F up, Alex. Yeah. That got posted a lot.
Yes, it is a running feud against the man who at one point was very important to the Astros and now an arch enemy of the fan base. But Alex Cora's team leaves losers. You lose a series, we can call you losers, or at least in this instance, you swept us in Boston. But right now we got to get back.
Aggregate.
Yes.
By a lot.
Yes, if we're talking about overall the last 6 games, yes, the Red Sox
they definitely left here with something.
Yes, they did. That was a beatdown on Tuesday. But when it comes down to it, 2 is better than 3 when it comes. 2 is better than 1 when it comes to wins. So we'll take it.
They've now won the Astros 3 straight series, 2-1. So all the, panicking. I mean, there's still room for panic.
Of course.
I mean, still looking for that second opinion on Josh Hader that says, "Yep, shoulder's fine." We're really for that to be the second opinion. But yeah, I think, and the Mariners refuse to lose. But I think that the Astros, at least as of late, have started to they're not playing as poorly as it seems at times. We remember the bad times a lot.
But they've been as illustrated by
they've 2-1 every series.
They're winning series against teams that the Yankees haven't been playing well, but they're still the Yankees. And
Marlins were playing
well. The Red Sox were playing well. So yeah, as much as it's more highlighted by the fact that the Mariners hadn't lost. So no matter what you're doing, you still see your lead
the three
diminishing.
games that they lost the last 3 series.
Yeah.
that cost them 3 games.
So that's So no matter how well you're playing, if the other team, as we talked about yesterday, never loses, it's not going to matter. But that changed, and let's hope that continues today, starting at about 12:05 when the Mariners close out their series against the Orioles. Okay, we'll go to break. We'll still talk more Astros. We'll also get into what's going on with the Texans because their joint practice with the Panthers is going on. It's a practice against another team where you can decide, depending on the tweets you see, how good your team is, how good your team isn't. I would say don't take too much of what you're seeing at face value. It's situational football. There are no game planning. There are no real drives. There's some red zone stuff. I saw the first tweet I saw about it was CJ. He hit Nico Collins in the end zone for a touchdown. Now there was a free runner on the blitz, and CJ would have took a helmet right in the chest in a real game, but it's not a real game. So I think that counted for a touchdown, and that's kind of the point. Does that play go as smoothly if CJ knows he's going to get hit? Who can say? So that's going on. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the guys who are actually participating and who isn't. We got plenty of stuff to get to on the show. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We gave away our final spot in the fantasy football league we're going to do with the Golden Nugget. Congratulations to Joey. He is our final winner. I don't know who he's bringing with him, but we appreciate everyone and the response to that. It'll be me, Sean, Lance, and John down in Lake Charles for that. So that'll be fun, and that contest is now over. We're still giving away listener appreciation party tickets throughout the week, so you can stay locked in on the next couple of days to try to win those tickets. But if you want to join us, you can. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, do you want to update the people on what's going on? You told me about a positive play for the Texans that we can either celebrate or throw aside because it's just a non-live practice. What happened with Derek Stingley?
Oh, yes. Breaking news from DJ Bienemy. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young tested Texans cornerback Derek Stingley, and Stingley intercepted it and returned it for 6.
But can we really be sure it's a pick 6?
Well, he ran the other way with it. No one stopped
Were
him.
Lions trying to chase him, or Panthers try to chase him, or are they just like, you know what, let's go on to the next play? But either way, Bryce Young learned a valuable lesson. You don't
already an interception.
You don't test Derek Stingley in a Thursday morning practice. Oh, we got more?
Yeah, I clicked on DJ's profile from 15 minutes ago, so this is more recent. Texans defense just allowed a huge explosive to Teteroa McMillan.
Ted McMillan, the rookie.
He actually, DJ, and understandable at practice, just said McMillan. I figured it was Teteroa. He didn't feel like typing it out on his phone in practice. But
Good for you. Yeah, I don't know how many announcers are going to go beyond Ted McMillan.
T-Mac.
Yeah, some of that as well.
There's only one T-Mac here in H-Town. Trace McGrady.
Oh, I'm glad you gave us that pregnant pause and then told us who you were talking about. Appreciate that. Yes, Tracy McGrady. So Texans, Panthers, that's going on. As far as guys who aren't participating, no Christian Harris. We still wait to see him in action against anything close to really live as they work him back into the fold. I don't believe Dameon Pierce is actually out there participating either. So they have their practice today. They'll have the game to play on Saturday, right? Are they playing the Panthers on Saturday? So maybe this joint practice will determine who actually gets to play on Saturday, because if it goes well, maybe we don't see CJ again. If they think they need more work, maybe we do. So that's the balance these coaches have to figure out. What type of work did they get? Was it valuable? And do we need more work in front of the viewing public? Because at this point, the only thing we know about the Texans offense and their complete starting unit and how they work with CJ is what reporters are telling us. And that might be the case until they open up week 1 against the Rams, if they can get their quarterback out of the Airstream. That's apparently right near the practice field in terms of Matthew Stafford. So it's a lot of guesswork. We had Will Kunkel on this morning, filling in for Lance, and he has been out at practice, so he gave some insight on what's going on. And John asked him about Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward's dealing with legal issues. Certainly he's been oft injured as a Texan, and Will was pretty honest. He says he don't know what's up. There's not a real sense of Jimmy Ward's availability because of the legal issues. And in talking about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, he has talked to folks, and there is some optimism about his return. And the Joe Mixon one is kind of what's been reported, that he could be back for week 1. No one's really sure. The Texans aren't really being clear, but don't rule out Joe Mixon being back for week 1. And of course, there was ambiguity regarding Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's injury in the reporting, and you can hear Will Kunkel. I don't know if the podcast is up yet, but this show has talked about what followed and the reporters responding to the false report. Well, you get some more insight from Will Kunkel on that as well, because there is media beef I was unaware of. And while Will did his best not to he kind of did light the guy up, but he didn't use his name. So you can go listen to that at about right about 7:22 or so. They get deep in the Texans talk, and you hear Will. I don't know if we knew that about Will, that he had that in him, but now I do. So that was my favorite part of his appearance, and maybe we'll get more from Will Kunkel tomorrow. He'll be in for John tomorrow. He was in for Lance today. So Will and Lance will be with you tomorrow for the John and Lance Show. So as far as this week, at least this day against the Panthers on Saturday, I'd like to see Christian Harris at some point make an appearance, but that doesn't seem likely. And then the Dameon Pierce thing. We have talked about Dameon Pierce having an opportunity. Well, he's got to be actually out there to take that opportunity. And him not being available today certainly opens up the opportunity for Nick Chubb. We haven't seen Nick Chubb either. The reports were early, looking slow. Looks like he's lost more than a step. The more recent reports were more positive, but I think, in referencing Will Kunkel again, he made an important point. Until Nick Chubb is in pads, running against guys really trying to tackle him, we're probably never gonna know what he has left, because there is a physicality to his game, and even if he has become more of a plunge ahead and plow through guys, like Miko Ryan said, like Nick's just gonna drop his head and plunge forward for yards. That can be a valuable asset, but you're just not going to see that play out on the field in practice. So if he is a different type of back now, after all the injuries, if he's more of a power back than what he was before as a power and speed back, we won't see that until he plays, and maybe we see that on Saturday against the Panthers.
Yeah, maybe this is just because I'm greedy and I'm not at practice because I work during practice. But I would like to see the offense, the number one offense, or whoever's healthy from the first string offense. Like, can I see him for a drive? Can I see him for 2 drives? Is that too much to ask for in preseason?
Just to see if there is some juice there.
Just to see.
Yeah.
Just like, I don't know. It also make just the process of watching this game be a little bit more interesting. I don't know.
I get it.
I'm good on Keaton Slovis and Graham Mertz throwing it combined 30 times. Like, that to me just means very little. I want to see the guys I'm going to watch for 17 weeks.
Understood. You'd like a little preview of what you can imagine. And then
I'm not even going to draw like
I thought you might have start jumping to conclusions.
No, not big sweeping. I mean, depends how these guys look. I guess if they look completely terrible, then I'll draw that conclusion. But I just want to see it. Can I is it a sin that I just want to like watch these guys play?
No, it's not a sin.
In front of the home fans.
Oh, okay. You're leaning into that. Give the home fans a treat.
Yeah.
If you're going to play C.J. Stroud in the game, it should be this one. Just play him against the Panthers. Give him a series or two. Hype up the Nick Caley train even more. Who cares?
He'll be on the field this week because they said they're mixing him around.
Trying to see what's best. And
I prefer Booth, but
you are a Booth guy. You think it's better for the OC. You don't want him to be able to look directly into his players' eyes when he needs to rip them and stuff. You don't want that. But the eye contact means more.
Okay.
We'll actually hear from Nick Caley when we come back, talking about what he wants out of his guys. So D'Amico Ryan spoke yesterday about physicality from the O-line. We're here from Nick Caley, your new play caller, on what he's looking for. So we'll get to that and more when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So let's hear from Nick Caley. His offense going at it with the Panthers right now in a joint practice. The two teams will play each other in something you can actually see. And there's some fans out there today, but for the most of you, you can't make it out there. So you actually get to see the team against that Panthers team on Saturday. So here's Nick Caley on what he expects and what he's seeing from his guys.
It all starts up front, and I've said that. It's not cliche. It's what I believe in. I think you got to be physical. You have to establish the line of scrimmage, and that's in the run game. That's being coordinated in protections. That's not having free runners at the quarterback. That's knowing where we're working to. That's getting a hat on a hat in the run game, whether that's zone schemes or gap double teams. And I think as long as you can start there and you're tough and physical, you can stay on schedule and you can move forward. And not to oversimplify things, but if you do it the other way, I don't believe that that's the right way to go about things. So we're far from where we need to be, but we're making progress and we're seeing improvement, and we just have to keep continuing to do that every single day here.
I was listening to a podcast this morning, and the subject matter, it was the Athletics football show, and the subject matter was 10 teams that you can consider Super Bowl contenders. So you go through the regular teams you expect, like the Bills and the Ravens. You throw the Eagles on there, of course, the Chiefs, obviously. And then you start to get into debates about who can make that list. And the Texans and the Vikings were vying for the final spot. And the one reason that that group of guys said the Texans should be number 10 on the list was they liked CJ, despite the questions about the offensive line over what they believe is a better roster in Minnesota, but too many variables when it comes to J.J. McCarthy. At least two of them did. Like, the main guy was so shook up by what the Texans did to his predictions last year that he wouldn't pick the Texans and put them on the list because he was so concerned about what he thinks could be their fatal flaw, that offensive line. Nick Caley was brought in to fix it, and I think it'll be a process all through the year. I don't know that it'll be immediately fixed in week one, but the division gives them a little cushion where, okay, maybe you go into LA and don't look great, win or lose, but your division is one where no matter what you do outside of it, as long as you kind of dominate it, you're going to have a home playoff game, which certainly is the first step if you are a real Super Bowl contender. So if you are listening to people who say everyone's ripping C.J. Stroud, I would tell you that is something they're making up in their head. Across the landscape, locally for the most part, I believe, nationally, certainly, C.J. Stroud remains the answer to most anything that ails the Texans, along with what their defense is. The defense was a prominent part of the discussion. That defense, they believe, has a chance to be the best defense of football, and you throw in C.J. Stroud, that's enough to put them on the list of contenders. So there is no real doubt across the country about what C.J. Stroud can do. That first year, that impression still remains the strongest one as opposed to what happened last year. So it'll be the Cole Popovich and Nick Caley show in terms of how they prop up what is not a talented offensive line as far as results recently. But is it just the power of friendship and being able to pick up the most common of stunts? Will that be enough to elevate this team into one that is an actual fringe Super Bowl contender? Because I think the talent on the team, defensively, that's a Super Bowl defense. Through an entire season when you're not playing the toughest competition, at week to week, I think the offense, even with the questions about who the real number 2 receiver is, if you don't think that belongs to Christian Kirk, the offense is good enough to get you to 10 wins. But we know that the topping off point for this team in its history has been the divisional round. So I think the offensive line and the next, let's say 18 games or so, if they make the playoffs, which we expect, and get that first round playoff game at home
Saturday.
I wasn't talking about the Panthers game, although that'll be
no. I meant Saturday.
Oh yeah, 2:30 on NBC or whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Nickelodeon,
Peacock, whatever it's going to be on. Yes, to your point, that first playoff game on Saturday afternoon, I think it's 18 games of run up to hopefully be ready when you face one of the big boys
in the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like that's what most of my questions for the Texans like boil down to is just like, does that mean they win 10 games or 11 or 12? And do they win one playoff game or 2 or 3? Like that is what every time that we talk about this offensive line or we talk about whatever questions we have about this team, the running backs after Joe Mixon, the receivers after Collins and Kirk, all it is just doesn't mean that they can win the divisional round playoff game. That to me is like the question mark of this team. Like, should they win this division? If with reasonable health, yes, they should win this division, and it shouldn't be like that stressful of a process. It is only can they beat one of Bills, Chiefs, Ravens.
Right or wrong, because of who they play in this division, I feel like this entire year is one where you are trying to get right. Now, week to week, they got to win games. The coaches don't think this way. But at least for me, I think all you're doing is building to, if we have to go to Baltimore, and let's be very optimistic about the season. Maybe they have a second home playoff game, however it goes. But if you have to play whoever, throw the Bills in there as well, whoever it is, are you ready for the moment? And that should have been the point since they lost to Kansas City, as the spam call comes in the playoffs. Whatever you're building towards, it should not be, let's win our 10, 11 games in the regular season and take our chances. Self-scout, notice where you're deficient, and it appears they've done that with all the changes on the offensive line and in the coaching staff. And then when you're, 20 weeks deep into the season after the bye, I guess you would say officially 19 because we don't expect them to be the one seed. Are you ready to go? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Is this team good enough to hold up? And they play the Chiefs tough. That matchup seems to be a good one. If I'm being honest, no matter what this season looks like, I'd like to push Baltimore either off the schedule entirely in the playoffs because they've been eliminated, or into the AFC title game, because that matchup has been a poor one. And you can see they beat the Bills in the regular season game. You can determine whether you think that would have happened in the playoffs or not. But there is one team in the conference who outclasses them with no question. And they play a physical brand of football that the Texans could not hold up against at any point over the course of DeMeco Ryans' tenure. So while you can't build a team to beat one team because there's no guarantee you would see them, I'd like to have at least a level of belief that if they saw the Ravens again, it wouldn't be the demolition that it always is when they play them.
Yeah, I think that in a weird way they are I think the Chiefs are the team that's like most likely the hurdle that you'll have to go over at some point. But I think the Ravens are the ones that I'm most like, man, I cannot do this again. I cannot go into a Ravens game. And they play in the regular season, so there'll be a chance for slight redemption there. But the Ravens are the one team where if they draw that number in January, you're just like, man, this might be a long afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it in Houston's history in basketball. It used to be long ago, it used to be the Sonics, and now it's the Warriors, where no matter what the situation is, you feel like
want to see those
just
guys.
Pack it up because it won't go well. The Ravens have become that team in the AFC for the Texans, even though the Ravens haven't gotten over them. They have their own issues, and that's more about them because it doesn't matter who the team is.
Yeah,
as long as they're in a big spot, they don't come through.
It's why I'm pretty confident that there's a tier of those three teams, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, and then there's a second tier where the Texans are in, because the Texans have a Ravens problem.
Yes.
The Ravens have a Bills and Chiefs problem.
Yes, they have a Ravens problem themselves. Because Mark Andrews dropping footballs had nothing to do with the Bills. That was just him being a Raven in a big moment. What's his name? The small receiver, number 4.
Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers fumbling going to the end zone
line,
wasn't a Chiefs problem. That's just him making a a mistake, now the Chiefs hit him, but that should have been a touchdown. So the Ravens have their own issues. In fact, the Bills have their problems too. Notice,
the Bills have a Chiefs
because
problem.
the Chiefs are the Chiefs. So everyone, even the Texans, although they play them close, has a Chiefs problem.
Yes, but the Texans also have a Ravens problem.
Yes, and we don't know if they have a Bills problem because we've never seen that in the playoffs. The Texans, we know they have a ceiling problem.
Yeah.
That ceiling is the divisional round.
Yeah, how dare you forget the 2020?
You're right.
Or January of 2020.
Because those teams are very much the same.
Yeah. I trust in a make or break game that Josh Allen's going to throw a 40-yard pass to a fullback, and that Deshaun Watson will lead the Texans to victory. Oh, no, probably not.
No, probably not. All right, we'll go to break with that. The number is 713-780-3776. So Texans continuing to practice against the Panthers. CJ's throwing a pick, throwing some touchdowns. It's the ebbs and flow of practice. I'm sure we'll get a full write-up from everybody out there. You can make your determinations about what's going on. All right, coming up, we'll talk some college football. Because, Sean, you talked about it during the break, but there is a list of the best quarterback battles going on around the country. More entertaining than what's going on in the NFL, because most of the quarterback battles, unless you're talking about – I'm trying to think of an actual starter quarterback battle. Is there one?
New Orleans? Hello.
Okay, sure.
Rattler, Chuck.
But most of the actual battles in training camp are about backups.
Yeah.
I will say we've been saved from at least a couple days next week of Shedeur Sanders talk, because it looks like he won't play on Saturday because of an injury. Well, that's Joe Flacco's job. But if Dylan Gabriel plays, who I believe is hurt as well, maybe Dylan Gabriel being awful will turn somehow into more Shedeur Sanders talk. But at least at the moment, it looks like we won't be inundated about how the entire league messed up and they let this demon get to Cleveland, because he is suffering from, I believe, an injury that's going to keep him out of the Browns game. But we'll get into what's going on around college football, because there are quarterback battles, including some for the best teams in the country. So we'll talk about that when we get back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So if we go back to last year's preseason AP poll, just going down the list, since we're going to talk about quarterback battles, Georgia set it with Carson Beck. Ohio State set with Will Howard. Oregon had Dylan Gabriel. Texas, yours. Some people wanted ours, but it was yours. That was clear. Alabama had Jalen Milroe. Ole Miss, Jackson Dart. 7, Notre Dame, Riley Leonard. Penn State, Drew Aller. Michigan did have it wasn't a battle. It was more like I don't know what to call it.
Water gun fight?
Yeah, because we saw what happened during the season. And 10, Florida State with DJU. So while 9 and 10 never really got their answer at quarterback, 10 had a set starter. 9, we saw what happened with Michigan. That's 9 out of 10 who had set starters at quarterback. Yeah. You go to this year, Texas, Arch clearly. Ohio State, Drew Aller. Julian Sayin is not the clear starter at Penn State. He's listed as the front runner.
At Ohio State.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, at Ohio State. He's listed as the front runner, but he's not. We heard and we talked about it. Ryan Day says that battle is going to go on. Clemson, Klubnik, okay? Georgia, it'll be Gunnar Stockton. Notre Dame, that's a battle. CJ Carr, as you call him, the Nepo baby grandson. And I think you said it during the break. Nepo baby grandson.
I did say it in confidence during
the
break.
Yes, because you wouldn't ever bring that to the show. The Nepo baby grandson of Lloyd Carr is now in a battle, and it's kind of important for Notre Dame. They do go to a top 10 opponent.
Yeah.
First game of the year. They would like to have that battle set. And the quarterback in question who's challenging him is Clinchy? That the name used to Minchie.
Kenny Minchie.
Kenny Minchie is the quarterback who doesn't have a lot of time, not a lot of snaps. Same goes for CJ Carson. Notre Dame, a team with national title aspirations, did not go into the transfer portal this time around because, well, you had a big time prospect in CJ Carr.
Yeah.
Currently doesn't have that battle sewn up. So that's one. Of course, I mentioned Ohio State. That's the second. Michigan, who's not in the top 15. Bryce Underwood appears to be the starter, but he didn't set the world on fire during spring, and he hasn't been great in the fall. So that's another one.
Yeah, and he's a true freshman.
Like, so you can never really know.
You would tamper expectations.
Yes. Of course, you have you go to Tennessee. They're lower in the rankings, barely in the top 25. That stems from their quarterback battle stems from Nico Iamaleava. Going to UCLA, the controversy about whether he wanted more money, or he didn't think the team was built in a way where he could win. All that stuff came out. He wound up at UCLA. Now Joey Aguilar is the guy. So that's lower. Colorado no longer has Shedeur Sanders. So Caden Salter, who was at Liberty, is considered maybe the number one, but Julian Lewis, their 5-star freshman, is in the battle as well. But as far as championship contenders, Notre Dame. No, Alabama just named their starter. They could have made this list if the list was made 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But Alabama named their starter, so not a worry there. Although,
no, I mean it's Ty Simpson, and I think it's notable that you read off last year's list of
a lot of set guys who had experience.
It's a lot of guys with experience, even the Will Howards or the Dylan Gabriel.
They were transfers, but they played a lot of football.
Yes, I mean this year's top 10, other than Drew Aller, it is Arch Manning first year as a starter. It is Drew Aller, and then it's whoever wins the Ohio State job is going to be a first year starter. And you have Cade Klubnik, who is returning, 3-year starter?
Yeah, it's been there a while.
Something like that.
At least 2.
Yeah. Notre Dame with 2 guys that have 0 starts under their belt. You have Gunnar Stockton at Georgia with 1 start under his belt.
Mm-hmm. Texas?
Texas with Arch Manning. Like, that to me is the big... Oregon, because they lost Dylan Gabriel.
Dante Moore, who's a transfer from...
he has UCLA. He played a little bit at UCLA.
But has not started a game for Oregon.
Yes. So, all of these teams just have so much uncertainty at quarterback. The Alabama, Ty Simpson, I think 0 starts. So, there's gonna be one of these guys that hits. There's gonna be probably more of these guys that are complete duds.
Sure.
But I think that, to me, is the biggest difference is... not just that they're not solid starters yet, or they haven't, there's a bunch of quarterback battles, but it's even the guys that aren't in battles, like Arch Manning, like still we're talking about 2 starts.
Yeah. Ty Simpson's been around for a while, but as you laid out, first-time starter, mop-up duty for the most part.
It's Arch Manning. It's Arch Manning with 2 less starts.
Yeah, so if you're looking for some highs and lows, some fluctuations, some turmoil, the top 10 could be filled with it because of the lack of legitimate starting quarterbacks with experience, and there will be early matchup to test those guys. I mentioned Notre Dame, whoever wins that job is going down to Miami first week of the season. Of course, Arch is playing another inexperienced quarterback, and whether it's Sayin or Kreinholtz. Although it feels like Sayin's going to win that job, but either way, Ohio State's going to have a guy with not a lot of experience.
Yeah, and going in on the Ohio State thing, like the fact that we are like, I'll probably be Sayin, and all during the offseason before fall camp, it was like it is going to be Julian Sayin.
Yeah,
I think I don't know how to read the fact that they haven't announced that it's Sayin. If you could read it 2 different ways, of either they have 2 really good quarterbacks that are pushing each other, and Kreinholtz hasn't let go of the job.
That's usually not how it goes.
Yes, or it's that Julian Sayin hasn't actually played well enough to take it.
Correct. So there we are. It should be a fun year. I mean, Texas is the number 1 across really whether you go to a publication poll or the polls we actually have that will put the number right next to the team when we watch these games. Either way, Texas seems to be maybe not a consensus number 1, but when we just go through looking at these teams, they have reached a level, or at least people are comfortable putting them there above everyone else. But I think we're going to see a lot of movement early because of the games. We got Clemson, LSU early as well.
Yeah, that's another one where Brian Kelly still has not won a Week 1 game as LSU's head coach. Just hasn't done it. Lost to FSU when FSU was good. Lost to USC when USC was meh last year. Like, he just finds a way to lose all these games, and it doesn't get any easier. They've made a big point about, like, hey, this year we have to start 1-0 or whatever. It's probably the toughest game yet that you've had to win one of these is against this Clemson team that's returning not just Cade Klubnik, but a bunch of receivers, some D-line talent. Like, it's going to be a big test. And I think that one's in Clemson. I was going to say Death Valley. It's in either way, it's in Death Valley. But I believe that one's in Clemson's Death Valley.
So judging by Brian Kelly's history, you might think you might lean Clemson in that one. As Sean pointed out, you give LSU. Now, I'm not giving Brian Kelly credit because I bet you if he was asked, he wouldn't want these big games early. LSU will schedule. They've always done it, no matter who the coach is.
I mean, if I'm Brian Kelly, I'm like, can we make one of these week 2? Like, can we just
give me a game? Give
me one game.
Flip the Troy.
We can play. We can still play these tough teams, but can we make it a week 2 game? Give me a Colorado State to warm up with.
Yeah, La Tech is their second opponent. He'd be like, "Can I play La Tech and
just to get one under the belt?"
Yeah, look at what LSU has. They got the Clemson game, La Tech as a sandwich game, and then they host Florida. That's tough. That man could be 1-2 early in the Brian Kelly
before late September.
Fire Brian Kelly train. Yeah, September. They play Florida September 13th. He could be 1-2, and nothing he's going to do the rest of the way unless they beat Alabama is going to make anyone happy.
By the way, beat Alabama while like running the table
the rest of the way.
Season.
You're already on the verge of one more loss keeping you out of the playoff, and that could be his fate.
Can't lose a stupid
September
one to
13th.
Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Can't lose a stupid.
And they have to go to Ole Miss this year, so tough for LSU. Florida's no different. Could go the opposite for Billy Napier. We've talked about it. They got to go to LSU. They have to go to Miami early in the year. They could be in that same spot very early. So I think the early part of the year will be fun with all the quarterback uncertainty and really just team uncertainty.
Yeah,
as we talked about, Texas number 1, Ohio State. All the names you recognize are at the top. But with the schedules, you could see some drops, but of course they all have the saving grace of being a part of a 12-team playoff. So it won't kill them if they lose one early. which makes these games
for some of these teams, for some of the
fun.
Not to be SEC guy, but especially for some of these SEC games, like when you SEC teams, when you lose a non-conference game, and it's like, all right, now you have to, like last year, going 9-3 in the SEC did not get you into the playoffs. So you have one loss for the rest of the season, or else people are going to make an ass of themselves. Paul Feinbaum's going to have to make an ass of himself the last week of the season, begging for the committee to let you in the tournament field. Like your season won't be over by week 1, but at the end of the season, we could look back and go like, man, they really could have used that win against Clemson or Ohio State. As now we're sitting here at 9-3.
Will they have any shame?
No.
Will they recognize how shameful it was last year and go, you know what? We're not going to do this again.
I mean, I will say, as long as, Texas, if they lose to Ohio State, if LSU loses to Clemson, Florida loses to Miami, whatever. At least these are better losses than having to defend Ole Miss losing to Kentucky.
Or losing to Oklahoma in the way that Alabama did.
And to Vandy. These are better losses than that, but it's still not great.
No, the SEC is so tough. All the games when you lose matter.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, remember what conference you're in. Because you are not taking into account that you may be in that situation.
No, I said Ohio. If you lose to Ohio State, you basically have to go 10-1 the rest of the season to feel good about making the college football
Trust
playoff.
me.
You play Georgia. You go at Georgia, at Florida.
Look, the bargaining, no matter how you get to 9-3, will begin. Look, to your point, if you lose early, but you go 10-2 with that schedule, all right, well deserved to make the playoff. But trust, if you're 9-3 and your losses are to Florida, Georgia, and let's say you throw in an unexpected stinker, you will find a way to. Hey, toughest schedule in the country. It had no fan reacts in a way you're like, yeah, you know what? We don't deserve it. It doesn't happen. You will look across the country and go, Arizona State, F out of here.
Whatever. 11-1 Indiana.
F out of here. Did you see who we had to play? You sat in a spot where you didn't have to worry about it last year. No. You weren't.
I got the judge from on high.
You weren't in Alabama, South Carolina, or Ole Miss.
As long as we don't play Georgia, I feel good.
Yeah, but given the opportunity.
Thank God we couldn't play him 3 times.
Yeah, that's true. You will do the same, like every other fan. All right, we go to break with that. Hour 1 over. That number is 713-780-3776 if you want to join us. So Sean and I for another hour before we wrap it. Of course, Paul Gallant follows us, and the Killer Bees follow him. We will be back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. School is ongoing. It just started. Tough for the kids to start this early and end in June. It's a different time. Didn't happen to me, but you know what else didn't happen to me? I didn't get a new car or even a pre-owned car until I was in college. Don't do that to your kids because Monument Chevrolet has great deals if you want to give a back-to-school gift, but you don't want to go all in on a new car. They got a great pre-owned inventory over there. And they have that limited 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty to give you a little cushion because you're dealing with a young driver. They'll take care of you there. But if you want something for yourself, because the current relationship you have with your car is a little toxic, plenty of red flags, you'd like a car with all green flags, Monument Chevrolet is the place you go. Just check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. Great website, shows you all the inventory, shows you the prices, and the best part of that website is those prices are correct. They don't change when you go out there and see them in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. No hidden fees, no upcharges. The price is the price. The people there are great. They're going to treat you like family because they've been in business for over 50 years. That means they've been treating customers right for 5 decades plus. You should be the next customer they treat right at Monument Chevrolet. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. Then head on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive. The summer circuit continues tomorrow at Brickhouse Tavern and Tap in Humble. The Paul Gallant Show and the Killer Bees will be out there from 12 to 6. You can meet them out there, get great food from Brickhouse Tavern and Tap, enjoy the ambiance, and also have your chance to enter to win a Power On electric bike from that company. Power On Electric Bicycle Company is giving away 2 e-bikes, a value at $4,000. All you got to do, stop by, register at the promo table, sign up, and now you're entered to win. We're giving away stuff really all month. We're done with the Fantasy Football League entrance. We will continue to give away opportunities for people to get into the listener party. And, of course, the summer circuit will continue until the summer is over. And also, you guys should remember Houston Restaurant Weeks. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com and check out all they have to offer. Check out all the restaurants involved, because you're going to get dinner at great prices. And also, when you get one of those dinners, you're donating to the Houston Food Bank, which is a great cause, feeding people in the community. So you get a great dinner, and then you're able to help others out as well. Check out all the restaurants participating at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Okay, we went long because that's what we do. So this will be a little quicker, giving you some updates on some of the Astro pitchers. Luis Garcia pitched, struck out 6 in his most recent rehab start. The velocity on things other than his fastball were down. The fastball, according to what people saw, was averaged out about 94. The cutters speeds were down, but he is working his way back. Lance McCullers will have a rehab start tomorrow as he works his way back from the blister. So looks like that blister is healed to a point where he can return to pitching. And the debate was this morning about, debate's probably strong. The conversation this morning was about whether Lance McCullers can be someone that can be depended on later in the year and maybe even in the playoffs, whether it be in the bullpen or as a starter. I think I'm done with the Lance McCullers starter experience. I think I've seen enough for this year, particularly when you have the likes of Javier back, Arrighetti back, Jason Alexander pitching well his last couple starts, and, of course, waiting on Luis Garcia. I don't know if I want to go back to that well. I've seen it. I didn't like it. I'm out. As far as being a reliever, can he help as a reliever? A caller brought up a good point. Lance has trouble throwing strikes. And if you're using Lance McCullers in a relief role, can he be dependent on in high-level situations? Yes, he has done some of that in one of his greatest moments in the past. But what about now? That was years ago now. Many, many years ago. Lance McCullers was a different person. A lot of us were. That's how long ago it was. Can he do that now? Can he adapt? He's going to start with the Space Cowboys, so that's not the plan for the Astros right now. And if he's not going to be a reliever, is there a spot for him on any playoff roster? I don't think so. I mean, not the way it's going right now.
He's not going to be in the rotation.
No. So if he can't be a guy who comes in, unless he's like the junk dude who comes in when the game's out of hand, no team should be planning for those situations in the playoffs.
Yeah, or I meant the start.
No, I know what you're saying.
He can't game 4. Lance McCullers.
I'm saying, but even in a relief role, what could his role be? Can you bring Lance in a 6, or maybe you want to make him a 2-inning guy because the starter scuffled his way through 4? You think Lance can come in and he'll get you through 5 and 6 to get to the better part of your bullpen as you try to close out a game?
I mean, the question is, would you prefer Lance McCullers or AJ Blueball or one of these AAA guys or Jason Alexander? Because, once you get into the playoffs, you're going to only have a maximum 4 of these guys start for you, so that, it could be Spencer Getty or Lance McCullers. It could be any of the probably not Javier. I think Javier's pretty solidly in the rotation just based off the one start that he's had. I mean, there's just Luis Garcia when he comes back. Just sight unseen. Right now, would you rather in the 6th inning of a close game make the call to Lance McCullers or Luis Garcia?
The problem is I've seen what Lance has been, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'd rather go with Luis Garcia because I have some hope that Luis Garcia. I don't have any hope that Lance McCullers as presently
I'm scared when he hits
anxiety
play.
even. There's some fear, there's some anxiety, there's some bubble guts. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
If I think about Lance McCullers in a big situation in the playoffs.
Situation if he had to start
No,
next week.
No, but I wouldn't have
like,
I wouldn't have bubble guts about it because but to your point, I don't feel good about him starting a game for the Astros right now. You just never know. And unfortunately, lately it's leaned to the never know has leaned to oof, that's not great what I'm watching out there. So, but he is going to give it another go. Healed from the blister. He'll go tomorrow for the Space Cowboys. So, we will keep watch on that. The Astros do win yesterday. Hunter Brown on the mound. Got a big double play in the second inning. He was helped by the Jeremy Pena leadoff home run. Yainer Diaz hit a home run. You had some balks. You had Alex Cora being thrown out. You had a lot going on. But all that really matters is the Astros take Game 3 of that series. They have the day off today. Baltimore's in town tomorrow. Baltimore's playing Seattle in less than an hour. That first pitch will happen. So if you're trying to see if you can go a game and a half up without having to watch the Astros today, that's your opportunity. That game's on MLB Network. If you got some time, I would say listen to Paul. And if you want to be a scoreboard watcher, flip to MLB Network and see if the Mariners can drop another game.
Keep that on mute. Have Paul running on YouTube while you're at work.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever it takes. Listen to Paul however and whenever you can. Podcast form, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever it is. Listen to the most interactive show. It's all of radio or in Houston.
Houston.
Oh, so he doesn't have the ego to suggest because he can't listen to every other show.
We don't know.
We don't know. So, but he does know about the city of Houston. He's listened to those shows before.
12,
and knows.
13 shows combined.
Yes.
However many it is.
He knows he's far more interactive. So listen to the most interactive show in Houston, and then check out the Mariners and Orioles to see if the Astros can gain a half game. That'll be good. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with a couple more things. More Kevin Durant news. We talked about the suggestion that he could be on a pitch count, no back-to-backs, maybe don't play in a 3 out of 4 night situation. We'll hear from Tim McMahon about the Rockets' approach to Kevin Durant. I think this is something very similar to what we played before, but this is a more extensive comment on his insight regarding the Rockets and their plans for a potential extension for Durant. We'll hear from not Kevin Durant. We'll hear from Tim McMahon of ESPN when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Since the Rockets have started trying to be good, they've showed a willingness to actually negotiate. They don't just hand over the most money they can to the guys on their roster. I mean, I think it stopped with Fred VanVleet the first time. They gave Fred VanVleet everything they could to get him here. Dillon Brooks got a deal that people thought was too much. But since that point, since the point of we just need some dudes in here, and if it takes a couple more bucks than we think they're actually worth, we'll do it. We just need a floor, and then we will start to build from there. And since that point, particularly with the younger players, negotiations have been had, deals that look to be beneficial to the Rockets have been agreed to, and they're staying the course. Kevin Durant, of all people, you would think would be someone, now that you've made the trade, you've given away assets to the Suns, you got Kevin Durant, you're going to give him his money, as much money as he wants. I don't know particularly Kevin Durant's side of it, whether he is more than open to taking far less than he could make. That seems to be kind of the tenor of these conversations, that Kevin Durant isn't looking to extract all he can from the Rockets. We've heard the rumor that he wants to retire here, be his last stop. Well, none of that is guaranteed. And here's Tim McMahon talking about the Rockets' process when it comes to giving Durant an extension.
There's not a sense of urgency to get it done right now. The Rockets have other business that they need to handle this summer, primarily the extension for Tari Eason. Look, it was a big splash. It was potentially the final piece that they needed to be a real deal contender, that go-to guy that they were sorely missing last season. Big splash, but they didn't push all their chips in. They were very patient as far as the pursuit of a trade for Kevin Durant. Matter of fact, I wouldn't say they pursued it. They waited till the price was at a value that they felt was comfortable for them. Kevin Durant's their best player. He's not necessarily their priority, and that's not an insult to him. Their priority is making sure that they have as long of a runway as possible while trying to cash in on this window that they've created by getting Kevin Durant. And certainly, I think both sides want that to be more than a one-year window, but it's not going to be a max extension. If that was the priority for Kevin Durant, it would have been done in conjunction with the trade, and he probably wouldn't have ended up in Houston. So I think you're going to see both sides take a patient approach. They will work together. But again, I don't think this is an urgent situation. And even if they get to camp, even if they get to the start of the season, if it's not done, I don't think you're going to see panic from either side. They want to work together. They want to position themselves to win a championship. And the Rockets want to be positioned to contend for championships long after KD has hung up his shoes.
So the Rockets continue their measured approach to contracts. That's Tim McMahon of ESPN. The one thing he said early, Tari Eason, they consider that more of a priority right now than giving Kevin Durant or getting a Kevin Durant deal done. So let's talk about Tari. Tari has been injured, been on load management. At one point, John Granado told us they thought Tari was their best player. I imagine that particular mindset may have changed, but he's still well-liked, in fact, loved by the Rockets. So what are we giving Tari? Jabari Smith got a deal, a good one for Jabari, set for life, all that stuff, but not one where the Rockets are just giving away money. I think Tari should come in at less than Jabari Smith until he proves, and if they're going to give him the money now, whatever it is, he can't prove this, but proves that he can be a 70-game-per-year player, can be depended on. We talk about guys who had rough playoff series. Tari wasn't very effective in the playoffs. I mean, Jalen Green's going to be the headliner because of how bad he was, but Tari was not someone who was great in those playoffs. So as the Rockets determine who is a part of their potential title-winning rotation, I think they believe Tari Eason can be a part of that. The caveats surrounding the Jabaris of the world, the Taris of the world, the Amen Toms of the world, they're all young dudes under 23, 24 years old, so there's all the growth. Understood on that regard. But, so Tari Eason's contract is next. What are we doing for Tari? If we're doing the 5-year thing because you want him locked up long-term, does he make annually less than what Dillon Brooks was making? Is Tari Eason a $20 million a year type of player to come off the bench for the Rockets?
I think it's in that
range,
17 to 20 kind of range, 17 to 21 maybe.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Just somewhere in there. I mean, probably escalate. All the different stuff. So it probably starts at 18 and ends up the last year's 22.
Escalating.
Yeah.
An annual average maybe about 20 APV of AAV maybe of 20 when you think about what it'll eventually escalate to. It could get there.
Yeah, but I think AAV 19, 20.
Yeah, somewhere in that range to secure Tari Eason. Look, we all knew because of how well they drafted that contracts were going to have to be given to these guys.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the Rockets were more than happy to give Tari Eason a good deal, but it'll be at their price.
You prefer to have this problem of we have to pay all these guys
as opposed to the other problem.
All these guys stink.
As opposed to whiffing on all these opportunities and not wanting to pay them.
Because I think other than the Usman Garubas and Ty Washingtons, I think everyone else has at least gotten a second deal. Now, Jalen Green got a second deal and then got traded.
Yeah.
But I think for the most part, all these, I can't think of one that just didn't get a deal.
So Tari Eason, a priority. I think back to he's not the same player, but I think about what's going on in Golden State with Kuminga. Kuminga, higher draft pick. Kuminga thinks very highly of himself. Thinks one of the reasons he's not the star he believes he can be is because he's got to play in the Golden State system. He would love to go to a place. He's a restricted free agent. He'd love to go to a place where he could spread his wings. I've talked about that with the Rockets. How many of these guys are going to be able to find their actual potential, considering a lot of these guys are role players because of what the Rockets are trying to do? You have your frontline guys like now Kevin Durant, it was Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun, Amin Thompson may play himself into being one of those guys whose role has to be expanded because he's just too good of a player to keep off the floor. But the Taris and the Jabaris of the world, they're you could call them super role players, but they're role players. Yeah. So I don't know if Tari Eason will ever get to a point, at least in the next 3 or 4 years, let's say 2 to 3 years. We'll see how long Kevin Durant's around, where his game expands to a point where we see the best of what he can be. Are you paying while Kuminga wants that and also wants the $25 to $30 million a year deal that no one is willing to give him, partly because we haven't seen it, and the Warriors aren't going to do it. The Warriors at this point seem like a team who, if they do give him a deal, it's one where they can have him so they can trade him because that fit appears to be a bad one. Tari doesn't have those issues here. They want him here. They want to keep him here. So $20 million seems like $20 million would be below what Kuminga would want. I don't know that Kuminga's a better player than Tari Eason. As I said, they're different guys, but
I also don't know if Kuminga's going to get that.
At this point, restricted free agency is really a killer for a guy. He may sign. I don't know if he wants to go in with the qualifying offer so he can be unrestricted next year. There are some complications there. Less so here. Because the Rockets don't let guys get to restricted free agency.
I was going to say, I wonder how much because it's Kuminga, it's Josh Giddey, and it's
Cam Thomas.
Cam Thomas up in Brooklyn. Those 3 guys all are still restricted free agents. They all still have not gotten the deal that they want.
Yeah.
If I'm especially one of these Rockets guys, if I'm anyone who's a soon to be restricted free agent, I think you do have to look around and be like, man, it might be tough for me to get the I don't have the in my back pocket someone's gonna sign me to an offer sheet that I like and you'll have to match it. I don't know. That hasn't happened for those 3 guys.
Yeah, restricted free agency, it's tough. This year, not a lot of teams with cap space. Hell, one of the teams with cap space
is Brooklyn,
has a restricted free agent who they say, hey, Cam Thomas has talked a lot recently. At least we heard reports of him wanting a certain deal. Josh Giddey, not Josh Giddey. Austin Reeves, who isn't a restricted free agent, has a deal with the Lakers, doesn't want to sign the extension they put in front of him, wants $30+ million a year. So a lot of this is going on where the teams kind of hold the cards. The Rockets in that way too, because if Tari Eason says the deal you're offering me isn't up to what I believe I'm worth, go try your hand as a restricted free agent, see what you can go get, and then you may be coming back to us anyway. So he might just be better off, particularly if he wants to be here, which it seems to be the case. Just take the starting at 17 escalates to whatever deal. And you're in a place you like. You're in a place that likes you. and you got life-changing money, and you're only, 22, 23?
Yeah.
In 4 or 5 years, you're going to be still in your prime, and restricted free agency isn't hanging over your head, and you can go get a giant deal as you continue to get better as a player. Yeah.
Things didn't work out for him on the court, but worked for him at the bank.
And part of the reason he left
is because
Utah because they didn't offer him the full.
Yeah, they let him get to restriction.
Yeah, they didn't just give him the extension he wanted. So he said, okay, when it's time for me to go, I'm going to go. And as you mentioned, he got all his money. It didn't work out for him because of injuries, but still got that bag.
Yeah.
And either way, I think Tari Eason's going to get a nice
Someone's
contract.
good. I think the difference between him and Giddey, and I mean all these guys, Giddey, Thomas, and Kuminga, is that like most teams in the league, honestly, the Rockets are the team in the league that kind of need a guy like him the least, just because they have 4 other guys that play the same position and are similar size and bring a lot of the same stuff. As a lot of teams need the like wing defender, big wing defender. He can guard the 4s, he can guard the 3s,
guard down, guard up. Yeah,
yeah, and is playable on offense. Like on the Rockets, he's not the worst offensive player. On most other teams or a lot of other contending teams, he would be the worst offensive player on the court.
Correct. So priority, Tari Eason, Kevin Durant. He will more than likely get an extension. It just isn't something where it's set in stone.
There's also not a deadline for that.
For him, yeah.
Yeah, for Durant, there's not a deadline.
Yeah, we heard McMahon talk about this could go to the season before it begins, maybe training camp. However it goes, the Rockets are like, hey, whatever the vibe is, we'll be fine.
Yeah, Drew Holiday signed an extension like 2 weeks before the playoffs.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter when it comes to the level that these guys are at. So
Tari does have a deadline, though. Tari has a deadline. I think it's like a week before the season or October 1st or whatever.
Correct. So the younger players do have the deadline before things flip as far as how they're classified. Kevin Durant been around long enough where that's not the case. So just something to bear in mind as we get closer and closer. Oh, it's August 14th. Training camp will be next month.
Yeah, the season starts in 2 months.
And then, in fact, the NBA schedule, full schedule comes out at the random time of like 2:15 our time. Then if the NFL clearly thinks a lot of themselves because they have their schedule release shows and they have their leaks that people spend time
for like the 2 weeks before.
Yeah, and people will put together full schedules because of all the leaks, whether they're right or wrong. The NBA doesn't have that problem or that type of interest, partly because there are 82 games. Who wants to put together an 82-game schedule off of rumors? But also, people don't care that much. So they got out their opening night games. They got out their Christmas games.
I think MLK came out.
Yes, their big day games they put out there. Why they're releasing the schedule in the middle of the afternoon, I don't know. They have their own network, NBA TV. They could, not that people are going to flock to it, but still, if they wanted to make it a thing, hell, you have a broadcast partner. What is ESPN showing today?
I think it's The Jump. I think they're doing it, or whatever, NBA Today.
Yeah, but you can put it at a better time for your own well-being with your own network.
Got Savannah Bananas baseball at prime time.
It would rate higher. You're right about that. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments to go. We'll see if anything interesting happened out of Texans camp. There are some comments about the offense not being great in the middle portion of practice. Take it for what it's worth. Not that much. We will come back. But first, Sean, right? Are you talking about Prize Picks here?
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Astros off day today, but there are no off days when it comes to Prize Picks. You can look ahead. You can look ahead into the NFL Week 1. You can look ahead to college football Week 1. Get some early lineups involving these high-profile matchups that we talked about earlier in the show. Or, I mean, they do have the NFL preseason tab, and I've been looking. I've been refreshing my feed, getting all the insights from everyone out at Texans Panthers joint practice today. Let me tell you, I've seen enough. Give me Bryce Young less than 68.5 passing yards for the Carolina Panthers. I think Derek Stingley, if he plays, shuts them down. I think the Panthers might only have Bryce Young out there for one series, maybe two, and 68 is kind of a lot to get in one series. Jawar Jordan for the Texans. Give me more than 20 or 19 and a half rushing yards. And John Mechie still, I think, fighting for a spot on the roster, kind of on that roster bubble. Needs to show out. Was solid in the first preseason game against the Vikings. Give me John Mechie more than 23 and a half receiving yards. So I think it's good karmically for you to root for John Mechie to have a good game and to stick around in the NFL after all he's been through. But hey, maybe you other games catch your interest. Maybe that Browns preseason game without Shedeur, you're like, Shedeur, system preseason quarterback. Give me the Browns starter, whoever that is. I don't know if the Browns know, but whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. There's a big MMA card this weekend. They have WNBA. They have tennis with the U.S. Open. Whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. PGA is still going on. Whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So the overall view of the Texans joint practice was started strong on offense, awful in the middle, and then good at the end. So C.J. Stroud threw a pick, early bounce back. Ted McMillan caught a long touchdown, broke away from Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley had a pick, and then the ending that the Texans offense got going a little bit. And the O-line had some good series and some bad ones. So all in all, no one won, no one lost. Appears no one got hurt. We did see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson out there. He's walking around. Don't know the extent of the leg injury, as that continues to be a mystery. He had long pants on, so we don't know if he had a brace or not, but it appeared he was walking around.
Yeah, DJ said he didn't have a brace, but that might have just been not visible.
Yeah, might not have been a giant one. Could have been like a sleeve or something. We don't know. But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is ambulatory. He was seen. Joe Mixon has yet to be seen. That is the reason why I think that one could be worse than we think. The man isn't seen.
Yeah. That, and there's the initial kind of week one is in doubt by all the big newsbreakers, and then locally, I think there's a report. I think it was Aaron Wilson reported that there's more optimism, which is ironic that Aaron Wilson was the one is optimistic about Mixon, but
the two major injuries
Gardner-Johnson had a torn ACL
that he's been in on. One, more optimism, and that guy hasn't been seen all of training camp. The other, out for the year. Turns out not as bad, and now he's walking around at practice.
Not a torn ACL.
Yeah, not a torn ACL.
I think that the Mixon stuff, I think it's starting to get to the point of not even seeing him on the field at practice, just seeing him at practice, in street clothes would be better. So yeah, that one is just keeping them, monitoring that situation. That's why, going back to what we talked about earlier in the show, I would like to see this offense on the field on Saturday, just the first team offense, whoever's available. I don't know if we're going to get that. We haven't heard that we're for sure going to get that. So we'll see. I don't know if it being a home game makes it slightly more likely, because J.J. McCarthy, in a different situation, being his first year starting, he did play last week.
Maybe the joint practices, they believe, take
the place of a game.
Place of the preseason game, and because you do all the things that you want to do with your offense.
Yeah, you're going up against the same guys.
Yeah, but likely a lot of the guys you see today, you may not see anyway, depending on how the Panthers handle things.
Yeah,
so you may get your best
it's
test.
Ones-on-ones right this week.
Yeah, you may get your best test without
today
a real risk of one of your stars getting hurt because there's no tackling. Of course, the non-contact stuff you can never predict. But it appears no one got dinged up. The starting offensive line was Titus Howard at right tackle, Ursary at left. So with Cam Robinson still being down, of course, Blake Fisher still getting – let's just say he's not having a good camp. Let's put it that way. I know people were talking about how the Texans' offensive line played, and they were, I guess, by PFF or whoever was marking this down, said that Davis Mills felt – or there were no pressures on that first drive. I don't know. I saw him get touched because Titus Howard got beat. Blake Fisher got beat. Now, the ball was gone. It resulted in the completion.
Yeah.
But if your quarterback gets touched, I guess I don't know how they classify pressures and what is actually pressure. But Blake Fisher got beat a couple times. Of course, he had the false start. So not a great outing on Saturday, and that has continued in these weeks. So right now, as it stands, if Cam Robinson is – who was out there but not practicing, if he is actually someone who's in danger of missing week one, Titus Howard, for all that work you're doing at your new spot at guard, get ready to relearn right tackle, buddy, because that's how they started their offensive line rotation this morning. So that's kind of what the deal is right there. Practice is done. Big news. No one got hurt as far as we can tell, and we'll see what they do on Saturday.
Best news you can get. No one got hurt, and Dell, it's good to hit someone else for a change.
Thanks for that, Coach Mapes.
We can't get out of the joint practice conversation without one of us saying that.
Yeah, we could. We were about to until you had to.
I wasn't going to allow it.
Why? We heard it from the coaches our entire lives. Why do we have to hear it here?
Just in case, first time NFL watchers.
If you're coming to this show for your introduction because you think this is a soccer show, considering how much soccer I talk, and there's some news there. If you saw what Pulisic had to say and his dad. In fact, we'll play that when we come back because I love a little scrap, and soccer, of all things, is the one dividing the country. As if we don't have enough problems. Now the old guard and the new guard in soccer have problems. In fact, I haven't heard this. I won't reveal it. We already played it on the morning show, but if you didn't hear it, I had not heard this word used to describe another player criticizing you. In fact, a former player criticizing you. We'll hear from, it'll be Timothy Weah. It'll be Landon Donovan. You'll hear obviously from Christian Pulisic, and you'll also hear from Landon Donovan's dad in the clip, because it's part of Pulisic's, excuse me, not Landon Donovan's dad, Christian Pulisic's dad, because it's part of a documentary on Paramount Plus for Christian Pulisic, and they respond to the criticism, and Timothy Weah drops a word I don't know that I've ever heard one player call another when it comes to this sort of dispute. So we'll hear from those guys, part of the alleged golden generation, clapping back at the old guard. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, I want to talk to you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Those two factions have problems. If you got a problem, I know one faction who can fix it. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You don't know what you're doing at home. If you don't know how to fix a plumbing problem, whether it be a leak or a big problem, like something wrong with your water filter or your water heater, whether it be traditional or tankless, don't try to fix something you have no ability to fix. You're just going to mess it up. If you don't want it messed up, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and check out all the services they have to offer. I say all of them because, yes, I mentioned a few, but they got more. They got a nice drop-down menu that tells you what they provide, whether it be a leak detection or the big jobs like a repipe. They do all that, and the repiping is great because if you have an older home, those pipes are eventually going to corrode and put bad stuff in your water. You don't want dirty, nasty water because you drink that water. You clean your dishes with that water. You wash your clothes with that water. And if you want the best water to do all those things, Aqueduct Plumbing Company will take care of you. The website is aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and they do something pretty cool. It's their free quote. You don't want to get charged when you don't know what the problem is. They'll figure out the problem and then give you a quote for that problem. Just call them at 281-488-6238. And once you call them, they'll figure it out for you, and then you'll have great service on the way. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com is the website. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Final segment before we're done. So let's hear this. See if you can point out the word I'm talking about. I mentioned it. I've never heard one player, a current player, call the next player this. Sean, have you heard this clip yet? Okay, you've heard it. So you know what word I'm talking about. So what you're going to hear, I believe you hear Christian Pulisic first. You'll hear Landon Donovan. You'll hear some Timothy Weah. You'll also hear some Pulisic's dad at the very end. This is a clip from Landon Donovan. I keep saying that because he's in it, but it's Christian Pulisic's doc on Paramount. And the Gold Cup controversy, why the guys aren't playing, what the hell, this is not what you should be doing when you're representing our country, all that is what leads to this.
I'd say the most annoying thing, and for me the biggest cop-out of all time, is when, especially, all pundits want to say, they didn't want it. They didn't have the heart, You know, back in our day, we would fight and we would die on that field.
When we were on the field, there were guys on the field, all over the field, who if they didn't perform well, their club team probably lost. But there's not a lot of guys who fall into that.
I think those guys are chasing checks, and for me, I just feel like they're really equal, honestly, because they've been players and they know what it's like when you're getting bashed, and those are the same guys that'll turn around and shake your hand and try to be friendly with you at the end of the day.
These guys want clicks. It's social media, it's subscribe to my channels, listen to my podcasts, or whatever.
Don't get me wrong, I respect all of them. I mean, they were players that I looked up to, but quite frankly,
evil, but don't
the
get me
guys
wrong.
before us didn't win anything either.
I think they should look in the mirror and look at their last performances for the national team before they start talking shit.
The last person you heard was Christian Pulisic. That's his dad. Christian Pulisic's dad. It's hard to say. Timothy Weah called the ex-players evil. I've heard a lot of back and forth between current NBA players, ex-NBA players, ex-NFL players, current NFL players. In all the Cam Newton, Jalen Hurts stuff, everyone jumping in, no one called Cam Newton evil. They ripped him for not jumping on football. Ryan Clark did that. Gilly the Kid went after Cam Newton's career, but I don't think he ever called him evil. That's the first time I've heard that. You know, I got my issues with Alexi Lawless. I don't think that he's evil. I don't know that to be the case. Landon Donovan, don't think that he's evil.
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
What? Evil because they're chasing checks in the words of Timothy Weah. That might be true. They may be looking for clicks. That's what the Pulisic dad said. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of all the guys who've gone after them. I don't think that Taylor Twellman's evil.
Yeah. Did Dempsey go after?
I'm sure he might have said something. I don't know that to be the case, though.
I think he was more measured.
He's been more like, diplomatic about it.
Yeah, he's more like, I don't like it.
Yeah, but he wasn't killing them. But
so that's why he's not evil.
Yeah, he wasn't nuts in his commentary. But yeah, there it is. There is a division of sorts regarding the new guard and the old guard. Either way, as you heard Weah say, they didn't win anything either. They did win a World Cup second round game, which hasn't been done in the U.S. since 2002.
I was going to say, they won more.
They've won more. They've played in it's not a thing anymore, the Confederations Cup. They made a final where they were up 2-0 against Spain. I remember I was here watching that game. That was after beating Brazil. No, they beat Spain. They lost to Brazil. I think they went up on Brazil and then lost. So that was a long time ago. It was Sunday. I remember watching that from this very room doing a show. So they have won more. They haven't won the ultimate prize, like, gold cups. They top out at gold cups as far as things that give you trophies. This current team has done that. They won the Nations League, which is a very recent tournament. But
Landon Donovan never won the Nations League.
Didn't exist, so you're right about that when he was playing.
No, I do. The most interesting part, I mean, the funniest parts, obviously.
Yeah, they're evil.
They're evil. I think the most interesting part is Landon Donovan's point that he makes in there, where it's like, when we played, we had guys that were used to, like, if we didn't perform, our team lost.
Yeah, and the MLS.
Yeah, it's a very interesting take on they play for Milan, they play for Juventus, they play, I forgot where Tim Weah plays now, I think in France.
Yeah, I think he got a transfer to France.
But yeah, and so they're on too good of teams. They're not used to it lives and dies with me. When I went there, if I had a bad game, we're losing to the San Jose Earthquake.
I'm sorry. I get to play in games that feature
New England Revolution. If I didn't bring my A game, we're losing to those guys.
I'm sorry I'm playing AC Milan today when Weah's with Juventus, or in Pulisic's case, playing Juventus. Sorry, I got the best players in the world around me. Sure, when it's you and Wando deciding the fate of a game, Landon Donovan, you're right. The game did depend on you. And Donovan played in Europe. Didn't go that great for him. He came back over. So he had his moment over there too. But I don't know how to describe it other than it's just it'd be like current Texans fighting with older Texans. Like if for some reason Arian Foster had a lot to say about what was going on and Joe Mixon needs to be out there because his team needs him. It's in that space because there are some moments for Arian Foster, but Joe Mixon could come back and go, "You never won anything, so why are you yelling at me?" It's kind of like that when we talk about the U.S. national team in regards to the fighting between the old and the new.
Do you think NBA players?
Bunch of mid, actually, is what it is.
Yeah, mid off.
Yeah.
Do you think NBA players are like, dude, Christian Pulisic and Tim Wade, get a grip?
You know what we go through? We actually have legends yelling at us about everything. Yeah.
LeBron's like, I don't know what else.
You know what life I've had to live? Living under the shadow of the best player ever? Oh, Landon Donovan thinks less of you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Mean, that's not even to say, like, hey, listen, I'm sure there's a lot of pressure that comes with being the best player on a national team, soccer national team.
Sure.
I think there's more pressure for if you're the best player in Germany, France, Italy.
Let me set this up for you. There's more pressure on Tyler Hero than there is on Christian Pulisic or Pulisic. There's more pressure on him.
There's more pressure on Arch Manning.
He's taking more barbs than Christian Pulisic is taking. All right. There are levels to this, as you point out.
Yeah, this really, I mean, for like what I think about these guys, didn't help. Didn't help. I'll just say that.
Look, man, we got a banger, though. Those guys are evil. Let's hear that banger one more time. Oh, I'll put you in a bad spot. That's on me.
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
Can that go into the library?
Yeah,
now?
yeah. I'll have to move some stuff around.
All right. We're done for the day. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Maybe you think those guys are evil. We'll see what they do.
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
I'm sure that has been said at some point about everybody here. We're done. So, since we're done, what does that mean, Sean? Oh, you're going to hit it. Okay.
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
I mean, I was going to do.
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Every time I close with mentioning who comes up next, maybe that's what get played. Maybe. All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
as he drills one high and deep to left field, all the way back and gone. Yainer Diaz, a 2-run home run with 2 outs in the 6th, and the Astros now up 4-1.
Oh, out here with the folks. I need me a Yainer bomb, and I got it. Yainer with a big swing, giving the Astros 2 more runs with that launch job.
Whoa, what? What? Did he say loft job? Is that sexual? Can we play that on the air? Truly, I don't know. Jeff Blum, are you being a naughty boy when you're out in the Crawford boxes? I don't know. But I do know this. Today is August 14th, 2025, a Thursday on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. You heard voice guy say how to get in touch with the show, to call, the text, the HRNP listener line 713-780-3776. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. And you can also join on the ESPN Houston app, which you can listen to on your iPhone or on your Android device. Came straight from Houston Texans training camp today. Their joint practice against the Carolina Panthers, wearing cutoff sleeves because it's warm. Tony the Handsome asks, Paul, I see the muscle shirt came in today. Do the muscles come in tomorrow? Bitch, you couldn't cover me. I would run a 9 route on your ass. You would not be able to touch me, but it doesn't make your arms bigger. Shut up! We'll talk about Texans training camp. We'll talk to Mike Sando of The Athletic about C.J. Stroud's rankings compared to the other quarterbacks in the NFL. And we'll take a look at your Houston Astros, who have now won 3 series in a row. Lots of crying, lots of whining. Oh, God, all these injuries. Oh, certain people might have been wearing half Astros, half Mariners shirts yesterday. I don't know who they would be, but all those Astros fans who were on the edge, home now, I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking. The Astros have now won 3 series in a row. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for a locomotive to get going. Bobby Dynamite would know at Dyken Park. Now you know. And look, whenever you doubt this team, remember, there's a special friend on their side. He lives upstairs. Does he have a beard? Many think so. A white one. He seems very wise just looking at him. This is the man who helps the Astros prevail over evil.
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
God willed it indeed last night. Hunter Brown, big start against the Boston Red Sox. Some shaky moments. Alex Cora was trying to get under his skin. And the whole time, Brown stayed patient. I saw some Astros Twitter people saying, why isn't Hunter Brown getting mad about Alex Cora trying to pull a fast one on him? Trying to get a ball called in back-to-back innings. No, Hunter Brown stayed calm. You know why? Because he has the Lord on his side. You could also make the argument that God's soldier of the game last night, God wills it, was Yainer Diaz. Yainer Diaz had himself quite the night. You heard the home run. He also had an RBI single. Knocked in 3 of the Astros' 4 runs. Yainer Diaz, the best catcher any Red Sox fan has seen since Carlton Fisk? Could be. Was Jeremy Pena God's soldier of the night last night for the Astros? God wills it. Jeremy Pena, leadoff home run last night. Could be. But I really think that God's soldier of the game for the Houston Astros, God wills it. The story of the 2025 Houston Astros. Brian Abreu. Whoa. Brian Abreu as a closer. Okay. We all like Brian Abreu. He's the reliever you trust the most after Josh Hader. I did not know he had that kind of gas in him. He had 100.5 on the gun, the sixth fastest pitch of his career. And he was hitting high 99 often last night and animated. I think he's been waiting for this moment for a while, for an opportunity to prove that he could be the closer. And maybe this is why Astros management, whether it's Joe Espada or Dana Brown, are so careful to say, oh, yeah, Brian Abreu is our closer while Josh Hader's out, because they think Brian Abreu is closer to Josh Hader than any of us think. They don't want to create a closer controversy. But Abreu looked great last night, and that's a good Boston team that he closed the door on. Also got a little help from Bennett Sousa. God wills it for your Houston Astros. And I mean, he willed everything across baseball last night. Everything went according to plan. Give it to me one more time, Mr. Templar dude from Kingdom of Heaven.
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
The Blue Jays lost. So now you're just 2 games back of the Blue Jays for the top record in the American League. The Mariners lost. You're back in first place, burying the lead here. By yourself, by 1 game. The Rangers are 7.5 back because they lost as well. Everything went the Astros' way last night. Truly, everything. Mariners got taken down by a walk-off from the Baltimore Orioles. They are now 1 up in the American League West, as you heard just a moment ago. They are 2 back of Toronto for the top mark in the American League. They are a 1.5 games back of Detroit for the 2nd seed in the American League, and they're going to play Detroit in just a week or so. Love seeing this. All these things in this crazy universe of ours going the Astros' way. So many of you people looking at the Astros as if they were dead men walking. You fools. Absolute fools. Heretics. Some would say, blasphemy! That's what I say. Just like that Knight Templar dude.
Blasphemy!
There he is. Love that guy. No character has ever gotten more legs than the random Knight Templar dude from Kingdom of Heaven, a 2000s movie, than that guy. We don't even know what his name is.
Has anyone gotten more out of saying one word in a movie?
Nope.
Blasphemy!
Nope. Blasphemy and
God wills it!
God wills it! There must be more. He also says that.
Okay.
An army of Jesus Christ cannot be defeated.
All right. Save that for the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, listen. It seems like, once again, all you doubting Thomases out there.
Mm-hmm. Everyone looking to get off the boat yesterday.
Exactly. All you people. Oh, I don't know that guy on the cross. All you people, come on back. Come on back. Okay?
That person at the Astros game with the split Bregman jersey.
Unbelievable. What a traitor. That person is. By the way, Bregman, great series. Another web gem. My God.
Incredible.
There's a part of me that I'm going to ask a question in a moment about Alex Bregman. I'm wondering if he could be a potential Astros enemy in the near future, just given how well he played at Dyken Park this past weekend. But we'll get to that in a moment. Let's do a very quick episode of Mariners Watch, because the Mariners did lose to the Orioles last night, and now the Astros are back in first place. Mariners Watch.
They had a few things go their way today. We did not. It'll probably flip when we go to Seattle. I do know how hard it is to win on the road, and it'll be very hard for them to win in Seattle.
2025.
3-2 pitch. In the air, deep left center field, hit well. Rodriguez on the run, and it is gone! Oh, Jeremy Pena sends one to the seats, and the Astros lead 1-0 in the 18th inning.
August 14th. Damn it! First place! Where is it? Where is it? Not in my pocket anymore. I got nothing today. Gonna listen to Nirvana. And that's Mariners Watch 2025. They had a share of first place for just one shining moment and gave it away immediately against the Orioles, who stink, and you're about to play this weekend at Daikin Park. So, Astros back in first place. Do you feel guilty for not believing in your team? You should. You should feel horrible about that. Horrible. Flagellation, couple of Our Fathers, Hail Marys, the old Catholic way for penance. I don't know. I leave that up to you. I just am trying to shame you and guilt you into ever having doubted our beloved Astros, which this show would never do unless it came off of the heels of a 14-1 loss and then they were tied for first place. Check out yesterday's podcast. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 and also on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Up next, Alex Cora. God, that guy's annoying. Right? Oh, so obnoxious. Where does he rank among Houston Astros enemies? Because he's definitely on the Mount Rushmore of Houston Astros enemies after the crap he was pulling last night. Who else is up there? We're talking about individual players, not teams. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Astros beat the Red Sox 4-1 last night. They take 2 of 3 against Boston, their third straight series win, all over teams that at the very least have a pulse. Marlins playing their best ball ever. Yankees, faint pulse. Red Sox, oh man, the blood be pumping for Boston. So they're certainly on the right track. I have a question. Who are the Houston Astros' biggest enemies? And I'm talking about players, managers, individuals. Adolis Garcia of the Texas Rangers has to be number one. And you just absolutely hate to see the Rangers blowing a lead the way that they did last night. Phil Maton. I saw his name and I saw this post by Sleeper Astros, and it said, great save situation by Phil Maton for the Rangers. And I was like, man, it'd be nice if the Astros still had Phil Maton. And then I realized it was sarcastic because he gave up 4 runs in an inning. So, anyway, you look at this Astros team, 7.5 up on the Rangers. That guy, Adolis Garcia, when the Rangers stink or when they're good, that guy's a problem. He's a pain in the ass. So he has to be on the Mount Rushmore of Astros enemies. Who else is on that? Because I'm putting Alex Cora on it. Cora annoys the hell out of me. I don't care if he won a World Series with this team in 2017. Super obnoxious. So last night, he did the same old, same old. Started bitching and moaning, trying to get an edge. I guess there wasn't as much sign stealing as we have seen from the Red Sox and Alex Cora that has been called out by other teams. I think 4 out of 30 teams have had at least one incident where it's been discussed in the middle of the actual Red Sox broadcast. But last night, Cora started some bleep. In the 6th inning, he thought that Hunter Brown balked. No call was made, but he paused the game and threw a little bitch fit about it. Play that clip, Sean.
And you have to maintain.
Do you hear him in the background right there? Oh, you can't do that. I honestly wish in that moment right there that there was a way that we could isolate the audio of Alex Cora from Jeff Blum talking right there. But he goes, oh, you can't do that.
And you have to maintain.
You can't do that. You can hear it one more time, Sean.
And you have to maintain.
You can't do that. Oh, my God. So obnoxious. 7th inning, once again, this time with runners on first and third. The Red Sox claimed Hunter Brown balked. Again, it would have scored the tying run. Both time umpires were like, hey, Cora, shut up. And then they tossed him. His 5th ejection of 2025. What was Alex Cora bitching and moaning about? In Major League Baseball, when a runner is on third, the pitcher must declare whether they are pitching from the windup or the set position. It's called the Price Rule, designed to help umpires distinguish between the two pitching stances, especially when a pitcher's windup and set position are similar. There's a part of me that respects that Alex Cora will do whatever it takes to win, even cheating. But I feel like we've had enough incidents now with Alex Cora now as manager of the Boston Red Sox where he's just annoying. It wasn't just this moment in time. Remember this exchange that he once had with Justin Verlander? Again, hard to hear, but he said, bleep off, Alex, when Alex did something similar in an Astros-Red Sox game. I want to say it was last year. Cora's annoying as hell, especially now that he's no longer an Astro. And Cora's role in the Astros sign-stealing scandal is the reason that we will always hear from obnoxious Dodgers, Yankees, and even Red Sox fan, which is the biggest hypocrisy of all, that the Astros did not legitimately win the World Series in 2017. That's why we will always hear it, because of Alex Cora. So Alex Cora, for me, right now, August 14th, 2025, he is definitively on the Mount Rushmore of Houston Astros individual enemies, along with Adolis Garcia. And of course, I don't care if his career flamed out and he's in Mexico to perhaps escape allegations. Mike Fiers will always be there.
Yeah, it's almost Mount Firesmore. You know, like it almost should just be named after Mike Fiers. But yeah, I think Fiers, Cora, Garcia, is a good a good start. I really wish Scott Service was still around.
Yeah, Scott Service not being around, and that was brought up on the Twitch. Scott Service not being around certainly.
He would have been the next manager up because like Boone, they just beat Boone. Like Boone's
exactly.
Boone's more embarrassing for Yankees fans than he is like gets under the skin of anyone else.
It's the person who, when he's wheeled out in public, you're like, oh God, that's what you're dealing with, huh? You know, and you feel even a little bit of sympathy for the Yankees, just given what they have to deal with, which is Aaron Boone, who's getting testy with the media. So I think with Scott Service, good nominee, but now that the Mariners are their best that they've ever been this year, and Service is not around.
Yeah, that's tough.
It kind of dulls Service.
Yeah, for
as
sure.
Part of a Mount Rushmore of Houston Astros enemies. Aaron Judge, because he talked trash about Altuve's MVP, but he's never done anything against the Astros. Like, that's why I look at Mike Trout in the same way. Houston Astros individual enemies. I just like, when have those guys ever done against the Astros? And I'm sure some people hear that and they're like, well, what about Albert Pujols, which would be a good one? Cody Bellinger, I'd say the same thing. I mean, Cody Bellinger, talks bleep, has not been very good as a player over the last couple of years. So I think he had like one blip where we're like, oh, is he back? And Cody Bellinger is the one that had that awful throw with the Yankees to cap off the Astros 2 out of 3 series victory over the Yankees this past weekend. So I don't think Bellinger qualifies. Judge hasn't been good enough against the Astros to qualify.
Yeah, none of the Dodgers really. Like none of the current Dodgers, none of the really former Dodgers. Maybe Joe Kelly.
Yeah,
throw Joe Kelly in there, but
Joe Kelly's a great one.
He's more in the Alex Cora vein of like very annoying than Garcia. Like actually beat you guys. You know?
Yes. I mean, Garcia constantly beats them, and then also is the biggest bleep talker when he does, and feels like he may or may not have had something that perhaps leads to him not being able to contain his emotions, which, you know, generally adds to the dislike that you have for Garcia and the size of his head, some would say. Not me. That's not nice. So Juan Soto certainly is a possibility just because that World Series against the Nationals sucked, and I think everyone was annoyed by did you know Juan Soto is X age? I'm not even going to say the age. I'm not even going to say it. You don't want to hear it again. So Soto is a possibility. Here's a nominee, an early nominee. I think Alex Bregman could be this guy. I think Bregman could be up there. I think if the Astros play the Red Sox in a playoff series and Bregman goes to town, and especially if Boston wins, Bregman might end up being a strange Astros enemy. Despite all the good moments he had with the Astros in the 2 World Series, I think if he kills them in a playoff series, it's just going to be completely different, and it's going to be until his retirement ceremony at Daikin Park that people are going to be like a little bit pissed at him.
Yeah. I think that's a possibility, especially like you said, how he played this series. Like, and it felt like there was some. It felt like it was not purposeful, but it felt like he was really. He knew the gravity of the moment of coming back to Daikin Park, and he put on a show, which is, you know, ultimately you kind of respect that. Like, of like, hey, I'm glad that and we heard the post game comments after night 1 where he like enjoyed he kind of reveled in like, next time I came up they started booing me. And the Boston beat was like, that didn't upset you? I was like, no. I know what it's all about.
See, so that part keeps him off for now.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. I think it has to be the playoffs.
If he plays like he just did, he was awesome
in a 5-game like ALDS, like
defensively and at the plate. I mean, this was all the best version of Bregman that we've seen.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of you have to do it in the playoffs a little bit with this.
Houston Astros enemies. Who would be on the Mount Rushmore? Someone texted in from the 409. Scott Service is easily number 2. Yeah, but he's not part of it anymore.
I think Service is number 2 among managers. I can't really think of other managers that really.
That's a good point.
That are real enemies to the most of them are kind of nameless faces.
It'd be Cora and Service now.
Yeah, it's Cora, Service. Maybe throw Bochy in there.
Boone's so whiny that you could, if you want, put him up there. But you just sort of look at him like he's the lame president. all the presidents on Mount Rushmore are pretty cool, but honestly, like as far as impact, I would say after George Washington and it's Thomas Jefferson
and Lincoln.
And Lincoln.
And Roosevelt.
I would say Teddy Roosevelt, like definitely.
Well, Roosevelt was friends with the sculptor. That's how he got on.
Right. And Roosevelt also 100% big posture guy. Like was all and listen, he did some badass stuff, but he was constantly trying to make up for the fact that he had asthma and stuff like that. Yeah. From the 832, Garcia, Adolis, Joe Kelly, Alex Cora, Aaron Boone, Mount Rushmore of crybabies and biatches.
Crybabies and biatches. That is a good list.
It's a good Mount Rushmore
of the crybaby biatches.
From the 713 Astros enemies, Dave Roberts and Aaron Judge. I don't remember Dave Roberts saying anything, but he probably did.
Yeah. Roberts is a good.
Because he's with them. He's with the Dodgers.
Yeah. But again, the Dodgers. It's tough because like they played once in the World Series and they beat them. Like for me, there's that's why Pujols is like kind of not on this list. A, because I'm mostly focusing on the golden era, also, and B, they won that series.
Right.
Like they lost that game, they won that series.
You do. There is a part of everyone though. You almost want to black out.
It was traumatic
because it was so traumatic.
Yes.
But he also, as a texter points out correctly, in the American League and the National League was killing them because he joined the Angels.
Too. Yeah, and he was
just in time for the worst years of the Astros to punish them. Corey Seager from the 936. That's a good one. He did use Bregman's words against him when the Rangers won the World Series. From the 346, am I the only one who absolutely hates Joe Kelly? No, I think most people do.
No, you're good.
Most people in Houston.
Again, it's just that it's the one 2020 moment. There wasn't really another one.
From the 281, Bregman becomes Johnny Damon, Sox Yanks, but not the fat Damon. Lord, I think he ate all of Chestnut's hot dogs in Coney Island. Yeah, he does look. He looks like Thor after Thor kills.
Fat Thor?
Fat Thor after he kills Thanos, but not in time.
Yeah, not in the head or whatever. Yeah. I think that's the comp. Not Thor, the Johnny Damon.
Bruce Bochy brought up. Yeah, the Rangers did take.
It's
Astros
tough.
down.
I wonder how much of that is the kind of like recency bias, and they never played again in the playoffs. That a lot of the more compelling ones are Rangers.
Yes, for sure. One more texter. The old Braves pitching staff. Thank God Pujols is dead. Well, he's not literally dead. But yes.
Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz. Maybe Smoltz just because we also have to listen to him during all the Fox playoff games.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a big reminder. From the 832, Carlos Zambrano from the Cubs.
Oh, yeah.
That's a reference.
Yeah, he did kill the Astros back in the 2000s.
We are doing, by the way, this is the Astros Mount Rushmore of enemies, individual enemies. We can keep this going all show long if you want. Mike Fires, of course, is on it. We don't need
Fires
to say his
might
name.
be the first phase.
Yeah. From the 832, Trevor Bauer. That's another one. That's not a bad one.
Bauer
talked a lot of bleep.
Yeah.
Talked a lot of bleep.
So
yet a lot of fans wanted to sign him when the Astros rotation was at its worst.
I think Bauer is a better, like, to me, I kind of lump him in with, like, the Joe Kelly archetype of Astro enemy, where it's, like, more annoying than ever, like, because, like, Garcia got one over on you.
Yes.
You know, Pujols got one over on you. I mean, Alex Cora in 2018 got one over on you.
Yeah.
It's hard for the guys that, like, you still won. They're just, you know, Cody Bellinger and Joe Kelly and Trevor Bauer.
He is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. We'll keep this going all show long on the most interactive sports talk show in town. From the 832, Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu. Hey, they're gone. They can't hurt you anymore. Up next, it's a tinfoil hat Thursday. An ex-ESPN Houston employee might be stalking folks out there. We've got the audio to prove it. This is a little concerning. Stick around to find out who. First, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. You already knew that St. Arnold has a beer for everyone. Had me a lawnmower this weekend. So smooth, especially in the summer. Their beer garden is a place for everyone, and now they've got a space for everyone for whatever private event you want to hold. Wedding, family reunion, a birthday party, a happy hour for your workplace, corporate meetings and holiday gatherings. Everything is on the table for a celebration at St. Arnold. 20 people, 300 people,
they've got you covered. 2 different rooms to take care of you with full and audio-visual capabilities, projectors, screens, and much more. Plus, I mean, this is why you're coming here. The freshest beer of the St. Arnold's variant in all the land, and an awesome in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef. Underrated food there, and can't wait for September 5th when we have our listener party there, because they have awesome food out there. The chicken sandwich, top-notch stuff. Top-notch. Can't speak English all of a sudden because I'm salivating thinking about St. Arnold's catering. Book your event now, holiday parties especially, so you can get prime dates. And since you listen to ESPN Houston, mention ESPN or my name, Paul, or Gallant, whatever you want to say, to receive their brewery game package free for your event. Dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, photo booths. Boths? Goodness gracious. I'm having a tough time reading in this segment. Photo booths as well. Go to starnold.com. Click on private events. starnold.com, private events, and tell them Paul Gallant from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 sent you by.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros beat the Boston Red Sox 4-1 yesterday to take that series, their third consecutive series victory. They also now lead the American League West one more time by 1 game. Texas has fallen all the way back to 7.5 games out of first place. You hate to see that happen to them. And the Astros are a game and a half out of having one of the top 2 seeds in the American League and just 2 games behind Toronto for the top mark in the American League. So all the gloom and doom on the day where the Astros lost 14-1 and it sounded like Josh Hader's going to be out a really long time, perhaps it was all for naught. We will talk about the latest we've heard with Josh Hader later in the show, and I'll tell you what I saw at Texans training camp in the next segment. First, though, let me tell you
About what's on my brain right now, there's a tinfoil hat on my head. What's your biggest conspiracy theory in sports right now? It's a tinfoil hat Thursday. From the 713, a texter asks, is it my TV settings or has Diaz's interpreter gained 250 pounds? Whoa, that's not nice. It's a different interpreter than years past. And no, he has not gained weight. He is not. He is a little bigger than the last guy, but only a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Yeah. He has the facial expression while he's translating. Which
It's gotten better as well. He's not looking as stressed as he did when he first took the job while he is listening to
something
what
we
Astros
pointed out
players say.
early.
Yeah. So perhaps he listens.
Took the note.
Tinfoil Hat Thursday. ESPN did a top 10 list of Texas sports moments. No Astros. No Astros included at all.
Of all time?
Nope. None.
Wow.
ESPN lies. First off, learned that the hard way with my beloved New England Patriots 20 years ago. Oh, they do. And there's clear bias at ESPN because some of these reporters are fans. They're supposed to not be fans, but they are. Like, this is the thing about sports media. Everyone can act like they're completely neutral. They're full of it. No one is. You got into this because you liked sports and you probably grew up rooting for a team. And a lot of people act like, yeah, I'm objective. No, we all have our craziness. Like, you know me. I'm at least open about it. But there are definitely people at ESPN, probably Yankees fans, maybe Red Sox fans, who hate the Astros. And that's why they were not put on that list. That's my tinfoil hat theory on a tinfoil hat Thursday. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Is this ex-ESPN 97.5 star a stalker? Anyone see Kyle Brandt out on the street, the NFL Network, talking with New Yorkers? Hey, I'm walking here about who's going to be better this year, the Giants or Jets. Look who conspicuously showed up.
I love the fact that you were loyal to the Good Morning Football brand. All these other guys, they're leaving.
Who are we talking about?
I don't want to name names, but Peter Schrager.
Now that we have that out of the way, who wins more games this year, Jets or Giants?
The Jets. Come on. Jets. And I'm a huge Kyle Brandt fan. Team Kyle Brandt, is that allowed?
Yeah, it's allowed. This is New York.
Breakfast and Kyle Brandt. Is there anything better? Come on, people.
I love this guy.
Oh, wow. That's about as much kiss assery as you're ever going to hear in one segment. I like Jake. I hope Jake's doing well up in New York. But that is Jake Asman, formerly of the Wheelhouse. ESPN 97.5. And I do not think it is a coincidence that while Kyle Brandt is walking down the street that he just runs into Jake. Jake either knew what was going on or he talked to somebody so that he would be featured as a part of that. And he buttered Brandt's biscuit so much right there that he knew he was going to get on TV. Game recognizes game, but tinfoil hat theory, that was not authentic as it is being portrayed to be, oh, just a man on the street interview. Guess what? They're all fake. All of them are fake.
Yeah.
How about that for a brain buster?
Yeah. 10 million people in New York, and just so happened to be Jake Asman walking by. Had a couple moments to spare. Talk a little, very little Jets, and mostly Kyle Brandt.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of Kyle Brandt. A lot of Kyle Brandt. And he was also like, you were loyal. By the way, shout out to the editing team at the NFL Network. I bet editing out Kay Adams. Because I know Jake knows the Good Morning Football show enough to probably have mentioned Kay Adams. And they're like, Kay Adams is dead to us.
Yeah. Peter Schrager, we can make the joke.
Yeah. Because now ESPN and NFL Network, they're back together again.
Yeah.
Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Does Adam Schefter hate his wife? I kid to a degree, but once again, the tiniest little violin, play it
for all those reporters who can no longer do the things they want to do because their job is so hard. Here is Adam Schefter explaining one of the difficult elements of said job.
We are very content never going out.
Yeah.
So literally, my wife is a homebody, and that works well with the job because inevitably we'll be at home and stories will happen, and I don't have to feel the guilt of being out to dinner. Like, I've had it happen so many times now where I've been out to dinner with another couple, we've been in a group, and I'm like, excuse me, I have to go work on something. Like, it has happened too many times to count.
Yeah.
And it never seems to fail. And it almost becomes, my wife is like, why are we going out to dinner? Like, you know that you can't go out to dinner in March. You just can't do it. And so we don't do those things. We just don't do them. We stay home and we order in, we hang out with our dogs, stream some shows, and when the phone call comes in, oh, okay, excuse me.
Yeah.
Schefter, by all accounts, is a great dude, and I do feel for him to a degree on this. But Tinfoil Hat Thursday, not being a selfless husband, definitely not.
No, his wife's a homebody.
Listen, Schefter can allow.
Let's ask Mrs. Schefter if she's a homebody.
What if she's not? Yeah, exactly. That's might be mansplaining a little bit there. Also, listen. She wants to go out. She definitely wants to.
She'd rather have dinner out.
There's definitely from time to time, not all the time she's a homebody, but from time to time, I'm sure she wants to go out, So
the sacrifices he makes, though, to tell us that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson didn't
exactly. That's the other thing.
Tear his ACL.
He does not have to break every story at this point. He really doesn't. I know he does. Still do it.
It's the same thing we talked about when Woj retired, where it's like they're telling stories about how. Was it Schefter? It might have been Woj, who was like, I had to break a story, send a tweet sticking my hand out of a shower to break news.
Exactly.
I'm like,
I was like, shut up, dude.
Guys, it's not that. No one
I hope St. Bonaventure fails entirely because of that post.
It's so funny that there's this race to be first, and for the most part, no one cares. No one cares who's first.
They do, though, and
I meant the public. No one in the public cares. We barely care.
I wonder what hiring people say about that. Oh, wow, you were first a lot. Damn. Do they actually cross-reference? I don't know. Anyway, one last one, Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. My God, scratch this agent's back a little bit more. Odell Beckham Jr., remember, he's not on a team right now. The Dolphins cut him in the middle of last season. And a fake Adam Schefter account posted that, hey, Odell Beckham Jr. is retired. And Odell Beckham Jr. got mad about it and said, I'm not retired. Tom Pelissero reported this. 3-time Pro Bowl receiver Odell Beckham Jr. has drawn interest from several teams and plans to play somewhere in 2025. As Odell Beckham Jr. posted himself, he is not retiring, and he continues to train in anticipation of being on the field soon. All right, cool, bro. We wish you well.
Yeah. That's something where it wasn't until Odell Beckham Jr. said the other day that it's like, hey, stop telling me I'm retired. Stop telling me happy retirement. I'm not retired. That it even occurred to me that I was like, oh yeah, he's not on a team. Mm-hmm. Hey, all credit, great career, Odell Beckham Jr. I think we're done here.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we're done
here. From the 832, Jake Asman sounded like Peter Griffin there. And from the 936, you say it's Jake Asman, but it sounded like Vince Vaughn. That's a wide range.
That is
Vince Vaughn to Peter Griffin. No, that's a Tinfoil Hat Theory on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday, wrapping things up. Big thanks to Jake Asman for making an appearance. Please stop stalking Kyle. Okay? It's you don't need to.
Kyle was very nice, very gregarious.
Very nice and gregarious. Just leave him alone, though, dude. Leave him alone. All right. Up next, I was at Houston Texans training camp earlier today. I'll tell you what I saw. This guy's stock trending up. Think about him in the late rounds of a fantasy football draft. Who am I talking about? You'll find out on the flip side. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. We'll get back to talking about the Astros top of the hour. And Mike Sando of The Athletic joins us at 1:15 to talk about his quarterback tiers list. C.J. Stroud, second-tier quarterback. We talked about that on yesterday's show. I was out at Texans training camp this morning technically, and they had a joint practice against the Carolina Panthers, who certainly aren't a team you look at and say they're going to be one of the best teams in the league last year, but they had a pulse down the stretch last year to the point where there were some, folks on there that were saying, perhaps C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, there's not much of a difference between the two quarterbacks. Let me tell you what I saw at training camp today. I focused mostly on the offense. You know why? Because I figured the Texans defense was going to be a pain in the ass for Bryce Young. Nothing against Bryce Young. Nothing against him, and nothing against the short kings of the world. But my goodness, Bryce Young is small. He's very tiny. I mean, I'm taller than him. I know that for sure. Paul, you're 5'11", 5'11" or so. Maybe you're even 5'9". No, like 5'11 and a half, but on my license it says I'm 6 feet tall. I definitely am taller than Bryce Young. I saw him walk by me today. Confirmation. Number 1 overall pick. Nothing against it. Kyler Murray's also a small guy as well, but Kyler Murray's got a little athleticism to him. There was a play where Bryce Young was trying to throw a pass with the Texans' first-team defense in front of him, and he did complete it, but he had to jump while he threw it. I mean, that's just what you're seeing with Bryce Young out there. It's something else to actually see Bryce Young at your field level.
Yeah.
He is a small guy.
Yeah, just being like roughly your size is like kind of crazy as an NFL quarterback. And
right.
Yeah, the jump passes is something. I don't remember him ever doing that at Alabama. It was only an NFL thing where I was like, and obviously he got off to a rough start to his career. So I was like,
yeah.
It looks bad when you have to jump pass.
The Texans wide receiver room is quite the competition right now. So Nico Collins is obviously the Texans' number 1 receiver. And while C.J. Stroud and him weren't always completely in sync today, Stroud did throw Collins a couple of touchdown passes. Collins is big. Collins is strong. And assuming that cramping is not a regular issue for him, and it did seem to be one for him today, he's going to be the number 1 guy for the Texans. But there's somebody else who has stepped up that's been very surprising, and this is a continuation, I'm told, from how he looked in West Virginia. Think about this guy. Late rounds of a fantasy football draft. At the very end, round 16, round 17, when you don't really care. And this is if you're in a 12-person league. But Xavier Hutchinson. Stroud was throwing to Xavier Hutchinson left and right and left and right. He had at least 6 catches, probably more. Quick passes from Stroud to Hutchinson were happening a lot. A continuation, perhaps, of that huge play against the Chargers that unlocked the game for the Texans, where Stroud has the snap go far away from him, picks it up on the run, and he hits Hutchinson. Xavier Hutchinson looked really good out there today. So, just a thought. If you're at the very back of a fantasy football draft, it doesn't work out after a couple of weeks, move on. Do not take this guy early. Catch of the day in this crowded wide receiver room was Christian Kirk. Stroud hit him in traffic for a touchdown in the end zone. One note, though, and they didn't call it. Blake Fisher 100% false started on the play. 100%. This is one of those false starts where I'm not sure they call it in a game, because you see it from time to time where you see an offensive lineman, Laramie Tunsil, taking a step back a little early. Fisher 100% took a step back a little bit early there. But this receiver room, deep. Jalen Knoll had a big catch and run early on in practice. John Mechie had a big catch and run later in practice. Braxton Berrios was making some really tough catches and had a touchdown at the very end of practice. And, I mean, we didn't even mention Jaden Higgins, who had his moments as well. It's a crowded receiver room. This is going to be a tough decision, I think, for D'Amico Ryans and for Nick Caserio at the end of camp. As far as the offensive line, which right now seems to be at left tackle, Ariante Ursary. Left guard, Ladarius Henderson. Not Ladarius Henderson. What am I talking about? Left guard, Laken Tomlinson. Confusing my LAs. Jake Andrews at center. Right guard, Ed Ingram, guy they traded for from the Vikings. And then right tackle, it's Titus Howard. Looks like that's going to be the offensive line going into the year, assuming health, which is a big assumption to make. Cam Robinson's still banged up. Pass protection, they've looked worse. So there's some progress happening. But there were a couple of moments where Stroud got sacked. There were a couple of moments where Stroud had to run for his life. I think the big thing to see from Stroud out there today was that he was getting rid of the ball quickly. So that's definitely a good sign. As far as run blocking, nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I do not know when Joe Mixon is going to get back, but Nick Chubb, I credit to him for trying to make it happen this year. He ain't doing it for me. And unfortunately, Dameon Pierce, not out of practice. He was wearing shorts and slides on the sideline, as was Christian Harris. I wanted to see Christian Harris out there so badly. Christian Harris also not in pads. If you do want a positive, though, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, no brace on his leg. Saw him chatting it up with equally unhinged Steve Smith for a good amount of time. Panthers legend Steve Smith was out there
I would love to know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I would too. So there's one time I got under this guy's skin.
And that reminds me of this time I got under someone's skin.
Yeah. I mentioned Bryce Young, very small. Defensively, I was not focusing on them because they were having simultaneously the ones for both Texans offense, Panthers offense at the same time. So I go back and forth every now and then. But when I went back to the defense, felt like they were making plays left and right. I saw Kalen Bullock, nice pass deflection. I saw an MJ Stewart pass deflection. I know that Derek Stingley had a pick six. Henry To'oTo'o had an interception. I think there was a nice moment from Azeez Al-Shaair towards the end of practice. And Will Anderson afterwards, doesn't matter, said, we've got to be better. Loved it. Love it. I like that there's a high standard for the defense who probably thought that they were going to bully small Bryce Young. And, I mean, for the most part, they did.
Yeah, I like the real-time calculus that you did there with, I can probably, we talk about with the Astros a lot. You kind of did it with the Texans defense at practice where I can leave them home alone.
Yeah.
I think we know about what it's going to look like there and focusing on the offense. Yeah, the run blocking stuff is what troubles me the most because I never thought that they would be a great pass blocking line, and CJ Stroud can either get the ball out fast, move a little bit. Like, he's a good quarterback. I think he could make it work like that as long as they're a good run blocking line. And to hear that they really haven't been moving, or they weren't moving guys around, that dampens a little bit of the spirit. But overall, it sounds like it wasn't a terrible practice.
No, D'Amico said he liked what he saw. He was focusing mostly on the offense. He said he actually only saw one play defensively. It was the Derek Stingley interception. I have yet to hear the audio from C.J. Stroud after practice because I came straight over here from camp. One last observation. It's a hot practice out there. The Texans chose to wear dark jerseys outside in the heat.
Whoa. Mental.
Iron sharpens iron. So there you go. That's what happened at Texans training camp for their joint practice against the Carolina Panthers. We'll see what they do in the preseason game on Saturday at NRG Stadium against the Panthers. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. A suboptimal Josh Hader update, and we all might have had the wrong approach last night when it came to this beleaguered part of the Houston Astros. All of that next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Pena hits it deep to left field towards us, and it's gone into the Crawford boxes. JP3 visits us here in the Crawford boxes for a 1-0 lead.
Just to the left of
Jeremy Pena made Boston pay. He grew up rooting for them. Did you know that? Now you do. Played his baseball at Maine. Didn't know that there was enough springtime in Maine to play baseball. The school I went to, Syracuse, did not have a baseball team because it was snowing all year long. But Jeremy Pena, we appreciate your time with the Maine Black Bears, and we appreciate all you've been doing this season to help our beloved Houston Astros get their third straight series victory. The train is moving slowly, but as Bobby Dynamite, Astros engineer extraordinaire, will tell you, once the train gets going, it gets going. By the way, that post that I had that went viral, Bobby Dynamite saw it. In this post, I said, no one cares about Bobby Dynamite at Dyken Park. They just care about the El Tiempo margaritas. And this made me laugh. Bobby Dynamite saw the post. It's blown up that much. And he commented, Bobby cares about Bobby Dynamite. Hilarious post. Sorry, Bobby. I didn't mean to do a little stray against you right there.
Caught a
We're a
little
fan.
shrapnel. Yeah.
We are a fan. The problem is, like, that's as far as unique things at Dyken Park after the El Tiempo margaritas that are very strong. There's no Towels Hill anymore. Like, the train and the Crawford boxes are the real landmarks of the park. Also, the lack of air conditioning in a park that is now sponsored by air conditioning. Not the best. But, Bobby, we love you.
Yes, we do. Just less than the El Tiempo margaritas.
Correct.
Sorry if that wasn't a good enough apology.
Sorry about that.
Sorry
Just
if
being honest.
So,
but it was an attempt at an apology. I did apologize to him. I apologized to him on Instagram because I doubt he actually listens to this show, you know? Anyway. The Astros bullpen last night stepped up. Perhaps I should have trusted them all along. Bennett Sousa had said this going into last night's game. Just trust each other. That's the biggest thing. If I go out there, I don't get my 3 outs, I know I've got someone behind me that will pick me up, like in New York with Abreu, like me with Hunter Brown the other day. And when he said that last part, like me with Hunter Brown the other day, I scoffed a little bit. I did. So I got to apologize to Bobby Dynamite and to Bennett Sousa here. I'm sorry, Bennett. I should have trusted you. This was a little bit of blasphemy on my end on yesterday's show. Blasphemy! God willed the Astros bullpen to step up when it mattered most, whether it was Bennett Sousa, who had 3 strikeouts in the 4 batters he faced, or it was Brian Abreu coming in and mowing people down, hitting 100 on the gun. God wills it.
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
So that's the good news for the Astros. At least last night, bullpen stepped up. And maybe those are your top 2 arms in the bullpen. We already knew Brian Abreu is, but Bennett Sousa in the power rankings as far as Astros arms after last night's performance in a big spot, stepping in for Hunter Brown after Alex Cora was trying to troll him out of the game. I think he is now number 2. Josh Hader was the number 1. Here is yesterday's update. Astros manager Joe Espada said Josh Hader is seeking a second opinion for his shoulder strain, but there's no word on what the first opinion said. Other than this, quote, this is going to take a little bit longer than the 2 weeks, end quote. Because, yes, he's on the 15-day IL. Well, we all knew that. Hey, that's something. That's a little transparency. I was re-listening to Dana Brown, who did say buckle up for the rest of the Astros season. Put your seatbelt on, I think was the official term. Brown was asked the same thing. He said, I'm going to leave it to the doctors. We want the doctors to talk.
Thank you for leaving it to the doctors.
We want the doctors to talk. It's unfair that they keep getting put in that spot.
Yeah.
As far as Josh Hader seeking said second opinion on his left shoulder strain, Espada also said,
I'm not going to comment further on the situation in order to, quote, give Josh his space as he seeks the second opinion. Hey, that's not cool, Joe. I don't want to hear about a second opinion that we're never going to hear of, especially when we didn't even hear the first opinion. We're going to give him space. Listen, honest, transparent, player-friendly, managing a clubhouse. Got to keep the morale up. But,
it makes it sound like his arm fell off.
Yeah. By the way, you can text him, like, hey, what's up?
Give him
You got to give him his space. Yeah, it's not like someone broke up with him.
He needs to spend time with those who love him. Hug his family one last time. As he seeks the second opinion.
It's not old Yeller. There's no shed and a shotgun.
Yeah.
Ugh. Some comments here. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston from the 832. Paul, have you ever sat in the club level? The AC is absolutely okay. Okay, cake eater. Yes, I have, but like the air conditioning in a lot of the ballpark is not.
Surprising that the
these
club
peasants
level.
out here.
Yeah.
Look at these peasants in their squalor sweating in what should be air conditioning. As I eat my caviar and baby seal that's been clubbed freshly outside of the stadium. What? I think they're okay with that in the country where Daikin is based. Club and seals. They're
dolphins.
They're in the whaling and dolphin game. That's for sure. Yeah. No, sorry to generalize. We're just highlighting some of the sad truths of our world. It's very clean in Japan, though. We do know that. Another text from the 409. As far as actually talking to the Astros doctors, do we really want the doctors to talk? They don't know what the hell they're talking about anyway. Well, yeah, because then they'll get fired.
Yeah, we can at least have someone else to be mad at. The people who actually deserve.
Like Joe and Dana do not deserve your grief. Like I've established this a while ago. They're the ones that are speaking for doctors that for whatever reason hide. You know. From the 832, maybe he's just trying to console Josh Hader. Okay, could be that. That's true.
It is the first time Josh Hader's been on the IL in his career, which is crazy that he's made it 9 years or into his 9th year.
And maybe why they've been so delicate about, like, we're not going to say who the closer is.
He's just not used to, or, it's just a new experience for him.
It certainly is. From the 409, Hader, just in a roundabout way, I said, see you guys next year. That's what he believes that Joe Espada quote was. This is going to take a little bit longer than the 2 weeks. We're going to give Josh his space.
A little bit longer than 2 weeks does put the season in jeopardy.
He said it was a gut punch. I mean, it definitely does. Without Hader, I do not see them winning the World Series. I don't. But
Brian Abreu looked pretty good last
Brian Abreu looked great. Next man up. That's been the story of this season. God wills it. By the way, the Mariners are down 1-0 in the 4th inning today. Day game against the Orioles to wrap up that series. So, a little more space in the AL West, perhaps. There we go. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. La Salsa, we will have you on later in the show. Up next, we have Mike Sando of The Athletic. C.J. Stroud is a second-tier quarterback? The audacity of all these NFL figures to put him in the second tier behind Justin Herbert, right? Right? Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And joining us right now on the HRNP guest line from The Athletic, a man who puts together a piece once a year that I think is maybe the most fun read that you get when it comes to football. He is Mike Sando. Mike, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I know you've been making the rounds talking about your quarterback tiers list for 2025. So let's start by talking about the local guy, C.J. Stroud. He has moved down to tier 2, tied for 9th amongst quarterbacks. I think that we all understand why he takes a bit of a step back. In your conversations with all of the people who contributed to this quarterback tier list, was this more about Stroud's performance or perhaps his supporting cast?
A little bit of both. Now, to be clear, he was in Tier 2 last year as well. So he stays in Tier 2, just slips down. And I think a year ago he had 12 Tier 1 votes out of my 50 coaches and executives in the league. That was down to 1. So there definitely was a backing out of it. I think people hoped he might have handled a difficult situation a little better than he did, but everyone does allow for the fact that there was injuries at wide receiver and the offensive line wasn't as good. One of the things, though, I can't remember if I used this comment, but I have a file with all the comments that people made to me. One of them was, you figured he was going to go tier 2 to 1, and last year he went maybe 2 to 3, but probably still should be in that 2 category. It'll be interesting to see if Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator, can help Stroud get the ball out of his hand. The lines at different places take a lot of heat, but the quarterback can control 90% of the sacks that happen in the NFL. Nick Caley harps on the timing and rhythm, but I'm sure Bobby Sloak did that too. So I think this year will tell us. I don't think we're going to say that if the same thing happens this year. I don't know if, it may come back more on the quarterback. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I'm glad you mentioned Bobby Sloak because it just shows you how quickly things change from one year to the next. I know that at least locally we saw all sorts of people nationally talking about Bobby Sloak, offensive coordinator, as this play caller on the rise. And maybe the Texans have to be concerned that he's going to get a big job elsewhere. And then halfway through last season, Mike, I had a mini conniption because it felt like the Texans were low-key gaslighting the local media about some of the offensive struggles that were never getting better. And at one point, I think Bobby Sloak said in his press conference, football is football. And I don't know why that triggered me the way that it did, but it really did. So Nick Caley comes in, and Nick Caley worked with a quarterback that was in the top tier this year of your quarterback tier list. Matt Stafford gets up to number 5. This is a really interesting one. First off, the Texans are playing the Rams week 1, but also I'm curious to know if he'll be ready to go for the start of the season. It's been really weird reading everything going on with him. We know when he's healthy, he's awesome, but is he going to be healthy this coming season? The real big question about a guy who is respected by so many.
Yeah, I think if I did the polling right now and everybody knew he was having these back issues, maybe there'd be more concerns and he wouldn't get as many Tier 1 votes. As it was, he got 26. So 50 voters here. To get into Tier 1, you're going to need, at least 25 votes in tier, in that top tier. Right. So he barely makes it in. And he's been a high, too. I don't think opinions on him have changed a lot. My panel changes every year, so it's possible I just got a few more Stafford believers this year, and it nudged him over the line. But you're right. The concern is not just if he's going to be ready for week 1, but is he going to be ready for week 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all of them all the way through, because the football, the season's a grind. And we've seen him get beat up as it is. So I think it is concerning he's missed this much time.
Mike Sando of The Athletic with us. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, talking about his quarterback tiers list, which is a must-read every single year. Quarterbacks tiered based off of the opinions of so many in the know in the National Football League. We did have a clear top 4. At the top of the list, Lamar Jackson making his first appearance in the top tier, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, all of those quarterbacks at the top. And going back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, how you had mentioned that there were some that thought that C.J. Stroud could go from tier 2 to Tier 1. I guess what was the biggest criticism of Stroud specifically that had some maybe thinking, all right, he's a little bit further than we had thought when we put this together in 2024?
Yeah, maybe being a little more decisive and getting the ball out, and I think that was a huge criticism this year of Caleb Williams. I don't think anyone's thinking Stroud's got those issues, but that would be probably one. Just get it out of your hands and live for another play. So during the course of the season itself, I can remember the Jet game was really a downer, and in that game, I remember going back and forth with some people in front offices, and Stroud almost didn't seem into it. It was just a weird, bad sort of situation. So there were a couple bumps in the road in the second year, and I think that happens sometimes. Even Jaden Daniels, coming off a great year, it's going to be harder in the second year because defenses are going to be gunning for you, right? They're going to study you, and they're going to find those things. So I think, and some coaches I've talked to said, hey, too, that second year can be tough. So I don't think Stroud's living through anything that hasn't been lived through before. Doesn't mean he's not going to be a really good quarterback. Doesn't mean he might not be a great quarterback. But this year is going to tell us a lot, right, along those lines of which direction it's going to head.
Jaden Daniels getting a little bit of Stroud treatment last season in the same vein because, hey, look, the rookie quarterback, he comes in, he looks so good. They get to the NFC Championship game. So I could see why some around the league feel that he's ahead of C.J. Stroud. And we'll see if that new supporting cast, he gets Laramie Tunsil, he gets Deebo Samuel. We'll see if he has Terry McLaurin, keeps him up there. I would say most people here in town were probably annoyed, Mike, with Justin Herbert and Jared Goff being ahead, especially because we saw Jared Goff in Sunday Night Football throw 5 interceptions. But, hey, listen, that's a guy that has done a lot with the Lions ever since this career renaissance that he has had. I guess really Justin Herbert's the one that we all look at. And I understand why people like Herbert the way that they do. He's got all of the skills that you want in a quarterback. And yet there's something missing, and, maybe the simple way to say it is the Chargers charger a lot. But there's something about Justin Herbert that I think a lot of people here locally, they don't see. What nationally is seen about him to put him ahead? Because everyone loves this guy nationally.
Yeah, so in 2021, when I did this quarterback tiers, he was on the verge of Tier 1, but he's gotten fewer Tier 1 votes every year. So I think people are feeling what you're feeling. It's just taking sort of an incremental stop backward. I think for a while there, he was probably doing what he needed to do, and they were so bad on defense. Their defense special teams part of it that he can't control made it so that the team had a hard time. He had a hard time overcoming that. They were still competitive, but that was pretty extreme. Last year, it was better. They played some weaker opposing offenses. They had a high-ranked defense, and still, at the end, something missing. I think people feel that, but think he's still really good and the talent's really good. So we'll see. Maybe this year, if he fell short this year, doesn't have a very good year, which is possible. They want to run the ball anyway. Maybe Herbert, slips down. I thought Goff, you mentioned Goff, I thought people might downgrade him a little bit just because, he's losing Ben Johnson, who's seen as a big part of the Lions offense, but that wasn't the case. He does lead the league in touchdown passes the last 3 years, but I think Detroit, it's fair to wonder if Detroit has kind of peaked, right? And maybe Goff has peaked.
We will see this coming season when it comes to Jared Goff. Mike Sando of The Athletic talking about his NFL quarterback tiers list. It's a must-read every single year. Were you most surprised by Jalen Hurts and where he ranked in the second tier, especially coming off of that Super Bowl?
I wasn't, but because, I think I understand, I agree with the people in the league that, you probably want to limit how much you have him throwing the ball, especially in the context of their team, which is really good around him. So I've gotten I think that's been the number one hot button issue. In fact, in other markets, especially Philly, they'd say, hey, how can you have Jalen Hurts tied with C.J. Stroud? What has Stroud accomplished, right? Jalen Hurts has been to 2 Super Bowls recently. One of them was the MVP of it. So I think it's a fair point to raise, but, Jalen Hurts was perceived after losing the Super Bowl to have made a big step as a passer, but since then, I think he's plateaued in that regard. And last year, like I said, they took the ball out of his hands. So it was about the Eagles. It was about the team. It was about his role in the team. I don't know that it was about him being the driver of a success.
Having done this for so many years, Lamar Jackson also always a polarizing quarterback. What was it like reading what was said about him compared to years past, especially since the talent's undeniable, but there's something that happens in the playoffs every single year that I know affects a lot of opinions.
Absolutely, yeah. When he came in, he was just such a runner and wasn't as good of a passer. Then he got better at it, the passing, but he'd be exposed in the playoffs. The gap between his regular season performance and playoff performance was extreme, historic even. And then he fell out of favor kind of with the team. It seemed like didn't have a contract. He was missing games at the end of the year. The Lamar Jackson train sort of hit a couple bumps, but I think the last 2 years he's played the full seasons. He's been super productive, and you can't blame him for what happened in the playoffs. It was Mark Andrews dropping the ball last year, not Lamar Jackson blowing it. And then I think another additional thing last year that was new for Lamar Jackson was defense wasn't as good for a lot of the years. Kicker Justin Tucker was automatic before. He couldn't hit anything. So Lamar Jackson was keeping them in games and was having to throw the ball a lot to do it. He was outdueling Joe Burrow. I think that went a long way with people.
Mike Sando of The Athletic, we always appreciate him joining us on this station. His NFL quarterback tier list is out. Very awesome read. I think it's worth a subscription at The Athletic. Mike, one last real quick question. Do people get mad at you for these rankings that are put together by basically people around the NFL as if you put this thing together?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Especially when it gets aggregated on Twitter or something, and then people didn't even read the story. They just read what somebody else said. They're like, "Come on, Sando, what are you doing?" And oh, hey. I disagree with some. In fact, the voters disagree with each other. They don't all see it unanimously the same way. So everyone has an opinion.
Well, Mike, we appreciate you putting this together every single year. I love reading it. I know I'm not alone on that front. And thank you so much for giving us the time today. You have a good one.
Thank you. Have a great season.
That is Mike Sando of The Athletic, his NFL quarterback tier list. And for those curious, C.J. Stroud on the second tier this year. He was on the second tier last year, but less votes for tier number 1 this year than last. He is tied for 9th once you aggregate all of the rankings and opinions that were given out amongst NFL cognoscenti. Behind Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow tied at the top, Josh Allen 3rd, Lamar Jackson 4th, Matt Stafford 5th, rounding out tier 1. Then Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff. Also ahead of C.J. Stroud, who you heard from Mike, is tied with Jalen Hurts. Up next, we are getting closer and closer to the start of the NFL season, 21 days away, which means we got to go back in time to one of the greatest pieces of music in the history of the NFL. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
21 days away from the kickoff of the NFL season. We are officially 3 weeks away from Eagles, Cowboys, Thursday night football. Hell yeah, dude.
Now it seems real.
It's real.
It seems real. There's preseason going on. We have Mike Sando quarterback tiers. We're 3 weeks away. We're getting all skill positions from here on out.
We had preseason action featured on Hard Knocks.
Oh yeah. I'll watch tonight. No Astros game, so.
Biggest observations from Hard Knocks from this week. Number one.
Saw one of them.
Sean McDermott does a speech at the beginning of episode 2, and I was wondering if he was going to get weird. He didn't. Also, Marv Levy's 100 does not sound like he's 100 on the phone. We didn't see him in person, but Marv Levy, former Bills coach, still kicking it, 100 years old. And he knew who Sean McDermott was.
Wow.
He did, McDermott, say, hey, Sean McDermott from the Bills here. And
Okay.
Levy was able to tell. But, hey, I mean, shoot, when I'm 100, I'm going to be a vegetable if I'm still alive. So a shout-out to Marv Levy, still kicking it. The best number 21 of all time, some would say LaDainian Tomlinson. Others maybe say Jim Thorpe. Hipsters say Frank Gore, the most resilient running back perhaps in NFL history. But personally, I think it's got to go to Colorado head coach Deion Sanders, who back in the day graced us with one of the most amazing pieces of music you'll ever hear.
Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed the dotted line, it was strange. Most things changed for the better and for the worse.
Whoa.
So I called my mama and she said, baby,
Poetry. Of course, it's great.
it's got to be because I got people who are my friends, people I never knew, people I never thought about associating with. I don't know what it is. Talk to me. Check it out. Diamond relax with gators on my feet. I get some pepper every day of the week. My hair is done. My fingernails too. Six buttons down and I don't know what to do. Pay the money. It's turning down on. Pay the money.
So some notes. I don't know who put the microphone on Deion for that, but the audio of Deion singing is not great. And I know Deion's younger, but Deion's got a very good speaking voice as far as the way that it sounds. It's got a little power to it, you know? And maybe this is something he learned as in his time, you know, being on TV for as long as he was. But he's like trying to speak with a different voice there in that rap song.
That's what I was gonna say. The voice he chose is the issue.
It's like me rapping. It's like imagine I were to rap, you know, forgot about Dre. Like nowadays, everybody want to say like they got something to say, but then it comes out when they move the lips, just a bunch of gibberish. Like that's what he sounded like there.
Yeah, there had to have been an influence, like a guy he's trying to sound like.
That person, he shouldn't have tried it.
Yeah.
I think Deion should redo this song.
Oh, remix? Time for the remix?
The chorus is great. Must be the money. That's catchy.
It is that part's great.
The lyrics,
Could
there's
use a
some
punch
poetry
up.
to them.
Yeah.
But I don't know why he chose that voice for that. Anyway, Deion, you're welcome for the rap advice. As far as the Houston Texans, Kalen Bullock was 21 last year. Now he's number 2. Nick Chubb's wearing number 21 this season. Best 21s in Texans history, A.J. Boye. Boye was a really good corner, but he signed with the Jaguars for a big contract. It was out of what the Texans should have paid for him, and he wasn't very good in Jacksonville. But Boye was a really good corner for the Texans for a couple of seasons. Bryce McCain was the most hyped nickel corner I can ever remember that wasn't all that impressive to me. Steven Nelson.
He was good.
The Milk Dud Man. Freak.
Nelson Island.
Nelson Island talking trash to Nick Caserio, calling him a clown freak for wearing a vest, and calling D'Amico Ryans the milk dud man. All-time moments as far as Texans and perhaps not doing what's best for the team online. But it was great for us.
It was perfect for us.
Not too long ago, Nelson was going, I think, on a tangent about how frustrated he was and maybe how he didn't like the Texans' current operation. And I think there was an idea that, like, D'Amico has his guys, and if you're not one of his guys, he kind of not necessarily freezes you out, but treats you a little bit differently. Nelson was going after a lot of people online, and then he at one point said, like, hey, I'm giving jobs out. And I was like, yo, I'd take it. And he said, yeah, send me your email. And I did, and he didn't respond.
Damn.
Didn't respond. All right. Guys, last night, love. It happened on a podcast. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce broke YouTube. No, really, it broke YouTube. YouTube crashed. They couldn't handle the amount of people that were watching. It abruptly stopped after 2 hours. 1.2 million people at one point were tuned in to watch the stream of the podcast premiere. Around 8:45, it faded to black, stopping with Kelce and Taylor Swift in the middle of a discussion about her new album, The Life of a Showgirl. Damn, it's a bummer because honestly, I thought that Taylor was going to propose to Travis. Travis, will you be Mr. Swift? Travis Swift, I don't know, almost sounds like he's 3 years younger.
I was going to say, it's a good you lose, like, what, a quarter of a second on your 40 time when you change your name to Swift, I think.
Yeah.
Going from Kelce to Swift, I think that's worth, again, like a quarter of a second on the, He gets a little bit faster.
A little bit. Also, like, realizes, like, almost giving himself motivation. Hey, I got to make people remember that I'm not Taylor Swift's husband. I'm Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
You know, Jonathan Owens, Simone Biles' husband.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a little added motivation there.
Yeah, gotta grind a little bit harder. Stephon Diggs, not Cardi B's boyfriend.
Mm-hmm. Lots of love.
Love's in the air.
And, you know, the best moment of that love is right here when Travis Kelce resisted the urge to mansplain football to Taylor because he respects strong, powerful, independent women.
I thought that the quarterbacks.
I mean, that's how you played it on the playground growing up. So I understand if you hadn't, like.
No, you
really
don't understand.
been,
I thought it was
that's right.
like Jared Goff is here and Josh Allen's here. And they're going to be like, they blow a whistle and then they go at each other and they're like, and it's like, who's going to win?
That's actually.
I would love to see Jared Goff play some defense. Let's see Jared Goff on defense.
I've got some ideas. I've got some thoughts.
She thought the quarterbacks were on the field at the same time. As one does.
She probably watch Top Gun Maverick and watch the beach football scene there where they do that.
A great point. Top Gun Maverick.
She thought it was dogfight football.
Confused a lot of people. It really did.
It confused me, and I know how actual football works, but I was trying to figure out how that works.
I do think Tom Cruise thinks football actually works that way. I'll also say this. I don't believe Taylor's saying that. Taylor's from Philadelphia. Taylor Swift definitely knows how football works. Definitely knows.
Yeah. You think their like dad was at least like
for sure
into football.
There's no way that she thought the quarterbacks were on the same field at the same time. I think
she
Taylor
grew up with her dad cussing out Donovan McNabb.
I think Taylor every now and then tries a little bit too hard to be relatable and maybe embellishes something for the sake of effect. By the way, we all do that in this industry, including Z-list celebrities in Houston, micro celebrities in Houston.
I will say she did try to be relatable, and it kind of worked. Because she told a story about how she was excited that the Chiefs drafted Xavier Worthy. She was like, she told some story about how she was like screaming like they won the Super Bowl when they drafted Xavier Worthy. Obviously, Texas guy. So I was like, oh, wow, she knows Xavier Worthy. Obviously, she just maybe heard about him running at the combine. And then she also mentioned that she got LASIK so she can see like
Oh.
whatever. I forgot what she was saying. And I was like, what? Why is she trying to speak to me directly? Now I see how Swifties are the way they are. Because you hear two things, you're like, oh my God, she's just like me.
Just like you.
She's so relatable.
So relatable despite being the most famous woman alive.
So relatable, though. Didn't know how football worked.
It's tough, you know? A lot of her international fans relate on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like,
also
how
don't
does it work? Teach us.
They probably also didn't understand a word she said. They still fawn. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up our countdown. 21 days away from the start of the NFL season. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros back in the win column last night in a God wills it kind of W. They're back in first place by themselves, and that lead might be about to increase a little bit more. Plus, let's go around baseball to check out what's happening across the sport. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Red Sox in his career, 324 average. And he goes after the first one and delivers a single to left. Here comes Altuve. No throw. Astros lead 2-0.
Big game for Yainer Diaz last night. Had the insurance run there to give the Astros a 2-0 lead. He had the insurance 2-run bomb a little bit later. 3 of the Astros' 4 RBI coming from Yainer Diaz, one of many Astros hitters that is trending up, and that's got to be exciting. It's exciting to me. It's really nice to see that a lot of guys are starting to wake up. Christian Walker. Be nice if Cam Smith perhaps would join the party, but Jeremy Pena comes back. Jeremy Pena doing the things he did in 2022 today, amongst others. And also last night, Hunter Brown, big-time performance. The Astros are going to need everything they can get out of their top starters going forward because of the limitations of the bullpen without Josh Hader. Hunter Brown had a pretty good night, shook off Alex Cora trying to rattle him with those 2, he's bucking, where he doesn't understand the rules or is trying to use the rules to his advantage moments. And then the Astros bullpen took over. Bennett Sousa, pretty nice performance, 1 1/3 with 3 strikeouts. And then after that, Brian Abreu comes in and he's topping 100. Just throwing high 99. Pretty exciting to see. God wills it indeed for the 2025 Houston Astros. Give it to me, random Night Templar guy.
God wills it. God wills it. God wills it.
God wills it. Big win for the Astros. 3 consecutive series wins, all you crybabies. Oh, no, what are they going to do? Oh, Dana Brown's been doing off the trade deadline. Fire Dana. Oh, Joe Espada doesn't know what he's doing. Oh. Those last 2 takes, enough people have had them. I'm sorry. Astros fan card revoked if you do that. Are you that stupid? I know that sounds mean, but look at all the injuries that they have fought through to still be 2 games out of first place in the American League. I think the Blue Jays and Tigers are dealing with injuries on this level. It's nuts that they're in this place right now. It's been a fun year. And sure, we have some reservations and questions about if they're going to be able to keep this up. But for the most part this year, outside of that last stretch this past month where they were missing everybody, they didn't even have any bats. Post-trade deadline, you should be back on board. They got enough bats. They have some arms and might get more. They're certainly missing Josh Hader. They're certainly missing Yordan Alvarez. But I don't know. Get back on the wagon, y'all. Anyway, God wills it indeed. And, God's willing it a little bit more today because everything went the Astros' favor last night. The Mariners lost. Astros alone in first place. The Rangers lost. They blew a lead late. The Blue Jays lost. August 13th, 2025 was pretty damn good. Phil Maton blew a 4-run lead. Or he gave up 4 runs. I forget. In that rematch of that World Series that nobody watched because baseball doesn't matter when the Astros aren't in the World Series. A rematch of Diamondbacks and Rangers. I think even the Yankees lost as they continue to fall apart. They lost to the Twins. Woof.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Yeah. I don't know if God would approve of Emperor Palpatine in a galaxy far, far away, but
some tactics were extreme, I'd say.
Alderaan was asking for it. Those hippies.
Yeah, you think Alderaan was perfect?
Yeah, hey, Alderaan, you get to break the rules? Nope, the rules are there for a reason. The rules were kind of fascist. Fascist this. Not fascist anymore, huh? Fascism seems pretty cool now that you think about it, huh? Huh?
Would you rather have a planet and fascism or no planet and still fascism?
Yeah. Technically they're free from fascism.
I guess.
They're just, vaporized. Into
They didn't
little
get to enjoy that.
space dust. Right. Well, I hope they didn't see the laser. That would suck. They probably didn't know what the Death Star was at that moment in time. That was a new
No one knew it was
contraption.
operational.
Right, exactly.
That was the test.
Mm-hmm. Let's go around baseball. Keep you abreast of everything going on because guess what? Things might be getting a little bit better for the Astros today. Orioles lead the Mariners 5-0 in the top of the 6th inning. There's a rain delay. So, top of the 6th. This doesn't get canceled. This doesn't get postponed.
I forgot what the cutoff is. I
think it's after 6.
I think it's after 6.
I think
it's a real game.
You can't throw this one out.
Yeah, they'll have to finish it.
This better be a continuation at the very least. I don't know the specifics, but
yeah,
Astros could be a game and a half up on the Orioles by the end of this show if the weather starts cooperating. Baseball, it's a sport. Kyle Tucker, he used to play it for your Astros. He has 1 homer since June 29th. I have no idea what the hell this means, San Antonio Tim. I appreciate you putting this out there because I'm assuming it's bad. He has an 83 lowercase w RC plus during this time. Wow. And did you see him throw his batting helmet last night after an at-bat that didn't go his way?
Yeah.
Joe George is out there for Locked On Chicago Sports, wondering whether or not the Cubs should even consider re-signing him, which is, hey, you probably should. You don't want to lose him for nothing. You gave up Cam Smith to get him. But a lot of Cubs fans are kind of out on Kyle Tucker because he's going through one of his trademark slumps.
I don't know. And does Kyle Tucker want to be a Cub? Doesn't seem happy by the way he threw that helmet.
No, definitely not. And on top of that, I mean, they're not going to pay him. They're just not going to pay him.
Although, maybe he's been bad. Has he been bad enough this year to drive down the price to Cubs range? Or did he wait? This might be crazy.
Yeah.
Did he drive his price down enough for Astros range? Bring him back? Him and Cam Smith?
Whoa. And
I don't know who plays where, but we'll make it work.
And Ryan Presley.
And
Kendall Graveman.
Kendall Graveman, who got cut.
Cut.
We're going to get Graveman. We're going to get Presley.
We're going to get Phil Maton.
We're going to get Phil Maton.
I saw Maton last night, and I literally thought to myself, man, it would be nice to bring Maton back because I thought he had a nice close for the Rangers. Nope, he blew a 4-1 lead.
Circling back to the Orioles Mariners game.
Yeah.
Joel Blank of the Killer Bees just texted me personally.
Yes.
And he said the cutoff is the 5th inning for an official game.
Let's go!
So we're already there.
You're done! You're done, you bums! Done! Game and a half back. That's a mountain.
Well, they can still resume play, and the Mariners can come back, but they are down 5-0 in the top of the 6th.
Yeah, the Orioles do stink, and the Mariners do have some bats. So appreciate Joel with the assist there. Baseball today, this afternoon, this week continues. I'm not even sure if that's the order of it. The Dodgers got swept, and they're falling apart, but they had the most glazy headline talking about a loss. Ohtani pitches into 5th, but Dodgers fall out of 1st. What?
He got to the 5th.
He threw. I mean, listen. He's coming back from Tommy John, and he's not throwing entire games. But that's the headline. They got swept and are in 2nd place now. The first thing you write is that Shohei Ohtani pitches into the 5th. Dodgers colder than the Astros. They have won 12 of 33. Guess where that stretch started? Getting swept by the Houston Astros.
Yeah, that is crazy that he. I mean, we all know that Ohtani gets the
glazing of all glazings.
Yeah, and it at a certain point it does make a little bit of sense. Like we get on MLB for not marketing stars, and then they
just market one. That's the problem. They only market Shohei. They had a 9-game lead in the National League West when they took on
the Astros for 3. They have blown that lead in less than a month and a half.
Did you see Shohei's stats from last night?
No.
The headline
makes it seem like he pitched well into the 5th.
4 1/3, so he got 1 out in the 5th.
Okay.
5 hits, 4 earned runs. He had a bad start.
It's unbelievable. I get it. He's cool. But how is that the first thing?
Yeah.
The Dodgers have just blown a 9-game lead in a month and a half.
And at the dish, 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts.
I mean, explicable reasons for it. They are dealing with more injuries than anyone this year, including the Astros.
Shohei coming back to pitching is actually really helping them right now. I guess when he pitches better than this. But yeah, they're down a ton of starters. But yeah, the ridiculous headline. The more you read about it, the more ridiculous that headline is.
Wild. Here's another wild baseball headline. You can tell ESPN's on the ropes as far as covering baseball.
Yeah.
Brewers come through. Win free burgers for City is the headline on ESPN. The Brewers have just won 12 in a row. What? Who cares about burgers for the City?
Yeah, they hit the Chick-fil-A foul pole.
Good God.
Yeah, they've won 12 games. They're the hottest team in baseball. I think they have the best record. Yeah, they had by far the best record in baseball.
Yeah. Local restaurant chain George Webb has been promising free burgers if the local baseball team won 17 consecutive games for decades. The promotion dropped to 13 games when they moved from Atlanta to Milwaukee in 1953. George Webb changed the promotion to 12 when they moved from Seattle, the Brewers, in 1970. They were the Seattle Pilots then.
Yeah.
What? They won 12 in a row. Who cares about the effing burgers?
That's the headline.
This is so stupid. God. I don't even like baseball, and yet here I am cleaning up the coverage of the sport. Anyway.
Hey, no Astros moment in the top 10 of Texas sports history.
That too. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, that's from earlier in the
Ridiculous. But half of them were Cowboys.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing it's
I don't even want to know.
Cowboys, the Mavs title.
Syracuse beats Texas in 59 Cotton Bowl.
that maybe in
It's a great moment because that was when Texas realized, oh yeah, we're racist. We should let black people play because they didn't. They didn't let them play in that game, and they tried to not let Syracuse's black players play in the game.
Yeah.
Not cool. From the 832, I've built a strong dislike for Jeremy Pena because of the annoying way you say his name. What, like this? Jeremy Pena. Another texter asks, Paul, do you think Pearl Jam's thrilled that you use one of their songs to promote an Astros player since they're from Seattle and maybe Mariners fans? Well, Eddie Vedder's, I believe, from San Diego.
And no, he's a Cubs fan.
Right. Exactly.
Which is weird. But
so Eddie Vedder's got a little basic to him that we try to ignore because Pearl Jam is awesome.
They probably wouldn't be thrilled. Let's put it that way. They probably aren't like, oh, sick, you've been using our song for 5 years now.
Jeremy Branham is correct, though. I used to just do this with Jeremy Branham. When Jeremy Branham was on Sports Flashes, I just every single time I'd be like, Jeremy Branham's voice is Christ-like. That's what it is. From the 409, a texter says that's one way to connect with your audience. What? Because the Astros are being willed by the man upstairs to win? Goodness gracious, people. Don't you understand what's happening here? It's divine intervention. It's the only way to explain how the Astros keep winning.
God wills it!
Indeed. God wills it!
God wills it! God wills it!
Or that might have also been because I was saying, hey, Alderaan was asking for it. Some controversial takes in this segment.
That is a controversial take.
They were, though.
We need the Disney Plus miniseries to go into what was going on Alderaan.
Look at us. We're this pretty little planet. We got oceans.
Sorry, I'm against a monarchy.
That's true. They were a monarchy. You're right. Princess Leia, who keeps that title. The planet doesn't exist.
And she kept the title.
You bitch.
Yeah,
you
at least
bitch.
At least Palpatine answered to a galactic senate.
Yeah,
that he
exactly.
controlled.
Yeah, he dissolved them, but at the beginning, the Senate still existed. Anyway, that's the Paul Gallant Show. Hot take on Star Wars connected to baseball. Up next, is it possible that the Astros stumbled into something last night thanks to all the injuries they're trying to overcome? I think they might have. Stick around to find out what.
Astros took down the Red Sox yesterday. They have the day off. 4-1, they win. Yainer Diaz had a home run, 3 runs batted in. Hunter Brown went 6 2/3, and the Astros bullpen shut the door despite no Josh Hader. Bennett Sousa faced 4 batters, struck out 3 of them. Brian Abreu came in the 9th, struck out 2, was hitting 100+ on the radar gun, and very, very emotional out there. Here are his 6 fastest pitches. 100.5, the 6th fastest pitch he's ever thrown. 99.6, another 99.6, 99.5, and 99.1. And he was very emotional afterwards. And maybe, just maybe, at least from a closer perspective, the Astros are going to be fine. Now, if you've listened to Dana Brown, if you've listened to Joe Espada, they have both said, we're not going to call anyone a closer. We're just going to use pitchers in tough situations. Okay, sure, fine, whatever. I can understand that. But I feel like Brian Abreu is definitely the closer when Josh Hader's not here. You don't have to say it if you don't want to create an issue for Josh Hader, who's on the injured list for the first time. And I'm assuming pitchers probably have some of the intricacies that a kicker might have, maybe a little superstitious, maybe a little territorial. I think Ryan Presley was pretty upset about being demoted from that closer role when they brought Josh Hader in, felt disrespected when they did it. So they're handling this with kid gloves, at least when talking about it. But Abreu looked great last night. And Abreu, at some point, is probably going to get paid. Because Brian Abreu is not making Josh Hader money. I mean, Josh Hader, 5-year, $90 million contract? Brian Abreu, meanwhile, 1 year, $3.45 million. This is definitely going to give him quite the case in arbitration this offseason. They avoided arbitration this past year, and he will be an unrestricted free agent in 2027. So he's building a case to potentially be a closer at some point. He will be 30 when his contract with the Astros expires after the 3rd round of arbitration, but he's got closer stuff. 1 game's enough for me.
No, I mean, it's not. It is 1 game, but it's not 1 game. I mean, he's been at this level, at the level he's at right now for the last 4 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was always one of the best setup men in baseball.
For sure.
Now, I do think you're right to bring up his contract situation, that maybe not for the arbitration to be on the Astros next year. I don't know how much that mattered. Probably swings it a little bit his way if he picks up some saves here the last month or so of the season. But to me, it's almost like, not like a tryout, but it's like an audition for when he becomes a free agent that, hey, if a team needs a closer, when I'm up, I could be that guy, and he could end up making himself a lot of money here.
Good for him. Probably won't be with the Astros, but given the volatility of a reliever from year to year, it might be for the best the Astros don't bring him back. See what happens with Rafael Montero, and we'll see.
As far as big deals go,
we'll see what happens with Josh Hader. I mean, this shoulder issue that has been very, very, very murky for Joe Espada yesterday before Astros Red Sox. Hader seeking a second opinion. No word on the first opinion other than a little longer than 2 weeks. I'm not commenting any further on the matter to give Josh his space. Hopefully, this does not mean long-term issues for Hader. At the very least, it's not an elbow. Could be worse. But shoulder discomfort to shoulder strain to this is going to take a little bit longer than the 2 weeks. Not trending in the right direction. That's for damn sure. I saw this thrown out by Ari Alexander of Channel 2, who has been breaking some Astros news from time to time. By the way, he said, as far as Ryan Presley, don't expect it, because some people want to see a Ryan Presley return. Okay. Keep your secrets, Ari. But Ari posted yesterday, I'd prefer they make AJ Bluebaugh a reliever because he's high 90s. I'd like to see Bluebaugh as a reliever as well. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, and you can check this out on my gram at Sports Gallant, where I posted a clip where AJ Bluebaugh says, yeah, man, like the Lord was with me out there, give or take. And then that clip from Angels in the Outfield where the pitcher helps Mel Clark gets helped by an angel to throw like 115 miles per hour.
Yeah, and he not only did he say that, he said that after he had a good relief appearance. It was the Marlins game where the Astros used an opener.
Yeah,
and he was kind of the bulk guy.
And he came in and as a reliever, he hit 98, I think, high 98.
Yeah, and I think with that kind of stuff, like
why not?
Yeah, give him a shot. To me, that's like more attractive of an option than relying on
him as a starter.
Or him as a starter, or relying on Luis Garcia to come back and be a reliever, or Lance McCullers to be a reliever if he comes back.
The McCullers thing, it's almost like it's not happening. But the Garcia one that you mentioned right there, Sean, is interesting.
Yeah.
And another good start for Luis Garcia, who struck out 6 in his latest rehab start. He went 4 2/3, 1 run, 6 hits, and a walk. So more hits than the last time around. I mean, he was lights out the time before.
He was
that.
incredible.
Right. So it's also like a bit of a reality check because it's definitely going to take him a little bit of time to get back to form. But Garcia, I would rather have as a starter, and you're right with Bluebaugh. I would rather have Bluebaugh as a closer right now. And like really at this point in time, okay, hey, you got some questions in the bullpen after at the top, Ryan Abreu and Bennett Sousa. F it, why not?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That I guess that's the idea is that. Either it's one of these starters that are getting essentially demoted, or they are kind of unproven or less proven bullpen arms. Just give me the swing at a high upside guy like Bluebaugh in the bullpen, because it's best out of a lot of not bad options but pretty meh options. At least give me something like this. And yeah. You mentioned Luis Garcia, by the way. His velocity was up, I saw, in
Hell yeah.
his most recent rehab assignment.
Because that was a concern, I think.
That's what Dana said earlier this week, was that his velocity was down. So I think he said it could be a little bit of like dead arm or whatever. So we were thinking like, oh no, here we go.
Another setback.
Yeah, but he came out, pitched last night, and velocity was up. So that's awesome.
Reinforcements potentially on the way for an Astros team where God just keeps on willing it. And that's nice because it keeps me from going on X and seeing random Astros relievers of yesteryear and texting you up to Ryan Presley, texting you up to Kendall Graveman, who got released, texting you up to Phil Maton, who was under contract with the Rangers. It would be tampering. I thought when I saw this post, it was at Sleeper Astros, you sons of bitches. They were posting, oh, wow, Phil Maton in relief looking great, and he gave up 4 runs in an inning.
That's like the new...
I wonder if he punched a phone afterwards.
That's like the new...
I would. Justifiably.
I would hope he learned his lesson.
They'd miss a World Series, that's true.
The baseball Twitter joke is that... Because I saw that with the Bellinger play against the Astros, where it's like, Cody Bell, watch this throw by Cody Bellinger to get Altuve at the plate. And it's the one that he threw like sideways, basically.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's like the new like running meme for the highlight for the jokey highlights to put the caption of like, oh my God, watch this, and it's an absolute disaster.
That is Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We did this earlier. Who's on the Mount Rushmore of sports villains for your Houston Astros? Because I am officially putting a guy last night on the list, and I'm thinking about another guy from last night being put on that list. You'll find out who we're talking about next. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros looking to go up a game and a half in the American League West. Last night they beat the Red Sox 4-1. The Mariners got walked off by the Orioles last night, so the Astros lead currently a game in the West. And if this rain delay holds, and it's been holding for a while, the Orioles, who have a 5-0 lead on the Mariners in the top of the 6th, would get another W to separate a half game between the Astros and the Mariners. So AL West tied Wednesday. Game and a half lead for the Astros going into a series against this very same Baltimore team, potentially, this weekend at Daikin Park. We put a couple of names out there for you as far as the Mount Rushmore of individuals in baseball who are enemies of the Houston Astros. Number 1 has to be Mike Fiers. He's the whistleblower on the sign-stealing scandal. Number 2 is Adolis Garcia. He plays for the Rangers, and he has owned you his entire career. In particular, he really owned you in the American League Championship Series back in 2023, where he really did whatever he wanted. After that, I am going to put Alex Cora in this conversation. Cora, you could argue, is the reason that the Astros 2017 World Series isn't looked at seriously. I believe that he and Carlos Beltran were, more than anyone, the ringleaders of that sign-stealing campaign that they ran. A.J. Hinch probably should have done more about it. Astros players certainly should have done more about it if they didn't like it. Altuve didn't like it. But Alex Cora and his obsession with winning led to that, and it seems that he has learned nothing from it, just given the way that he operates, whether it's doing things that piss other teams off involving sign stealing, or last night, where in the 6th inning and the 7th inning, he was trying to get umpires to call a balk on Hunter Brown. And then he got tossed by an umpire who has a history with him. Cora actually promised, what's this guy's name? Valentine is the umpire. He had, since he's been tossed so many times by Junior Valentine, Cora had promised him before this series, I'm not going to get ejected, but he was ejected. He just wasn't ejected by Junior Valentine. He was ejected by Ryan Blakeney. Junior Valentine sounds like a 1930s mobster. Hey, Junior, get over here. I need you to do something about that thing.
Going by, like, Junior as the first name, that is something that I guess I'm just thinking of Junior Soprano. But
yeah.
There seems to be a lot of juniors and the thirds that get put on, like, people's jerseys, or that, are part of their, professional name or whatever. I think RG3 was the guy who kind of exploded it recently. You don't see a lot of junior, like Bronny James going as Junior James. Like, you don't see that. That'd be crazy.
It's like Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. Sean Connery's going,
yeah.
Junior, the whole movie.
Don't call me Junior.
Don't call me Junior, Pop. Hey, Alex Cora is definitely on the Mount Rushmore of Astros villains after last night. Like, I've had enough. Remember the story, too, where he got into it almost with Astros broadcaster Jeff Blum? Evan Drellick put this out August 31st, 2017. Cora, the Astros bench coach, cursed out Jeff Blum as the team bus traveled from the airport to Minute Maid Park in Houston. The Red Sox admitted they heard about this. This is right after they had hired him to be manager. When NBC Sports Boston reached out to them for comment, Cora's outburst towards Jeff Blum, also a former Major League veteran, stemmed from the broadcaster asking Cora to turn the music down on the bus. He later got in a verbal confrontation with A.J. Hinch after the bus arrived. Neither altercation became physical, Multiple sources confirmed Cora had been drinking prior to the outburst, but noted that it's not uncommon for teams to indulge themselves on travel days. There are no indications Cora has any issue controlling his alcohol intake. Also, context added to the story as if this makes it okay. Like, hey, sometimes I get drunk on travel days. The incident took place when the Astros were returning home for the first time since Hurricane Harvey hit Houston. Cora was additionally stressed about his home of Puerto Rico, which would soon be ravaged by Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Maria. Cora apologized to both Blum and Hinch, expressed embarrassment. You'll learn how to overcome. It happens on every team. What, getting drunk and yelling at somebody? People have disagreements. Sometimes it's about life. Sometimes it's about the game. The good thing is that you work with people that you respect and they respect you. You move on and you learn from it and you keep getting better. I don't know how many people in baseball respect Alex Cora as much as they are concerned and paranoid maybe about Alex Cora, given the sign-stealing stuff, and also given that he's doing whatever it takes to help his team out, which, hey, there's a nobility in that. But, I mean, when you're going out multiple times in a game because of a ball call, or when you're going after Justin Verlander to the point where Verlander, who played for you, says, F off, Alex, you can understand why people are starting to get pissed with him. And I think he's a fair person to put on the Mount Rushmore of Astros villains. We liked Scott Service in that spot, but the Mariners never beat the Astros. Cora's Red Sox did beat the Astros in the playoffs back in 2018
when they were cheating.
Allegedly.
The thing with Alex Cora, especially after yesterday's game, but it also applies to the Justin Verlander clip from a few years ago now, is that it's very hard to be the, hey, rules are rules guy. Hey, you can't do that guy, while also being suspended a year for being one of the ringleaders of the sign stealing scandal. Like, it's hard to be both things. It's hard to be, I am looking for every edge I possibly can, maybe including having a camera film catcher signs and then someone relay that via trash can in the tunnel.
Maybe.
It's hard to do that and then also be the, hey, you can't pitch like that. That's a balk. Like, it's you really can't be both guys. Where it's I'm willing to break the rules, but also rules are rules. I'm just, hey, Junior Valentine, I'm just trying to talk it out.
Hey, Junior, come on, guy.
You know me.
You know me. Oh, you know I'm good for it. Please, don't throw me out. Let me stay. So Mount Rushmore of Astros enemies, individuals, for me, and I posted this on X at Gallant says, Sean's at Sean A. Mapes, behind the glass. Mike Fiers, Adolis Garcia, Alex Cora, Albert Pujols. I mean, Pujols you have to put on there. A couple of texters were saying, where's Pujols? Where's Pujols? Don't worry, Pujols is on it. From the 832, Howie Kendrick and his annoying ass home run. Fair one.
That's fair. The thing is that it's like one home run.
Yes.
Where the other players, like Pujols does have the one signature home run.
Jeff Blum has a home run against the Astros.
Exactly. Blum should be on honorable mention.
That's what Josh Ennis posted.
It'd be a very funny one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Howard Kendrick just has, like, if he was great all series inexplicably, that'd be one thing.
Right.
But it is just kind of the one home run that also Will Harris should hold a piece of that, and AJ Hinch should also hold a piece of that. But I think that's what separates him from Garcia and Pujols, because those guys were good against the Astros for a while.
Will Harris had a couple of moments like that. 2015 against the Royals.
Will Harris honorable mention.
but like he was trying his hardest for the Astros, and he generally was good those years.
He was good in between those moments.
Honorable mentions, Aaron Judge, because he talked bleep about Altuve, but he's never done anything against the Astros. Same thing with Mike Trout. Cody Bellinger. Same thing.
Yeah, like a lot of people, especially after 2019, like when Mike Fiers revealed the sign stealing scandal, Trevor Bauer, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people talked. You have to do more than just like, hey, they stole an MVP.
Exactly.
They stole a ring. Like,
you have to damage them.
Yeah, it has to be on the field.
Bellinger's career is outside of 2 years ago or last year. Like, it's kind of sucked ever since
he had one resurgent. Yeah,
that happened. For the 346, Joe Kelly top 5 for sure. Joe Kelly.
Yeah, I think Kelly might be the last. if we're doing Mount Rushmore, it's 4 faces. He might be number 5.
Yeah, someone texted in, Joe, I'm a bitch, Kelly. I would have liked to see Joe Kelly, instead of walking off the diamond. Kelly does have a crazy streak in him. I would have liked to see Kelly actually, go through it.
Yeah, he is built really he is very skinny.
He's very spindly.
Yeah,
I would feel comfortable going up against him in a fight, assuming he doesn't get to throw something at me on the way over.
Okay.
Another texter. What about Juan Soto? Yeah, Soto's up there.
Soto's close.
I think the Soto, the constant reminders of, hey, Juan Soto's Juan Soto, and he's a young man on the broadcast.
He was
that
good in
annoying.
that series too, in the 19 World Series.
Someone is texting about that pitch was down and away, out of the strike zone. That home run was insane. I'm assuming this is the Howie Kendrick one.
Yeah.
So there you go. Who is on the Mount Rushmore of Astros enemies? Me, I say, Alex Cora, Adolis Garcia, Mike Fiers, and Albert Pujols. Ugh. You can respond to that. Gallant says, if you so choose, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. Some thoughts on what I saw at Texans practice today, and how far is too far. A couple of NFL teams not looking so hot. And would you pay this, Oklahoma Sooner fans out there, to get a once-in-a-lifetime experience? Stay put. How far is too far is next.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Who's on the Mount Rushmore of Houston Astros enemies? You can join on the X. Dustin, his sources, comments, that bitch you won't shut up about Clayton Kershaw. Who's that? Off the top of my head, I don't know. Someone help me out. Give me an assist there. From the 832, Huey in Springs suggests the Astros training staff.
I think they deserve a mention, given the last couple years.
Playoff Kyle Tucker writes another texter. That's a fair one.
Got them dust busted last year.
That's true. 281 Texan CB Bucknor. John has a thought on the most interactive sports talk show in town. John, what you got?
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and has anybody mentioned Max Scherzer? Because he was on the Nationals when they beat us, and then he was on the Rangers when they beat us in 2023, and he was also teammates with Verlander, and allegedly they didn't get along too well, so we should not like him for that as well.
Good point. I forgot about that little wrinkle at the very end. Yeah, someone I think had suggested Scherzer. They didn't outline it quite like John did there. So, John, appreciate your contribution there.
Yeah.
Enemies of the Houston Astros.
I think he was hurt in 2019 and came back to, like, pitch in Game 7.
That sounds right.
Like, it was something like that where, you thought you were out, and then he shows up and obviously beats you.
I will say with the Rangers, I feel like he helped the Astros out when he was with the Rangers.
Yeah, he wasn't as good with the Rangers.
If I'm not mistaken, I feel like
he was good in the regular season. He was bad in the playoffs.
I feel like when he came back, I feel like the Astros had they worked him in one of those games. Could be wrong though. Again, all this stuff's a blur. All those El Tiempo margaritas, my goodness.
It's a lot of El Tiempo margaritas ago.
Mm-hmm. How far is too far? It's a little game we play every single Thursday at 2:30. Hit it. How far is too far? Ever want to go to a post-game press conference? If you want to go to a post-game press conference after Oklahoma, Michigan, you can be in attendance there for the price of just $692.11 per person. I thought El Tiempo margaritas were bad. At least they're $23.
At least you get a drink.
Yeah. You want to go to a coach's press conference? I don't even want to go to coaches' press conferences anymore.
This is one of those things where I think unless you've been in the covered one or just been inside the room where one's going on, it's not worth $700.
No,
it's not close.
Unless you want to be the peanut gallery and cheer if the coach clowns the reporter or something like that.
Yeah, I bet they throw you out though.
I don't know. They might not if you're paying $692.11 to be there.
Maybe not. But you don't get to ask a question.
Get exclusive post-game media access for you and one guest and see where real-time reactions unfold. Hear OU coaches and players address reporters moments after the final whistle. Man, it's like they're animals in a cage when you frame it like that.
It is a little bit of the Dalton Schultz talking about being a Dallas Cowboy energy to it. And also, high risk, high reward because this is for the Michigan game, right?
Yeah.
So, there's a chance
Could be mad.
Yeah, that is bad.
Yeah. Unless you don't like Lincoln Riley and you want to ask a question. My bad, Brent Venables. Yeah. Unless you don't like him and they're like, hey.
Sir, please resign.
Yeah, exactly. Which, hey, worth it.
That would be worth it. That would get you, thrown out, but that would
you got your
as you're getting, hauled away by whatever the state troopers.
It would be fun.
Sir, this is unacceptable.
You'd be able to say that the rest of your life. You could also say you suck or something, too.
Yeah.
Watch the story take shape through the questions, the insights, and the atmosphere that set the headlines. Okay. $692 for that.
$600.
Everything's expensive now.
But you can get a way better time spending $600 at an Oklahoma the Sooners game.
That's 2 tickets for a full weekend of ACL. Like, I mean, that's expensive too. But
Yes.
come on, what are we doing? All right, how far is too far? Is it too far to go barefoot everywhere like Patriots wide receiver Mac Hollins? Here he is weighing in on the matter.
On the walk in, yeah. Walk in no matter what the temperature is, I'm going barefoot. But if it gets below 35, I'll wear it.
To it? Grounding.
It's just, I don't know. I think the word I guess people use would be the pussification of America. People are so soft now. Like,
Hell
bro,
yeah.
do something hard for once. It's not even hard to wear no shoes. But like, if it gets below 35, I'm not an idiot. Like, I'll put shoes on. But walking into games, no matter what, I have to be barefoot.
If it's cold, so 35 degrees or lower, he will wear something on his feet. He's going to get hurt. He's going to step on something at some point, and I don't want a Patriots wide receiver to be out with some sort of baseball injury.
Stepped on a rusty nail. Out for week 8.
I do like his flex because you would think there would be some sort of hippie reason to not wear shoes, saying the pussification of America. That is a flex I would not have expected from someone who's walking barefoot all the time.
Yeah, one of the interviewers did go like grounding, which is a thing for like, yeah, you know, your feet should feel the earth, whatever, once a day or whatever the mantra is. And he's just like, nope, it's because people are soft. You should be walking around barefoot more often.
Yeah. By the way, walking around barefoot, I can't do it for that long because my feet start hurting. You know why? Because I have bad arcs. And then I start getting super bad plantar fasciitis. So I always got to wear orthotics or a pair of slippers that I wear that have like a raise in the middle. Yeah, it sucks. Sucks.
Don't tell Mac Hollins.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, me being the P word, that's not surprising to most of the people who listen to the show. I'll admit it. How far is too far? Is Justin Fields perhaps focusing on the wrong book, not a playbook?
I would say I just kind of got like this the past 6 months, to be honest with you.
So you said 6 months ago. What triggered that 6 months ago?
Yeah, I mean, me really getting closer to God, like I said, my relationship, me reading the Bible every day, and if I'm being real, there's some great lines, some great wisdom that I didn't even know of. So I'm low-key addicted to like getting in my Bible each and every day, just because I learn something new every day, and I'm able to apply it in my everyday life. But I mean, I was sleeping on reading the Bible earlier in my life, and I wish I would have started earlier. So I encourage y'all to, go read a little bit, start in Proverbs, and move on from there.
Hey, Justin, focus on the playbook, buddy. Focus on the playbook. This is my advice for the Jets. This is not meant to be sacrilegious in any way, shape, or form. Hey, listen, the Bible is the Bible. There's a big feature, I think, in Hard Knocks episode 1, where some guy's carrying around a just completely beat to hell Bible, which he should have taken a little bit better care of. I get that, but like, hey man, this is your last chance. Literally, this will be your last chance to be a starter ever. I'm just saying, focus on the right things. I say the same thing to Mike McDaniel. How far is too far? Is it too far after a practice where the Lions are outwardly questioning how hard the Dolphins practice? Do you want to hear this from head coach Mike McDaniel after that goes down?
Absolutely. I graduated high school in 2001. I was a sophomore in high school when his first album came out. And, who doesn't know the 8 Mile anthem, So I actually reference, I call it an 8 Mile, is when you, do his battle rap thing where you just say all the things that people know to be true, and then what? So, yeah, I really wish you'd bring him to practice. It would be cool.
All right, he's quoting 8 Mile. I mean, I know that some Dolphins reporters asking a quirky question there to get that kind of response because they love it when Mike McDaniel says funny things.
And I assume they're in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the
Could
connection.
be a Detroit guy as well. Yeah. There's that too. But I don't know. I would say for all three of these teams, like, just keep your head down.
I think, yes. The
Patriots,
advice,
Jets, Dolphins. Like, you're in the same division as the Bills. Keep your head down.
Oh, I didn't even realize this.
It's an
all
AFC
AFC
segment, yeah.
But, yeah, Mike McDaniel specifically, just until you make the playoffs, just turn down the quirk.
Right.
We still love it. It's not like we you're talking more and we realize that we don't actually like it. No, it's all stuff that would have flown year 1, you know?
Exactly.
It's year 3 now. Yeah. It's just like, hey, let's just turn it down a notch of like, you don't have to take the bait of the quirky question every time.
I'm with you. I think McDaniel's second job is going to be good. I think the Dolphins are going to be a mess this coming season.
I believe that.
How far is too far continues. This is in tennis. Mats Rosenkrantz was disqualified after winning his first set against Pietro Orlando Felon. Why? Because he went to the toilet to take a shower. An umpire called a supervisor. It was decided this was a code violation.
So he went back to the tunnel.
Yes.
And said it was a bathroom break, but he went to take a shower.
Yes.
Huh.
First off, soft. Showering in the middle of a sporting event.
Like, what are you doing?
You're going to get sweaty again. Like, unless you pooped yourself. I can't see a reason to shower.
I was going to say, that's the card he needs to play, and it's an embarrassing one.
Yeah.
But I think
it's better than getting disqualified.
Yes, he was like, hey, even if it was like, hey, listen, I didn't poop myself, but it was only single ply in there.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to, give myself a clean. I'm putting on the white shorts again before going back out there. That I can at least okay, whatever. It's weird. I don't know if it should be a disqualification, but I'm also not gonna stand on the table for this guy because it is weird.
More. How far is too far? Did Lamar Jackson go too far in his trademark battle with Troy Aikman over number 8? I think he thought there might be confusion, and it is true. Lamar Jackson and Troy Aikman look the same. I don't see color.
Yeah.
So I guess you could confuse Troy Aikman, Cowboys quarterback from 30 years ago, with Lamar Jackson.
Current Baltimore Ravens. Yeah.
Right. Current Ravens never play for the same team. It is weird to trademark a number.
Yeah, isn't it like his beer?
His beer is number 8. His beer isn't bad, by the way. Troy
Really?
Aikman's
You've had
beer.
it?
I've had Troy Aikman 8. It's actually pretty good. One of my friends had it there. I was like, oh, is this the Aikman beer? Actually, wasn't bad.
It's a good. It's good for that reason alone. It's like if I ever see it, that's like, well, I'll try it. It is something. I trust Troy Aikman with this, but yeah, I don't know what the battle. I assume he trademarked 8 beer or whatever it's called.
I guess he trademarked 8 because Jackson has withdrawn his challenge to Aikman's use of the number on apparel and bags. Jackson believed it would cause confusion for consumers. We should say Jackson's lawyers as to whether they're buying products from Jackson or Aikman. And totally makes sense. Aikman responded to this suit when it was originally placed in July of last year. Hey, Lamar, looks like a worthy conversation over a couple of cold 8 beers.
Oh, good.
Maybe Steve Young can arbitrate. Also number 8.
Yeah, also number 8. I would understand. So now that I understand it a little bit more, I would see it if the style of 8 is similar. If it's like the same, because I assume
it's the Ravens 8 and the Cowboys 8.
Yeah, but the Ravens 8 is more kind of cursive.
Totally different
It's
font.
a rounder.
Right.
The Cowboys are more blocky.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was more, funny he brings up Steve Young. Steve Young, the Niners 8 is more like the Cowboys one. I could see that as hey.
And they played at the same time.
Yeah,
and they
these
played
are a little
against each
confusing.
other. One got they actually beat each other.
Yeah,
in playoffs games. So that makes sense. Yeah, it's also just weird to trademark a number. I like even Tom Brady number 12. There's been so many great number 12s. He's TB 12. He's not 12.
Yeah, I think you have to
LJ 8. Why not that?
I think you have to put your own spin on it.
L8J.
Yeah.
Sounds like a late J, huh?
I'm
so
Troy
funny.
Aikman.
That works.
There you go. File that one, Troy.
That would have worked. All right, guys. That is How Far is Too Far every single Thursday at 2:30. Up next, garbage time. The return of a Houston sports team on the horizon. Get excited, folks. That and more. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? You do now. It's not always low prices just in the store. Now it's online. Did you know they have more than 500 million items online. Who knew? You do. You can find a huge selection that you can't find in stores on Walmart's website. And for certain items, they will deliver it in as fast as an hour. What? Yeah, that's a new thing. Do you want to go to the grocery store and, it's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You got to take all the bags in. If you're a man, you're taking all the bags in one trip. I mean, you have to if you're a man. Sorry to mansplain, bringing the bags in from the grocery store. But do you want to do that when you could just have Walmart do it for you? Walmart will deliver the groceries to you. Yeah. And by the way, Walmart's grocery prices just as low as their prices for everything else. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? You do. Go to walmart.com to order and get something delivered right now.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Fun little tidbit from Will Kunkel. The Astros are going to retire Billy Wagner's number 13, on Saturday. And we're still waiting to see if if Mariners-Orioles will get called. Mariners trail the Orioles 5-0 in the top of the sixth inning in a game that is in the midst of a rain delay. Mariners lost last night to the Astros in sole possession of first place in the American League West. And it does seem like the Mariners are going to lose some ground while the Astros have the day off before they start a 3-game series at Daikin Park this weekend. Also, I was out at Texans training camp, and I think the offense is making some progress. It's slow progress. A lot of competition at wide receiver. Defense seemingly had a really good day against Bryce Young, who was tiny. I was out there. Something else to see how small he is at the same field level as him. But the Texans defense said to themselves, yeah, we could do better, which I like to hear.
Yeah, no, I like
high standard.
It is funny. You normally hear about like how weird it is seeing like Yao in person or like Victor in person. I think Bryce Young on an NFL field is kind of the opposite.
I feel like I'm watching flag football.
Yeah, where you're like, wow, that guy. And it makes it, and a certain extent, it makes it more incredible how small he is, and the fact he's like even kind of doing this at the NFL level. But yeah, that's something that I'm sure when you actually see him on the same level, because especially at practice, like you're not in the press box, you're on the field with them. So yeah, crazy.
Time for some garbage time before we get out and turn things over to the Killer Bees. Whoa, WNBA basketball. You could be back. A texter asks, who cares about the WNBA, Paulie? Well, I care, to quote Luke Skywalker. Houston is the league's preferred landing spot for the Connecticut Sun. WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert has made the league's preference known, saying Houston's up next when it comes to the timeline for evaluating bids for expansion or perhaps moving the Connecticut Sun, whose future in Connecticut is in doubt. Because Connecticut, get this, people, sucks. Connecticut sucks. F that state. It's just like a pain in the ass connecting Massachusetts to New York, and like it literally is just 3 hours you'll never get back. That is what Connecticut has always been to me growing up, driving from Massachusetts to the South Jersey area to go visit my grandma for, like, we do this a couple times a year. Connecticut, it just ruins everything because it's the longest. Like, you can drive in the Northeast and go through like 8 states in like 12 hours. Connecticut is the one that takes the longest to get through, amazingly.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I would have thought they moved to Boston, but I guess that's just kind of because Boston is also supposed to be getting a team, or they want a team.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. And sure,
they are
I'll
up
take
there,
them. That's how I think we both feel about the WNBA.
Something else to talk about,
we'll take them.
Maybe we'll get some fights.
Yeah,
maybe we'll get some fights like this happening across.
Yeah,
the
trade
WNBA.
for injuries. That Comets, and then trade for injuries.
Yeah,
and then we're in. We'll do a WNBA segment every
the heel team. They're the bad boy Pistons.
The high heels.
By the way, there was a WNBA fight last night. 3 players got ejected. Wow. That's what the WNBA is. It's like a lot of fighting. People don't really think about that.
It is the old NBA. It is the old NBA.
One of the last huge posts that I had on Instagram at Sports Gallant was talking about how the WNBA is the Big East basketball that we all claim to miss, and 80s basketball.
Yeah,
because it is like they're kicking each other out there. What else do we have here in garbage time? Did you know you could win a $7 million resort in the Texas Hill Country for just $10 via a raffle? I actually bought a ticket for this last night.
So they're like,
it's a $7 million resort. It's got yurts.
Oh, love a yurt.
Yeah. And all you got to do is pay $10.
And you own it?
You could win it.
Wow.
Right. The owners need to sell about 848,500 raffle tickets to create the revenue needed.
That's a smart idea. That's very like Willy Wonka of them, is to like, well, hey, you can buy. Everyone pays $10 and we'll pick a winner. That's actually a crazy idea because you make your money that way.
Yeah. From there, the new owners can choose to acquire the property or elect to take their winnings in the sum of $1 million, which is what I would do. If the property owners do not sell the minimum threshold of tickets, the raffle winner will instead be awarded a cash sum amounting to 50% of the sold tickets. That's actually pretty cool. I've never heard of this before, but I guess this is also happening in Ireland. There's a cottage like being sold, and it's $10 a ticket.
That's interesting.
So
Again,
real estate market's kind of crazy now, so screw it.
This is what I would do.
Turn it over to the gods.
Yeah, and hey, change a not broke person, but change a person who would never buy a $7 million thing. Change their life.
Yeah. It could be, and listen, you know.
Dude, you could be the next Charlie.
A lot of yurts.
A lot of yurts. I might just live in the yurts, dude.
It looks pretty cool. Also, a Caribbean disturbance is tracking in the Gulf. So,
great.
Yeah, I know.
Love to hear that.
Yeah. It was going to happen sooner rather than later. So
batten down the hatches.
Just keep an eye out. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Mike Sando of The Athletic, who talked about his quarterbacks tiers. Peace. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, appers, and of course the one, the only Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are next, and we'll be out at Brick House in Humble tomorrow. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm Brian behind the glass. Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. Lots to get to today. Texans had a joint practice against the Carolina Panthers. This is better than preseason games for me. I love joint practice days in the NFL. We'll kick that around a little bit later. Disrespect for certain quarterbacks around the league is starting to irritate me. Cash them or trash them on a Thursday as well.
Trash.
What are we trashing? Cashing or trashing on Thursdays happening.
I was just playing one of them.
Should have paid. You played the wrong one. There we go. It's better.
That better?
Yeah, I feel now I'm at ease. Vibes are good. Back on track. Astros played a baseball game last night. I have the off day today, but we are sweating a game currently. It is in a rain delay, though, in Baltimore.
I thought you were going to say we're sweating in here because it's kind of toasty in here.
Yeah, I try not to complain. I'm trying to be better about that.
Kind of an oven. But
no argue. I detect no lies.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to argue. I'm trying not to complain. It's one of my flaws as a person is complaining, so I try to complain less. But you're not wrong.
I was monitoring that game on the way in.
Yeah, Brian, get to work.
I'm very, very pleased about the fact that currently Baltimore is up 5-0 on the Mariners. Hopefully that I don't mind it if they just cancel it right there and say, hey, that's a complete game. Let's throw that one in the books.
I wonder what would have to happen for that to happen. Like, they had the rest of the day to let the rain stop. They do travel today.
The travel is the thing. I think travel and the fact that they know that game probably weighs. It's very important as it weighs into how they're going to, who's going to, kind of when the dust settles, be on top of the West. So I would think that they're probably going to do everything they can to finish that bad boy today.
That's my guess, too.
Yeah, but I was pleasantly surprised when I checked the scoreboard to see a 5 spot for the Orioles.
Orioles, they lost 1-0 on Tuesday. Then yesterday, they blew a 2-run lead in the ninth. Mariners scored 2 in the top of the ninth to tie it, but then Baltimore walked it off. I watched the end of that. The Mariners, who was it, Brash? Matt Brash was in the game. He got the first 2 guys out. There was 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the ninth. Some dude walked, and then Jackson Holiday doubled down the right field line, won them the game. So thank you, Baltimore. Appreciate it. Hope you get another one, and then they come into town.
I was going to say thank you,
tomorrow.
But yet they're coming here, and you don't want that to continue when they get here.
Yeah. Astros, meanwhile, they won a baseball game. They won a series yesterday, getting it done over the Red Sox. Good win, obviously. You secure your 3rd straight series victory against 3 good teams. Miami was playing really good baseball at New York, Boston, both playoff teams. I guess the storyline yesterday was Hunter Brown.
Yeah, I think because it was a great, I wouldn't say a great, but a really good performance by Hunter Brown. But I think it's also worth noting that he didn't have his best stuff. The fact that, on a night when a guy that has one of the most dominating four-seam fastballs in all of baseball isn't locating it, and you could see that the frustration was building with him not locating it, that he found another way to win. He basically altered what he was doing in terms of his approach to hitters and kind of swayed away from his go-to fastball and still got guys out and only gave up 1 run and had a hell of a performance.
That was some good pitching.
Yeah.
Some good pitching by Hunter Brown. The command wasn't good. He didn't get as many swings and misses as he normally gets, too. Brian Abreu, in 1 inning, got as many whiffs as Hunter Brown did yesterday. 7.
I did not realize that. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Which shows you Abreu stuff, but also shows you the lack of Hunter Brown. His stuff wasn't as pristine as it usually is. The command, you're right, wasn't there. They still only gave up 3 walks in 6 2/3. Gives up 1 run against a good offense in 6 2/3. That was some maturation, I think, from Hunter Brown.
I think you're right. We know that he's got a hammer for an arm and that he can punch people out at any time. But when you kind of learn how to pitch and learn that some nights you're just not going to have your A stuff, but you still find a way to win, that's the show. As you said, that's maturity, but that shows you that a pitcher is kind of growing up in front of us that the Astros are going to lean heavily on, not just this year, but for the next several.
It felt like a good win, too, just to bring some calm to the team for a day. Yes, they've been winning series. They've won 3 in a row, but you have the hater news. You have some injuries here and there. You were swept in Fenway right at the trade deadline. I feel like for at least a night, for at least a day, Houston Astros are calm.
Well, you gave up 2 touchdowns the night before, too.
That coming off a devastating loss. Yeah,
you got absolutely crushed after all the news that you mentioned. And it's you couldn't feel much worse coming into that game, but you knew you still had a chance to salvage the series. And they did what they needed to do. And, and they maximized the hits that they got. They didn't hit the ball all over the field and tally up a bunch of hits. They only had 4, but 2 bombs and a timely base hit. And the next thing you know, you got 4 on the board for a guy that pretty much can get you home from there, and they did.
Yeah, I felt all the wins are worth 1 over 162, but last night felt a little bit bigger. It felt a little bit bigger. Rubber game, playoff caliber opponent. What are you going to do post-hater? Just Hunter Brown's on the mound. You hate losing whenever Hunter Brown's pitching because it's Hunter, Fromber, and then you figure it out after that. So it feels like even more so when Hunter Brown is pitching, when Fromber's pitching, that you have to win those games. So all well there. Hunter Brown, top 3 AL Cy Young. Still watching that. We're on top 3 Cy Young watch. Very, very firmly in the mix. We'll see where it lands, and he's obviously got to pitch well. First, I guess it would be the second game post-Hader, but the first time that you actually had to go to leverage guys post-Josh Hader. They haven't announced a closer. Espada's like, we're going to mix and match. Dana said we're going to mix and match. How did things go in your mind? First leverage situation after the Hader news.
Yeah, the only thing from Abreu was, and maybe, he was a little juiced up, but, gives up 2 hits, but the velocity is 100. I mean, he's hitting 100. You could tell that in his mind, because of how emotional he was after the last out, it felt like regardless of what they're going to name or say about who their closer is, he knows this is his opportunity. He wants it. And he continues to do what he does. Even if he gets guys on base, he gets out of it. And his stuff is dominant when he has that fastball rolling like that, and that slider can really keep hitters off balance. I was good with what Abreu did last night.
Will you be okay if Espada uses Abreu in the 8th inning?
Yeah, I think that what we talked about previously, and this was also going back to the days of when they had Presley and they had 3 basically bona fide closer type stuff guys at the back end of their bullpen. You use them basically judiciously based on what the matchups are. I think that if you get a team that's very top heavy and they've got their 1-2-3s or their 2-3-4s coming up in the middle of their lineup, and your best leverage pitcher left in your bullpen or the guy that has the best stuff is Abreu, then you go to him.
Yeah, I don't need my best reliever pitching in the 9th. I'm with you there. Like if the more difficult pocket and it's advantageous to a matchup is in the 8th inning, pitch the 8th. I have no problem with that. I actually like it. Now, regular season, I think relievers are a creature of habit. I think it is good to have assigned roles throughout a regular season. And then once you're in these must-win games, you throw caution to the wind. You forget all about the roles and just go win a ball game. But because you're in a stretch drive, your closer's going to be out for at least 15 days, more than that. According to Espada, we fear even worse than that. I have no issue with not anointing a closer. I imagine Abreu's still going to get most of those looks, but I have no issue. Hey, okay, we're facing the Mariners tonight. We're up a run in the 8th inning, 2-3-4 coming up in the 8th. I don't care if Abreu's facing that pocket instead of Souza. So I'm okay if he's not pitching the 9th every time.
But I'll say this, Souza kind of everybody was watching it with Abreu too. Souza did a hell of a job last night. That was absolutely fantastic with 3 punch outs, an inning and a third, and just absolutely did what you needed him to do. He has been fantastic all year, and obviously everybody in that bullpen is subject to a hiccup now and then, but he's been a huge bright light in that bullpen, and I think that he'll probably get the first chance to kind of fill that 7-8, again, like you said, wherever they need someone.
Yeah.
But I think that there's a lot of trust in that bullpen when he comes out of the pen.
I always look at it as your top leverage arm. Like, who cares what inning they're picking? Like, okay, here's our top leverage arm. As of, like, it used to be Hader, then it was Abreu, then it was kind of a mixed bag after that. Right now, the top leverage guy is Brian Abreu. Second, unanimously, no doubt about it, is Bennett Souza. No question. He's your number 2.
And that's kind of like a twofold proposition, right? Because he's pitching really well, and Brian King has had a few hiccups lately. So it's kind of like it makes sense, and you can see it just kind of solves itself. That you have other guys you can go to, and Okert has done everything. He's been kind of like your Mr. Goodwrench. You can use him as a spot opener. You can use him wherever you need him. He has some hiccups, but he's also been really steady for most of the year. But you've got guys you can choose from. I don't know where De Los Santos falls into all that. I know his fastball plays.
Yeah.
I just don't know with his secondary pitches how strongly they feel about it.
Well, where's your pecking order? Like, what is your leverage if you were managing the Astros tonight in a must-win game?
I think we nailed the first 2. I think it's Okert and Souza at the back end, and then from there,
you mean Abreu?
I mean Abreu. Yes, Abreu and Souza, and then it's between Okert and King as third up in the bullpen, and then I think that Ort falls in there probably right behind them because of the fastball again, as well as De Los Santos. So I would say I probably would lean right now that you go 2 lefties. I think that you would go with Abreu, and then you would go with Souza, and then you would go with Okert, and then you probably go Brian King.
Yeah, I don't differ a whole lot. To me, it'd probably be more tiers. Like Abreu's at the top of the tier, then Souza's that second tier. Then there's probably a couple pitchers in that third tier, and I can play the matchups from this tier, whether it's King, whether it's Okert. I think like the top righty I have after Abreu for me would be Ort. I would have Ort above De Los Santos right now. How about Dubin or De Los Santos?
I actually like De Los Santos better than Dubin.
Yeah, Dubin's been solid this year, most recent outing notwithstanding, whereas we've only seen De Los Santos once. Dubin was really good prior to this last outing.
He was, but you got to factor in that it has nothing. It's nothing to say about what he's done previously. It's the fact that coming back, getting back to where he was is going to take some time. And the first game was one of those hiccups.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Get your thoughts on the Astros winning the series against the Sox. I have a theory. You mentioned the 2 home runs. Pena yesterday, only 4 hits, but long balls. Pena with the leadoff homer. Yiner hit one a little bit later. I have a theory on him that I want to run by you guys. We'll get to some of this quarterback conversation around the NFL. Who is being disrespected and who's doing the disrespecting? Texans were at joint practice today. Cash them or trash them. Plenty to get to. Also giving away some tickets today to the listener party coming up. How are we doing this today, Brian?
A little game called Man of the People.
Undefeated at that game.
I was about to say the controversial Man of the People, and you mentioned it, but you're not
only
undefeated.
Been controversial once.
You've lost to Joel.
Anytime that game has been infiltrated with controversy.
The last time you faced Joel won.
It was the one time that it's been infiltrated with controversy. Huge controversy.
Disagree.
Had a Russian judge. But we'll be playing that a little bit later.
No, I'm from Kingwood.
We'll be playing that a little bit later. Men of the People. We'll do that later for ESPN Houston Listener Party tickets. But it is back. We'll be giving away tickets all month. The only way to get in is by winning tickets. Party is September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold. So be sure you're listening to us. Be sure you're listening to The Morning with John and Lance, the Olaleye Show, the Paul Gallant Show. Even Glenn Davis is giving tickets to this bad boy. So you make sure you're listening all the time, but we'll be giving some away a little bit late. Not telling you when. I'm not a noob. But coming up a little bit later, you got to be listening in the entire show for you to win a chance to get to our ESPN Houston Listener Appreciation Party. But plenty to get to. 713-780-ESPN, the HR&P listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me there at Jeremy J. Branham. We're on Twitter, ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. A Yiner Diaz theory when we come back. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Here's a theory on where you should get your basketball goals from. Pro Dunk. It's no theory. It's a fact. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. It's unlike anything you're going to get at the big box store, so don't waste your time. Brand, I'm saving you some time here. Those goals at the big box store, rim's not level, the wind's going to blow it. You get 10-mile-per-hour wind, that sucker's on its belly. You don't want that. You want a goal from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard gives you a true, authentic feel. Breakaway rim, more on that later. Stainless steel hardware, it's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston with our humidity, and it's height adjustable. That's where the breakaway rim comes into play. You can lower that thing back down to 5 feet. Relive your glory days when you were dunking on 8-foot goals. You can lower it now down to 5 feet, dunk on those things. You want to work on your shot, you can raise it up to 10 feet, so no problem there. Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Thor is one of their basketball goals. But you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's called their Lightning Adjust feature. Anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are at school, you can only play when the sun goes down. You got LED light kits, that's okay. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online at ProDunk.com. That's right. The pros from ProDunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. You're going to watch the ball game inside on the lazy boy. Let the pros at ProDunk do the work for you, and you'll be glad that you did. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822. That's 281-351-9822. Or visit them on the web at ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
T from LA is griping about the roof at the dike. How come the roof was open the whole road trip, and as soon as they come home, the roof is closed? As a taxpayer, I would like to see the roof open. Who wants to sit outside in an oven?
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, Key,
bad
when's
take.
the last time you checked the temperature at game time?
You know what? You know what, Keith? You know what? Do you know what? You just made the list.
You just made the
You're
list.
on Bad Take Boulevard, Key. That's a terrible take. We don't have California weather. We don't have LA weather. You want to sit out in a 95-degree heat, the sun on you? Yeah, it goes down at night, but it doesn't go down to 8:30. Have you heard of humidity? It's 95 degrees with a feels like of 117. Key from LA. That's a terrible take.
You just made the list.
Unbelievably
I mean, the only
bad.
thing that could actually make it at least something you'd consider is if the AC was still having problems like it was 2 nights ago. But you just don't do that in Houston at this time of the season.
What a terrible, terrible take. You know what else, Key? You know what else? Not only did you make the list, you're banned for the rest of the show, Key. You're banned for the rest of the show.
Wow, you just made some people happy.
No more. Oh, wait, what, Israel?
No, but there's people that
If I
like
banned
to go
Israel,
at Key.
really.
Because Key crawls out from under his rock whenever anything in LA goes good, and then when it goes bad, he runs and hides.
You were just banned for the rest of the show, Key from LA. You can text us tomorrow, see how Matthew Stafford's back is handling him going back to practice. I walked down to the hallway. I walked down to get my water, and I heard Mapes reading a tweet. He's saying that Jimmy Garoppolo's throwing ambulance balls at Devontae Adams. I hope you like Jimmy Garoppolo, Key, because you're about to see a lot of that handsome son of a gun.
Did you shoot the Ram? I mean, I think it was Stafford, but the Rams did it for Stafford. They bring in this like mobile home trailer, and it's supposed to be like.
Well, he did go to Georgia.
Well, no, but it's like a cryogenic, like full living arrangement trailer.
I think there was a guy on Hard Knocks that has it. Was it Baker and Tyrod? Didn't Baker and
Baker
Tyrod?
Yeah,
had
but
a
they
trailer,
used
yeah.
it just to hang out in. Like Tyrod brought it to the parking lot as like without having to go back to their dorms or whatever. But this one is like like everything inside is supposed to be like a cryogenic chamber that you're just walking around in there, but it's supposed to be rejuvenating your body and things.
That'd be kind of cool.
It's like $100 and some thousand, and then the Rams were like, "Whoa, we didn't bring it in just for Stafford. Everybody's able to use it." But Stafford's been the one that I guess they've had using it.
Yeah, they don't want Jimmy Garoppolo to be their quarterback. Hope you like
Jimmy
that.
might use it, but he might bring that porn.
You know what, Key from LA? Whenever you watch Jimmy Garoppolo get sacked 7 times by Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson coming up in early September, I want you to watch that game from your backyard in the 100-degree heat. Key from LA.
Chances, if that happens, if the Texans are all over Stafford and they win the game, chances Key from LA will have excuses or own up to
He'll
the
have
loss.
excuses.
Oh, for sure.
He'll have excuses. He won't tip the cap. He'll be like, "Oh, you guys should be out in the heat as your team won the football game." I imagine that's what Key from LA sounds like. 713-780-ESPN. Houston Restaurant Week's going on right now all the way through Labor Day. Make sure you're taking advantage of this because you can get some delicious food at some very, very nice restaurants for very, very cheap. And then also there's always a donation attached that's going to the Houston Food Bank. And for every $1 the Houston Food Bank gets, they provide 3 meals. So make sure you're doing that. Do good for the Houston Food Bank. Do good for your belly. Do good for these restaurants because normally it's a quiet time of the year. Dine out, do good together. Head to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to see the full list of places like B&B Butchers, Black Walnut, Carbach. Bunch of spots doing the Houston Restaurant Week, so make sure you're eating good this time of year. So here's my theory on Yiner. I think Yiner, and I'm not going to go back and look at the work and do all this. I think that Yiner hits bad pitching and he struggles against good pitching. I think he racks up his numbers. Most baseball players do, but I think he racks up his numbers against bad pitching. He'll clobber some jabronis, and all of a sudden you get a little stud out there. Doesn't hit as well. The gap is different because obviously the normal big league hitter is going to hit bad pitching, not do good against good pitching. I'm saying the gap with Yiner is greater than the average big leaguer. He'll clobber bad pitching better than most, but he's even worse against good pitching than most.
Yeah, I know they faced their share of good pitching, but I know that he's been super hot in the last, 2 months? So, I was just really impressed last night and lately that he's been able to stay off his biggest nemesis, which is any kind of breaking pitches, middle out and on the outside corner. But maybe you're onto something.
The cash or trash, Brian. Where are you at on this? Clobber's good pitching, or Clobber's bad pitching, but stinks against good pitching, greater than the average Bear.
Gut feel, I agree with you, although it's hard to reconcile because I don't know if that was the case like the previous 2 seasons. That feels like that might be unique to this year, although I'm going to effort looking into it. But, I mean, the first year he hit, 23, 24 bombs? Second year he hit 299? Like, it might just be a this year thing.
So, okay.
Is your theory right, though, in the fact that that's advantage Astros, in the fact that there's not that many...
I don't know if it's advantage Astros.
Not that many elite pitchers to where he can take advantage?
No, because, I mean, you're going to see good pitching in the playoffs. Like Jose Altuve is a guy to me that hits everybody. Like, he doesn't matter. Like, his numbers, I'm sure, are a little better versus bad pitchers and good pitchers. But he's the kind of guy who hits everybody. Jordan hits everybody. Michael Brantley hit everybody. I thought Yuli was better against good pitching than bad pitching. Alex Bregman, he's going to hit everybody. Aaron Judge, he doesn't hit everybody. Aaron Judge has some holes in his swing that great pitchers can take advantage of. Same thing with Shohei. I mean, he clobbers great. He clobbers bad pitching, average pitching, good pitching. Great pitcher against Shohei. There's swing and miss there. I think there are certain hitters that don't have the drop-off whenever they face really, really good pitching. And I think we've seen a lot of cases of that in Houston. I think Yiner's more of the opposite, where he's going to struggle against the good pitching. He'll clobber Walker Buehler. Walker Buehler leaving a breaking ball over the middle of the plate, a little hanger. He'll clobber that. You face Garrett Crochet the other day. Whenever Garrett Crochet was actually bad, shortest outing of the year, he's going to have an offer. Yiner Diaz was 0 for 4 the other day against Boston. Garrett Crochet on the mound. Now, not all 4 of those at-bats were against Garrett Crochet, but a couple of them were. It was 0 for 4 against the Yankees. Luis Hill, not a great pitcher. He's had his moments, Hill, and he's also coming off injury.
So I'm digging through it a little bit, and I'm on the Rangers, like his batting average and whatnot against Rangers pitchers. Against Nathan Eovaldi, he's hitting 333 with the 667 OPS.
Oh, you pulled up his BVP. That's a good way to do that.
So, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's going to take more digging into. He's a 400 hitter, but it's only 5 at-bats against Jacob deGrom. Sorry?
What was it against DeGrom?
2 for 5. So it's a small sample size. It's your high school baseball career, Jeremy.
He's a great player. Great player. My theory was dumb. Where are you looking at this?
But then against Patrick Corbin, he's 0 for 2. So, I mean, again, these are small sample sizes.
Is
but
Patrick Corbin good anymore?
Not really. Yeah. No, he's had a good year, but no, I wouldn't qualify him as a good pitcher. Where are you finding the BVPs?
I just searched Yiner Diaz versus pitching stats, and this is up on ESPN.
I was trying to find their BVP real quick. That would have been a good way to do it.
I forget who said it last night.
Stupid game on Friday.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. And I was flipping channels a little bit. But somebody in analyzing Yiner lately said he's just got to make sure that he swings at strikes. If he swings at strikes, he's really good.
That's true.
I know, but at the same time, isn't that the theory for everybody? Just make sure you're swinging at strikes.
That's Ted Williams' first rule in the rule of hitting. Yes.
Yeah.
But Yiner's really bad at it.
So I pulled up his page versus the Mariners, and this is where your theory is really starting to take form here. So against Luis Castillo, he's a 200 hitter. Against Logan Gilbert, 214, and then George Kirby, 235. So.
Struggles
not hitting any of the studs for Seattle.
I wonder where where those games played would factor into. Okay, yeah, you can pull up the BVP on ESPN. Like Arizona, he didn't really face any of their good pitchers, so you can get rid of them. Do the Athletics have a good pitcher?
Severino
on the road.
He hasn't had an at bat against Severino this year, so you couldn't include Severino. Have they played the Braves this year? They played the Braves, haven't they? They played the Braves. He's got a few at-bats, but none of those pitchers are good. Yiner, he hasn't faced any of Baltimore. Well, Trevor Rogers is pretty good.
Yeah.
Trevor Rogers having a good year. 0 for 3 against Trevor Rogers. Small sample, but we're only looking at 2025 here. If you wanted to go Red Sox, because they were the most recent opponent, 0 for 4 against Aroldis Chapman, 0 for 6 against Garrett Crochet, 1 for 7 against Giolito. All his hits against the Red Sox are like the has-beens, like the other guys, the guys who aren't very good.
Padres?
It's just the I'm going alphabetical order here.
So I looked at the Yankees, again, tiny sample size, but he went 2 for 3 against Max Fried.
That's pretty good.
Yep. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Now, Fried didn't have his A game that day, but that's pretty good. I would qualify Fried as a good pitcher. Against the White Sox, he terrorized Davis Martin. Who Who's Davis Martin? Terrorized Davis Martin.
Who the f***
Yiner
is
D.
that guy?
Cincinnati has some good pitchers. Hunter Green's pretty good. 1 for 3 against him. Meh. Singer 2 for 7. Does have a homer against Singer though, so that would qualify as like a solid pitcher he's homered against. Who would you say the Guards' best pitchers are?
Tanner Bybee
and Green, right?
3 for 7 against Bybee. Hadn't faced Green. He was 1 for 5 with a single against Emmanuel Clase. Tigers good pitchers off the top of your dome.
I mean, obviously Scooble.
2 for 8 against Scooble with a walk with 2 Ks.
And
that's okay.
That's fair.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Jack Flaherty.
Flaherty, yeah.
Flaherty's had a tough year, but he's 0 for 7 against Flaherty. Hasn't faced any of the Astros, obviously. Kansas City, good pitcher off the top of your mind.
Reagan, but although
Lugo.
he hasn't pitched much.
Hasn't faced Reagan. He's pretty good against Lugo. 3 for 5 with a double.
Okay.
Against the Angels, good pitcher off the top of your head.
Kikuchi.
Oh, yeah.
1 for 5 against Kikuchi with 3 strikeouts. Now, the one hit was a double.
This guy pitched last night, the former Cub. He's older, though, too.
Dodgers, good pitchers.
I mean, Shohei.
He's 0 for 1 against Shohei.
Yamamoto.
He hasn't faced Yamamoto. He's 0 for 3 against Blake Snell. Miami Marlins, good pitcher.
I mean,
Alcantara.
Not this year.
He's got like a CRA of 7.
Yeah, not this year. He isn't.
He's still a former Cy Young Award winner.
So was
back
Roger
in the baseball
Clemens.
card. He hasn't been a good pitcher in 3 years.
So was Dallas Keuchel.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I mean, I think there's a lot of teams still after him because he still can pitch. He's got a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Back of the baseball card, though.
Caleb Ort throws 99.
He does.
Milwaukee Brewer, good pitchers.
Well, he didn't face the Miz and the Miz is hurt.
He's awesome too.
Just ask MLB.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Freddie Peralta, 0 for 3 against him. Minnesota, Joe Ryan, 3 for 6 against Joe Ryan.
There you go.
Yiner. How about the Yankees? Best pitcher, you said Fried. You said
he went 2 for 3 against Fried.
Do the Yankees have any other good pitching? Garrett Cole's Dunzo.
People are high on Schlitter.
I don't know. Just my eye test on Yiner. I think he struggles more than the average guy. I think the gap is greater with Yiner. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Stafford's from Highland Park, a.k.a. the richest area of Texas. That was the hurt back for Stafford. I don't know why I brought up where he's from.
Was that because maybe he funded the mobile trailer chirogenic thing?
Ocho says, I couldn't have said it better, Branham. Yiner doesn't have a clue at the plate. He just hopes the bat hits the ball.
I don't think you said that.
Ocho said that.
I know. Oh, I thought he was saying you said that.
No, he's adding commentary to it.
Oh.
Would you call Shane Baz a good pitcher for the Rays?
He's okay.
He's Yiner's 4 for 8 against him. I was trying to give him a point in that favor.
I would consider bad. I mean, he's a promising pitcher. I wouldn't put him in the my qualification of good. Some of those good pitchers, though, he does have better numbers than I would have guessed. I still believe my theory, and I will continue to see if I can support my theory greater. Just the eye test I have with Yiner. Mediocre pitching, he's going to have a good time. Bad pitching, he's going to have a good time. Good pitching, going to struggle. And I understand that's the case for most big league hitters. But I believe the gap is greater for Yiner than a lot of the other guys. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texans had joint practice today with the Carolina Panthers. What stood out to you? 713-780-3776, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What stands out to me whenever I look at dealerships around the greater Houston area is that Monument is better than them all. Monument Chevrolet is the best. They're the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing, which is always a stressor. It's always awful. No one likes to do car shopping. You go to Monument Chevrolet, and they're going to alleviate all that stress. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into vehicles, and then these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. It's a great cycle. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to their fantastic culture. Labor Day's coming up. It's just around the corner, but it's not too early to get Labor Day savings at Monument Chevrolet because they love you. They're going to take care of you. We're talking monumental savings, employee pricing, plus deep discounts on popular models such as the Chevy Silverado 1500, the EV Blazer, and much, much more. Speaking of the EV Blazer, 0% financing for 36 months on the popular Blazer. Add pre-Labor Day employee pricing, and you have a monumental deal. There's no better time to join the 21st century and buy a sleek, modern, comfortable electric SUV than right now. So take advantage of that 0% financing for 3 years. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal at Monument Chevrolet without wasting your time. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Head to monumentchevrolet.com to check out their inventory, monumentchevrolet.com. Or if you're in the area, 225 and Beltway 8. They have a massive plot of land out there because their inventory is so big. So get on out there to Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says Cam looks more bad at bat than Yiner. Cam's had some struggles recently.
Yes, he has.
That really wasn't the conversation, though, Texter.
But it'll fire Israel up.
Dead bum.
Nothing to do with Cam.
No, Cam's
but
not
you're
a bum.
right. I mean, you're right, but I don't know why you went there, but you did. Don't people always say put the ball in play, but we get mad Yiner swings? I don't know if we got mad that Yiner swings. I feel like people are having liberties with our words here. We get mad that Yiner chases pitches way out of the zone. I also think that putting the ball in play is slightly overrated. Slightly overrated. Like, do I want a guy who strikes out 3 times a game but homers once a game? Or do I want a guy who goes 1 for 4, puts the ball in play every time, but they're all base hits? Give me the guy that strikes out 3 times and hits a dong every game.
Yeah, I think to simplify it, but you have an approach at the plate. If you know that you're a middle-in type hitter and the first pitch you see that is going to probably be a strike, but it's on the outside corner, and most of the outside stuff you normally hit into the ground and just don't have any power behind it, then with your approach, you stay off that pitch. I think Yiner has a hard time staying off everything on the outside corner breaking.
I don't want a player swinging at pitches out of the zone. Like, if he's touching the baseball and he's putting it in play because he has good bat-to-ball skills, which Yiner does. Yiner does have good bat-to-ball skills. I don't want hitters swinging at balls that they can't do any damage with. Is it cool that Yainer Diaz can touch a baseball that's a foot off the outside corner? Not for me. I don't really care for that because it's going to be a weak roller to an infielder and he's going to get thrown out. It's going to be a weak pop fly. Yainer, they'll all tell you this. For Yainer to take the next level as a good offensive player, he has to swing at better pitches. And you know who would be the first person to tell you that? Yainer Diaz. Yainer Diaz would say that.
I know you're not wrong. I think that the one thing I was going to ask you when we were talking about this last segment is, do you think that he can work his way out of it? Because we've seen another guy like that in Jeremy Pena that had a real problem in the last couple of years doing the exact same thing. And he somehow fixed something to where he still does it. He doesn't do it nearly as much. And he's been obviously a much more effective hitter.
Nacho's listening to us, and he just sent me a tweet, and he did this in a very sophisticated way. He gave me Yainer splits versus power pitchers, versus average power finesse, and versus finesse pitchers. And maybe this is the better take. It's not so much good pitching. Maybe it's power pitching and finesse pitching. Yainer against power pitchers this year, 89 plate appearances, good sample. It's a good sample. Is hitting 186 with an OPS of 586, 27 strikeouts and 86 at-bats. That ain't good. That ain't good.
What is the threshold for a power pitcher?
Power pitchers are in the top third of the league in strikeouts plus walks.
Okay.
Finesse are in the bottom third of the league in strikeouts plus walks. I don't know why they added the walks part of that. And then the average is just the middle. So that would be the qualifier here. I don't know what the walks have to do with it.
I don't know if this was guys hitting a certain velocity or if it was just like the best guys.
Yeah, so power is the guys who get a bunch of punch-outs. Top third in the league in punch-outs. Finesse are bottom third of the league in punch-outs. And in the middle is the middle. So against power, he's hitting 186 with a 586 OPS. Ain't good. 27 Ks, 86 at-bats, ain't good. Against finesse pitching, 321 average, 863 OPS, 24 strikeouts and 190 at-bats, which is that's factored in because the power pitchers are the guys who are top third. But that's a big difference.
Yeah, you think?
150-point difference.
Man, that's massive.
In average. I mean, OPS, it's almost 300 points.
But do you think that he can work his way? I mean, is that something throughout his career in the next couple of years?
I don't. I think his game. Now, okay, yes and no. The point I was going to make initially, I think part of his flaw is that he struggles against power pitching. Mm-hmm. He struggles against guys who have the ability to punch you out. Whereas guys who are pitching to contact, okay, that fits him. Like he can handle that. Where he can work his way out of it is what we just said, is like he can swing at better pitches and stop chasing and be less prone to the strikeout, be less prone to soft contact. But I don't know if he has that in his bag. It's hard for me to imagine Yainer Diaz ever even getting to Jeremy Pena level selectiveness, because Pena used to be the same way. Pena's still not even good at it, but Pena has improved greatly from where he has been in his previous 3 years.
Yeah, there were times where I didn't think Jeremy Pena was ever going to be able to do it. And Jeremy Pena is doing it. And so that's why I hold out hope that there's some kind of a change, whether it be in approach and or whatever it takes with the mechanics behind it, that maybe he can lay off some of the, because you're right. I mean, look, he barrels the ball really well when it's in the zone, but he chases way too many pitches, and everybody knows it.
Uncle Barney says Yainer isn't good against guys who walk people because he swings at everything. That's a good point.
Have you seen, adding evidence to that, have you seen his Baseball Savant page on this?
I haven't looked in a while, but I imagine his chase rate's very, very high.
His chase rate is not only very, very high, it's 1 percentile. Yeah. It's as low as it could possibly be.
So he's one of the biggest chasers in the
league. By definition, he's a more of a chaser than 99% of the league.
And whenever I'm saying, like, can he elevate to being good at it? No, he's never going to be good at it. He's never going to be above average at it in baseball. But can he get it to 25%? Because if it's at 25%, it's a substantial improvement. That's what Jeremy Pena did. I mean, Jeremy Pena went from a guy who chased a lot, not to Yainer's, who chased a lot, who didn't walk much. Like last year Pena's chase percentage was in the 8th percentile. Poor, bad. His walk percentage was in the 4th percentile. Bad, poor. This year, He's only up to 11 in chase percentage, 16th in walk percentage. It's not an unbelievable, oh my goodness stride. It's just better. And if it's just a little bit better, everything else follows. So I think Yiner's capable. Do I trust Yiner to do it? I don't know. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to believe it can get better, but it does seem like, and it's kind of like when we talk about sometimes with his catching and where he gets lackadaisical. It's going to take work, and there's a mental discipline that goes with it, no matter, aside from everything else, that sometimes I question how much he really works on his game to where that would factor in.
Yeah, he doesn't have to get way better at it. Just a little bit better, and he becomes a way better player. But yeah, just kind of a thought on Yiner. Texture says that Altuve must drive you nuts, Branham. Yeah, Altuve does drive me nuts at times with his swing decisions. He chases a lot of balls that he can't do anything with either. And then we'll celebrate when he gets a little blooper into center that's a foot off the plate. Yeah, it's tremendous. It's tremendous bat to ball skills, but he's not really helping out his own cause there a whole lot.
The frustrating thing to me is, yeah, he may not swing and miss on that outside pitch. Those one-arm swings where he just literally throws the bat at the ball and just barely gets the end of the bat or the barrel on the ball. And there are at-bats where he just looks in total control. And then there's other at-bats where he looks like he just doesn't have a clue. And then when he gets down in the count, he's just flailing and trying to foul everything off.
Yeah, but he's a goat, and we don't talk poorly about the goats. Ocho says that Yiner chases because he's guessing. That might be true. It could be true. This time last year, would you have trusted Pena to improve his chase rate? I mean, yeah, a little bit, because I look at Pena and I see a guy who obviously cares about himself and the way he looks and his game and his work ethic. I think that Yiner is capable. I think he's capable.
I think I would say to that, though, I did not have confidence that Jeremy Pena was going to figure it out last year at this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he didn't show you anything in his first 3 years. Rocky, to be fair, y'all didn't think Altuve's OPS wouldn't get to 750, yet now it's over 800. Rocky, you're wrong. That is not true. No, y'all didn't think that. Our very own Brian McDonald, who we always talk very highly of, and he's smart, and he should talk as much as he wants, and he works a lot, never takes days off. Our very own Brian McDonald, who represents us, who represents the Killer Bees, actually bet a jabroni who doesn't know ball, who's a casual, that Altuve would hit 750. So, Rocky, get your facts right.
Now, I supported Brian on that. I just wouldn't bet.
All right,
well, yeah, you don't want to bet anything.
That's true.
Yeah.
713-780-3776. What has piqued your interest at joint practice today with the Texans? Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about Walmart.com. Sure, we all know what Walmart brings to the table. Tons of selection, great products at super low prices, and that's fantastic. But do you know what's new and improved with Walmart? It's Walmart.com. My wife and I were talking about it because with our schedules, we go to a lot of different curbside pickups and the ability to go and get what we need quickly so we don't have to spend a lot of time shopping with the kids and the dogs and everything that we got going on. That's why Walmart.com is so good for you. Who knew that now all new Walmart.com has got everything for you. It's got over 500 million items online, a huge selection, and a lot of items that you can't find in the stores. And unlike grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. Let me say that again for you. Unlike grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same if they deliver it to your door than if you bought it in the store. So why wouldn't you use Walmart.com? So convenient, so time-saving, and you still get the great prices, and you get the best products. And it's all across the board. It's groceries. It's anything you need from the kids department or the toy department or anything in between that you might need, housewares and household items, all can be delivered to your door. Sometimes it's as fast as an hour, but you got to pay a little extra for that. But if you're just good with them delivering it to your door, it's the same price as if you walked into the store. Whether you're feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, need something for the kids tomorrow for school, it's all available via Walmart.com. Check them out today and see how they can help you even more than they already do by having great selection and low prices. They are fantastic, and they're here to serve you. From groceries to home goods, prescriptions, and more, it's all subject to availability, but learn more by checking out what's new with Walmart. It's Walmart.com. Check them out today.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho in our Twitch chat is sweating the Blue Jays game. Apparently Tucker struck out in a big spot. Tucker's been abysmal lately for the Cubbies.
Did you see the speed on the helmet last night?
I don't think that was a real speed.
I'm kidding.
I didn't know that you were.
I didn't think it was 99. I'm just saying, a guy that normally doesn't show any emotion, whether he's going good or bad, aside from the whole driver wheel thing that he does when he gets on base, he was pretty ticked off. He's struggling.
Joe was telling me he's hitting like 200 in the last 2 months.
He's got one home run since
Maybe it's good he broke his leg last year. That way we wouldn't have to endure a 200 for 2 month stretch.
Yeah, he's only got like one home run in the last month and something, I think.
Joe was telling me he has a busted up finger, though. Got hit by a pitch on his finger and hadn't been the same. So maybe he's playing through something.
So he's soft?
And he's losing money.
Wouldn't be the first time. I don't know that he is.
I think he is.
I don't know.
If it continues like this, how
a
can
busted finger ain't going to cost him money.
I don't think he's losing money. Like, I know he's struggling right now, but I don't think Kyle Tucker's going to lose much money here.
I'd still bet that he gets 300 plus.
Yeah. Somebody's still going to pay him, I believe.
Only takes one.
It only takes one. I'm surprised he's playing through it, though, if it is indeed bothering him. All right, what has piqued your interest at Texans camp today, Blankers?
I like it. I'm much like you, and we talked about this previously. I like the joint practices. I think that short of what everybody has to endure and watch on television, the best competition and the best ability to kind of evaluate the talent is when they're doing these practices. And it was cool checking up on everybody's reports coming out of camp, both from the Carolina side and from the Texan side, just to kind of check all bases. I've been intrigued by the wide receivers, and I've said that. I mean, this cut down is going to be really interesting, and we were talking about it the other day. But Berrios, good again today. He's had a great camp so far. But then Hutchinson and Mechie also stepped up today. I think it's going to be a really fun battle to watch, and interesting how the Texans handle it. Are they just going to make their cuts? Is someone going to possibly try to make a trade for at least one of the guys that they have? It's going to be fun.
I think that they're going to keep 7 receivers. The D'Amico was talking today about Hutchinson, and he's not going to bash a guy, but he said specifically that Hutchinson is in a really good spot to help the team. I don't think you say that about a guy that you're going to cut in a few weeks. And, there's a lot that can happen between now and when you have to trim the roster down to 53 and you cross that bridge when you get to it. I totally understand that. But it's very hard for me to believe that a few weeks before the cut-down day that D'Amico is going to say about a player he's in a really good spot to help the team and then cut him in a few weeks. I think they're going to keep 7 receivers. That's my take.
Unless, conspiracy, they think they might be able to trade him. Like a 6-7 swap or something real low stakes, but maybe you talk him up if you want to trade him.
In play, I don't think it would be Hutchinson, though. And look, maybe I'm reading way too much into one press conference quote. I think it could be Metch.
Yeah.
But I think they're just going to keep 7. I think they're going to keep 7 guys. I think Watson's going to be the odd man out. Oh, they brought in Watson. Why would they get rid of Watson? The same way they did that with Ben Skoranek last year.
Yeah,
they traded for Ben Skoranek,
yeah.
and then they cut Ben Skoranek. So that would be the parallel, the precedent of how they would get rid of a special teams white wide receiver that wouldn't make the team.
Are you bringing white?
Got to go to the white card
because I think it's very important to draw parallels to back up your case, and I think it is a great way to draw a parallel to back up my case. It's a piece of evidence that supports my theory. But I think they keep 7. The 4 that we know: Nico, Higgins, Kirk. They call him the slot demon, by the way. Christian Kirk will be my number 3, and then obviously Jalen Knowles your 4, the guy that you drafted from Iowa State. Then following that, I think they keep both of the young project receivers, Hutchinson and Mechie, and I think the 7th that they keep is the guy that's dating the influencer, Braxton Berrios.
Just because it keeps Alex Earl here, or because of what he can contribute?
I think Houston needs Alex Earl here. We have to know what Alex Earl's doing when she's getting ready.
Is she the Kate Upton replacement?
No. I don't think I mean, she's very popular in the TikTok world. I don't think many people know who Alex Earl is.
I mean, the Carl's Jr. ad for the Super Bowl, I think, certainly upgraded her.
I think people remember that or even know that her name is associated with it.
I don't remember
I don't either. I remember that it was a saucy commercial. I don't remember that.
Saucy?
I mean to say because it wasn't sauce dripping everywhere.
Okay, true.
But
I
at
don't
the
remember
same
that
time,
at all.
I don't remember her name, and I knew
I thought
that
that's
he
where
was.
her name came to everyone's.
She was in 2 Super Bowl commercials. Can you name what are they?
I don't know.
You don't even know.
I'm a casual.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah, that's the one I knew.
Alex. Or is it Early or Earl?
I think it's Earl.
Is it Earl? Okay, Alex. I don't know. She spells Alex with an I, Alix. The other one was Poppy Soda.
Oh.
I don't remember that one.
With less carbs, less sugary, better for you.
No, I know. I've heard of it. I don't remember the commercial.
It's a lot more expensive.
Oh my God, my wife loves it.
Yeah.
She sent me to the store one day, and I called her. I go, "Are you kidding me? Yep. One can of soda is like
all
$3."
Those,
my wife bought
like the Waterloo, like the water. I don't know if they call it just
Waterloo.
Yeah, Waterloo, the carbonated sodas.
You can find the sparkling water, bubbly water. You can find bubbly water pretty affordable.
Yeah, some of them.
Some of the brands are
some of the brands,
end,
right?
Yeah, but you can find bubbly water that's pretty cheap. But you're right about the poppies.
Oh my God,
they're like 3 to 5 times more than a normal can of soda, but they're also 10 times better for you. So what do you really care about?
Yes, antioxidants and all the stuff they got in them. But
no, my wife bought home like a 12 pack variety pack. And I was like,
"Is that why
$50?
Is that why you have to work multiple jobs?"
That's why I've been packing my lunch every day. That's why I have to work 2 jobs. She bought Poppy Soda. No, but I think they're going to keep 7 guys. I think they're going to keep. They kept 7 last year
because Berrios is kind of like last year, like
yes.
Steven Sims is a special teams guy. I think that makes it very possible.
Your punt returner is coming from that room,
right?
Now,
if it wasn't,
cut,
then
it's probably Noel. Yeah, and look, Pierce is probably going to be your kick returner. I would bet. I think he's going to return kicks. I think he'll still be on this team. I wouldn't say he was hurt again.
Just sat out today.
Yeah, that was also one of the things I wanted to bring up. No Christian Harris, no Damian Pierce, no Cam Robinson today. But they're easing them in. They're like Jordan Alvarez taking BP. They're easing them in. They don't want. I mean, that makes sense though. Like Harris and Pierce haven't been out there much. Why would you subject them to real life physical contact
like really
against the opponent?
Intense.
Yeah, that was smart. I thought.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
I thought that was smart. All right,
I was just worried that there was another injury.
No, I hadn't heard
Pierce.
that.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
No, I glanced at what the injury report was, but I wasn't sure that it was anything further. I understand with Harris because he's just barely back.
Is it Alex Earl?
I think so.
Do you know Alex Earl? Do you know who she is? 713-780-3776. This texter says no idea who you are talking about.
Just
LOL.
Google her.
Alex Earl is a social media influencer that has grown to fame because she has a conversation while she gets ready, like makeup.
Oh, she's famous because she's hot.
Well, I think that's. I guess.
I mean that is
Beauty's
a job.
in the eye of
That
the
is a
beholder,
job in
Brian.
2025.
It does help to be a beautiful woman than a beautiful man. That's why my TikTok following's so low. Because I'm a beautiful man, not a beautiful woman.
Go to break.
No, but I'm curious. Do you know who Alex Earl is? Because I don't think she's the Kate Upton.
I didn't know
honestly
her
knew that
until the Super
Berrios
Bowl.
had a very popular, I wouldn't say famous, but a very popular social media girlfriend.
Yeah.
But I didn't know her name, and I didn't know who she was.
Very, very, very popular influencer that makes a lot of money.
Yes.
But I don't know if she's well known, especially for our demographic. Like everybody in our demographic knows Kate Upton. I don't think they know Alex Earl or Early or however you say her name. 713-780-ESPN. Also, what has piqued your interest in Texans camp? I have a few more things. I know Brian's got a few things he wants to get in edgewise. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Texter is she, Alex Earl, who the Dixie Chicks were singing about. I don't think so.
Probably not.
Didn't they change their name
The
too?
Chicks.
Didn't they have to get
They're just the Chicks.
They got rid of the Dixie.
Yeah.
I thought they did that a long time ago.
Well, they have done it. It was quite a while ago they did that.
No, I don't think the Chicks were singing about Earl needing to die.
No.
Alex, how does that song go? Alex gotta die, something like that. It's not a good song.
No, it's not. It's all about killing Earl.
Yeah. No, I don't think they're singing about that Earl. Oh yeah, it's Earl, not Alex for sure. Yeah, the only way that I know her is because I rub elbows with TikTok influencers and social media stars.
You run in the same circles.
She was asking me for advice on how to TikTok properly, and I like to help out. Key on a banner. I think he meant to say burner, but key on a banner. It's a different number. Don't worry. He says it's the O-line. Can they hold up against the Rams? I don't know. It's like CJ's getting set up to feel, as one will say. I thought that I don't know, your spelling's terrible, Texter. I thought the Texans' offensive line, according to what we heard from people, actually held up pretty good.
Everything. Well, I think it's twofold. I think everything in pass protection. There were a couple where CJ would have been hit, but overall, everything that I saw was that the pass protection held up really well.
Yeah, I thought for the most part, I was pretty pleased with what I was reading about the offensive line in the few videos that I saw. What else did you have? What has piqued Blanker's interest?
Throw the fact that I forgot to mention that Christian Kirk had a couple of good catches today too. So Christian Kirk, we're not hearing as much about him because we already penciled him in. They know what he can do, but he played well again today. I think that now that we're seeing it against other competition, and granted it is Bryce Young and the Panthers, but the secondary seems to be playing well no matter who they play against. And Stingley had a pick six, and that he and Lassiter were really, really locking down after practice. Canales was talking about the fact that they were blanketed all day, their receivers.
I like the secondary. Do you think the Panthers are going to be better than what's expected?
I think they might be sneaky.
Yeah, I think they're going to be sneaky.
Do we know what
too.
their Vegas win total is?
I do. I have it. I wrote all these down today. We're going to be starting our divisional previews in the NFL. We're going to do one every Thursday and one every Friday into the build-up of the NFL season. Today we're going to be looking at the NFC North. But I went and I did all my predictions today, and I wrote down the over/under.
I thought we're doing the NFC East today.
Are we going to do NFC East? That's fine. Yeah, NFC East. I misspoke. You're right. It was NFC East. I don't know what happened to my my pages here. They went away.
While you're looking for it, I had, aside from the secondary, I had the fact that
6.5.
we were talking about fullbacks, and Johnson looks like the guy that they would keep as a fullback, but they were using Stover all over the field today, and he was Mack trucking some people.
I saw a video of a decleater. The defender kind of slipped.
There was a couple
where
a
pretty good pop though.
Sure, but
it
he had lost his footing.
Well, there was a guy on the Panthers that caught Hutchinson going across the middle and
fight
drilled him
nearly
too.
broke out.
Yeah.
Nearly broke. I wish they would have fought.
And I just thought I saw Stover a couple times as a lead blocker, regardless of whether he decleated anybody, that he was moving some people and creating some space for the running back. So I thought that was good. And Ursary continues to impress. I mean, no matter where they use him, he just seems to be a guy that stands out.
Where should they use him, though? I think that's where the conversation is.
See, that's interesting because it's almost like this Cam Robinson injury, and thankfully it's not season-ending or anything like that. But I think it really opened people's eyes early, the fact that he's versatile, he can play both tackle positions, and that he might be ready for primetime week one. Now it's like, okay, well, you and I talked about it, I think it was either earlier this week or late last week. Like, if we know he's going to be the left tackle of the future, do you just start him there? Or do you just and I guess then you just start him at left tackle and Howard plays right tackle?
What would you do?
Right now, because I don't know that Cam Robinson, even at 100% health, and I know they paid him, and I know he was highly regarded of the available offensive linemen, I'll put him at left tackle and I'll leave him there.
I'm on the same boat with you. If he's your second-round pick, you traded up to get him. He's your second left tackle behind Cam Robinson. He's starting on the other side of the line. You only have Robinson under contract for 1 year. You've committed to at least 4 years of Ursery, potentially more if you give him a second contract. I'm just playing Ursery at left tackle, and if Cam can beat out whoever is at right tackle, right now it's Titus Howard, great. If he can't, sorry, I'm only committed to a year of you anyways. Ursery would be my left tackle. I'm committing to it. Just go for it, man. Let's see what it looks like.
It's arguably the most important position on the entire offensive line. If he can play left tackle for you, and you've got a guy that can play right tackle for you because they seem to really like Tomlinson at left guard, and Andrews, whoever you pick at center, but it looks like Andrews is going to be your center. Then it's just a matter of your right guard and figure out who wins that battle. But the line's pretty solid.
The line that I want is Ursery at left tackle, Tomlinson at left guard, Andrews at center, Howard at right guard, and I want Cam Robinson to play right tackle. I want him to be the guy that has to change positions, not my future franchise left tackle.
Don't you feel like they'd force feed Fisher there?
Over Robinson? No.
No? I don't think Robinson's going to want to play it.
I think there's a better chance Fisherson. I think there's a better chance that Fisher's cut than him being the starting right tackle, assuming health. Yeah. I mean, if Cam Robinson don't want to play it, sorry, man, you're not playing in the NFL then. Also, this is beneficial to Cam Robinson. As the texter pointed out the other day, Robinson is getting closer and closer to not being a starting left tackle in the NFL. If he can prove that he can play right tackle, it opens up twice as many starting offensive line opportunities, and then also it creates maybe an extra 2-3 years to his career because he can be a swing tackle. Cam Robinson, you're my right tackle. You want to gripe about it? See ya. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think from his perspective, if he's looking for any other, contract, he's got to show versatility at this point in his career.
Yeah, I think it'd be beneficial. It's like Correa moving to third. All right, what did you peak?
Joel mentioned one of mine. I mean, that Cade Stover video was pretty awesome with the block there. I know you're poo-pooing a little bit, but it's something that I think unlocks more from that position than I possibly thought they had. If he's a plus run blocker and you add that to that room, especially now that Brevin Jordan's down, maybe you could get a little bit more from that position than I thought beforehand. And then just everything I've read, especially from Jonathan Alexander, was that the offense had one of its better days. CJ didn't get hit as much. There were some touchdown passes to Nico and Christian Kirk. So encouraging sign there that, once the weight was taken off the bat of facing the Texans defense every day, they got to face another defense that it actually did, because it was fine in theory of, well, once you face another defense, the offense will improve, but it was nice to see the actual example of that.
An acceptable day. And look, I don't want to poo-poo Cade Stover as a blocker. I think he's really good as a blocker, as a tight end, especially run blocking. So I don't want to poo-poo that. I thought people were magnifying the highlight a little bit too much. But it's not diminishing what I think of Cade Stover as a blocker. I think he is a very good blocker, even though he wants to, raise cattle and sell meat professionally.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it. I admire it. I'm going to order some of his meat, I think. What were you going to say?
I think overall, Brian's right. It was nice to see the offense having success, but the problem was that I think from a running perspective, as good as the pass blocking kind of held together, I think their run blocking wasn't great.
Yeah. Stover at center. Who they're playing at running back could be a factor there too. Like, you're without your best two running backs, Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, depending on how you feel about Chubb, I would still think that Chubb's number 2.
I was just putting that out there to see how I cash or trash. Let me make sure I didn't write this down for my cash or trash later. Oh, Dana, I did. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Actually, I had something else, but I can relate that. So we good? We've piqued our interest at Texans camp?
I think so.
All right. 713-780-ESPN.
Go
HRP
Texans.
listener line, 713-780-3776. Bill Simmons has a quarterback pyramid. He tiers all his quarterbacks. Bill Simmons, stick to basketball, Bill. You don't know football. We'll discuss this next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. All the greatness that it does exist of Walmart. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? Find a huge selection online that you can't even find in stores. Head now to walmart.com and start browsing those 500 million items. We use walmart.com all the time for our grocery delivery. It's fantastic. It's awesome. Brandon family loves it. We don't have a ton of time. We don't want to spend the time that we do have at the store. We rather spend it with our family, our kids, our loved ones, not at the grocery store. We don't like to mess around with crowd. We don't like to miss the ball game. Well, at least I don't like to miss the ball game. So we order online with Walmart, and we always get the groceries we need without having to leave the house. It's fantastic. And it's not more expensive either. I know what some of you are thinking. Online grocery shopping costs more. No, you're wrong. I know what you're saying, but it's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store, and we know, because it's Walmart, that the prices are low. They're fast, too. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at walmart.com and ordering the groceries I need is faster than going to the grocery store and getting the groceries I need, and I don't have to waste time. I don't have to be out and about. They're going to save you time. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. Walmart is simply changing the game. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting the buddies over for a tailgate, maybe you're throwing a party, think Walmart for all of those grocery needs. Start an order today at walmart.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Some people that act like they know ball just don't know ball. Posers. Kind of like me. Bill Simmons. He has this quarterback pyramid out from the Ringer. Who goes to the Ringer to watch football? But his tiers are pretty bad. He has Josh Allen alone at the top. I mean, I guess he likes regular season quarterbacks who are going to win fantasy championships but never sniff the Lombardi. I guess that's what Bill Simmons is into. That's his kind of guy. So he has Josh Allen alone at the top, which is criminal. Criminal. His second tier, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Any issues?
No.
I see one.
I'm sorry, Brian.
Glaring one.
Oh, well, Hurts should be up with the second tier, but...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The disrespect to
This
Hurts
is
here.
this is...
Okay, you like Josh Allen. If you were doing a
I'm not
Ringer,
saying Josh
Joel
Allen.
Blank quarterback pyramid, who would be at the top of your pyramid?
We've talked about it before. Patrick Mahomes. I
Oh.
don't think that anybody, no matter what the other guys do, is going to knock Patrick Mahomes, in my opinion, off the first tier right now.
I really don't have a huge issue with the second tier.
It just needs to add one.
And Mahomes should be top tier. Like, Mahomes should be top tier, Allen should be second tier, and then I would add Hurts. Like,
Right.
that to me is the issue here. His third tier, you're going to love this. Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, and no left thumb Jordan Love. Jordan Love's in the same tier as Jalen Hurts, a Super Bowl champion,
So
a
is Purdy.
two-time Super Bowl Purdy 2 years ago was pretty really good.
He should not be
really
anywhere on the same tier as Jalen Hurts.
Purdy and
Agreed.
Love don't
Agreed.
belong on
Okay.
that tier,
Yeah.
period.
Like if, but,
100%.
but if Hurts was promoted, Jaden Daniels shouldn't be in the same conversation as Love and Purdy either.
No.
Daniels
No.
should be ahead of them.
He's a different tier than those
Stafford
two guys.
could be up there.
Would you have Daniels on the same tier as Mahomes, Lamar, and Burrow?
No way.
See,
Not after 1 year.
Like, I feel like there needs to be another tier
I agree.
squished in between here.
Yep.
That might only be Jaden Daniels, though.
I'm fine with that.
Depending on what you think of Jalen Hurts, it might just be the Jaden Daniels tier.
He
where
just has to prove it?
Daniels isn't – well, I mean, you're going to put Daniels with Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, and Hurts?
No, I'm not putting him that high. I'm saying to be on a tier by himself right below them, does he have to do – because we kind of did this with CJ after his rookie year. After his rookie year, we were ready to put him at a pretty high level, and then there was a bit of a drop-off because of the numbers. But when you look at it, does Daniels have to, like, verify it?
I don't think so.
No,
Like,
because he'd
to
be
me,
like tier 4 at that point.
This isn't like a tier at the top. This is a tier in like the upper middle because he's not in the Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, Hurts conversation. But I also don't think he shouldn't stoop to the level of Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Baker Mayfield,
Herbert.
Matthew Stafford. Like I think that's why he should have the tier in the middle to himself. It's not really the middle; it's upper middle.
I think Stafford's above a lot of the guys you rattled off still.
Is his back, though?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. I
He's
mean,
getting
don't,
epidurals.
but don't know what you don't. I mean, don't speak on what you don't know, Brian, about the mobile home. That's also
I'm
a
fine
chamber.
speaking on
I
things
think
I don't
we
know
might
about.
overrate Matthew Stafford slightly with where he's currently at in his career. Certainly, the past is the past, and the back of the baseball card is the back of the baseball card. But I think we're Jose Abreuing Matthew Stafford a bit.
I think the other thing that goes with it, though, it's not just Matthew Stafford at this point. It's the fact that you've got McVay and that offense, and the fact
moving
that
the
he's got,
goalpost.
and he's got. I don't think so, because I think that if he was other teams and the offense was different, then it might be even more so that there'd be more on him. And I think that it would be more easily. You could easily say he could possibly be falling off. I think the way he fits into that offense, and you just added Devontae Adams and another weapon.
So he's great because they added another receiver.
No, I think that the system, the coach, the system, and
You're
everything
kind of
around
making
him.
like a game manager argument.
Well, that's what Brock Purdy is.
Agree, but I mean, if you're saying Stafford is above that, then you can't really make a game management or game manager argument.
No, I'm saying that because of all those things, and Stafford, I still think is still at a good point in his career where he can still put up numbers, that I think that he still is up on a level. That was some of the guys that he rattled off.
I don't know.
I think Stafford's better than Jordan Love right now.
Sure.
No, yeah, I agree that. I think Stafford is kind of game manager plus at this
I think Stafford's better than Purdy. I think Stafford's better than Baker Mayfield.
Give me Purdy.
I would
Give me
take Baker. I would take Baker in a heartbeat.
I don't know if I can't remember what I had in my top 10. I can't remember if I can't remember my top 10. I'm not sure I had Purdy above Stafford.
Well, we didn't
You
have
didn't have
Purdy.
Purdy on our-
Yeah, we
in
didn't have
the top
Purdy.
10.
I don't think I had Stafford though either. So like that's my cop
Right,
out,
that's true.
Is that
That's
I didn't
true.
have Stafford. 'Cause
I did. Did you?
Yeah, we both
did,
had
yeah.
Stafford. Yeah.
Stafford to me is, I mean, he's on the back nine of his career, and he's
That's
way
true.
he's way closer to the end than he is the peak. Do I still think he's capable and solid? Yes. Do I think he's top 10? No, I don't think he's top 10 anymore. And like he had a solid year last year. Like you're not going to sneeze at 3,700 yards, but 20 touchdowns, 8 interceptions is kind of pedestrian. Played in every single game with a very offensive happy team. It's okay. Not
Yeah,
bad.
but he was missing Puka and I think didn't Puka miss like 5-6 games
He
last
did.
year,
He
and
did.
Cooper Kupp missed like half the season.
Yeah, but
so.
McVay's a wonderkind. He's a genius.
Yeah, but no wide receivers is gonna.
I think I
nerf
just
production.
think we overrate Stafford a little bit because of where he's at. in his
That I
career.
agree, but I'm just saying, like, to come to Stafford's defense, like he was missing not quite C.J. Stroud levels, but he was missing his weapons.
So the fourth tier has Stafford. Fourth tier: Stafford, Baker, Dak, Stroud, Goff, Herbert. I'm not terribly displeased with that tier. I think that tier is all right.
I
And
think that's
I'm
the one he
okay-
got the most right.
And I'm okay with Stroud keeping that company. Like that's fine.
Is it more? Because I'm with you on that part of it, but is it when you look at it to say that where it's more of a question is because of the guys that are above that tier, like Purdy?
Look, Purdy 2
Or
years ago
Guy.
was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable 2 years ago. You go look at every single major passing category 2 years ago, Brock Purdy's top 5 in all of them. All of them. Now, last year he wasn't as good, but if we're going to give Stafford benefit of the doubt because of injuries, you have to do the same thing with Purdy. They were missing the best offensive weapon maybe in the entire NFL.
And McCaffrey, yeah.
So they also missed Ayuk, who got hurt right at the start of the season. I'm sure Debo missed a couple games because Debo always misses a couple games. Ricky Pearsall, who was their first-round draft pick, got shot in missed games. So, like, you can't pick and choose which quarterbacks you're going to give injury benefit of the doubt to, and then others that you don't give that benefit of the doubt to. I would say Purdy was more impacted by injury than Stafford.
I just think that Brock Purdy is a guy that's been labeled a game manager. Yeah, you're right. And again, that's another one where system for him gets more credit than his abilities do. And I'm not saying that's fair because I think he's done a hell of a job there. But I think that's why even when his contract, in the offseason when his contract was being discussed, that people didn't think that he deserved the kind of top-tier money that the top quarterbacks were getting.
What did the 49ers say, though?
I think they were kind of between a rock and a hard place. Where do they go if they move on from it?
So we trust what people were saying about it more than the team that actually gave them the money.
Like I said, if you're caught in that situation, it's a dilemma like the Packers were. You basically have to answer the question of where do we go from here if it's not him. So they basically did what the Packers did and just said the lesser of two evils is we're just going to pay him and see what we got and try and get less years.
I like Purdy more than most, and I probably dislike Stafford more than most just because of where he's at in his career going into 2025. And dude can't even sniff a practice field. Like, I think he'll be back by the start of the year. I don't think he's in jeopardy of missing week 1. But it's getting closer and closer, and he can't return. They were saying he should return on Saturday. I saw Sarah Barshop used to be in Houston say that.
He said that with not much confidence.
I don't think I got it right. I don't think it's Barshop. I think it might be Bar.
We used to have her on the show.
Is there an S in it?
No, it's Barshop.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right. Next tier, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Bo Nix, Geno Smith, Kyler Murray, Tua. I don't feel great about Darnold being in this tier. I don't feel great about Tua being in this tier. I would drop both of those guys down a peg. I'm cool with the rest of them, though. I'm okay with that. With May, Nix, Geno, Kyler. But I would drop Tua and Darnold.
Yeah, at this point, with what you have left, I think that the other guys belong on that list, either being up and coming or guys that Geno Smith. Look, no matter what I think or other people may think of Geno Smith has carved out a heck of a good career for himself, and Kyler Murray as well. So, yeah, I think that Darnold only did it for 1 year. And Tua's a guy that a lot of people are going to call his bluff on how good he really is. I think Tua's worthy of being on that tier.
All right, next one, they have Michael Penix, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, J.J. McCarthy, Cam Ward. Anything egregious to you?
No.
I don't like J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix, and Caleb Williams being on the same tier as Trevor Lawrence. I know Trevor Lawrence hasn't done amazing things, but he's had...
You'd have Lawrence higher.
Yeah, I would have Lawrence higher. He's had at least a year and a half, way more production than those other guys that we listed.
It's fair. But it's going into the 25 season.
Yeah.
This isn't back a baseball card.
No, I'm not. Maybe that's how my argument sounded, but if I was to pick who I would want going forward, I would pick Trevor Lawrence over Caleb. I would pick him over McCarthy, and I'd pick him over Penix.
I'm insulted as a Jalen Hurts advocate in this, but the worst tier might be the bottom tier. Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Colts, Browns, Saints. That is so disrespectful to Fields, Rodgers, and Wilson that they're being in the same tier as the Colts, Brown, and the Saints. It's disrespectful. It should not happen. You should have had another bottom tier on top of this and put the Colts, Browns, Saints in that tier. Fields, Rodgers, and Wilson are way above that tier. The bottom tier, it should be.
Yeah, I think, look, I think as much as you guys give me a hard time about Rodgers, I think Rodgers he's not going to have a blow your doors off season, but I think that he's got a lot of weapons around him now. I think he's going to be good. I think he's definitely worthy of being over Fields, Russ, and those three other teams.
Yeah. Texter Daniels went to the NFC Championship in his second year. I like Dan. I like
his first year.
I like Daniels. Did I read that wrong?
No, you. That's what they said, but it was his rookie year.
Yeah, it was his rookie year. You're right. It did text that. I'll read anything. Put anything in front of a teleprompter. I'm Ron Burgundy. I'm Charles Barkley, and I'm a 713-780-ESPN. Israel says Trevor is garbage emoji, garbage emoji, garbage emoji. Josh from Philly, cash or trash. Tanner McKee gets traded and starts somewhere as a quarterback one for another team in the event of a good quarterback going down. I'm going to trash that.
I'll trash it as well.
No, he's had a good preseason, but I don't think Philadelphia really wants to trade him. Like he's got more value, I think, as their backup quarterback than getting a mid to late draft pick for him. I don't think he gets traded, but he has looked good this preseason. My dad used to be this biggest Tanner McKee fan ever. He's like, the Texans should have drafted Tanner McKee instead of Davis Mills. Like, what? Who cares?
Is your dad Keith from L.A.?
I was like, who cares about Tanner
Sounds
McKee?
The only thing that separates that from a Keith from L.A. take is the age of the player.
He's been kind of right about it, though.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's a weird take to have. But you've been kind of right. But anyways, Brandon, if you're going to put Hurts on the second tier, you have to put Matt Stafford in the second tier. They both won a Super Bowl. Okay, like when they won a Super Bowl doesn't matter here. It didn't matter that Stafford won his multiple years ago and Hurts won his last year. It doesn't matter that Hurts went to a Super Bowl a couple years ago as well. Because they have the same amount of Super Bowls, they should be on the same tier. What's Peyton Manning up to? He won 2. He should be on the top tier.
Just look at your last tier. Russ, too.
Yeah.
Take Russ and take Aaron Rodgers and say, well, that means that because they've each won one, you got to elevate them too to the same level.
Super Bowl doesn't matter, huh? It doesn't matter what year it happened.
That's a dumb take.
Ranking quarterbacks by Super Bowl wins is silly. Also, everyone making excuses for Burrow with all his weapons, but criticize other quarterbacks playing with less. I saw Brady getting on Burrow the other day about this.
He got on a lot of people.
Burrow still had unbelievable games, and his defense was trash.
It wasn't Burrow costing them games. It wasn't like
their defense sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Like that take that the texter gave kind of falls apart because it's not like, well, he's got a ton of weapons, but he was the one that made the crucial mistake. No, they scored 33 points. The defense gave up 35. That's what happened last year.
And I used to have that same take too, that we shouldn't really look at quarterbacks based on wins or Super Bowl wins. But if you look at the Super Bowl winners, like in the really since Trent Dilfer, with maybe one exception being Nick Foles, these quarterbacks are legit. It's like just go look at the past Super Bowl champions.
That's before.
That was when did Brad Johnson?
Brad Johnson was after Trent Dilfer.
Okay, well then maybe the Brad Johnson is the line of demarcation here. Because when did Brad Johnson win his?
03, I think.
That's over 20 years ago.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's after Trent Dilfer.
Last 20 years.
Okay.
Last 20 years, I think there's been one quarterback who you look at and you're like, okay, like that team won it. And that would have been Nick Foles.
Right.
Because last year, Jalen Hurts, certainly worthy. Mahomes, Stafford, Brady, Mahomes, Brady, Foles, Brady, Manning, Brady, Russell Wilson when he was really good, Flacco when he was elite.
Oh, God.
He did throw an interception that postseason.
Eli Manning.
Ugh.
Eli Manning. Eli Manning was pretty good when he was good. And his last name's Manning, so we boost him up.
He was good in the sense that Joe Flacco was good in that postseason.
Probably.
He's more Joe Flacco
but I
than
give
he is
credit
Peyton.
for stepping up when his team needed it most.
But he's a Super Bowl worthy winner. He's not Trent Dilfer.
He's
not. Brad Johnson actually had a good year that year, but he's not Brad Johnson.
Right.
Like Eli Manning's gonna be in the Hall of Fame. Eli Manning is going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Not mine.
I hate it, but he's going to eventually get it.
Probably.
If his last name was Williams, he would not be in the Hall of Fame. He might be, though.
He might be
because he still racked up tons of yards and won 2 titles. He still might be. Now, Manning makes it,
a
slam
lock,
dunk. Makes
unfortunately.
It a lock. Green Bay, this is Rodgers. Saints with Breeze. Steelers with Big Ben. Giants again with Eli. Indy with Manning. Steelers with Big Ben. Brady, and then 03, Brad Johnson. It's like, you can't count Super Bowl wins. Every single quarterback in the last 20 years that has won it all, with the exception of Big Nick Foles, has been Super Bowl winning worthy. Like, I disagree. I think you have to have a really good quarterback to win the Super Bowl. Really good. You can get by with really, really good.
My only nitpick would be that first year the Steelers won it, Roethlisberger wasn't good.
You're right. He wasn't who he was yet. That was more of a Trent Dilfer winning it with the defense, handing it off to Bettis. They had another back too.
I don't remember the other back.
They had another back who was good.
I remember obviously they had Randall L threw a touchdown pass in that Super Bowl.
That's right. But all of these quarterbacks for the last 20 years, good. So I don't like the argument of you can't look at Super Bowl wins. The class is pretty good, my friend. That fraternity's pretty good. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys, I think we're talking about the chicken and the egg when we're talking about a great quarterback or a great team. You listed a lot of those quarterbacks, and probably in the last 20 years, most of those quarterbacks had or have somebody going into the Hall of Fame on the outside, or somebody going to the Hall of Fame on the offensive line. somebody going to the Hall of Fame as a running back or tight end or whatever. Not to count some of them had top 10 or top 15 defenses. So when they were arguing about the Jalen Hurts, and I think that the muddy in the water is when everybody tries to find numbers, touchdowns, completion percentages, lack of interceptions, and those type of numbers. But the thing is, the reason Allen and Lamar would back out and take a back seat is because, again, each one of those quarterbacks are great. They would be great, but nobody's talking about Dan Marino. Those Super Bowls do matter. Even Dan Marino had Duper and Clayton. Without the weapons, and that's what they penalized, I think Cam Newton did, penalize Jalen Hurts. Well, look who's throwing to. None of those kids are Hall of Famers yet, and maybe not getting the Hall of Fame. Everybody you've named have Hall of Famers on each level, whether it's the center, the tackle, the tight end, the fullback, the wideouts. Peyton Manning threw to Marvin Harrison, Adrian James in the backfield. Everybody, Drew Brees, you can't name me a quarterback, not you guys, that didn't have weapons that helped them be great. They helped each other. Steve Young and Joe Montana threw to Jerry Rice. I mean, so we will never know, but we give everybody credit. What made them great is they got one or two, and Eli. All of them. If you won a Super Bowl, in my book, that bodes well for me. It doesn't matter, like you said about what's his name, Allen, the boy wonder in the regular season. Dak Prescott, the boy wonder in the regular season. All those people that should be thrown in the abyss. If you won a Super Bowl and then you've gotten your team to a Super Bowl, I start with that because the winning, and that's why those other guys are great. Not just by their numbers,
Preach.
by how they manage their team.
Appreciate it, Gary. I could not agree more. I think it's a wonderful take.
Rack 'em.
Could not agree more, Gary. It's very.
I think the key with Manning is the
call.
two, and he was MVP of both Super Bowls too.
Helps. It helps.
Yeah.
You gotta have the other caveat to this. The other by the way point. You better have really good quarterback play in the NFL.
Yeah.
You can't underrate.
I didn't realize
the
it was
position.
that when you rattled off all those names. I didn't realize that. Yeah, aside from Foles, that there isn't one guy that you wouldn't put like really, really high on like all time.
Adding one more but to it, the second Peyton Manning Super Bowl, he had no throwing arm.
Still Manning, my man. Still
okay.
Peyton
The
Manning.
name on the back of the jersey was
Still
the same,
Peyton
but he
Manning.
was barely outplaying Brock
still called
Osweiler.
He was. He was. They almost benched him for Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
Brian is right about that.
Every interception has a story.
Every interception has a story. Now, the first, if you flip it, you look at the first 20 years, prior to the ones we just talked about, you could get by without a great quarterback. The game has changed. The game is much different in the 2000s than it was in the previous century. Previous century, you could get by with mediocre quarterback play. Have a great defense, have a great running back, hey, throw it 10 times a game. I'm being a little bit facetious, but you could get by with poor quarterback play back then. You can't do it anymore. Can't do it, won't do it.
Yeah, it's so pass happy. Jeff Hostetler won one.
Yeah, we got hurt. Sims got hurt.
Because Sims got hurt.
I mean, even Frank Reich is the guy who led the comeback against the Oilers. Got to the Super Bowl.
Who was the quarterback who won 2 Super Bowls with the Raiders in the 80s? I'm forgetting his name.
Plunkett,
yeah.
Plunkett was the #1 pick and a Heisman Trophy winner, though.
And I think Washington won. There's 3 Super Bowls. There were 3 different quarterbacks. It was Mark Ripken, Theismann, and Doug Williams. Yeah, 3 different quarterbacks. Yeah.
There you go. Much different game nowadays. All right, 713-780-ESPN. More hate on Jalen Hurts, and I just will not stand for it. I'm not going to stand for this. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
More from the Jalen Hurts hate that I'm not going to allow this. He's a fellow Houstonian-ish. Channel Views Houston. That's Greater Houston area.
For sure.
We love Jalen Hurts around these parts. The Athletic, they had their quarterback tiers. They had Jalen Hurts tied for 9th with some bum that cries on the field.
Go Texas.
I'm just kidding about that last part. But they had Hurts behind Mahomes, no issue there. Burrow, I have Hurts ahead of Burrow. They have Josh Allen ahead of him. They have Lamar Jackson ahead of him. They have Matthew Stafford 5. I think you made this list, Blankers. Daniel 6, Herbert 7, Goff 8. How is Hurts behind Goff, Herbert, Stafford at the very minimum? At the very minimum. Makes no sense.
Jalen Hurts is better than Jared Goff.
It's
and
ridiculous.
who else did you say?
I like Goff. I think Goff is the second most underrated quarterback in the NFL. Behind Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts is the most underrated. So they have Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Stafford, Daniels, Herbert, Goff, and then CJ and Hurts are tied.
Like, not only is Stafford 5th, but he's in the first tier. So they're in a way saying he's equal to Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Lamar Jackson.
It's ridiculous.
It's insane.
I'm not going to stand for this. I will not stand for this.
I thought I was high on Stafford. I had him, I think, 9th in my ranking. They've got him at 5th.
All these Bill Simmons of the world, these Bill Sandos of the world. Do you know who was praising Jalen Hurts the other day? An actual Hall of Fame quarterback that knows a thing or two, like me, about quarterbacking. Peyton Manning talking about Jalen Hurts. He's played so well in both of the Super Bowls, but I like the way he goes about it. Calls me and asks me a lot of questions. They run plays that we used to run because, the coaching tree is kind of similar. Student of the game. He also mentioned that he squats 600 pounds. I don't know why that's relevant, but he says why, I guess. He can run over guys, he can throw it a mile, but his appreciation of the cerebral part of the game is what is impressive to me and how he's taken his game to the next level. I think the sky is the limit for this guy. You know who else we used to bash back in the day for having, mediocre athletic traits? He didn't throw the hardest. His accuracy was good, but not elite. Doesn't run fast. He had zero athleticism, was a late-round draft.
I know who you're going to say.
You know who used to hear early in his career? Oh, he's not great. He's winning because of the team around him. Tom Brady. We were saying that early in Tom Brady's career. A 6th-round draft pick. He's as slow as molasses. Doesn't have a cannon for the arm. But you know what he was elite at? Great pocket presence. But you know what he was elite at? Cerebral part of the game. Peyton Manning, Jalen Hurts, his appreciation of the cerebral part of the game. Why do we continue to underrate Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, look, I was critical of him coming out. I said when he came out that I didn't think he was ever going to be the quarterback of a Super Bowl contending team. I was wrong. And what I've seen in the last couple of years of Jalen Hurts is a guy that continues to elevate his game. We know he's a hell of an athlete. We know that he can run. We know that he's strong. He does a lot of things well. I didn't know how well he could pass, and I think he's consistently gotten better in every aspect of the passing game. But when you see the throws that he made when they were making their runs, he won a lot of football games by throwing the football too, and that's taking out the Saquon, last year. Both in the Super Bowl they lost, Super Bowl they won. He made a hell of a lot of throws that won them football games, and so I have to admit I was wrong there.
I just don't know how Jalen Hurts is 9. Trivial to me.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
What's that?
It's Robert De Niro. Disrespectful.
What movie?
I believe that was
Goodfellas.
No, I don't think it was Goodfellas. I thought it was Analyze This or some. I don't know.
Josh from Philly, just want to say we appreciate you taking up for our boy out here in Philly. The world doesn't seem to understand.
Our boy.
Please stop saying Alan Jackson. Did I say Alan Jackson?
Because you were rattling off quarterback names. I almost did it. I knew you guys were going to kill me for it.
It's happened several times.
Yeah,
sometimes unavoidable in these rankings.
Jackson. I'm going to start flipping them. Jackson Allen from now on. You're out of your mind. Hurts ahead of Burrow. That's not a real take. Real take, man. Real take. I'd rather have – and look, I haven't spent time in an elevator with Jalen Hurts even. I am taking my elevator bias out of this conversation for a moment. Joe Burrow and I spent seconds together in a Northern Kentucky elevator. I am taking that encounter out of this conversation because I'm fair. And I think Jalen Hurts is the guy who I'd rather have under center than Joe Burrow if I were running a football team.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
There you go. Lance knows ball too. Lance is willing to tip his cap, and he knows ball when he sees it. Lance does. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Cash him or trash him coming up next. Joe Burrow, cash or trash, is worse than Jalen Hurts. Cash or trash, Jalen Hurts is the next Tom Brady. I'm kidding. I'm kidding a little bit.
Trash.
Cash or trash with the B. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN. Texture, there's not a GM in the NFL that would take Jalen Hurts over Burrow today. Not one. I know one. I know one that would.
You.
Howie Roseman.
Oh.
Think Howie Roseman's trading Jalen Hurts for Joe Burrow today?
Probably not.
No chance. No chance. Ain't happening. All right, cash or trash? What do you got?
All right, boys. I've got last year, the Texans were in the top 5 for most sacks allowed for the season. They were tied for 3rd. Bears, Browns, Seahawks, Texans, Patriots. This year,
Let's do it. Okay.
the Texans will not be one of the 5 most sacked, or the line responsible for one of the 5 teams with the 5 most sacks.
So they could be 6th?
They'll be,
Could be 6th.
outside of the top. Bottom
Outside
5.
of the bottom 5.
I cash that.
I guess by the technicality, they could be still bad because they give up the 6th most sacks. I will also
It's an
cash
improvement from last year.
And you look at it, the Bears gave up
It is.
68 sacks last year. Texans gave up 54. Still way too many, obviously. But I think that continuity-wise, I'll buy in enough to say they won't be in the bottom 5.
Yeah, I will cash that. I think they're going to be better at that specifically because I think Kaylee's going to be better at scheming it than Slowick. So I cash it.
Football is football.
Football is football. Did you cash it already?
Yeah, I cashed it
Oh,
already.
you jumped the line.
No, I said it after you did.
All right.
Thank you for paying attention.
Damian Pierce will have more total yards than 2 Texans running backs. Not. I'm going to give you their name specifically. Not combined. I'm not saying Pierce is going to have more combined yards than both of these guys. I'm saying Pierce is going to have more total yards than these 2 guys on the total yard list at the end of the year. Damian Pierce is going to have more total yards than Nick Chubb and Woody Marks.
So
it could be second.
And that's just yards from scrimmage, right? Not,
Total yards.
but not return yardage?
No, that'd be all-purpose yards.
No, total yards.
Okay, I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
Why?
Because I think he definitely has the chance to have more than Woody Marks, but I think that Chubb is still going to be a guy that they're going to stick with, and he's going to get the ball more.
So you go Chubb over Pierce.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it as well. I think this could be kind of like when going back to the O'Brien days when they had David Johnson. Just because he's ineffective or inefficient doesn't mean they're going to go away from the veteran. I think D'Amico as a coach, especially as a defensive coach, the veteran, tough nose, hard running Nick Chubb. I think he's going to get enough chances to nerf that possibility. I don't think Damian Pierce is going to get enough work to have more yards than both those guys.
Okay.
I think Damian Pierce could be a better running back than Nick Chubb, no doubt. I just don't know if he's going to get the opportunity.
Let's remember this one.
That's fine. Why I can see you. I know what write it down means.
Writing it down.
Why you air miming it? Write it down.
I like to talk with my hands. What do you got?
I got 2 if we got time. But I don't want to get too far into the numbers here because it'll get way too nerdy. But I think some of fantasy scoring for football is completely broken, especially with quarterback and wide receiver. Like the way quarterbacks get the for yards, the rushing yards, the 1 per 10, like running backs do, can take a quarterback who performs pretty poorly overall, but boost them up to having a great fantasy day. And same thing in like PPR leagues where a guy catches a bunch of short screens and he just 1 point. It drives me crazy when teams with mediocre players who played poorly get boosted up because the PPR and the quarterback rushing. Huh?
What's the fix? What do you suggest? What do you propose?
I
How are we fixing this?
I would propose quarterback yardage gets grouped together. So it's 1 point for all your yardage combined. Like you group rushing in with passing.
Okay.
And I've also, and people in my league hate this idea, well, most of them, but I would also tier PPR where you don't get the full point unless it's so far beyond the line of scrimmage.
That's nuanced.
It is, which I think people aren't willing to look into. But like, if you catch a 1 yard screen pass and fall down, that shouldn't be worth the same as catching a contested pass 20 yards down the field.
I do think PPR is flawed. I would agree with that, but I trashed the other thing. I don't.
So you cashed one, trashed the other?
Yeah, just trash in general.
Trashing it all too.
That's fair.
Trash.
I'm not a huge PPR fan, but it also it is the rule. Like, so you can adjust based on.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
you have
Amon
to.
Ra is going to have more value in a PPR than
Right.
Nico Collins.
Yeah.
So you can kind of tear it off. You're upset that Amon Ra has more value than Nico Collins?
No,
in PPR?
I'm upset
I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
What game were you watching in there?
I'm watching the Mariners and the Orioles.
The Mariners come back?
They got 2 on and nobody out in the 9th, and they're down 3.
Oof,
Time
don't like
runs out,
that.
nobody out.
Don't
Cash
like
or
that.
trash, leagues that play 2 flexes and no defense are better. Fantasy,
I'll cash
obviously.
it. I don't like defenses.
Depends on the league. Replay league, I'm cool with that. Like a dynasty league with a bunch of history, I'm trashing that.
You want team defenses in Dynasty?
I mean, if it's been the fixture of a league for 25 years,
But
yeah.
you want to You want defenses in Dynasty, though, specifically.
Yeah. If it's been a
I don't
fixture
like
of the
that.
league for 25 years, I don't want to change what the
But
history of the league. I'm not going to spit in the
an
face
entity
of the
where the
history of
name.
the league.
Well, like Dynasty,
But
to me,
there's
you're
a-
keeping one specific player versus a group of players. That's weird.
It's kind of a hybrid dynasty replay.
Okay.
It's not what you're thinking of, where you
So it's more
draft the
keeper?
player and then you keep them forever.
Oh, so it's more keeper.
It's very nuanced, and I don't want to dive into the semantics of it. It would bore our listeners. 713-780-ESPN. Texture says just draft better, Brian. It's a great call. Good point. You should know the rules ahead of time,
I
Brian,
still
and
win leagues. I just
yeah,
don't.
I'm sure.
Oh, there's your
Sure,
flex. I still win leagues.
I do. It's just the scoring could be better.
Usually quarterbacks get less per yard for passing than they do rushing. That's Brian's point, though. He's saying that you shouldn't get
Yeah, it should all count the same.
The ball. Texture says we drop kickers altogether in one league. We do more of
Good
those.
for you.
I like the no kicker leagues. But again,
Same.
if you have a league that has history with kickers, I don't think you should change it. I think it should be the replay leagues.
I boot them out. Boot the kickers out of all the leagues I run.
You're not a traditionalist, I see.
No, not at all.
Not a traditionalist. 713-780-ESPN. Texter says, cash or trash, I should get the 2 tickets to the listener party. If you win Men of the People later.
Trash.
You're not getting it because you asked nicely. We're not into niceties here.
Did they ask nicely or just say I should get? That's kind of demanding.
But he's cash or trash, so it's kind of asking.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
trashing
that's
it,
an
though.
ask. That wasn't a demand. I didn't read it as a demand. Cash or trash, by the time Mahomes retires, he dethrones Brady as the GOAT.
Trash it.
I think he has a
Trash.
shot.
He's got a shot, but I don't think he's going to win the Super Bowls.
But do you have to win as many Super Bowls for him to dethrone Brady? Like Jordan doesn't have as many as Bill Russell, right?
Right.
Correct. Yeah.
He's the. I mean, we
like
don't,
11-6, I think.
And Russell doesn't have the numbers, but I don't think that he has to get to Brady's Super Bowl titles for some to think that he has dethroned Brady.
How many does he have to get to, though?
Brady has how many?
7.
Mahomes currently has
3.
I think he needs to get to
5.
at
He's got
least
7,
5.
been to
Yeah.
9.
Brady went to 9. Yeah, he lost twice to the Giants.
To Eli specifically.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn it.
I think he needs to get at least 5 for us to have a conversation.
I would agree with that.
And then we need to see the number. But the numbers to me aren't the same. Like, it's not apples to apples. Like, the passing numbers should be way higher in Mahomes' era than Brady's era. And I know they crossed over a little bit, but the NFL is much more pass happy in the years that Mahomes is going to be in the league than Brady. So the numbers to me aren't the same. They're not equivalent.
I just feel like aside from all of that, I think Mahomes will have stats, but I think that, and Brady played till what, 40?
I think he was older than that, right?
42, I think.
Yeah, I don't know that Mahomes is going to play that long. I just feel like the combination of all the Super Bowls and the numbers that Mahomes, you're right, he has a shot. I just don't think he's going to get there.
Yeah, I would say that he doesn't, but I do think it's in play. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, unanimous. I don't think he does because I don't think he can get to 7. I don't think he can get to 6, but it's definitely in play.
Let's cash or trash some of these NFL overreactions from what people have seen around the preseason. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, look, we know it is hot. We know that Key from L.A. wanted the roof open last night, but that's because he's just not smart. The fact is that it is extremely hot outside right now, and we are battling the dog days. And with that being said, you need to make sure that you fight the heat that's out there by making sure your AC unit is up to snuff, that everything is good with it, and if it's not, you can trust people that are going to take care of it. That's why I recommend Temperature Pro. Temperature Pro are the best in the business. They cover all over the city of Houston, and they are going to do everything for you. They are you can trust them. First of all, their ratings are fantastic. They've been in business for over 20 plus years, so they have all the experience. Better Business Bureau, A+. They've got great ratings. But the trust factor is something that always plays in because you don't want a company that you just are uncertain about when they show up to do the work for you because then you don't know if they're actually doing and you need what they're recommending. That's why I recommend Temperature Pro. Not only is everything that I've just told you true, but I also trust them and I can tell you why because I know the owner personally and I grew up with him back in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. John Blitz is the owner. John Blitz is going to treat you right. How do I know this? Because I know that everybody that I've sent to use Temperature Pro and recommended that John get involved with, John has taken care of, and they are satisfied and extremely happy with the customer service, the work done, and the fact that they use all the top brands like Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. And they're offering fantastic financing too. 12 months, no payments, no interest. check out the warranties they give you as well. So it's not just a fly-by-night company that does the work and then you're on your own if something happens. The warranties are fantastic. Put your AC needs in the trusted hands of a company that I'm telling you you can trust. It's Temperature Pro. My friend John Blitz is going to take care of you. He's going to do it right. Go to blitzproservices.com right now, BLITZproservices.com, or better yet, call him on the easy-to-remember phone number, 281-247-5925. 281-247-5925, Temperature Pro Houston.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brady went to 10 Super Bowls. Thank you, Hive. We have the most intelligent listener base in not only sports radio, but radio, period, in this entire country. So 10 for Brady. He lost to Big Nick Foles.
All platforms? We have the best?
I think so. I know our opinions differ there. Also, Brady's last year, he was 45 years old.
Was he really?
Old
No.
man. I mean, I know he looks
45?
45. Last year with Tampa,
That's
he was
pretty
45.
damn impressive.
He looks great. It's all that avocado ice cream he eats.
And maybe some work done.
It's the TB12 diet, you know?
Maybe some work done.
Brady's been a 10.
You putting plastic surgery on Brady?
Yeah. I think it's been put on him by multiple people.
Have you ever played a league that you draft defensive players and not team? That's tough. IDP.
Yeah.
I've
done
actually
it a few times.
Show
Yeah.
off. Look at that flex. I've played IDP.
And he's been a champion in leagues. Still wins
IDP
leagues.
king. They call me the king of IDP.
My biggest money league is actually an IDP league.
I've never played an IDP. I have zero interest in doing that. No interest in IDPs.
You're not down with IDP?
Nope. I am not.
4-5.
Philip 68, does Mahomes need to go to a new team and win a Super Bowl first? That was a big GOAT moment for Brady. I don't think so. Like if Mahomes wins 7 and his numbers are better, I don't care that he's done it on one team as opposed to 2. In fact, I think Brady winning another title in New England I would have valued that more than Tampa, actually, because the roster wasn't as good.
Well, and here's the thing, too. From a longevity standpoint, we always say, how long is the window open? And you look at how many different iterations of the Super Bowl champs did they have. You had the whole Teddy Bruschi and the old school guys in the first couple. Then they kind of went on and advanced to the next level when they kind of changing of the guard of a lot of positions. He was still there. So I don't want to take anything away from what he did in Tampa, but if he kind of waited it out for and had to endure some of the down years too, and then won another one in New England, it means even more.
Yeah, I think he kind of jumped ship when he knew that was a sinking ship and kind of went to a pirate ship that had a chance to win it all.
Plus, I think that there was definitely some discourse between him and Belichick.
He did win that side of the argument, though. Like, who needs the other more?
Right.
Like, I think it was pretty clear that Belichick.
But I think that's why he got out. I think they were butting heads. I think from whether you call it a power struggle or otherwise, I think that
those aren't the same though. Like butting heads isn't the same as that's why he got out. I think it was part of it. But I think a lot of it was also let me go to a team that gives me a better chance to win. I think that was a bigger part.
I think it's all of the above, but I think that there is more than just a little bit in the fact that at a certain point they got sick of each other, and I think that they were actually in disagreement to like cause the divorce on a lot of things that they used to be in sync with.
Yeah, I mean, no way of really knowing. I know that they weren't. I mean, I agree that they were also butting heads, but I don't know if that was the main reason why. I have a couple more cashums or trashums from like around the world. Hannah McNair did this interview with NFL.com, their Next Woman Up series, which is a great series. I encourage you all to read it. It's fantastic. She was asked who her mentors are. This is pretty easy for me. My mentors are my mom and Cal's mom. Cash or trash, that is sincere. Cal's mom is one of her mentors. Cash or trash?
I mean, I'll cash it because of the fact that I think
Stephen A. there.
I mean, why? I think that she probably, once they got in a relationship and she was able to see all that Janice did behind the scenes, and the fact that she got involved with the community stuff and all the other things that Janice, I don't think a lot of people realized how much Janice did, that I think it's possible.
Do you think it could also be possible that she's posturing?
Sure. I'm not denying that, but I think that if she puts those out there, yeah, look, a lot of things they've done recently to kind of improve their image, there's been some posturing. But I think that in this case, it also could be true to the degree of she comes into that family not knowing anything about how the business is run of the NFL and the team, and she comes out of it realizing all the things Janice did.
Hannah's pretty slick.
I think it was more posturing just because, like, Tell me the last time you heard Janice be anywhere close to as public as Hannah. Like, Hannah and Janice do not operate remotely in the same way. Like, I don't see how Janice could have set an example for her because of how different they seem to be.
I look up to my in-laws, and my father-in-law will be a mentor of mine. So I certainly think it's plausible. I think it's in play. We just don't know anything about the dynamic. I think both are in play here.
She doesn't have to follow in her footsteps exactly, but because she is more outspoken. But I think that she can understand and learn and appreciate the fact that Janice had a role in everything with the operations as well.
We just have no idea what that role was. The operate. We don't know. We're guessing. It's certainly in play, but it's also could be in play that it's a little posturing. Barstool Chief. August stinks. I'm over it. Easily the second worst month. In some years, it's ranked 12th. Is August the worst month of the year?
It's up there.
I think.
I would rule out any. See, the thing with August is that it does have some college football in it.
Yeah, I think
1 week.
March.
Well, this week, 2 weeks.
No
this
chance.
Week,
March
weeks.
Madness? Get out of here.
Oh no, not March Madness. Right? No.
Here.
So what's the in between of?
I'm getting rid of. So let me tell you the months that I'm getting rid of. I'm getting rid of any month that has college basketball. I'm getting rid of any month that has college football. I'm getting rid of any month that has NFL football. I'm getting rid of all of them. So September through April, deleted. Those are out of the conversation for me anyways. So that leaves me June, July, August.
Well, May.
May as well. My bad. So May, June, July, August.
But the weather's still not terrible in May.
Yeah, I mean,
it's arguably not that bad in June. Really, this is a conversation between
April
July and
showers
August.
Bring May flowers.
Well, in July you got All-Star break, and you got basically nothing else going on.
I think I'm going to go July. Although you could do
some golf.
You get the deadline in July.
Yeah, you do get the deadline.
Get the deadline in July. But would you trade the deadline for 1 week of college football?
No.
You wouldn't. So it's July for you.
Yeah, I think July might be the worst, but
could
August
be
is a
June.
close second.
June's my birthday month, but I don't care. I'm not selfish.
See, unlike you guys, June's got NBA finals, and
Oh, that's right.
I'm not doing that.
Plus, the weather's not that. I mean, it's hot, but it's not like I want to die hot.
I know. Like right now, I will agree to that. Like that. Like I am craving so much that first like cool front brisk.
It's awful right now.
It's brutal. I don't even need sweatshirt weather. I need a cool draft. That's what I
just,
want.
I just need a cold front.
Yeah,
Just give me a weekend cold front. That's
I was
all I want.
celebrating rain yesterday.
Oh.
I was celebrating rain like I just threw a perfect game in the World Series.
The heat right now, no joke, is consider moving.
I think
bad.
I would go
it's
August.
So bad.
I think I'm going August.
Oh, I don't think it's nearly as bad as it has been in the last several years.
And
I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
we've
This-
seen.
this
We
year
haven't
feels
seen
worse.
nearly the triple digits and the drought like to Jeremy's point about
you're
rain.
right on the drought. There
I think
has
you're
been
right
more
about that.
rain.
I think last summer was worse.
Yeah, there has been more rain, but
It feels like we got into the 100 degrees, like feels like
Way
100
later.
degrees way later.
Yeah.
Way later. I would agree with that. But I agree with Brian as well that, boy, I'm over it. I am sick of it. I am ready for a little cool front. I think I'm going to go August. I think I'm going to August over July. I like your point, too, because then the final golf major's in July, isn't it?
yeah, the Open.
Yeah, the Open.
Yeah, so you don't have what's the best thing about August is college football kickoff when they're playing in Ireland because the real games start in September.
Yeah, but because really that would just be for this year. Because most August you don't get Ohio State, Texas in that month. Most of the time that would be in September.
I think August is the worst month of the year.
We get two majors in July, don't we? Because we get the PGA and then you get the Open.
Are they both in July?
The PGA is the second major now.
What's the third?
The U.S. Open.
U.S. Open.
So you
I
get the
think
U.S.
Father's Day
Open. You
weekend.
get the U.S. Open. I thought there's two in July so that you can have all the FedEx Cup in August.
Masters April 10th through 13th, PGA May 15th through 18th, U.S. Open the June 12th through 15th, and then the Open 17th through 20th of July.
Okay, so there's one.
It's easily August. I don't think it's even up for debate anymore.
If it wasn't for college football, I think it'd be a slam dunk.
So does college football start late August every year, or is it just like a
Well, usually
scheduling
week
weird
zero's
thing?
there, but usually the week zero games are kind of mid. This year's the exception.
It's week one.
Yeah, I know.
So it does start earlier this year.
It does, yeah.
And every year is a little different.
Right.
I hate that they have a week zero.
I mean, there's some
Just
pretty.
call it week one.
There's some dude.
You like week zero?
I don't like
I mean,
it at all.
there's
I like
reasons
Coke
that it was
Zero.
week zero. There's reasons that it was week zero. Like, I mean, I don't.
Well,
There used to be a certain date, week one. Here you go. I don't know. It's weird. You're all right. You have a 22nd ranked Iowa State, 17th ranked Kansas State in Dublin, Ireland on August 23rd. 25th ranked Boise plays South Florida on August 28th.
Blue blood.
Texas, Ohio State, August 30th. I think it depends on the year. Like, give me August over July this year.
See, I think that does matter. If ever you're going to tell me that going forward now, it is going to be the norm that you're going to get big time matchups in the first 2 weeks of the season.
We get 3 top 10 matchups in August.
That's
this year.
really good.
I'm
We
taking
get
August.
Clemson, LSU.
I'm taking 3 top 10 college football games over the British Open. Sorry, and I love the British Open.
I think it's July.
Isn't Clemson, LSU in August also?
This year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I said 3 top 10 matchups.
Okay, I didn't know which ones you were incorporating into that. Okay.
Well, though that would count since
Okay.
both teams are in the top 10.
Well, I'd heard you mention Boise before. I wasn't sure.
No, neither team is in the top 10 there.
Okay.
Brian. Boise's not in the top 10. Brian.
I'm saying it's July.
South Florida's
every year.
also not in the top 10. Brian.
Thank you.
No, there's years when college football starts in September.
Yeah, but you still get the FedEx Cup playoffs if you want.
That's not
the
as cool as
golf.
the Open.
I think it can be when it comes down to it.
When have you ever thought that?
Because of the fact that you get the top 30 golfers and you get there's competition and there's a lot of money on the line, that I'm fine with that as still being golf. But then you still get college football as well, where in July you don't get any college football and you get one major.
Are you just being devil's advocate here? You're taking the FedEx playoffs over the British Open?
But that's not what it's not what we're all valuing and rating this on. We're rating it on the entire package for the month. And for the entire package of the month, I have one golf major and I have baseball. Otherwise, I have baseball, I have college football, I have the FedEx Cup playoffs. I've got enough to tide me over that I think there's a lot more going on than July.
But July also has the baseball trade deadline and the open to NBA free agency.
Don't add me.
Beginning to opening free agency. That's what I was going to say. Those things. I mean, I think what we're losing in the shuffle here is that July is peak WNBA season.
All right.
When are these
713-780-3776.
That's going to become more topical, by the way, around here.
Yeah, maybe
when do
so.
the Summer Olympics would come into play some years, right?
Yeah, some years.
Which is
Like some years, like if
August,
they're,
right?
I don't know. It depends on where they're at, right? Because we argue one time like they had it in October once.
Yeah, I argue that it was always like late July, early August, and apparently a couple times
There's
it's
been
been
a
in
couple
October.
times because it's so hot in those months. They move it until later in the calendar year. So like that could come into play some years.
Sure.
The years where college football starts later would come into play some years.
But it's definitely July and August are the worst. We're just arguing over the order of those
Although,
two.
I mean, 3 top 10 matchups in college football this year. That carries a lot of favor.
Yeah, it's
for me.
definitely July this year, but it just depends on the calendar.
Yeah, that's a good conversation. Tour de France, late July and August. Tour de France, my bad. So okay, I'm curious to ask this texter about the Tour de France. So like the Tour de France wins July and August over for you. What month are you now putting in the ringer here? Because
what's the Tour de France, like 32 days?
I have no idea.
Texter says, don't forget August has the Little League World Series. That's a great point. August is easily the worst month.
Yeah, that ain't gonna win Jeremy over.
Because you get Carl Ravitch.
It's easily I don't even watch it.
Hey, he was supporting your Cougs today.
What did he do?
He said that all the year he's calling the Cougs to be a big jumping team this year, moving up because Willie Fritz in year 2, no matter where he's been.
I don't.
Oh,
think
that wasn't Carl Ravitch.
I'm pretty sure that was Reese Davis.
Yeah, it was Reese Davis. Yeah,
Well, it looked like Carl Ravitch when I saw the picture.
How dare you insult Reese Davis like that?
Yeah, it was 100%
This
Reese
is the
Davis.
video you're talking about?
Yeah, it's Reese Davis.
That's not Carl. This guy says RBI is the right way. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys, love the show. Caster Trash's NFL edition. Thursday night football games should be removed from the schedule. Only should be played on Thanksgiving and opening night. Get rid of Thursday night football for the entire season. Too many injuries, messes with fantasy, poor quality, poor product on the field. Get rid of it entirely. I know they got the Amazon deal, but Caster Trash it. Get rid of it.
Where are you putting them? Just putting them on the regular schedule on Sundays?
I cash it. I don't like Thursday night. Like, obviously, I watch it. I think it's. I mean, I like that it's on TV, but it's weird. It just to me, it's not the normal feng shui of an NFL week. I'm not a fan of Thursday night.
It's
football.
disjointed, no question. And normally the matchups aren't great either. It's normally the bottom feeder of all the matchups for the national games for the week that you have to just kind of go, it's NFL, so I'll watch it too. But it ain't normally the matchups aren't ideal. I'm not a big fan of I know the players hate it, but I'm not a big fan of Thursday night football.
Like, obviously, I watch, but if I were the commissioner of the NFL, I wouldn't have Thursday night football. Just Thanksgiving. That's
I could eat Friday nights.
I don't like that either. I think that all NFL football should be Sunday and Monday for most of the year. Like, obviously, when college football is over, they have the Saturday game. That's fine.
Because Friday night, there's only one college game, right?
I think there's 2. I think there's one on ESPN and Fox most weeks.
Because the Heisman normally gets the Friday night.
He does
game.
the ESPN one,
Yeah.
but Fox has one too.
Okay.
Yeah, there's usually 2.
Yeah,
maybe more because sometimes they do a doubleheader.
I don't know if Monday Night Football actually has a better slate. I know the label for Thursday Night Football is bad games, bad matchups, but Thursday Night Football usually has at least half of them pretty good matchups. I would say that's just as good as what Monday Night Football gets, and there's always a few bangers here and there with that Thursday Night Football schedule. I mean, what was it, the Falcons and I think it was the Falcons and Bucks last year where Kirk Cousins threw for like 500 yards. I think people are hanging on to a outdated notion on Thursday Night Football.
I don't really
that
care
always,
about the slate. For what it's worth, my argument has nothing to do with the quality of the slate. My argument has everything to do. I don't like the week. Like I don't like the feng shui of the week.
That's
in
fine,
Thursday
but
night football.
people always like, oh, it's always bad football. It's not always bad football.
No.
I'm not saying bad football. I'm saying I don't think the matchups for the most part they're predominantly bad matchups.
I don't think it's going to be if we went week by week. I don't think Monday Night Football is going to look that much better.
Depends on if they change the pecking order of how they just go through these things.
Like Sunday Night Football is always the best. I think we can universally agree on that. But I think Thursday night and Monday night are basically the same.
Yeah, I just don't like Thursday night football. Like it messes with my betting schedule. It messes with how I want to set fantasy lineups. Oh, I gotta beat the buzzer on Thursday night. I don't like how it's in the middle of the week. I feel like the normal thing is you play on the weekends, a Monday night standalone game. You give us the week to talk about the injury. Like it's just right there in the middle. I mean, I love football.
Now, what if you took?
I watch it, but it's just
either.
I would move all the games to Sunday and Monday. Rare exceptions, holiday game, Christmas, Thanksgiving. I'm cool with the Black Friday. I'm cool with them playing Saturdays late in the season when college football is done. But that's it.
Yeah, I'm with you in the fact that when it doesn't conflict with other good viewing stuff like college football, that you can fill those, or like when you said, when there's a long holiday gap of time off, that you can get that Friday game, or the Thanksgiving games are great. I was thinking about the fact that from a Monday night perspective, I would like a doubleheader if they were spaced out with an East Coast game and a West Coast game, so I could watch football for more time on Monday night. But then
I don't like that either.
But then you're up way too late.
I like one Monday night football game. I don't like their doubleheaders. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not. I
think we're getting 3 or 4 doubleheaders this year?
Normally it's opening week.
They expanded, yeah. It used to just be opening week, but they've expanded.
And they've also done it now where they don't even have like the East Coast, West Coast.
No.
Right.
They overlap.
It's like an
They
hour.
overlap by like 30
I hate
minutes.
the overlap.
Oh, it's more than that. There's sometimes there's only like an hour difference between the start times.
It's ridiculous. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. David, you're in the Hive. What's up?
David, go.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yep, go. You're
Oh,
on.
what's going on? Yeah, just talking about the Thursday night football, man. I just like the fantasy perspective on it. Like, I only played running back on Thursday night football anyway.
You broke up there a little bit, David. Sorry about that. The fantasy impact. Maybe it's just a standalone, like, pick'em contest type of deal, like Prize Picks, Underdog, that sort of thing. I wonder if that's what he's talking about. Because, like, from a seasonal fantasy league, I don't like Thursday night football. It's like, I forgot to set my lineup. I'm screwed. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. The only good thing about the Thursday night football is the color rush jerseys. He did like one of the palm and forehead emoji though.
I'm going through the Thursday night schedule. I think people are sleeping on these matchups. Have you seen the Thursday night football schedule?
I know what it's been in the past. I don't know what
Brazil's good.
So they open with Washington and Green Bay. That's a pretty good matchup.
No quarterback play on one side.
Miami at Buffalo.
When's the Brazil game?
That's a Friday game.
Oh,
yeah, it's
Hope
a Friday
they fix
game.
the turf.
I don't really care that much.
Well, someone's going to get hurt.
As long as it's not a Texan, I'm okay with that.
But Miami at Buffalo, that's at least decent. Seattle, Arizona, okay, that's kind of a dud.
Mm-hmm.
But then Niners, Rams, Eagles, Giants. At least you got one good team there.
God, well that's okay.
Steelers, Bengals, Vikings, Chargers, Ravens, Dolphins, Raiders, Broncos. I mean,
Miami's got multiple Thursday night games.
They do, yeah. Texans, Bills in Week 12.
I didn't think you were allowed to have more than one Thursday night game.
Cowboys, Lions. Well, actually, I think that's December 4th. That is an actual Thursday night game. Atlanta, Tampa Bay. It's not a bad schedule.
No, it's pretty solid.
And I'm sure Monday night sucks this year because Monday night has gone down.
That I'd have to look at. I'm just looking at the Thursday night one. But, yeah, it's funny. Like, ESPN paid all that money for the Monday night package, and they get, the worst playoff game, and they seemingly get no better than the Thursday night football schedule.
No, yeah.
It's weird.
Bad take by that guy. Color rush might be the worst part about Thursday night football, and there's a lot to hate about Thursday night football. I think he was being sarcastic. I think because he used the palm to forehead emoji.
Mm-hmm.
I think that meant sarcasm, but it wasn't the slash S. Reading through emojis is tough to do. I mean, Al Michaels on the Thursday night call. That's not great.
No.
That part sucks. Yeah.
Kirk, I have a tough time. I like Kirk Herbstreit. I think he's really good football color analyst. I have a tough time taking him, I don't want to say the word seriously. I have a tough time consuming him in NFL form. To me, he's a college football
used
voice.
to, you're conditioned to the college football.
I hear him and I think
Saturday
college
night.
football. So
Yeah.
when I hear him, I don't think, Thursday night football with this banger slate. I don't. And
Yeah,
then
it's
Al
different.
Michaels is stumbling over every other word.
I agree in the fact that it's different. Like play-by-play guys can cross over to do basketball, can do football, can do golf, can do a lot of different things. From an analyst point of view, I do kind of pigeonhole the analysts into college and pro football.
Yeah, you're right. Because Buck can do multiple sports, no problem there. Tarico's really, really good. Yeah, I just hear Herbstreit. I'm like, I used to do the same thing with Nessler. Brad Nessler called some NFL games. Did he call Monday Night Football?
He did the doubleheaders.
The
He did the doubleheaders.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he had a. Did he?
I feel like he went beyond that for 2 years.
Did he have the Thursday night games before Al Michaels?
That sounds right.
I feel like I've heard more Nessler than just a standalone, one-off Monday night game, but I could be wrong. But whenever I would hear Nessler's voice, I'm like, this isn't an NFL game. This should be college football. I should be getting ready for the SEC. Did he do Big Ten football last year too? That was also weird.
Well, because CBS
got right. Yeah. He was doing Iowa, Illinois. I'm like, no, this guy should be doing Alabama, LSU. What is going on here? Same thing with Vern Lundquist. Could you imagine Vern Lundquist doing Nebraska, Wisconsin? No.
Vern's
Absolutely
so good.
not.
He's so good, though. He was, anyway.
Texter Gus Johnson's the worst thing about football, period.
I'm glad that fad wore off. He was way over the top for me.
Bring back Brett Musburger. Musburger was great.
You are looking live.
Was a big Musburger fan. And again, I know he started off in the NFL, but it's another voice that I recognize with college football. The big game. Big primetime game on a Saturday night. There's Musburger. Sturgis Motorcycle Rally, Houston Horror Fest, and Elvis Week are all in August. Come on, LOL. Vote for August, I guess. I would be down for back-to-back Monday night games, one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast. I don't want to do that every Monday. I really don't like it when they do it, period. I can tolerate it. Don't love it. World Cup is in July. That's a good point, but that's not every year.
Nope.
So the years would be different. If you got rid of July, you'd miss out on the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Oh, well. Overrated that thing is, too. It's gross. You enjoy watching middle-aged men scarf down hot dogs. Huh?
Where are you on the NFL Network early morning games?
Not a huge fan of those.
I'm not either. It's almost too early to catch. I forget that they're even on.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of those either. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We're going to give away a couple of tickets, Brian. Like one winner, two tickets?
One pair of tickets, yeah.
We're going to give away one pair of tickets coming up next. Men of the People, a game I've never lost in. We're going to play Men of the People. Callers call in now. You'll be assigned to Joel's team or my team, 713-780-3776. Whoever wins this game that I've never lost, Brian shakes his head no whenever I bring that up.
Because you lost the last time you faced Joel.
Whoever wins gets a pair of tickets to the ESPN Houston Listener Appreciation Party, September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold. 713-780-3776. Men of the People, coming up next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Did you ever get screwed over at work? You had a judge of a competition that was inaccurately and unfairly making the rules as he went along? You probably have, and that makes you sick. It makes you upset, sick to your stomach. Well, if you want to get rid of that stress and anxiety, I suggest Two Creeks Crossing Resort. That's what I do anytime I have a judge of a contest that's rewriting the rules as we go. I get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and I forget about it. I leave that in the past and never talk about it again. So get rid of the hustle and bustle, the stress and anxiety, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and have the time of your life. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. From open green spaces to wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. It's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike the 92 acres of property. Do some kayaking. Play some pickleball. Hang out by the pool with a drink. It's fantastic. It's a great time. You're going to love that you go out there. We were out there a couple of months ago. We had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. The Branham kids loved the treehouse, but they have glamping out there as well. They have cabins right on the creek that you're going to love. They have perfect RV hookup spots that are going to be great for you, too, if you own the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Men of the People, game I've never been defeated in. Family Feud, basically. Is my mic on? I'm not sure my mic is on. I can't hear myself. A little more flair in my headphone. All right. Family Feud, basically. Brian's going to read to us how many?
7.
7 of these. Counting game. The scoring system's flawed, too.
Scoring system's great. There's no problem with it.
You get 3 points for 1.
For the first answer, yeah.
And you get 1 point for 3 through 5.
3 for the best answer, 2 for the second best, and 1 point if it's on the board.
You're
yes.
wrong.
It should be 5 through 1. That's what it should be. But regardless. Kim's playing on my team. Brian's playing on Blanker's team. Best of luck to one of you. And congratulations to one of you. Brian's going to read it. We're going to buzz in, and then we'll go from there, Brian.
All right. Question number 1, buzz in with your name. Name something that comes in a 6-pack or 12-pack. Jeremy.
Cold beer.
Beer is the number 2 answer.
Soda.
Soda is the number 1 answer.
Yeah. Who did they ask? A bunch of elementary kids?
It doesn't
Gotta listen
say.
to the question.
It doesn't say.
I heard the question.
Normally they say, we polled.
That's true. This part doesn't. This one doesn't give me like who they actually polled. The other answers on the board were eggs, hot dogs, and donuts.
That's weak that they would have Coca-Cola over
eggs
cold
in
beer.
6-packs?
Yeah, it's not as common, but you definitely can.
It's weak.
All right.
whatever.
Question number 2. Joel is up by 1. Name a U.S. city where rich people live.
Buzz.
Joel.
I heard Jeremy first.
He didn't even say his name. He said Buzz.
It's a difference. That's my nickname. L.A.
L.A. is the number 1 answer.
Boom.
New York.
New York is the number 2 answer.
We got a tightly contested
So you guys
match.
are
That's
tied
BS.
at
Now
5.
I got something to bitch about
You
because
do.
he didn't say
You do have
his own name.
But what's the difference? It's an indicator on who
Easier
is
to
going
say
first.
Buzz than Branham or Jeremy, which is double
It's
syllables.
the first noise that comes out of your mouth. Branham and Buzz,
Okay, fine, I'll
both
just
are
go,
buh. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. It's a buzzer. You're pressing the buzzer. It's fine.
I need more of the sound effects, Joel.
You're welcome.
All right. Question number 3. You guys are tied at 5. Name a way people try to get rich fast. Joel.
Real estate.
Real estate? Not on the board.
Stock market.
Stock market?
Don't you do it, Brian.
Not on the board. Investing was the one I'm considering. I don't know if that's the same thing.
So
investing,
weak.
no, because investing is like buying interest in companies.
What do you think the stock market does, Brian?
I like your judging, Brian. Next question.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna
investing
go.
in companies. Where can you currently buy on the stock market? Companies.
I like your judging, Brian. Don't back out
We're
now.
not having
Final answer.
It could be stocks, but not all companies are publicly
Correct.
traded.
So right. Let's go.
Not all companies are publicly traded.
I'm like the Astros here.
How so? That you cheated?
Because I'm.
Oh yeah, because you said Buzz.
Man, I am being discriminated against.
By who?
I don't know how you said that. What was your argument?
That not all companies are,
Investing's not the stock market, apparently.
but not all companies are publicly traded. You can invest in a company without it being stocks.
No one said that it was anything to do with companies.
Yeah. Well, you said stock market is like
right. That's a part of investing.
Yeah, but what would you being stocks in? You'd be buying stocks in a company.
Investing, you don't have to invest in companies.
Well, that's why you makes your answer wrong because you said stocks. The number 1 answer was investing.
Okay.
The others, in case you're curious, now that we got completely off track.
I got so screwed there. Sorry, Kim.
Sorry, Buzz.
Now, these answers don't make any sense. So, again, the question was, name a way people try to get rich fast. The other answers were saving money. How do you get rich fast by saving money?
Stock market.
Buying Bitcoin, gambling, and getting a job.
Oh, Bitcoin was on there. I didn't think it'd be that quick.
Yeah.
I didn't think it'd be pertinent.
Number 4, you guys are still tied at 5 because of excellent judging. Name an animal that's easy to act out in charades. One of you's got a buzz in. All right, Jeremy.
A dog.
Dog is number 2 on the board.
Clock.
5, 4.
Cat.
Cat is number 3, so 1 point there. That gives Jeremy a 1 point lead
What's
currently.
one?
Number 1 is monkey or ape. And then let's see. After that, you had dog and cat as the 2 and 3, bird and elephant. So currently, Jeremy leads by 7-6.
How many do we have left?
3. Name a food that's usually deep fried.
Joel.
French
fries.
French fries is the number 2 answer. 5.
Donuts.
4. Not on the board.
What?
Not on the board. The other answers, number 1 was chicken. French fries is the number 2 answer, followed by seafood and eggplants.
Eggplant?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So Joel takes a 1-point lead for the final 2 questions. Give a word that rhymes with hustle.
Joel.
Muscle. Muscle is the number 2 answer.
Oh!
5, 4.
Bustle.
Bustle is the number 1 answer.
Oh,
Clutch.
come on, man.
Clutch. Wow. Good
They
job,
called
Jeremy.
me
All
in high
right, so it is.
We're tied, right?
Yeah, tied at 10 points each. It comes down to this. Last question. If a cowboy loses his horse, what might he ride?
Joel.
Stagecoach. Stagecoach, not on the board. You just got to get on the board. 5.
Can you read the question?
4.
Oh, God.
You
stall.
told me I was cheating.
You did it last time.
Oh, you've already stalled now by us talking about it. So 5, 4.
I really don't remember the question.
Okay, fine. If a cowboy loses his horse, what might he ride? 5, 4, 3, 2.
His truck.
Truck is on the board.
Yes.
It is the number 4 answer.
You want to talk about screwed? You gave him 37 seconds twice.
Well, he complained about it. Now you can't complain about that anymore. It's evened out.
You can't.
It's
tit for
evened
tat.
out.
Sorry, Ryan. You got screwed.
Oh, he did the same thing that he did last time with you.
What were the other answers? What the hell are they?
Oh, yeah. So number 1 answer was a donkey/mule. Number 2 was bull/cow.
That was a tough one.
Motorcycle was number 3.
Yeah.
Jeremy mentioned truck.
I'm thinking old school, not truck.
And then the last 2 were train or another horse.
Full disclosure, I thought truck right away, but I was like, that's too stupid of an answer.
I thought we're talking about like cowboys back in the day.
Same. Like I thought
Yeah,
truck
it doesn't
right
specify,
away.
but I get why you would think
So
that.
would
truck
stagecoach
right
be
away.
a truck in modern day? So I should get that.
Well, if you were Jeremy, you would try to claim that.
I would like to point out how much adversity I had to overcome in
my
this
God.
game today.
Okay.
Oh,
That
my
he
God.
didn't give stock market
Okay, Buzz.
investing.
Okay, Buzz.
I mean, you've already lost though. Would you, if you were the judge, would you include stock market with investing?
Yes.
Absolutely.
But it can't be
That
separate.
was Vince McMahon with Bret Hart.
For the sake of me having
Jeremy
a chance to
screwed
win.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
As Vince McMahon would have said.
But the game is over now.
Yeah.
Peel back the curtain. I won anyways. Congratulations, Kim. You're going to the ESPN listener party. I'm still undefeated at this game.
Not true.
Did the person that I was representing last week get the prize?
Oh no.
Well, the last game, it was Joe that competed. Joe just gave out, even though he lost, he just gave it out anyway.
No, but when I won, the person I represented got the prize, so then I won.
You won, yes.
Okay.
Much
the
different than
chagrin
Jeremy's
of,
clam.
the Bustle guy over here, Buzz. Buzz Bustle just beat me.
Stock market's definitely investing. Texture says real estate can be investing as well, LOL. It's a good point.
Yeah, and I said real estate.
Yeah,
there you
there's
go.
lots
I got
of forms
screwed
of
again.
investing.
Now I'm outraged.
Yeah, but even then, you would have had the second most popular answer. I would have had first. So it wouldn't have helped your cause.
It's not true. You wouldn't have gotten a one.
Yeah, would have. Stock market, I would have said stock market.
No, I'm talking about the last question.
But real estate, if he would have given you investing for real estate, he would also have to give me investing for stock market.
You can't both have the same. It's already been taken then at that point. If I say it and say it first, then you can't have the same answer that I got.
Joel didn't get a point for that question.
Yeah.
His answer wasn't on the board.
Real estate.
Right, but I said real estate, which is
Right.
also investing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what
trying
you're
to
saying.
say that
Okay.
it would
So that if
count
I
as
said it,
investing.
I buzzed in first,
Right,
and real estate was investing,
it is
then
an
you wouldn't be allowed to
I
say
don't
it.
know. It's an interesting quandary. It is an interesting quandary.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you would have given him investing for real estate, which can be an investment, I concede that, you would also have to give me investing for stock market, but would investing be crossed off
It would
because
have
of
to
the
be
real
crossed
estate?
off, yeah.
Huh, that's interesting.
Ryan hung up.
Well, Ryan lost.
Yeah, Ryan lost. So
I mean, with
we
all
just need
this,
Kim
all
to
this
stay on.
controversy,
There
Ryan
was
could have filed a
there was
protest.
no controversy.
I would have tried to get Ryan in.
What was the controversy?
You buying extra time after
And
complaining
real
about it
estate.
for weeks.
Where did I learn
I
that?
wasn't investing with real estate.
You learned it from watching Joel.
Where did I learn that? tit for tat.
Buzz.
That was the precedence. We used Buzz last week.
No, we didn't.
You weren't here last week.
Oh,
When we played
I
this
was.
game.
Yes, I was.
No, the last time we
Joe-
played, it was
Joe
Joe.
played it
It
last
was the
Oh, I
day
had to
you
leave early.
for
Gotta
the
get it.
yeah.
And what's the difference between Buzz and Branham? They both start with a B. They
Two
both
syllables
make the initial letter.
versus one
A few
syllable.
letters
It's the
at least.
first audible noise that is the buzz in. There's no advantage saying Buzz over Branham at all.
I disagree.
How? What is your argument?
I just told you.
I
No,
think
you
it's
didn't.
fewer
It's quick and easy.
syllables.
Just go Buzz instead of
It's-
going Branham.
It's not quicker because it's the first audible noise. Buzz Branham is the same amount of speed, identical.
In your mind, Jeremy.
No, not in my mind. It is factual.
Joel, I think Joel's saying, like, you're coming from the standpoint, like, he has to finish the word, but
Yes.
he doesn't.
No, you don't. It's the first noise.
That's the first noise, yeah.
Okay.
I see what you're saying, but he's not having to finish the word.
We better go back to the baseball card from now on. There's too many holes in this
on the
game.
back of his baseball
I
card.
don't know. I think the contention is fun.
Yeah, it is. Y'all are thinking old school Cowboys just like those Super Bowl rings were. Sheesh, Dallas Cowboys catching strays. Can we buy tickets? I don't know the answer to that. That's above my pay grade. Do you know the answer?
I don't
to that,
believe
Ryan?
you can.
No, you can't buy tickets.
Shoot this game show host in all capital letters.
Wow. I took a dark turn.
Ryan says, I'm still listening. I texted about the real estate being investing. Oh, that was your teammate, Blankers, if you wanted to. His number's in there for what it's worth.
Okay.
He did say earlier he heard. I don't know what that means. Coca-Cola sells more beer, more than beer overall, particularly when considering global sales. Yes, investing includes the stock market, but it's important to understand that the stock market is just one avenue for investing. There you go. There you go. Branham, are we serious? Donuts? Is that a bad answer? The donut? I said donuts.
No, you didn't say donuts. Donuts was on the board, but it wasn't your answer.
I did say donuts.
Yeah, I did.
For which
For
one?
the 6
Fried
pack or
food?
12 pack. Oh, no, fried food. That's
food.
right, for fried food.
Oh, see, there was another answer where donuts was on the board. I thought.
So not that question.
Not that.
But is
okay.
that a bad answer for fried food? Donuts?
I mean, it is fried.
I don't think that's a bad answer.
It's a bad answer.
I
It
feel
wouldn't have
like
been my number one.
We
but
definitely dropped the ball not knowing fried
I think
chicken.
eggplant,
That was bad.
which is up there, is a bad
eggplant's
answer.
weird.
I
Yeah.
don't think donuts is a bad answer. I mean, the spinach artichoke dip the other day, that was a choke job. But donuts not a bad answer. Plus, I've won this game every time we've played, man.
Not
How
true.
you getting on to me? How did y'all not get chicken? That was rough. We should have gotten chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the number. I mean,
Especially
Joel at least
you.
got fries for that one.
What do you
The
mean, especially me?
self-proclaimed
What are you
wing
saying?
connoisseur.
What are you saying right now?
Because you're the
Why are you making those kind of
self-proclaimed wing
stereotypes?
expert.
Oh, chicken wings.
Yes.
I like mine baked.
I understand.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't. I really hate them baked. They have to be fried. They're better. Congratulations, Kim. Congratulations. Yeah, beer on me.
At the listener
In
party
fact,
where they're free.
I'm buying every listener a beer. That's how much I love all of you. I'm buying all of you a beer at the.
It's very big of you.
ESPN
Ryan,
appreciation
text back
party.
in same number that you just texted in with your email address. I'm going to see what I can do for you.
There you go.
How about that?
All right, let's get to our car wreck. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Let's get to our car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
compete against each other.
Oh. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. We're going to be out tomorrow, Brickhouse Tavern and Tap in Humble. Come out, join us Friday. That's tomorrow, noon to 6 at Brickhouse Tavern and Tap in Humble as the summer circuit continues tomorrow. Join us every week as we visit different restaurants all over Houston. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo team at the broadcast. Be nice, smile on your face, that sort of thing. When is our last one, Brian? When is the raffle? When is the drawing?
I think it's the last week in August.
I think it goes through August.
I know we have El Tiempo next week.
There we go.
Just to look ahead.
You're running out of time, Houston.
There's some food.
Yep. And drink.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Should be very good.
You'll be on that remote then, huh?
Oh, hell yeah.
Look at that. Look how that happens.
Shocker.
Look how that happens.
I think I would try to hack into the Google Doc and make the change if it wasn't that way.
All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is yours? Blinkers.
My first one, Phil Maton, doing the Astros a solid last night. Started his outing for the Rangers, his new team, with 2 outs in the 8th inning. And then proceeded to strike out 3 in a row on 9 pitches. Then with 2 outs in the 9th, he allowed homer, hit by pitch, walk, and go-ahead 3-run blast to allow the Diamondbacks to beat the Rangers.
That's not good.
Not good at all.
Not good at all.
Nope.
Do you have any others?
Yep, I got another one. Savannah, Georgia TV station covering the Falcons joint practice in which quarterback Michael Penix got in a fight. While he was discussing it, they put a graphic underneath Mr. Penix's last name, and the X was replaced by an S.
So what does that spell?
You can do the educated
I'm more of a numbers
deductive
guy.
reasoning.
I'm a numbers guy, Blinkers.
Well, if any of us on the show, given recent
It's
track
true. If
record,
anyone's gonna say
I
it,
think
it would
Jeremy
be you.
is the most likely to say it.
I have no idea what that means.
Oh, we'll find out in a minute.
What? Again? I'm going to filibuster. I've never
I
filibustered
can just play it on the
before.
way out. You can't stop that.
I guess you're right. Joe George coming up next. I heard he wants to start a few minutes early tonight.
Oh, is that what you heard?
Last call at 6 o'clock. I'm going to nominate the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns are racking up a no-bill team. Well, what is that? We remember Deshaun Watson, all his sexual misconduct allegations. He got no-billed, right? So Deshaun Watson's a Cleveland Brown. Quinshon Judkins got no-billed today. No charges. He's the Brown running back that they drafted out of Ohio State. He's also in the Browns. You remember Isaiah Bond's story? Remember he didn't get drafted? Sexual assault case?
Yeah.
Well, he ended up getting no-billed today. You know who signed Isaiah Bond
I'm
today?
guessing the Browns.
Cleveland
The
Browns.
Cleveland Browns are building an all-pro no-bill team.
They've
Deshaun
also,
You think
handed
Miles
off to
Garrett gets
Judkins,
no billed for all of his
throwing to
traffic
Bond.
tickets?
My goodness.
They've also had
No.
Kareem Hunt in the past. Josh Gordon.
What is the owner's gas station? Flying J?
Flying J, yeah.
I don't
The
go to those
Haslam's?
places anymore. My goodness. All no-bill team. These Cleveland Browns. So I nominate them. The Eagles had Gilly the Kid. You know who Gilly the Kid is?
Who?
Mm-hmm. Thinks he's a great basketball player. And
Does he?
know it all and everything.
I don't know anything about
that
him.
guy?
The only thing I know about Gilly the Kid is he's an influencer. You know, these are the circles I keep. And
Like
he
Alex
wears
Earl.
the big hat, the oversized hat.
That makes him stand out because he wears the big hat?
How many people do you see walking down the street wearing a big hat every single second of their life, Brian?
I've never seen him wearing a big hat, so it doesn't help him stand
I
out at
want to
all.
say he's got hoop game too. Like he's played in
pretty
the
good.
G League and stuff.
That's where
Or
the G comes
against
from.
G Leaguers, yeah.
But he's just he's at Philadelphia Eagle Camp, walking around joint practices with staffers. We're just letting these TikTok influencers have their rule of the roost.
I mean, remember a couple years ago when the Browns were in Hard Knocks and they had Brad Paisley come out and give that really weak fire-up speech? Is that any different?
Yeah, he's a real life person. This guy's a TikTok influencer.
So, this guy's not alive? He doesn't have a pulse?
No, he's alive. But one's a country music legend.
Brad
and
Paisley's not a legend.
One's on TikTok.
He's
where
got
only
a hit or
1%
two.
of
He's
the
not a
country has
legend.
TikTok.
Eh,
Paisley's more popular than Gilly the Kid.
fair, but he's not a legend.
No,
That was a stretch.
I was having liberties.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you admitted it.
I was selling a little bit. But he's far more popular than Gilly the Kid. And he's out there taking snaps under center, also having liberties. But he does think that Jalen Hurts is great, so that's okay.
Should move him up your list.
The Twins family. Did you see this? How do you say this? The Pollards? How do you pronounce their last name? I think it's
you
the
got
Pollards.
close to a slur there.
Did I?
Yes. You got real close. You
What
got like
slur?
one letter off.
What slur?
Joel knows.
I'm not saying it.
I'm not saying it because it's a slur.
Spell it.
No.
Wait,
You're
anyways.
You're not going to get me, Branham.
The Pollards, the family.
Careful.
I don't even know what I'm close to doing. I really don't. The Twins family
There we
that
go.
owns the team, they decided to. They said, "Psych, we're not selling the team." So they had this fire sale. They're dumping all this money, and then, oh yeah, we're gonna keep the baseball team. And
you
then
think
Brian
that covers their butt to just be cheap and get rid of contracts?
I don't know, man. It's weird. And then also Brian Lalima for blasting children. He was getting on to people for posting back to school pictures on social media.
Did.
Yeah, he also deleted the tweet. Which, if you're gonna stand on business, stand on business.
Trying
if you're
to
gonna have that
police
take, have
photos.
that take. But if you're gonna have it, have it.
Telling people
Don't
to
have
stop
it.
looking for
Don't have it, then the
run
backlash makes
by
you
posting
delete.
your kids back to school.
Bad
first thing.
take, but own the take. All right, what you got, Brian? I'll concede. So I don't want to poo-poo that. I thought people were magnifying the highlight a little bit too much. But it's not diminishing what I think of Kate Stover as a blocker. I think he is a very good blocker, even though he wants to raise cattle and sell meat professionally.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it. Actually, I admire it. I'm going to order some of his steak. meat. I'm going to order
He's
some of
trying
his
to
steak.
step on it.
Well, he did find a way to
stepped
kibosh
on it. Yeah,
I'm going to order his steak. I'm going to do that. All right, what wins?
You admiring Kate Stover's meat.
His steak. It's cattle. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian.
That's not what I heard.
More mediocre work from Brian. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston, from Humble. Brickcast Tavern and Tap coming your way, noon to 6 tomorrow. Keep it here. Last call, Joe George, right now on ESPN 97.5.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and AJ hanging out with you for the next hour. You're welcome into the show at 713-780-3776. Also on, text line, call in, whatever you want. YouTube, ESPN Houston, and twitch.tv/ESPN975. We've got a lot to get to today. We're going to talk some Astros, of course, here to start the show. How much faith you have in them winning the AL West this year. Some, Mariners lost today, so that, tie in the division has quickly gone away for the Mariners, at least. We'll talk about the Texans, kind of expectations for this team. Plus, I came up with a list of the players or coaches that have the most to prove in 2025. And then we'll have my good buddy on, Michael Connor, who does Astros post-game shows and Texans post-game shows for Locked On Sports. And then we'll kind of rapid fire through a bunch of stuff, including something that I never thought I would read that I just read, which was the Little League World Series having to put out a statement condemning gambling on the Little League World Series, which is strange. So we'll get to that later in the show, because I could honestly talk about that right now for 10 minutes, but that might be a me subject, not a we subject, I would say. But let's talk about the Astros. So the Mariners lose again today, so you're going to be, a game and a half up in the division right now. You've lost Josh Hader for who knows how long. It feels like it's going to be the entire season. Tomorrow on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel, you can catch Inside the Icebox, my Astros podcast with Jeremy Branham, where we'll kind of go through how the Astros can fix the situation or how they can play through it. And we'll talk a little bit about that here. But my question for this right now is just, what is your confidence level in the Astros winning the West this year with everything that's happened, having a sizable lead in the division, having all of these guys get hurt, adding Josh Hader to that list? Yes, Christian Javier is back. Spencer Arrighetti is back. Luis Garcia looks like he could be back soon. I don't know where all those guys fit in. We'll get into that too. But if I was going to just put it on a 1 to 10 scale, 10 being as confident as I can possibly be that the Houston Astros are going to win AL West, 1 being no shot at all, I hate to be the man in the middle, but at this point, it feels like a 5. And the reason why I don't think you can feel super confident either way is honestly just because of the injuries. Eugenio Suarez has not been great for the Mariners, which shouldn't be too shocking because his numbers weren't great in Seattle before he was traded away, and they haven't been really that good since he's been back. But they have a good offense. They have good pitching. They have some guys in the bullpen. So the Mariners are a legit threat to the Astros. The odds just flipped again recently. The other day I looked at it, the Mariners were a minus 105 to win the AL West. The Astros were minus 115. That's flipped again to where a lot of money, it looks like, came in on the Astros to win the West. They're back up to a minus 155. So they are the clear betting favorite right now to win the division. But the Mariners are good. And honestly, with the way that the Major League Baseball season is shaking out, it really feels like, to me, any team in the American League can go to the World Series this year. And I think that does include the Seattle Mariners, unfortunately. But for the Astros, they've just continued to weather the storm and do it in a way that's so impressive. The fact that you have Boston, who is going to be a playoff team this year, and you went out there, you beat them 2 out of 3 games. Yes, the middle game was ugly. Chas McCormick was on the mound at one point, pitching to his old teammate Alex Bregman. But with what we've seen from Carlos Correa so far, it's been a little up and down for Jesus Sanchez, but Pena continues to roll, and you have those 2 guys at the top in Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. The Astros, even with all these injuries, including the one to Josh Hader, have absolutely a very good chance to win the division. Again, could it flip the other way, and could Seattle continue to play very well, even though they just lost the series to the Baltimore Orioles? Yes, but there's 2 races this year that are, it's good for baseball that finally you have 2 divisions that look like they're going to be ultra competitive between the Astros and the Mariners, and then you have the Padres and the Dodgers, which they are separated by a game right now. The fact that as of this moment, the Dodgers are not ahead in the NL West is shocking. It's mostly like the Astros because of injury, but it's just, I'm very curious on both of them. Obviously, we care much more about what the Astros are going to be doing in this division going forward, not what the Mariners are, but I just wonder where things go from here, because it's hard not to be a pessimist, AJ, also, and not think that there's another injury to happen at some point. It's just gone so wrong for this team in so many ways, health-wise. It's hard to feel like everyone's just going to keep coming back, and you're not going to have another shoe drop at some point. So we'll wait and see. Now, in terms of replacing Josh Hader, which my gut reaction is it's the rest of the season. I mean, when Joe Espada is having to say basically they didn't like the first version of what the doctor said, so they're going to get a second opinion. It doesn't sound like this shoulder injury is something that's going to be able to easily be, dealt with at this point in the season. Like, it just feels like you have to assume the worst for him, a player who's been largely healthy his entire career. But the good thing for the Astros, when I think about the terms of winning the division, is you have Brian Abreu. Brian Abreu on the back end is a closer on more than half the teams across Major League Baseball. Like, that's a guy that's going to be able to go out there and get it done, and you feel pretty confident in him. And this is where I think Joe Espada, who is currently, in terms of the odds, the third best odds to win AL Manager of the Year, I think he should be first. I know what Schneider's doing in Toronto, like to go from last to first is impressive, but what the Astros have dealt with this year, I would give it to Joe Espada. I wouldn't even question it with everything that's happened. But Joe Espada's going to have to earn his money's worth here going forward, because without Josh Hader, whether it's going lefty-righty and focusing on that, still bringing in Brian Abreu in the 8th inning, if let's say you are playing the Seattle Mariners in a series, like you probably want him out there in the 8th to face Cal Raleigh instead of having them out there in the 9th to face lesser hitters. So it just complicates everything. It's a bummer, and all we now can do, AJ, is cross our fingers and hope for the best that players are going to start coming back, because it's been brutal.
Right. You hope that you've already dealt with the worst part, and then at this point you're able to get guys back and just go on a great run into the postseason, honestly.
And Yordan Alvarez, I don't know. I don't know with Yordan. I mean, the stuff from that we're hearing from Dana Brown about, like, he's slowly being ramped up. It's not about pain tolerance. He's taking batting practice this weekend in West Palm Beach. Maybe he's getting closer. I mean, I guess, and the way Joe Espada phrased it was he could face live batting practice this weekend. The fact that it still could and not will, it's still just this giant mystery for him. Like, I'm not banking on Yordan Alvarez coming back for the Astros. You can't assume that's going to happen.
No, you can't. Even if he does come back, what percentage will he be as well, too?
Now, Frank, the good thing about Yordan is that even if he's, 50%.
Yeah.
Like, the lineup you end up putting out is probably still better with him in it. Now, Yiner has been much, much better as of late. Like, he's really turned his season around, and you feel good about him at the plate once again, because it was a struggle for a while. But, like, where Yordan fits in is obviously it's a much easier question than figuring out this rotation stuff, because the rotation, and this isn't really about winning the division, it's just a numbers game at this point from what I'm looking at here. And Jeremy and I have a pretty good conversation about this coming up tomorrow, where you have Hunter Brown, you have Framber Valdez, that's easy 1-2. You have Christian Javier, that's the easy number 3. Arrighetti to me is the easy number 4. But then you have, Jason Alexander. You have Luis Garcia getting closer to coming back. Like, he looked much better. His velocity was better in his last start. And then there's the ghost of Lance McCullers, which I don't think is a factor into this season, but he's also out there at some point. Like, I don't know what is actually, if we actually should expect him. Frankly, I don't want to. I think it's honestly in the best interest of the Houston Astros if Lance McCullers does not pitch again for this team, because he becomes a roster crunch. I don't know where you fit him into the rotation. I don't think you want to use him in the bullpen. I just think the Astros are better off without him. It's nothing against Lance personally, but just where he's at, his season, his career, Jason Alexander's a better option. Luis Garcia feels like a better option. Arrighetti and Javier are definitely better options than Lance McCullers. So I know it's going to be interesting to see kind of just how this all plays out. So, AJ, I'll ask you the question I started with. What's your confidence level at this point that the Houston Astros are going to win the AL West?
I think right now it's probably in that 5 to 6 range as well, too.
Yeah. Because if you feel stronger than that in either direction, the negative side is the injuries. Like, right. That's why if someone wants to say a 1 or a 2, it's like I can get there mentally. I can say, okay, I see where you're coming from. to have a 9 or 10 reaction, it's ifs and buts and what's ifs and returns of what you're banking on with less than like 42 something left at this point, games left in the season, where you're hoping that all these guys can come back and AJ, as you pointed out with Jordan Alvarez, can actually be effective. We'll wait and see. But like I think 5 or 6 is the number right now, unless you are the most pessimistic or optimistic Astros fan right now. And I hope that changes. Like I mean, maybe this series here is a sign of things to come with Seattle. I mean, like Baltimore is a weird one where they've obviously have played well below their expectations this year. And maybe like they're going to get their groove together at the right time. But the Mariners had won 7 straight games going into this series, and then won 8 straight games overall before losing the last 2 games 5-3 and 4-3 to the Orioles. And fortunately for the Mariners here, they do play the Mets, who are unraveling mightily at this point. There's a lot of those teams. I guess you could put the Astros in that category in a way because of the way their division league collapsed on itself. But between teams like more in the National League, like the Mets and the Cubs, who are their seasons are turning into total disasters. I don't know, this feels like a very exciting time for baseball, right as football starts.
Yeah, it's perfect timing.
Yeah, perfect.
And college football too, getting close. Yeah.
I'm so ready for college football. Like that first week of the season, all these ranked games. The AP Top 25 came out today, but that first real week of the season has some awesome matchups. I mean, you've got Texas, Ohio State, Lee Corso's last game. You've got the week ends with Notre Dame and Miami.
Oh yeah.
Sunday Night
Your team.
Football. Yeah, we'll see. I'm a little nervous about that one. I mean, just because I don't know what to expect from Carson Beck, and I don't know who the Notre Dame quarterback is going to be at this point. But you also on Saturday night have Clemson LSU. So there are great games just all over the place. And yes, you have your Oregons, Montana States, but there's also some great games. And look, I mean, even like Alabama, Florida State, I think is really intriguing in that first weekend of college football as well. So it's unfortunate for baseball that the best time of the season is when all the other good sports really get kicking and get going. I mean, it feels like today more people cared about an NBA schedule, which means even less than an NFL schedule, except for the Philadelphia 76ers, who have like 16 back-to-backs or something like that.
With Joel Embiid.
That felt like a message almost.
Yeah, low-key.
It's just like, hey, man, like, we're going to screw you guys here between him and Paul George. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll talk some Texans when we get back. Who is the most to prove this upcoming season for the Houston Texans? You can let me know your thoughts at 713-780-3776. It can be a coach, it can be a player, it can be a position group, whatever you want to call it. That's next year on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Back here on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George here with you until 7 o'clock. Myself and AJ hanging out with you. We just talked some Houston Astros, but let's talk about the Texans right now. So the Texans held their joint practice today with the Carolina Panthers. If you want good vibes, just read all the Texans reporters. If you want things to seem worse than they probably were, read all the Panthers reporters, because it seems that everybody had a good day at camp. I don't know. It just feels like the Panthers reporters were glowing about what they were doing at camp. The Texans were glowing about what they were doing at camp. It was some down the middle stuff, but we'll see. Speaking of college football real quick here, things I don't understand that I just saw. The Big 12 voted 15-1 today to issue 15-yard penalties to teams after a third instance of throwing items on the field. The one team obviously against this was Texas Tech because they throw tortillas on the field. So it's not going to stop their tradition. Their athletic director has already said that. But it is going to be the warning shot when they do it to start every game. That's your warning. So, one drunk college kid has a tortilla in his pocket, saves it for the fourth quarter, 15-yard penalty. I don't like this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. I don't like this rule. This is like horns down.
Basically.
What are we penalizing this for? This is like when they talk about in college basketball trying to fine schools or punish schools for rushing the court.
Yeah, it's too extreme.
First of all, there's no way to do it in basketball because, unless you're going to give techs for the next game if there's a court storming, which that would be weird because, you're going to penalize someone the next game. You're not going to suspend players because they have nothing to do with it. So there's really nothing you can do about it in college basketball. But in college football, it's they throw tortillas on the field, 15-yard penalty. Why? What are we trying? You've already ruined Big 12. Plenty of college traditions. Look at your conference. The teams that have left it. Oklahoma left you. A&M left you. Texas left you. Is Texas Tech going to leave for the Big Ten in a couple of years? And it's be well, they banned our tortillas. So we had to leave. The disrespect that happened. So I think that's a dumb thing. Sometimes I think college athletics, they try way too hard to fix things that literally don't need to be fixed. We'll put this there at the top of the list now. All right, let's talk about the Houston Texans. So, again, they had their inter-squad practice today versus the Panthers. We'll wait and see how many guys play this weekend. I'm curious. I would like to see most of them play this weekend, at least in some capacity. I think it's dumb to not have your starters play, significant, semi-significant, snaps. And to me, that means about a quarter for a preseason football compared to what it's been. I like the way it used to be, where it was first preseason game, maybe a possession, second preseason game, maybe a quarter, third preseason game, a half, fourth quarter, nothing. I thought that was a great method to do it. Obviously, that's gone away quite a bit. So I would like to see C.J. Stroud and these guys out there this weekend. We did see some stuff that was positive. I think in the first preseason game, some of the play design, specifically the rollout to Davis Mills left when he threw the touchdown pass, that's something that, we apparently they've been showing a lot in camp. So some of that stuff is positive. But the question is, who is the most approved this year for the Houston Texans? Player, coach, position group, whatever. Text here right away from the 832. Nick Caserio has the most approved this year. He made more than a questionable move by trading Tunsil and patched the O-line together with a bunch of cast-offs. It was the most glaring weakness last year and has probably got worse. So I am with you. I have Nick Caserio number 2 on my list. Because some of these are going to be good things to. You can take it both ways. Some are going to be who has the most approved in a positive way, who's most approved in a negative way. Nick Caserio, we know he can draft wide receivers. We know he's super savvy with contracts. We saw it with Stingley getting ahead of Sauce Gardner. What happened with Jaden Higgins? They're going to take it. They're going to get to Stroud early. They're going to get to Will Anderson early. They're going to do the best they can. They're, no offense, AJ, not going to be the Cowboys. And they're going to get in when they can as soon as possible with that. But Nick Caserio with the offensive line, He traded Tunsil, like the texter said. He's put together a patchwork. But I also put him on there, not just for the offensive line, also with the coaching decision to keep Cole Popovich. So let Cole Popovich stay on after you fired your offensive line coach last year to then bring this group of players together and say Cole Popovich and Nick Caley, who definitely feels like a Nick Caserio hire, those are the moves you're going to make. Because if there was ever a question about, like, if a hot seat question ever comes up this season, my gut tells me that people who are wanting to talk about Texans and hot seats are going to look at Nick Caserio because of what happened with the offensive line and what they did or did not do. So I think that's a great one. So that was number 2 on my list. Let's go out to the phone lines. Here, the HRMP listener line. Keith, what you got, man?
Hey, Joe, Texas player who I think has a lot to prove this season with Robert Woods and some other guys who moved on. I think it's Dalton Schultz. You know, he's big contract to come out here. He's kind of been subpar since he's got here. The Cowboys, you know, seemingly made the right move to let him go because they had their eyes set on Ferguson, who they just paid a few weeks ago. I think Schultz needs to step it up. You know, like, you know, Kirk and Nico are going to hopefully, you know, take on some targets, and Nico is set to have a monster season. But Schultz has got to pick up the slack for what he's getting paid.
Keith, I think that's a great point. Also because I've talked about this with Will Kunkel on Swarmcast, our Texans podcast. Cade Stover, who has not played a lot of tight end in his career, has had a positive camp so far. He has a connection with C.J. Stroud. And now the Brevin Jordan injury, I think, also adds to your point, Keith, that now that Brevin Jordan's out for another season, you have more pressure on Schultz and you have more pressure on Stover. And the other Nick Caserio move that you can critique at this point really easily is the contract of Dalton Schultz, that he looks like he's very overpaid based on his performance last season. So I think that's a really good one to have on there. I've been in fantasy football leagues, either dynasty or not. Basically, my strategy is I'm betting on Dalton Schultz not being good. And basically my last pick every time I take it, I'm taking Cade Stover. Like, if he's still on the board, he is like my last pick. You know, the spot you reserved for Tim Tebow back in the day. Like, I now have stashed for Cade Stover. Like, just in case he breaks out this year, he's like the potential breakout player of the guys who are currently on the roster. Like, it's probably not Dameon Pierce. It's probably not Mechie. Could be Hutchinson. A lot of speculation that John Mechie went up to Bryce Young and told him to come get him. It would make a lot of sense for both sides. I will say, like, if I was the Carolina Panthers, trading for John Mechie would be a very smart move. He has a relationship with Bryce Young. The Texans are not. I don't think Mechie's going to make the roster. So my number one, before we'll get to the next call that's coming in right now, my number one player with the most to prove. This one's going to be more positive. But also, did the pedestal that we put you on, was it correct or were we wrong? Like, a lot of people have given media in Houston, on this station specifically, a lot of grief about how we crowned C.J. Stroud after 1 year. And year 2 was obviously a disappointment, but going into this upcoming season, like, the most to prove, I think C.J. Stroud is number 1 on that list. And the reason is not that he needs to prove he's worth a $60 million contract, because he's going to get that no matter what. It's, okay, on the Killer Bees top 10 quarterbacks list they came out with, C.J. Stroud was the 10th quarterback. On Mike Sando's quarterback tier list, which he was on with Paul Gallant today, you can catch that on our YouTube channel as well, he was tied for 9th with the guy who just won a Super Bowl. On the NFL Top 100, C.J. Stroud was ranked as the 39th best player in the NFL, and one of the most egregious things I've ever seen, only because there's no way on planet Earth Will Anderson should be ranked behind him. That's a joke. Like, Will Anderson, no offense to CJ, Will Anderson, way better than CJ Stroud. So who has the most to prove this year? The number 1 on my list is CJ Stroud, more in a positive way of, like, are you really that dude? Because he's good, but, like, are you that guy? Number 2 is kind of the offensive line and Nick Caley and Nick Caserio, I guess, with the decisions he has made with that group. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line again. Let's bring in Jeff. Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, you kind of just took the words out of my mouth. I think all the pressure And who needs to prove the most is going to be either D'Amico or the offensive line coach. I don't think CJ is going to appreciate being on his back again. If he's on his back like he was last year, I think he's going to be thinking about possibly going somewhere else when his contract is up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll ever see. I mean, no, he's got a smart agent. He's got Mulugeta. They're back in that business. Just like Micah Parsons right now. I mean, David Mulugeta is like, he's the guy who makes the world go round. Jalen Ramsey, Deshaun Watson, now Micah Parsons, CJ Stroud. I don't think it would be that, but I think it does add to what I was saying earlier about, like, if it doesn't get better, at some point, someone's going to speak up. Like it seems like last year, which is after the season, during the season, basically players and Cole Popovich basically being like, I don't know what these guys are doing in terms of the offensive line coach, Chris Strausser and Bobby Slowick. If it's bad again this year, like this is where, if I'm CJ Stroud, I'm knocking on the Hannah. This ain't working. Like we gotta fix this, especially because CJ Stroud is gonna get a 60, 65. It could be $70 million contract by the time it's time.
Insane.
Like it's gonna get harder and harder and harder to bring in talent. And one of your second round picks, Blake Fisher, can't make is not on the field. And Juice Scruggs hasn't worked out great. He's been okay. Jarrett Patterson hasn't worked out great. He's been okay. But what happens? Like, what's the next move for the offensive line if it doesn't improve this year with Nick Caley and Cole Popovich now in charge? All right. Well, we'll table my next two. We'll save those for tomorrow because we're here with you again tomorrow from 6 to 7 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we'll take a break here. When we get back, we'll talk some Astros with my good friend Michael Connor, who does post-game shows for Locked On Sports for the Astros, Texans, and Rockets. MC joins us next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you're listening to Last Call, and right now we go out to the HRMP guest line. Welcome in my good friend, Michael Connor, on Twitter at Connor Michael. You can catch him on YouTube after every single Astros game, pretty much every single Astros game, on the Locked On Astros YouTube channel, doing a 15 to 20-minute post-game show, as well as Locked On Texans, their post-game shows as well. Him, Stan Norfleet, and Wade Smith. What's up, Michael? How you doing, brother?
How dare you disrespect the Houston Rockets and not even mention them? There.
I mean, I know.
I don't know what's worse.
I know the schedule came out today, but come on, it's not Rockets season.
Oh, did it? I haven't even looked yet. I'm in the car driving. I'll have to look at that when I get home.
A lot of national TV games. That's the bullet points. 28.
What a shock!
Yeah,
you get a headline player. You're gonna get national television games. What a concept.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a Rockets question first, then.
Okay.
Do you find it strange there hasn't been a press conference yet for Kevin Durant? Because I do.
Yes, but no. I think Kevin Durant is getting what Kevin Durant wants, and he doesn't want to talk to the media. So he's not going to have a press conference.
He's got a burger.
You'll see him in media days.
Yeah, he's got a new burger now at Showburger, but he doesn't have a press conference yet. All right, so I started the show asking this question: just scale 1 to 10, 1 being it's going to end in a disaster, 10 you're not worried about the Mariners at all. What's your confidence level right now that the Houston Astros are going to win the AL West?
5.
That's
right
what
in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that, look, the Josh Hader thing is, I think that's going to suck. That's going to suck really bad. I mean, you're going for second opinion. Like, I'm thinking that this dude's done for the year. I hope I'm wrong, but I will say, the lineup is definitely coming around a little bit, right? Like that's a positive. At some point, we think Jordan Alvarez isn't going to be a dead person. He's going to actually be alive and in a batter's box. So, okay, maybe they'll be able to hit the ball. Christian Javier coming back is nice, but I think that I do think Seattle, what goes up comes down, right? Like they got hot there for a second, now they come back down. The Astros have been down for a minute. Maybe the ebbs and flows of it, they'll get hot for a second. I still think if it comes down to the crunch time of who's going to win it, I'll pick the Astros just because they don't crumble typically like the Mariners do, but I'm not feeling giddy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think with all these injuries, it's hard to feel anything but a sense of uneasiness. I mean, I'm curious how much Mariners baseball you're watching. I feel like everyone does it a little bit differently, or just scoreboard watching, because it feels so important now that even today, people are tweeting out and waiting for hoping just the Orioles game that was on a 2-hour rain delay with the Mariners just got canceled. It didn't. The Orioles just won. But it feels like there is a level of uneasiness this year. But I do think it's fair, even though I'm with you, that a 5 is right where I would put it in terms of confidence that the Astros are going to win the division.
Yeah, I think getting Jordan back is going to make people feel better, obviously, number one. And I do think that the pitching will come around, the starting pitching, compared to where it has been, just because of the guys that I mentioned. I don't have a lot of faith in Eric Getty being super consistent, but I think more than anything, it always comes back to look at Seattle. Seattle's the same team. It's kind of like the Yankees. The Yankees do this every year where they come out and they go blazing hot early on, and then they stink later on. I think the Mariners, they do this same kind of thing where they stink early, then they get good, and then they fall apart a little bit. Why? Because over all the years, they don't do anything to change what they do. They strike out a lot. They sure hit a lot of home runs. They do pitch well, but they're the exact same team every season. They're literally beating their head into the wall and hoping it gets a different result, which it could. It's baseball. It's a stupid sport. But I don't think that they're going to end up getting the results they want.
Obviously, there's a lot of questions, I think, at this point now with just what happens with the rotation. I mean, you have Fromber, Hunter Brown, Javier, Eric Getty, 1 through 4. But Jason Alexander has pitched well. Luis Garcia feels like he's close to coming back. Maybe Lance McCullers still plays into the rotation at some point this year. I think it's better if he doesn't, but it's still possible. What is your feel on just how this rotation kind of shakes out over the next, 40 days, assuming everyone's healthy?
Yeah, I think, you mentioned those 4 guys, and I'm interested to see what Luis Garcia looks like. Let me hear what you think on this. This is my thought. Are we about to hear DFA Lance McCullers? You think that's real?
Yes.
I think so too. I think that's where we're headed. I think they get guys back. Maybe they're nice and they just put him on the injured list and say he's done for the year, or they put him he's on the injured list. Maybe they transfer him over, his finger's got to get amputated or something. I don't think he pitches to the Astros again. I really don't. And maybe I'm wrong because he's got 2 years, $17 million left, but I don't think that he factors at all. If Garcia can give you anything worth, what he used to be, then I think you're probably in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, with Lance, it's I don't know, Michael. It's like, what do you do with this guy? I mean, he's making a good amount of money. He's not one of your best 5 pitchers, 6 pitchers on the roster right now. I take Jason Alexander over him. If Brandon Walter comes back this year, he's in front of him. So if Lance doesn't want to move to the bullpen, and you also might not want to have him in the bullpen anyways, I just don't know what the other option is besides DFA or fake injury. And it's unfortunate because we know Lance a little bit. He's a great guy, but the baseball player is just not what it used to be. And I don't think there's any reason to believe at this point it's going to come back and be meaningful.
No, I agree. I don't think that there's any reason to believe that. I don't think that he'll transition well to a bullpen. I don't think his career is going to be over. Somebody else is going to give him a shot, but I could see his career being over soon. I know that sounds wild to some, but there is some talent still in the arm. There's still stuff there. And maybe we're being a little bit unfair, jumping to conclusions really quickly. I don't know, but I don't see a role. I don't see a role with the Astros this season for sure.
If you had to pick one of those starters, though, the other guys, so Alexander, Garcia, I guess Arrighetti you could throw into the mix, depending on how much you like everyone else, that you would like to see transition into a bullpen role as a long relief guy or someone that maybe do similar to what Christian Javier did a couple years ago. Is there one that you would prefer to see in the bullpen?
Maybe just because he's coming off of injury, Garcia. I don't know for sure, though. Part of me is intrigued by Alexander. I like the changeup and everything. But I think that they definitely need to get one of those guys out there to give them some weight. Because that's the other, they're playing this game and you got Javier back. We knew Javier, when he came back, or when he pitched even before he came back, he was always a guy that wouldn't go deep into games. And then they go and they get, Arrighetti back. He's never a guy that's going to be consistently deep into games. So, having one of them for sure out there, to me, has to happen. But I think right now, if I put my money on, I guess I'd say Alexander at the moment. He's intrigued me.
Yeah, I think Luis Garcia is interesting too because I know it's the minors, and it's rehab starts, but if they really envisioned him coming in out of that role, wouldn't you potentially try that in Sugarland at least a little bit? They're having him start games, and maybe it doesn't mean a lot, but to ask him to do something he's only done a small handful of times, and even when he did it in the 18-inning game, he pitched 5 innings that night, 4 innings in that game. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this season plays out. I don't know. I feel like they're going to make the playoffs, but could they go home in 2 games or could they win the World Series? I feel like the answer is still yes to both those questions.
I do too. I think the league, especially I think the American League stinks this year.
Yeah.
I don't want to downplay what Toronto's done at all, but I don't look at a single team in the American League and go, oh, they scare the Jesus out of me. I think they're all beatable, every single one of them, and they can win the American League, no doubt.
I think the only team I feel good about right now, honestly, is I feel pretty good about the Padres, just overall, and the Phillies. But everything, and probably the Phillies are number 1. That's my pick right now to win the World Series this year, based on what they have in their lineup and their rotation. They added to their bullpen, but everything else is just, it's so wide open. You've seen multiple teams blow major leagues and major leads in their division, from the Cubs to the Dodgers to the Astros. They're just all falling apart at one time. I don't believe in the Brewers.
What? How could you do that to the Brewers? The Brewers are over there crushing everybody. That's just disrespectful because you don't like them.
That's right. I don't. And they're cheaters, and they might not be cheating now, but they've cheated in the past. So
everybody's cheating in the sport, Joe. You know this. Yeah. The Red Sox are still cheating. Look at the year Alex Bregman's having. You convinced that that's normal? Sure.
What do you make of just now that you're, we're 2 weeks removed almost? I guess it's 2 weeks. How is it still? Are you still adjusting to seeing Carlos Correa at third base?
No, I think it feels right. I've never been happier in my life than the day that he got traded back. Because he was always my favorite player, and always will be. I did realize how much I missed watching him throw a baseball across a diamond, though. And it's even better. Like he looks like he's getting comfortable at the plate, doesn't he? He looks really good. I think he's going to figure it out and be a force. And it'll be interesting to see how Joe Espada, when and if they get Jordan back, how they figure out the lineup and getting all that going. But he's looking good, and I don't think we talked about him a lot either, really anywhere. Altuve's been swinging the bat well, and he doesn't look like a washed 35-year-old all of a sudden. So, maybe they'll actually be a good offensive team.
How much have you thought about next year with Correa, Paredes, Walker, Altuve, Urias, all these guys? How much have you put thought into what that infield's going to look like in 2026?
I think you have to trade Paredes. Why would you keep him? Everybody's brought up, well, you can play him at first base, I guess, but nobody's going to take Christian Walker's contract. And do you want to actually give up the great defense that you have? I know people laugh at that, but they are an unbelievable defensive baseball team. They just go out there and watch them. I think you trade Paredes, and I think the most interesting thing is what the heck are you going to do with Altuve? He needs to be a DH. That's what he needs to be.
He can't.
Jordan Alvarez is going to have to play DH.
Yeah, he can't.
Do what?
He can't. He can't be the DH. That's Jordan. There's no way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you do? What do you do? Because you can play Altuve in left field at home. I don't want him roaming around in left field on the road. He stinks. He can't. Is there a bigger butcher in the sport right now than Jose Altuve? Just because I know I don't know if his hands turned into bricks as he's gotten older. It's incredible.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the Altuve Jordan thing. It always kind of felt inevitable that you're going to have a collision course at some point where you want Altuve to be your everyday DH, but you also don't want Jordan Alvarez to be in the field. And I don't know what the solution is for that unless you move one of them. And I think the
solution is you're going to play Jordan in left field way more than you want to.
Yes, I think that's the easiest solution. Unless you feel comfortable with Jordan in left. I mean, with Altuve in left. Maybe another offseason, he continues to just get better at it with time. And he's been fine. I don't feel like Altuve's cost the Astros any games this year in left field. I do feel like the plan has worked pretty well in terms of just hiding him from everything else.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been like it's bad by any means. It's just, you watch him and you can definitely tell he's got some huge deficiencies as a defender. Obviously, there's not a huge arm out there. It's been better than I thought it'd be, but, he's made some plays. It's just you'd prefer to play him at home. But, yeah, maybe he can get better. He's dedicated enough. I know that. We all know that. That would be the perfect solution, is that you feel good enough to at least play him there majority of the time.
All right, so because you've got a million things going on, I'm just going to let you promote what you want to promote before you leave.
Just watch the Astros postcast tomorrow night. Watch the Texans postcast or squad show on Saturday, and then just look up in the skies. Maybe you'll see me.
All right. Oh, yeah, I know. Michael Connor. One day you might get on the airplane and you might see him.
Yep, could be. You never know. You might look over and say, that guy used to say foul things on the radio.
And now he's flying me to Chicago. All right, Michael, thank you for coming on, brother. Appreciate you, and we'll talk soon.
All right, see you, Joe.
All right, he is Michael Connor. You find him on Twitter at Connor Michael. Again, Locked On Astros YouTube channel, Locked On Texans YouTube channel, and Locked On Rockets. You can find him doing post-game shows after every single game for all of those teams. All right, so we'll take our final break here. When we get back, we will do Rapid Fire. We didn't have a show on Monday, had something pop up. So we'll do Rapid Fire, all the things we missed, including a betting statement from a league I never thought we would see. We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
Final segment of Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up after this, we'll have Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore, and then an hour of Athletically Declined with Jet Boyer to wrap up our local programming for the day. We'll be back with you tomorrow here at 6 o'clock for Last Call again on a Friday night. AJ, how old are you?
I just turned 23 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so you're 10 years younger than me.
Yeah, 02, 92.
So I
yeah.
feel like I'm heading the right direction in this question. You're an avid TikToker, right?
I mean, yeah, I post like my content.
You scroll a lot?
I mostly just get on it like to post or like when my
Okay.
friends send me stuff. Yeah.
Have you seen the Rockets schedule release video?
Oh, no, I haven't watched it yet.
Okay. I feel old. It's some weird, dorky-looking kid running through his house, being strange, announcing things like the NBA Cup. I don't get it. I think we've gone too far.
I'm about to check it out.
I think people, like, maybe we should, like, we don't know these people that much, you know? Like, I don't know, Sketch.
Right.
Learned a lot about him after he was all at the Texans practices.
Yeah.
It's just strange. But speaking of young people, things I don't understand, out of the protection of just in case they ever sponsor a radio show here, I'm not going to name the company, but there is a offshore gambling site because one in the United States would not do this, that apparently has posted betting odds for the Little League World Series. I don't understand on a couple fronts. Why you morally think that's a good idea from a gambling perspective. Again, sorry if you ever advertise with us, but I disagree with you. More, though, I'm more confused by the people who bet on the games. Betting on sports is hard enough. Like, to be a professional gambler, they say you're supposed to hit 51% of your picks. If you hit above that in any given season, people are going to love you. Like, whether you're, 5 stars on with John and Lance, or you're the people who I know at LaBerge, like, who help us with games when we're doing shows out there, like, 51% means you're profitable and you're good. And we've all been watching Patrick Mahomes play in the NFL for almost a decade now. We've been watching C.J. Stroud going to his 3rd season. We've been watching football our entire lives. And then there's people betting on little children. Strange. I think so. The Little League World Series had to put out a statement today because they found out about this, like condemning like the idea of betting on the Little League World Series. Good. That is one of the strangest things I could ever imagine. You are like the most degenerate of degenerate people. And I bet on the KBO during the pandemic because I was bored and missed sports. I watched Korean Baseball League. I didn't know a single thing. All I knew is I rooted for the dinosaurs. Why? I like the team name. We don't have any dinosaur teams in the United States. There's not like the San Diego State Dinosaurs. Like, why not? But so that's as far as I'm willing to go. Little League is way too much. It's way too much.
Yeah, it is. It's extreme, very extreme.
Like, it's one thing I'm sure there's like under the table stuff, but like, and I wouldn't approve of this either, but at least I like logically could get the fact that like when you go to a football stadium in the state of Texas that's worth more than some college stadiums and is bigger than Northwestern. Like if there was betting on high school football in Texas, like